After obtaining the additional sections of the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra from Martial Uncle Dustlight, Lin Yun wasn't in a hurry to cultivate, so he came to the celestial observing stage, trying to grasp the heavenly dome sword intent. Right from the start, his advantage lied in his attainments with the sword. As for his talents in cultivation and body-refining technique, he was equal to other monstrous geniuses. But his sword intent allowed him to overlook his peers and suppress geniuses in the same cultivation as him. This also meant that it would be harder for him the further he went. All the swordsmen in the top 500s on the Elysium Core ranking had grasped the firmament sword intent with strong attainment in the sword path. So it was hard for him to gain any advantage with the firmament sword intent, and it was hard for his quasi-heavenly dome sword intent to suppress his opponents. This was because his opponents would definitely find a way to become stronger after suffering a setback in their fight, such as fusing other martial intents into their sword intent or grasping rare martial intents. After all, no one was a fool, and they would try to find a solution. This was why Lin Yun had no choice but to try and grasp the heavenly dome sword intent as soon as possible. 3 days later, Lin Yun released his sword intent on the lake's heart, which turned into a dazzling radiance and gave him an ethereal temperament and unique charm. When he opened his eyes, all the radiance disappeared. His sword intent had improved over the past 7 days, and he was closer to grasping the heavenly dome sword intent. As long as he gently pushes with his hand, he can open the gate and grasp the heavenly dome sword intent. But he faced a problem because he couldn't reach the door no matter how much he tried. I am the sky, my sword as the dome, and one with the sword, Lin Yun muttered with his brows furrowed. The comprehension of the heavenly dome sword intent was 10 times tougher than comprehending the firmament sword intent, and this nearly drove Lin Yun insane. Over the past 7 days, he relied on the wisp of sword ray left by Yu Qingfeng to strengthen his firmament sword intent by 50%. But he could only accumulate and couldn't obtain a quantitative transformation. This was like no matter how much water was in a cup, water was still water, and there were no changes to the cup. Lin Yun raised his head to the sky. He had no idea what it meant by I am the sky, nor what it intended. He also had no idea how to split heavenly dome, when they were initially one, and what it meant by one with the sword. The 14 words were like scriptures as they repeatedly revolved within his mind. When his gaze gradually blurred, he realized that the surroundings were filled with those 14 words. It was as though he had run amok as he kept muttering to himself, and he didn't notice that his face was becoming paler. In the end, he even threw out a mouthful of blood before losing consciousness on the lake. That child! The Radiant Sword Saint and Mu Xiankong sighed when they saw this scene. They knew how tough it was to grasp the 5th grade sword intent, and not even Dragon Pulse Realm experts were qualified to comprehend it. After all, not every Samsara Edict Realm expert could grasp the 5th grade sword intent. But Lin Yun's obsession with it reached an unimaginable height. "You go take a look at him," said the Radiant Sword Saint before he returned to Saint Mountain. He didn't have much lifespan left, and he shouldn't leave Saint Mountain for long. When Lin Yun regained consciousness, for hours had already passed. When he opened his eyes, Mu Xiankong was standing before him. The latter was donned in a long robe with the edges embroidered with golden threads. He had long hair and a long beard, but his eyes were filled with vitality. To saints, they could easily maintain their youthful appearance as long as they weren't reaching the end of their lifespan. It's just that most saints didn't feel a need to maintain their youthful appearance. "You're awake?" Mu Xiankong asked. "Sect Master." Lin Yun was first alarmed when he saw Mu Xiankong before he rejoiced. Before he went into seclusion, he was worried about the Sect Master because he knew that neither the Nether Divinity Clan nor the Profound Sky Sect were pushovers. But since the Sect Master was back, this meant that it had been resolved, and Mu Xiankong didn't run into any danger. This immediately lifted his emotions, and the depression of not being able to grasp the 5th grade sword intent disappeared. "You're pretty optimistic." Mu Xiankong smiled when he saw the changes in Lin Yun's emotions. "When did you return?" Lin Yun asked. 3 days ago. I was with Martial Uncle, watching you using the opportunity left behind by Yu Qingfeng to comprehend sword intent. After you threw out a mouthful of blood and fainted, Martial Uncle left, and I looked after you." Mu Xiankong smiled. Hearing that made Lin Yun scratch his head because it was too awkward. Opportunities will only appear for a split second, so you can't force it if you missed it. Put it aside for now. You'll only be courting death if you try to force it. The cultivation of sword intent happens naturally and smoothly. Mu Xiankong continued. Okay. Lin Yun smiled. I'll put it aside for now. It was hard to say that the reason why he forcibly tried to make a breakthrough was because he was influenced by Mu Xiankong. The scene of Mu Xiankong furiously leaving the sword sect greatly affected him, and he naturally felt relieved upon seeing the sect master's safe return. The changes in his emotions were something that he couldn't control, and he also didn't realize that his feelings for the sword sect had reached an unbelievable height. You met Yu Qingfeng? Mu Xiankong asked. Strictly speaking, no. But we have some interaction. When Tian Xuanzi tried to make a move against my back in the fleeting cloud sword sect, he possessed my body and saved my life. He even left behind an opportunity for me, but I have no idea what the opportunity is. Since it's an opportunity left to you by the Sword Emperor, you don't have to tell me about it. Mu Xiankong interrupted. Sect Master, why did the Sword Emperor come to the Sword Sect? Back then? Lin Yun had been curious about that for a long time, but it placed him in a difficult position. This was because Yu Qingfeng was the one who sliced off the Grand Firmament and Pellet Firmament peaks, but he had also saved his life before. Mu Xuankong's eyes briefly flickered before he dropped his smile. This is related to the Divine Dragon Empire. The 9 emperors wanted to re-establish the Divine Dragon Empire to end the Darkest Era. So they naturally had to suppress all the forces, and many holy lands became a sacrifice for that objective. The Sword Sect only lost 2 peaks, but many holy lands were erased. After all, some price was needed to end the old era and open a new era. So the Sword Sect became the sacrifice for the new era? Lin Yun asked. Mu Xiankong was discreet in his words, but Lin Yun wasn't stupid, and he instantly figured it out. The 9 emperors had to end that chaotic era at all costs, and the Sword Sect became a sacrifice. Nodding his head, Mu Xiankong replied, for the Divine Dragon Empire to be established, the 9 emperors had to gather the power of the entire Kunlun realm, but the ancient barren domain has always been the territory of the Sword Sect. The Sword Sect has existed since ancient times, so how could we submit to a newly established empire? Not only the Sword Sect but all the other ancient domains had holy lands, and there were even those stronger than the Sword Sect, also known as sovereign holy lands. But the Southern Emperor went to the ancient Heaven domain, the Buddha Emperor went to the ancient Earth domain, the Blade Emperor went to the ancient Profound domain, erasing any forces that refused to submit. The Sword Emperor came to the ancient barren domain. After fighting with the sect master of that time, he sliced off the 2 peaks. Lin Yun was shocked to hear what Mu Xiankong said. After all, it was a little too shocking that the 9 emperors suppressed 9 holy lands, and there were even sovereign holy lands among them. The 9 emperors might have damaged the Sword Sect's foundation, but they did end that chaotic age. So the Sword Sect doesn't resent the Sword Emperor. Mu Xiankong continued. After all, we all have a common enemy, and the Sword Sect also chose to submit in the end, heeding the Divine Dragon Empire's orders. We also contributed our strength to suppress the fiends. What happened after that? Lin Yun asked. Judging from the current situation of the ancient barren domain, there was no sign of submitting to the Divine Dragon Empire. Mu Xiankong explained, I know what you're thinking. If the Southern Emperor was still alive, everyone would definitely submit. After all, the 9 emperors were incredibly powerful, and only the Southern Emperor could be called invincible. The Southern Emperor was the one who swept the sovereign Holy Land in the ancient Heaven domain. After the Southern Emperor died, the relationship between the 8 emperors became peculiar. At the very least, the Sword Emperor doesn't have any interaction with the Divine Dragon Empire. In addition to all the fiends being suppressed, many ancient Holy Lands no longer had any revere for the Divine Dragon Empire like they used to. The ancient barren domain might belong to the Divine Dragon Empire on the surface, but it's not under the control of the Divine Dragon Empire. Most importantly, the ancient barren domain was subdued by the Sword Emperor. So after the Sword Emperor left, the Divine Dragon Empire didn't dare to put any ideas on the ancient barren domain. Lin Yun sighed when he heard those words. The relationship between the Sword Emperor and Sword Sect was really complicated. But no matter what, the Sword Sect and the Sword Emperor didn't have any feud, and he now understood why his master had no resentment for the Sword Emperor. I'm telling you this today so that you don't hold any ill feelings, and you can comprehend the opportunity given to you by the Sword Emperor. But the opportunity has passed, and there's no need for you to force it. Mu Xiankong said, looking at Lin Yun. I understand. Lin Yun smiled. Well then, I'll stop bothering you now. The Heavenly Pool gathering will begin soon, so you should start cultivating. Mu Xiankong said before leaving. A bright moon shining in the sky as the broken bridge is filled with water and snow. No one knows that my heart is like the moon, and who mocks who for being in the painting. Lin Yun lay on the lake as he recited the poem that the Sword Emperor Yu Qingfeng recited when he left. This was the opportunity given to him by Yu Qingfeng. After hearing what Mu Xiankong said, Lin Yun was even more curious about what kind of existence and person Yu Qingfeng was. He sliced 2 peaks of the Sword Sect, but the Sword Sect was still around and not invaded by the Divine Dragon Empire. This was all thanks to the sword left behind by Yu Qingfeng back then. This was because the ancient barren domain was subdued by the Sword Emperor back then. Although he had left, the Divine Dragon Empire feared him and didn't dare to move. After that, the Radiant Sword Saint rose and guarded the ancient barren domain for 2 millennials, not letting anyone stretch their hands. After the Southern Emperor fell, the Demon Emperor established the Imperial Demon Domain, the Sword Emperor left, and the Divine Dragon Empire was under the control of the Empress. As for the remaining 5 emperors, the relationship between them was a little peculiar. The current Divine Dragon Empire is really fascinating. Lin Yun smiled with his hands supporting his head while lying on the lake. Since I can't force the 5th grade sword intent, let's refine the nether flower, then. Lin Yun got up and took the nether flower out from his interspatial bracelet. When he retrieved the nether flower, the 12-petaled nether flower in his body radiated brightly, and the sword at the flower's heart trembled incessantly. As strands of nether energy seeped out of Lin Yun's pores, it made him look demonic, and the flower was also giving off a faint fragrance. However, the black miasma didn't look devilish, but looked serene, instead. This could be the real profundity of the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra, serenity. Death was sorrowful, but the moment of death could also be gorgeous, like a firework. If it could be combined with the beauty of life, it would become the legendary nirvana. But Lin Yun was submerged in it and couldn't see or feel the phenomenon. This is really a treasure. Lin Yun's eyes blazed with flames. Ever since he came back from the Dragon Remnant astral realm, aside from the blue dragon bone, he was most concerned about the nether flower. Compared to the nether flower, he wasn't too concerned with the saint fruits that could strengthen his cultivation and martial intent. After all, he couldn't raise his cultivation anytime soon, and the saint fruits couldn't help his sword intent. But the nether flower was utterly different. Let's quickly refine it. I should be able to use this opportunity to reach the 4th stage in the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra, or even the 5th stage. Lin Yun muttered while looking at the nether flower. There was no doubt that the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra was the hardest to cultivate in the Sword Sect, and many Dragon Pulse Realm experts couldn't even reach the 5th stage. So many people would pick other cultivation techniques to practice on the Divine Firmament Peak, resulting in the Divine Firmament Peak being the weakest amongst the 5 peaks. Lin Yun plucked a petal and started chewing on it before plucking the 2nd petal. He quickly devoured the entire nether flower before refining it like he refined saint fruits. This was the most primitive and straightforward method. He could soon feel his body being filled with boundless nether energy that surged like rivers within his body. That energy was violent, as though it would gush out from his body at any time. Black beams of light also shot out from Lin Yun's pupils, causing all life to extinguish in the path of the black beam, leaving behind a black and ugly crater that shocked Lin Yun. As his face changed, he forcibly suppressed the nether energy within his body and started circulating the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. Under the guidance of the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra, The boundless nether energy from the nether flower poured into his 12-petaled nether flower. It was like injecting vitality into the nether flower, nourishing it like the best fertilizer in the world. As for the sword at the nether flower's heart, it was even more shocking as it released a dazzling sword ray. After taking a deep breath, Lin Yun calmed himself before circulating the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. When he circulated the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra 10 times, the nether energy within his body gathered and formed into a black river that was coursing through his meridians. Not long later, the black river coursed through his body 36 times. While a huge commotion was coming from within Lin Yun's body, the nether energy suddenly surged, and Lin Yun was enveloped by a sword ray that reached 300 feet, emitting a terrifying aura. He had broken through to the 4th stage in the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. For hours later, the sword ray enveloping him suddenly exploded and reached a terrifying scale of nearly 1,000 feet. When he opened his eyes, a boundless sword aura swept out that raised huge waves on the celestial observing lake. As Lin Yun took a deep breath, a devastating scene occurred on the celestial observing lake. Relying on the nether flower, Lin Yun reached the 5th stage in the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. If this news gets out, it will shake the entire sword sect. Ha ha ha! Lin Yun laughed, and his laughter rumbled like thunder, causing multiple explosions on the lake and created massive craters of nearly 1,000 feet. The huge pressure caused by the craters formed a terrifying vortex that formed into a water tornado of a few thousand feet. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of water tornadoes appeared on the celestial observing lake, and all the demonic beasts that were there were dumbfounded while trembling at the bottom of the lake in fear. Ha ha ha! Lin Yun was still laughing, and it took a long time for him to calm himself down. This time, all the depression that had accumulated within his heart was swept away. This is what it means to be a swordsman? Lin Yun's eyes flickered, and he could sense that his attainment in the sword path had increased. His emotions had accumulated within his heart when Mu Xinkong charged out of the sword sect back then. Not to mention that he even had to helplessly summon his master's clone. Even after chatting with Martial Uncle Dustlight, it still couldn't relieve him. He became more optimistic after chatting with Mu Xinkong, and it felt satisfying after significantly boosting his strength. This was what it meant to be a swordsman. Now that he thought about it, he was simply courting death to try and grasp the heavenly dome sword, intent with all the negative emotions that had accumulated within him. This was probably why his master and the sect master observed him for 3 days. They were probably worried that something might happen to him. As he squinted his eyes, he faintly felt what it meant by becoming one with the sword. As a smile rose on his lips, he muttered, "What does it mean to be a swordsman? To clear all the accumulation within the heart." He spent the remaining time practicing the Carefree 9 swords during the day and Azure Dragon Grasp at night to excavate the potential of the Blue Dragon Bone. When free, he would also practice the Flicking Divine Finger with the Nether Flower. He could combine the Flicking Divine Finger and Nether Flower. It was a perfect combination to use nether energy in this secret technique. Whenever he was exhausted, he would play the flute to relax. He might be training hard, but he spent his carefree days without pain. 1 month later, Lin Yun finally mastered the first 4 sword forms of the Carefree 9 swords. The Heaven sword form had 36 brushes that focused on a majestic aura. The Earth sword form had 72 brushes that focused on gravity control. The Profound sword form had 18 brushes that focused on being unfathomable, and the Barren sword form had 9 brushes that focus of extermination. He had reached the minuscule stage of reaching sword form and could control them as he wished. The subsequent 4 sword forms were even simpler because each contained a pure elemental intent that fused 4 martial intents into 4 ancient words. It might sound easy, but cultivating them was difficult. Not only did he require a strong cultivation, he also needed a high comprehension of those martial intents. This meant that it was useless even if his attainment in the sword was powerful. Heaven, earth, profound, barren, wind, fire, lightning, ice. The 4 words correspond with the 8 ancient domains. I wonder if it's a coincidence. Lin Yun muttered while sheathing his sword. The Southern Emperor created the sword technique, and Lin Yun speculated that it might be related to the Southern Emperor's experience in the 9 ancient domains. After all, the Southern Emperor was the strongest amongst the 9 emperors. Since the 9 sword forms might correspond with the 9 ancient domains, the last sword might be Saint. But he had no idea why the Southern Emperor erased that sword form. Could it be related to his experience before his death? Let's go out and give them a try. After all, sword techniques can only be grasped in battles. Lin Yun recollected his thoughts and planned to head to the back mountain of the sword sect to test the power of the carefree 9 swords. Lin Yun soared into the sky with his arms spread apart, wielding the flower burial sword with his left hand. As he flew up the celestial observing lake like a leaf, he instantly climbed 1,000 feet. When he was about to pass through the thick clouds and leave, he turned around to take one last look at the celestial observing lake before leaving. But when he turned back, he saw a moon rising from the lake, which was purely condensed with sword intent. When the moon rose into the sky, it was accompanied by azure lotus sword flowers that were floating in the air like lamps. They looked like lanterns rising to the sky, looking serene and beautiful. So this is that sword left behind by Yu Qingfeng 3,000 years ago. There had always been a legend in the sword sect. Someone had seen a moon with tens of thousands of lanterns rising to the sky. When that person saw it, his attainment in the sword rapidly improved, and he couldn't find it again, no matter how he tried. But Lin Yun found it a pity because if he saw this scene when he was trying to grasp the 5th grade sword intent, he might really be able to grasp it. Now that he had adjusted his mentality, this was nothing but a painting to him. Let's come again next time. Lin Yun entered the sea of clouds. He swiftly passed through the clouds and landed on the celestial observing stage. The sword box was still on the stage, and Lin Yun formed the Iris Saint seal after verifying that no one was around. As ripples spread on the surface of the sword box, Lin Yun's body gently swayed. Then he entered the Iris sacred realm. The density of spiritual energy has increased. Lin Yun instantly sensed the changes in the spiritual energy when he entered. In the past, the Iris sacred realm was like a wasteland without any signs of vitality. It looked like a plain that had flames raging through it. He quickened his steps and came to the phoenix tree at the heart of the Iris sacred realm. The tree that was a sapling in the past had grown to a meter, shrouded in a faint green radiance. Lil Purple was seated beside the tree, donned in a white dress. Paired with her flawless facial features and the gold-red mark on her forehead, it made her look noble and elegant. But Lin Yun wasn't surprised by her looks, but the aura that she was giving off. After absorbing all the True Dragon Saint liquid, not only did it allow the phoenix tree to grow, but Lil Purple also recovered a lot of her strength. The aura she was giving off was close to the Dragon Pulse realm. Since she was a phoenix, paired with her various means, no ordinary Dragon Pulse realm expert could be her opponent. You're here. Lil Purple opened her eyes. You're a lot stronger. Lin Yun briefly examined her and continued. You seem to have grown a little taller, too. I've grown taller? Why can't I feel it? Lil Purple rubbed her head. She looked at her dress and curled her lips in disdain. No truth comes from the mouths of men. I didn't grow tall at all. I'm still short. Where's Lil Red? Lin Yun asked, changing the topic. It is basking in the lightning pool. Oh! Lin Yun's eyes lit up, and he rushed over. But when he saw the lightning pool more clearly, he was somewhat disappointed. He thought the lightning pool had been restored, but only a small portion was restored. The saint aura and purity of the lightning pool still couldn't be compared to the genuine one, and the depth could only reach his calf at best. Lil Red could naturally bask in it, but Lin Yun could barely soak his legs in it. Seeing Lin Yun's arrival, Lil Red grinned before it charged out of the pool. When it came out of the lightning pool, it had lightning flickering from its body, and the lightning soon spread toward Lin Yun, causing his entire body and lips to twitch. Ha ha ha! Lil Purple laughed when she flew over. When Lil Red landed on the ground, it revealed a wronged and innocent expression. It hurts? Lin Yun's cheek twitched after he recovered from the lightning. This much is accumulated after the myriad lightning divine rune rained down for 3 days and 3 nights. You previously used the myriad lightning divine rune to kill Kuing, So you now know how the myriad lightning divine rune feels like now. Lil Purple smiled proudly. Looking at Lil Purple rejoicing at his misfortune, Lin Yun glared at her before he squatted down to comfort Lil Red. He first ensured no lightning was flickering on its body before he caressed Lil Red's head. Carrying it to his embrace, Lin Yun stroked its fur with joy on his face. This was because the cat's fur felt great and smooth. Let's go. Lin Yun carried Lil Red and left the Iris Sacred Realm. Where are we going? To the back mountains. A long mountain range outside the sect occupied half of the ancient barren domain. The origin of that mountain range could trace back to ancient times. Most disciples of the Sword sect and other powerful sects would often train in that mountain range. Since the mountain range had survived through the ancient times, there were many secrets and forbidden grounds. Most disciples would choose to cultivate at the border of the mountain range because of how dangerous it was as one went deeper into the mountain range. After all, if they entered a forbidden ground by mistake, even Samsara Edict realm experts would have difficulty coming out alive. Not to mention that the mountain range was enveloped in a poisonous gray miasma and enveloped the entrance deep into the mountain. The poisonous miasma was extremely terrifying, and no Elysium core realm dared to be careless. Since Lin Yun came to the mountain range once in the past, he retraced the path he once took and entered the border of the mountain range without any trouble. Divine Firmament Sword Sutra, Carefree 9 Swords, Flicking Divine Finger, and the Blue Dragon Bone. Lin Yun's strength had undergone a drastic transformation, so he naturally needed to temper himself through battle. The Heavenly Pool Gathering involved the 8 powerful sections. If he joined the gathering, he would definitely be the center of attention. After all, he couldn't keep a low profile, even if he wanted to with his identity as the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple. After all, he wouldn't only be embarrassing himself but his master as well if he lost. After arriving at his destination, Lin Yun walked into the mountain range, carrying the sword box behind him and Lil Red in his embrace. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yun had been in the mountain range for half a month. Over the past 15 days, Lin Yun practiced the Carefree 9 Swords without any rest, using demonic beasts to temper his sword technique. The heaven, earth, profound, and barren sword forms became increasingly proficient in his hands, and he could control them as he wished. This was a profound feeling, as if he had a sixth sense that fused with the Carefree 9 Swords. Lin Yun felt this might be related to the Heavenly Dome Sword intent. After the sword intent reaches the 5th grade, he could foresee dangers. After all, his sword intent would merge into heaven and earth, which meant that his sixth sense would alarm him if there were any dangers. This meant that his sword intent would sense it beforehand, and the sword in his hand would make the corresponding defense. It was just that the demonic beasts at the border of the mountain range were too weak. The Elysium Core realm demonic beasts couldn't threaten him. Aside from Monarch 9-star, Heavenly Elysium Core realm demonic beasts. Since there weren't any opponents who could threaten him, he could easily slay the Overlord demonic beasts. Out of the heaven, earth, profound, and barren sword forms, he only needed to use the heaven and earth sword forms to deal with those demonic beasts. At most, he would finish the battle with another flicking divine finger. Monarch demonic beasts were rare, to begin with. Powerful demonic beasts were generally intelligent and would escape when they felt that their life was threatened. Based on Lin Yun's current strength, he would only waste time by chasing after them, so he was naturally unmotivated to chase after them. It looks like I have to go into the region with Dragon Pulse Realm demonic beasts, Lin Yun muttered while wiping the blood off of the flower burial sword. In front of him were countless corpses of Elysium Core Realm demonic beasts, with their blood forming into a river. Aren't you too inflated? How can demonic beasts be compared to humans? Demonic beasts can generally condense dragon origin once they step into the Dragon Pulse realm. Lil Purple warned from the sword box. Let's give it a try, then. Lin Yun sheathed his sword and left this region. Roughly half a day later, when Lin Yun came to the region where Dragon Pulse realm demonic beasts could be found, he sensed that the demonic aura in the atmosphere was a lot denser than in the previous region. It didn't take long for him to run into a poisonous python that was 100 feet long. It had a horn on its head, was covered in black scales and a pair of purple pupils. This was an indigo cloud demonic python with cloud patterns covering its back. The cloud patterns could release a form of poison that could draw its prey into an illusion. As for its pupils, they could shoot out corrosive demonic lights. This made the indigo cloud demonic python a terrifying first pulse dragon pulse realm opponent. Even if it ran into an overlord demonic beast at the 9-star heavenly Elysium core realm, it could kill its opponent in one exchange. Not to mention that Lin Yun had cultivated the Azure Dragon Saint art, which meant that he had a raging vitality that had a fatal attraction to any demonic beast. Even with the black tortoise breathing, Lin Yun couldn't conceal his raging vitality. Demonic beasts didn't even have to look at him for them to notice his raging vitality. They just needed a gentle whiff. As the colossal python began to slither into the forest, from afar, it looked like a long cloth that was shuttling through the woods. What speed! Lin Yun was surprised by the speed of the indigo cloud demonic python as it shuttled through the forest like a bolt of lightning. It didn't take long for Lin Yun to be surrounded by a poisonous mist, and it couldn't be avoided. This poison was extremely terrifying since the toxin could penetrate the skin, and not even astral energy could stop it. The moment one was caught in the poison, they would fall into an illusion, which meant they wouldn't be far from death. Seeing that he couldn't stop the poisonous mist from approaching, Lin Yun gave up trying and allowed the toxin to enter his body before circulating the divine firmament sword sutra to devour the toxin. Under the corrosive traits of the nether energy, Lin Yun easily got rid of the toxin that was within his body. Suddenly, trees began collapsing as 2 demonic indigo lights shot out from the mist. Lin Yun swiftly responded by executing the divine sun-chasing art, moving half an inch to the side as the 2 demonic beams brushed by him. After he avoided the 2 demonic beams, a gigantic figure approached. The indigo cloud demonic python had gotten close to him. It might seem agile, but its body was filled with power. It opened its jaws, wanting to devour Lin Yun whole. Lin Yun couldn't see anything since the python was too fast, but he could feel a powerful suction force coming from a crimson hole that was trying to draw him. Without any hesitation, Lin Yun executed the heaven sword form, relying on the sword aura to resist the suction force, and retreated. Simultaneously, one shadowy sword ray after another flew out from his body, intertwining like brush strokes. When the indigo cloud demonic python closed its jaw, Lin Yun pushed his palm out and the ancient heaven word that was written with sword rays flew out. When the ancient heaven word came in contact with the indigo cloud demonic python, the python was sent flying back. Not allowing the indigo cloud demonic python to recover, more shadows flew out from Lin Yun, executing the earth sword form. Whenever a sword ray flew out, the surrounding gravity would increase. By the time Lin Yun landed on the ground, the surrounding gravity had been raised by 72-fold. When the gravity pressed down on the indigo cloud demonic python, the python was stuck to the ground, and the immense gravity was like a rope tying the python to the ground. As the ancient earth word hovered before Lin Yun, space slowly distorted as it revolved. This put the python in even more pain. It could only helplessly roar, unable to do anything else, no matter how it struggled. Suddenly, a black-crimson light flickered within its pupils before a purple light exploded from its body, causing cracks to appear on the ancient earth word that was hovering before Lin Yun. When the indigo cloud demonic python broke free of Lin Yun's control, it didn't hesitate to turn and shuttle into the forest like a bolt of lightning, swiftly disappearing from Lin Yun's sight. This indigo cloud demonic python is really violent in controlling its dragon origin. Lin Yun muttered with his eyes squinted. It was a slight headache because the indigo cloud demonic python had unleashed its dragon origin in the last moment on itself to break free. When the indigo cloud demonic python thought it was safe, a skinny black figure suddenly appeared. That black figure swiftly expanded in size and reached out before slamming the python down on the ground by its neck. When the python was slammed onto the ground, its skull was shattered in a split second. That black figure was naturally Lil Red in its ancient Dracope form. As Lil Red swayed its body, it returned to its cat form and ran over to Lin Yun. The two had a great rapport and worked together countless times. Whenever Lin Yun was too lazy to deal with the demonic beasts, he would leave it to Lil Red. It didn't take long for Lil Red to land on Lin Yun's shoulder. Just when Lin Yun was about to leave, he suddenly stopped and raised his head. He could sense a pair of eyes were directed at him. When Lin Yun glanced at the direction he felt the gaze from, he instantly recalled a familiar sensation. It was the monarch demonic beast, the demonic rune tiger, that he had met in the past. This demonic rune tiger grasped the demon clan's cultivation technique. Thus, it was able to speak the human language. It had been half a year since they last met, and the demonic rune tiger had probably reached the Dragon Pulse realm by now. When the demonic rune tiger noticed Lin Yun raising his head, it disappeared into the darkness with a leap. But Lin Yun didn't let it go that easily. He quickly chased after the tiger. After all, he was curious about the cultivation technique that the demonic rune tiger had grasped. As Lin Yun shuttled through the forest, he was so quick that his surroundings blurred, and others could only see a beam of light streaking across the forest if they looked at him. Interesting. Lin Yun smiled and was surprised that the demonic rune tiger was leading him elsewhere. From this alone, he could tell that the demonic rune tiger had high intelligence. But Lin Yun naturally played along with it, wanting to see what it was trying to do. For hours later, the demonic rune tiger stopped in a black valley and turned back to look at Lin Yun, baring its fangs. Sword Sex disciple, do you still remember this king? As it spoke, it changed into a humanoid form while retaining its furry head and had crossed its arms together in front of it. I naturally do. Lin Yun smiled. Someone I have already defeated. The demonic rune tiger tried to launch a sneak attack on him back then, but Lin Yun easily forced it to retreat with a palm, causing it to flee. Since Lin Yun was in a rush back then, he didn't bother with the demonic rune tiger. But he didn't expect that he would run into this tiger again. Lin Yun held onto his chin, looking relaxed. Even Lil Red, standing on his shoulder, looked relaxed. It was probably fate that brought them together again. But the demonic rune tiger flew into a rage when Lin Yun mentioned the past, and its demonic aura started surging from its body. When the tiger released its demonic aura, the already dark sky turned red under the influence. Ha! You remember me, and you still dare to follow me. I don't know if you're courting death or bold, the demonic rune tiger coldly said. Now I can easily kill you with a palm. As crimson flames blazed in its pupils, the demonic rune tiger's aura continued to climb and a black demonic light began to gather in its palm. Dragon origin? Lin Yun could sense a wisp of danger from the black demonic light, which was probably the dragon origin. Ha! Are you scared now? But since you're in my territory, don't think about leaving. The demonic rune tiger laughed. 3 figures descended into the valley when the demonic rune tiger was done speaking. They were a wolf, an ape, and a leopard. They were all overlord demonic beasts at the First Pulse Dragon Pulse realm and were a lot stronger than the Indigo Cloud demonic python that Lin Yun previously faced. This was a luxurious formation to deal with an Elysium Core realm cultivator. But disappointment flashed across Lin Yun's pupils, since he was expecting something more. Then again, it also made sense because the demonic rune tiger had clearly just made a breakthrough. So even if it was a monarch demonic beast, it wasn't easy to find underlings in such a short time. It was already impressive that it could subdue 3 overlord demonic beasts. The demonic rune tiger's pupils were sharp, and it raged when it saw the disappointment flashing across Lin Yun's pupils. A mere Elysium Core realm fry like you dares to underestimate this king. You're courting death. The demonic light in its hand blazed into flames before pressing down towards Lin Yun as it raised its hand. As flames swiftly revolved, they enveloped this entire region, looking like an astral vortex that was swinging down. This made Lin Yun slightly furrow his brows. The demonic rune tiger's control over its demonic aura was too terrifying. It was completely different from the Indigo Cloud demonic python. Simultaneously, the 3 Dragon Pulse realm demonic beasts roared as they pounced at Lin Yun. Without needing Lin Yun to give instructions, Lil Red took out a dagger and leaped towards the 3 demonic beasts. Just when the demonic rune tiger's attack was about to land, Lin Yun raised his hand and threw a punch out. When the ancient heaven word collided with the flames, an explosion occurred with fine cracks spreading out within the surrounding space, creating a terrific phenomenon. Haha, Lil Tiger. I'm more interested in your demon clan's cultivation technique now. Lin Yun smiled with his eyes squinted. Humph. It looks like you won't give up until you reach the rope's end. The demonic rune tiger's eyes flashed with ferocity as he waved his hand. As fine cracks spread out on a mountain far away, a terrifying chill began to spread with snowflakes falling. This shocked Lin Yun, while the demonic rune tiger sinisterly laughed. Blade! When the mountain exploded, a snow-white blade flew into the sky and landed in the demonic rune tiger's hand. When the demonic rune tiger wielded the saint blade, a terrifying aura swept out. It then swung its blade down without hesitation. Facing the demonic rune tiger's attack, Lin Yun didn't even draw his sword and raised his hand to block this attack. The immense weight from the demonic rune tiger's attack made Lin Yun's feet sink into the ground as a terrifying chilly outburst spread out. Before Lin Yun could be shocked, the demonic rune tiger continued to ferociously swing its sword down. Whenever the demonic rune tiger flashed, he would leave behind afterimages in the air, and each afterimage was enveloped in a terrifying demonic aura. But Lin Yun didn't panic as he retreated by using the divine sun-chasing art. It didn't take long for the two to exchange over 100 moves. After 100 exchanges, exhaustion flashed on the demonic rune tiger's face. It thought it would be easy to kill Lin Yun after reaching the Dragon Pulse realm. But after revealing multiple trump cards, Lin Yun didn't even bother drawing his sword to face him. Roaring mountains and rivers, the demonic rune tiger roared. A bizarre soundwave containing dragon origin swept out as a black light shone from the blade in its hand. Cracks began to spread out on the heaven and earth words before they swiftly started to collapse. When the demonic rune tiger's blade reached him, it hacked out 18 blades. The weight of each blade was heavy, containing a terrifying aura that felt like it could shatter a mountain. With the heavy power of each blade, paired with the demonic rune tiger's cultivation in the Dragon Pulse realm and its bloodline as a monarch demonic beast, it only made the demonic rune tiger's attacks even more terrifying. But Lin Yun had no changes on his face as a sword ray flashed, blocking the blade rays. Lin Yun finally drew his flower burial sword and fended off the 18 blades without taking a step back. Profound, Lin Yun muttered after facing the 18 blades. As he swiftly wrote an ancient, profound word, his sword rays turned black like ink. When the ancient, profound word appeared, it was like a shield in front of the flower burial sword. When the demonic rune tiger's blade ray overlapped and landed on the ancient, profound word, a huge ravine reaching a few thousand feet appeared on the ground. But Lin Yun didn't take a single step back. In the next second, Lin Yun shook his wrist and a dazzling sword ray exploded. The ancient, profound word was radiating brightly. As the rebound force exploded, the demonic tiger rune flew back with 18 sword wounds on its body. I see. Lin Yun's eyes flickered. The profound sword form's profundity lied in rebound force. As long as his opponent couldn't instantly destroy the profound word, their attacks would be bounced back. As the demonic rune tiger struggled back up, it threw out a mouthful of blood and looked at Lin Yun with shock. How is this possible? Why can't my blade technique injure you? Simultaneously, all the 3 demonic beasts behind it fell to the ground. Lil Red had easily defeated its opponents without any problem. You can be proud that you're able to force me to use the 3rd sword as a demonic beast, Lin Yun said. Most demonic beasts didn't know martial techniques and would suffer a loss when fighting with human cultivators. The demonic rune tiger's strength was terrifying, and no Elysium Core Realm expert could suppress it aside from 9-star Heavenly Elysium Core Realm geniuses that were ranked in the top hundreds on the Elysium Core ranking. But it was a pity that it ran into Lin Yun. Unconvinced? This is something left behind by the Southern Emperor, so you can be proud to force me to use the 3rd sword. Lin Yun shook his head. The demonic rune tiger had no idea how strong the Southern Emperor was and thought Lin Yun was underestimating him. Brat, you can't stop me if I want to leave. The demonic rune tiger snorted as it began to flee, not intending to fight any longer. As a cold light flashed across Lin Yun's pupils, he didn't intend to play with the demonic rune tiger this time. If he allowed it to escape again, he would be letting down all the seclusion he went into. He sheathed his sword and stabbed it into the ground before looking in the direction the demonic rune tiger ran in. Circulating the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra, a nether flower with 24 petals appeared behind him. When the nether flower appeared and completed a cycle, Lin Yun unleashed a sword ray from his finger. The sword ray instantly caught up with the demonic rune tiger, forcing it to turn around and raise its blade to fend off Lin Yun's attack. But Lin Yun didn't stop there. The nether flower circulated another cycle before he unleashed another sword ray with a finger flick. The sword rays were like machine guns, shooting out whenever Lin Yun flicked his fingers. After 18 explosions, the demonic rune tiger fell onto its knees and couldn't move. Using the flicking divine finger with the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra could injure the demonic rune tiger and erode the demonic rune tiger's demonic aura and vitality. The demonic rune tiger was gasping for breath since it was greatly weakened to the limit and shrunken in size. Heart Connection Spiritual Sword. As Lin Yun spread his arms, he hovered in the air, and the nether flower shattered into pieces, with every petal forming a sea of flowers. When the 24 seas of flowers overlapped, they pushed Lin Yun's sword aura to a new height. Clouds covered 1,000 miles in radius as sword intent seemed to have dragged the heavens down. As long as he pushed his arms forth, the 24 seas of flowers would manifest into sword rays that would pour down on the demonic rune tiger. Spare my life! The demonic rune tiger was scared silly as it tossed its blade to the side. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yun summoned the flower burial sword back to his hand and stood before the demonic rune tiger. While he hovered in the sky with the seas of flowers raging behind him, he was like a king as he looked down on the demonic rune tiger. Where did you get your demon clan's martial technique from? My lord, I'll lead you there. The demonic rune tiger was obedient and didn't dare to disobey Lin Yun's orders. It then returned to its tiger form before leading the way. A black figure flew over to the tiger. Lil Red had landed on the back of the demonic rune tiger and even turned back to give Lin Yun a grin. This fool is still the same as before. Lin Yun smiled as he dismissed the seas of flowers. The flicking divine finger was already terrifying without using the sword at the nether flower's heart. So he couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be after using that sword. The Divine Firmament Sword Sutra and flicking divine finger were simply a perfect match, and Lin Yun could finally use this secret technique. Recollecting his thoughts, he raised his head and discovered that the demonic rune tiger was already gone with Lil Red. That fool is still so anxious about treasures. Lin Yun smiled. Then again, it wasn't surprising because the demon clan's martial techniques definitely had a more significant attraction to Lil Red. The demonic rune tiger was still trying to see if it could escape. But when Lil Red fell onto its back, it suddenly became obedient because it could sense a bloodline suppression coming from the cat on its back. It instantly knew that Lil Red's bloodline was even more ancient and stronger than its own, who was a monarch demonic beast. Lin Yun tailed behind the two from afar, passing through many hidden places, routing through several lakes, and arriving in a forest covered with a poisonous mist. This place was covered in barren grasses and toxic mist. Even if someone found this place, they probably wouldn't even be bothered to scout this area. My lord, this is it, the demonic rune tiger said, not daring to enter before Lin Yun came. What is this place? My lord, this is where this king cultivates. This king found the poisonous mist and barren grasses. The demonic rune tiger said proudly. The demonic rune tiger didn't seem to be lying, but it was pretty weird for it to address itself as this king. Let's go, then, Lin Yun replied. Roger that, my lord. The demonic rune tiger took the lead into the forest. Seeing the demonic rune tiger suddenly becoming so obedient, Lin Yun still couldn't get used to it. After all, it was a monarch demonic beast, but it didn't have any temper now. If the demonic rune tiger knew what Lin Yun was thinking, it would definitely cry on the spot. It naturally had a temper, but it didn't dare to show its temper. It could be considered a genius amongst the demonic beasts with an extraordinary bloodline and various encounters. It had a higher cultivation than Lin Yun but was helpless before him. It was even scared out of its wits when it saw the seas of flowers that Lin Yun summoned. For some reason, the cat riding on its back also made it feel an inexplicable fear. So why would it dare to show its temper? When they passed through the forest, they discovered that it was completely different inside. There was a decent-sized spiritual lake. The spiritual lake had a waterfall raining down and a damaged stone monument beside the lake. The stone monument was massive. Even when it was damaged, it was 2 meters in height with many patterns recorded on it. There were cultivation techniques, blade techniques, and various demon clans' martial techniques. When Lin Yun looked through them, he noticed that every single one of them was a Holy Spirit martial technique, and the blade technique used by the demonic rune tiger was also recorded on it. As Lin Yun observed the blade technique, he noticed that it was an exquisite technique and perfect for demonic beasts of the tiger species. "Where did you get this stone monument from?" Lin Yun asked. "My lord, I coincidentally picked it up at the border of the Forbidden Ground. Several demon clans' saints entered that region 200 years ago, and a terrifying battle occurred. Many things flew out, and this stone monument was one of them. There are many forbidden grounds in the mountain range. Which one are you talking about? There's only one forbidden ground for demonic beasts like us. That's the source of the heavenly lake, the Myriad Demon Peak." Lin Yun was surprised that the Myriad Demon Peak was an ancient forbidden ground. It was said to have been around since ancient times. "Empress, have you heard about that before?" "Nope. I don't have many memories of the ancient times. Not to mention that I'm the Divine Phoenix Clan's supreme heavenly slaughter empress of 4 seas, 8 barons, 36 heavens, and 72 earths. Why will I pay attention to the tiny Kunlun realm?" Lin Yun was speechless because Lil Purple started boasting again. He turned to the demonic rune tiger and asked, "What happened to those saints?" "They all died. I witnessed an old saint walking out of the forbidden ground and turning into a pool of blood. No one knows what happened inside, and I immediately fled, grabbing this stone monument." "Where did you get that saint blade from, then?" "A random cultivator who wanted to kill me for my beast core and tiger king bone. But I killed him using some tricks." "Oh!" Lin Yun's eyes lit up as he glared at the demonic rune tiger, making it feel uneasy. "The tiger king bone sounds pretty valuable. It should be very nourishing to the body, right?" The demonic rune tiger seemed to have guessed something and began to tremble in fear. This made Lin Yun smile while looking at the tiger, terrified like a little cat. "Haha, you can leave first." "All right, my lord. Just call me if you need anything. This king will leave first." The demonic rune tiger squeezed out a smile before swiftly leaving. As Lin Yun continued to observe the stone monument, he found many interesting things. Even ghost spirit martial techniques were recorded on the stone monument, which made him wonder what kind of forbidden ground the Myriad Demon Peak was. After all, even the sword sect didn't have many ghost spirit martial techniques, most of which were derived from the great profound sword canon. This staff technique is suitable with Blackie. Lil Purple flew out from the sword box and pointed at a staff technique recorded on the stone monument. When Lin Yun looked at the technique Lil Purple had pointed out, this martial technique was called the 36 Heavenly Ape Staff Technique. Every form contained the profundity of star trails. Each sword form should correspond to a star trail, and 36 trails could combine to form a complicated phenomenon before unleashing a terrifying aura of the ancient heavenly apes. It just so happened that Lil Red practiced the ancient Dracope art. Combined with the 36 heavenly ape forms, it could form a set of demon clan techniques. Furthermore, Lil Red's Dracope form was perfect with the heavenly ape staff technique. "You teach him." Lin Yun nodded. "Humph. With this empress around, I'm naturally the one suitable to reach Blackie," Lil Purple proudly said. This made Lin Yun smile. But just when he was about to reply to her, his face changed as he exclaimed, "What is this?" There was an incredibly profound diagram at the top of the stone monument. If he had guessed correctly, it should be a Dragon Clan's fist technique. Not only did it have the circulation diagram and various explanations, but he also saw a cauldron. A sun and moon were shining above the cauldron, and a person was standing on the cauldron, performing various fist techniques. Wasn't that the dragon sun and moon cauldron? As for the sun and moon diagram, They looked like the Glory Sun and Glory Moon spirits. Lin Yun's eyes widened. He then took out the two spirits to compare them. They were completely identical. But when he looked up, wanting to find more information about this fist technique, it was suddenly cut off. This instantly made him feel terrible since it was suddenly cut off at the crucial part. But even if the diagram was incomplete, Lin Yun could feel the unfathomable power of this fist technique. Just by taking a few glances, he could feel his blood boiling, even the blue dragon bone, as a faint dragon aura was released from him. Why is it cut off? Lin Yun looked at the stone monument's cracks because it lacked the critical portion. As he leaped to the back of the stone monument, he was disappointed since there was nothing recorded on the back. This should be a dragon spirit martial technique. It looks like the Dragon Clan's Sovereign Dragon Fist. Sovereign Dragon Fist? Lin Yun's eyes lit up, and he asked, "See, can I practice it?" Normally, it should be impossible for you to practice a dragon spirit martial technique. But you can try since you have the blue dragon bone. But looking at the explanations on the diagram, the key is still the two spirits you possess. Otherwise, you wouldn't even be able to enter the threshold of this martial technique by just relying on these diagrams. Lil Purple replied, "I never expected that the ultimate secret of the two spirits is the sovereign dragon fist." Lin Yun was shocked. After all, he heard that the two spirits contained a huge secret back on the heavenly path, but he didn't expect it to be a Dragon Clan's dragon spirit martial technique. But don't be too happy so soon. It's just like how you can barely use a Glory Saint artifact. Even if you can practice it, you might be unable to unleash the true power of a dragon spirit martial technique. Otherwise, Jinju would have already been killed by the power of a Glory Saint artifact. Lil Purple said, reminding Lin Yun not to be so excited. Furthermore, you might not succeed because this Dragon Sun and Moon Cauldron is really mysterious. It doesn't matter. It'll still be comparable to a ghost spirit martial technique. Lin Yun smiled. My master doesn't allow me to practice ghost spirit sword techniques because the Carefree Nine Swords and Aqua Heaven sword technique are enough. But there isn't any restriction for a fist technique. Lin Yun spent the remaining time trying to refine the two glory spirits while Lil Red started practicing the Heavenly Ape Staff technique under Lil Purple's guidance. They immediately went into seclusion in the demonic Rune Tiger's territory. Refining the two spirits was more troublesome than Lin Yun had expected. He had to inject dragon blood and burn them with it to slowly refine the two spirits into a part of his body. This process was more troublesome than refining Saint Elixirs because Lin Yun wasn't a member of the Dragon Clan. He might have the Divine Dragon Bone, but he didn't have the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. The dragon blood contained in his blood was thin, and he could only refine a trace of it, even if he pushed the blue dragon bone to the limit, not to mention that the process was painful. But thinking he could learn a dragon spirit martial technique upon success, Lin Yun was still pretty excited about it. Even if it was an incomplete dragon spirit martial technique, it should be comparable to high-grade ghost spirit martial techniques. The upper limit would also be terrifying if he could reach a high realm. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yun had spent nearly a month there. He was left with his skin sticking to his bones and his face pale. This was because the vitality he had to exhaust in condensing dragon blood was more terrifying than using the Azure Dragon Grasp, not to mention that he had to persist. Even with the Azure Dragon Saint physique, he was still overwhelmed by it. Hehe. Lord Lin. The demonic Rune Tiger appeared. It had learned Lin Yun's name over the past month, but this time, it came with lots of fruits, and each of those fruits contained a terrifying vitality. The fruits were throbbing like the hearts of demonic beasts. What are these? Lin Yun asked. Haha, I brought you some fruit. They might not be saint fruits, but they can be used to replenish your vitality. The demonic Rune Tiger revealed a fawning smile. But as a Tiger King it looked mighty, even if it had a fawning smile. But this made Lin Yun feel uncomfortable because the demonic Rune Tiger was a Tiger King. Yet it looked so pathetic now. This was because the demonic Rune Tiger didn't have a choice. He could tell Lin Yun had exhausted much of his vitality, and he naturally had to find ways to resolve it, fearing that Lin Yun might go after his Tiger King bone. Lord Lin, why don't you try them? The demonic rune tiger said, squeezing out a smile. Put them down. I'll eat them later. Lin Yun smiled. The fruits came at the right time, and he had no reason to reject them. Roger that, Lord Lin. The demonic rune tiger squeezed out a humble smile before it retreated. Hee. That tiger is pretty adorable. Lil Purple came over and picked up a fruit to examine. Lil Red also ran over, wanting to eat the fruit. But Lil Purple knocked on its head. It's not for you. You're not allowed to eat. The pain made Lil Red rub its head as it wailed out, looking at the fruits pitifully. This scene made Lin Yun laugh. But when he laughed, he was interrupted as a fruit was shoved into his mouth. What are you laughing at? Look at you. You're no different from a skeleton. Lil Purple shoved the fruit into Lin Yun's mouth and made him swallow it. When Lin Yun swallowed the fruit, it was swiftly converted into boundless vitality. This made Lin Yun's eyes light up as he continued to throw one fruit after another into his mouth. His vitality was rapidly being replenished, and his body was swiftly recovering. His pale face became rosy as he circulated the Azure Dragon Saint Art to refine the fruits into vitality. In just a brief moment, the terrifying vitality exploded within his body, making his body burn up like a volcano as a massive dragon aura swept out. The sudden outburst caught Lil Purple and Lil Red by surprise, and they were sent flying away. Lil Red spun its body in midair before landing on the back of the demonic rune tiger. The demonic rune tiger was initially happy while looking at Lin Yun devouring the fruits, but it suddenly stopped smiling when Lil Red fell on its back. Since the dragon aura had been significantly suppressed within his body for a long time, it suddenly spiraled out of Lin Yun's control and exploded. As waves of dragon aura exploded from Lin Yun, it soared to the sky, and Lin Yun made so much more improvements in the Azure Dragon Saint Art that had already reached perfection. This feels great. Lin Yun opened his eyes as a smile rose on his lips. Right then, he had utterly refined the Glory Sun and Glory Moon spirits. When he spread his arms apart, the Glory Sun and Glory Moon spirits appeared on each palm and started blazing. This made Lin Yun look like he was lifting a sun and moon with his hands. Combine! Lin Yun suddenly clasped his hands together before his chest. The commotion created sounded like two exploding stars when they collided and soon spread throughout his body from his arms. But his hard work over the last month was crucial. Without that, he wouldn't have succeeded. After basking the spirits with the dragon blood, the tough metal spirits began to dissolve into liquid form, appearing to be alive. The Glory Sun and Glory Moon spirits separated and coursed within his body. Lin Yun felt that they were becoming a part of his body. In the end, the two spirits separated and entered his pupils. The Glory Sun spirit entered his left eye, and the Glory Moon spirit entered his right eye. They were like seeds planted deep within his eyes as the dragon blood blazed. As the Glory Sun and Glory Moon spirits blazed within his pupils, they were constantly fusing into his eyes. Blood dripped down his eye sockets when he closed his eyes, and his dragon aura increased once more, reaching an unbelievable height. It was as if he would turn into a genuine dragon the next moment. Oh my God! Just what kind of monster is Lord Lin? The dragon rune tiger was scared silly as it fell onto its knees, and its eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. As a violet gale blew out, Lil Purple had concern in her pupils as she exclaimed, "He won't go blind, right?" Lil Purple finally panicked because she had agreed to let Lin Yun learn this dragon spirit martial technique. If anything happened to Lin Yun, she would blame herself for it. After all, dragon spirit martial techniques were powerful, even if the crucial part was missing. It still wasn't something ordinary people could try to cultivate. If Lin Yun didn't cultivate the Azure Dragon Saint Art, the dragon blood section would have been enough to kill other cultivators 99% of the time. His cultivation is too low. Lil Purple furrowed her brows. Or rather, this fist technique was too overbearing. For Dragon Pulse Realm experts, it was a transformation for them to condense every single Dragon Pulse. But even so, their eyes were still their weakness. Only after reaching the Samsara Edict realm would their eyes not become their weakness. Lin Yun's cultivation wasn't high, but his physique wasn't weak. His physique was comparable to geniuses at the Third Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. But the name Sovereign Dragon Fist sounds familiar to her for some reason. She had a feeling that she had heard it elsewhere. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she recalled where she had heard it from. The Sovereign Dragon Fist was a long-lost martial technique of the Dragon Clan and was known for being more violent than the Imperial Dragon Fist. The Imperial Dragon Fist was known as the Dragon Clan's most powerful offensive fist technique. I shouldn't have let Lin Yun practice it. Lil Purple finally regretted it. When she saw this fist technique was incomplete earlier, she didn't think it was a problem because it could only be considered a powerful ghost spirit martial technique at best. In reality, most ghost spirit martial techniques were derived from dragon spirit martial techniques, allowing cultivators with lower cultivation to practice them. Such a ghost spirit martial technique had a high threshold. The threshold might not be comparable to top-tiered ghost spirit martial techniques, but it had a high limit that could break through the boundaries of ghost spirit martial techniques. In a nutshell, it was dangerous to practice and had a high threshold in exchange for having a high limit. The Sovereign Dragon Fist was a great example because it had a terrifying high threshold. So Lil Purple was worried that Lin Yun would lose his eyes. Even if Lin Yun managed to become a saint, it would be hard for him to pursue the higher Tao as long as he was incomplete. I made a mistake. Lil Purple squatted down and started crying. God knows how long later. A hand fell onto her head, and a voice resounded, "Why are you crying here?" Lil Purple brawled when she heard that voice and hugged his waist. "I'm sorry. I promise I'll find you a pair of powerful eyes as a replacement." "I'm sorry about that. What are you talking about? Why are you speaking as though I'm blind?" Lin Yun laughed. "You're not blind." Lil Purple was briefly stunned and raised her head. When she looked at Lin Yun, there was nothing wrong with his eyes, and he didn't lose them. Lin Yun's pupils were shining brightly while looking like two abysses. Paired with his dragon aura, they looked like a pair of dragon pupils. "You're a phoenix. So why are you always crying?" Lin Yun scraped her nose with a smile. "Humph. I'm not crying. It's just that the wind is too big." Lil Purple argued, her face blushing. "All right. It's all because of the wind." Lin Yun couldn't help laughing. "You're not allowed to laugh, or I'll be angry," Lil Purple said solemnly. All right, I'll stop laughing." Lin Yun squinted his pupils and carried Lil Purple before walking toward the stone monument. Lil Purple briefly struggled, but when she realized she couldn't break free, she ultimately sat on Lin Yun's shoulders and grabbed onto his neck to prevent herself from falling. When Lin Yun stood before the stone monument, he examined the missing portion of the Sovereign Dragon Fist. It was perilous earlier because he nearly lost his eyes. But in the critical moment, the divine rune in the blue dragon bone saved his life. As boundless vitality poured towards his pupils, it kept him from losing his eyes. I finally know why the Sovereign Dragon Fist requires to refine the glory spirits, Lin Yun muttered as he looked at the stone monument. Why? Lil Purple asked. Dragon aura, Lin Yun explained. Regardless of a cultivator's aura or demonic beast's aura, it has to be released through the eyes. I might have a dragon bone, but my eyes are ultimately the eyes of a human. So no matter how proficient I am with the Azure Dragon Saint art, my dragon aura still can't transform. Lil Purple's eyes lit up because that made sense, and she had never thought of it before. In the past, the dragon aura was fake, no matter how powerful it was, even after being empowered by the blue dragon bone. But it was completely different now. After the Glory Sun and Glory Moon spirits basked in dragon blood and were planted deep within his pupils, he finally had a pair of dragon eyes that had combined with the blue dragon bone. But regardless of the Glory Sun or Glory Moon spirits within his pupils, they could only be considered seeds for now. This meant that he had to refine them in the future to unleash a divine dragon's aura even without the blue dragon bone. As of now, he wanted to give it a try. Lil Tiger, look at me. Lin Yun circulated the blue dragon bone. When he poured the dragon aura into his eyes, he turned to look at the demonic rune tiger with a smile. Ah! The demonic rune tiger was a little stumped. But as it raised its head and came in contact with Lin Yun's eyes, it suddenly felt an unimaginable pressure as if it was looking at a divine dragon. could see starry skies in Lin Yun's pupils like a sun and moon. The demonic rune tiger had activated the Tiger King bone. But no matter how it tried, it couldn't change anything. In the end, the demonic rune tiger threw out 3 mouthfuls of blood before collapsing on the ground, wondering what it had done wrong. Lin Yun had a slightly unbelievable expression on his face as he looked at the demonic rune tiger that was sent flying out. After all, the demonic rune tiger was at least a monarch demonic beast. So it was a little too unbelievable to be sent flying with a glance, even if he caught it by surprise. Was this the true power of the divine dragon aura? How pitiful, Lil Purple said. Lin Yun awkwardly scratched his head, as if he didn't hear what Lil Purple said. This fist technique is incomplete, Lin Yun said with a grave expression. Yeah, the crucial part is missing. There are only 4 forms, and the remaining forms are all missing, Lil Purple said. This is a little difficult. Let me record everything first. Lin Yun nodded. The 4 forms recorded on the stone monument were the Soaring Divine Dragon Order, Raging Divine Dragon, and Repentless Divine Dragon. Aside from that, there was also the Sovereign Dragon Seal. The Sovereign Dragon Seal was the starting gesture and foundation of the Sovereign Dragon Fist. The Sovereign Dragon Fist was nothing without the Sovereign Dragon Seal. The Sovereign Dragon Seal was highly profound. The moment he succeeds in learning it, even if he didn't execute the Sovereign Dragon Fist, he could unleash the power of the Divine Dragon with the Divine Solar Lunar Fist. Then again, trying to form the Sovereign Dragon Seal was challenging. Even if the stone monument had the complete diagram, it wasn't that easy, or he would have already succeeded. Placing Lil Purple to the side, Lin Yun stood before the stone monument and circulated the astral energy within his body, controlling it through his meridians, muscles, dragon runes, bloodline, and even his firmament sword intent before gathering it in his arms. Simultaneously, he circulated the Azure Dragon Saint Art, Divine Firmament Sword Sutra, and the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon. After gathering all of his power, his arms felt heavy, and he began to form a seal with his fingers. Whenever he formed a seal, his vitality would be exhausted and converted into a boundless dragon aura. When he formed 10 seals, his dragon aura multiplied tenfold, and his physique struggled to hold on. When he reached his limit, Lin Yun formed a profound seal with his hands, Sovereign Dragon Seal. His pupils became golden, and an oppressive aura swept out with Lin Yun's expression becoming grave. Looking at the Sovereign Dragon Seal, Lin Yun unhappily furrowed his brow. I'm still a little lacking. As a dragon roar echoed from the stone monument, 7 colored lights shone from the monument. But he knew that he should be on the right path. As long as he carried on, he would definitely be able to form the Sovereign Dragon Seal. Lin Yun spent the remaining time cultivating. On the first day, he tried 3,000 times until he ran out of vitality and astral energy. Every time he exhausted his vitality and astral energy, he would consume fruits to replenish them before continuing to practice the Sovereign Dragon Seal. On the second day, he tried 13,000 times, exhausting his vitality and astral energy 4 times. He also managed to condense 2 of the divine lights of the Sovereign Dragon Seal. On the third day, he tried 20,000 times, exhausting his vitality and astral energy 6 times, condensing 3 divine lights. It wasn't easy because he would be in great pain every time he was done. He wanted to stop and rest well, but he knew he would fail if he rested. So he would grit his teeth and persevere. The Sovereign Dragon Seal finally gathered all 7 divine lights on the 9th day. Sovereign Dragon Seal. Lin Yun soared into the sky as 7 divine lights radiated from his hands. His dragon aura also broke through the limits of Elysium Core Realm. Judging from his aura, it exceeded those at the First Pulse Dragon Pulse Realm. Heaven and Earth unite. Dragon Sun and Moon Cauldron. Eternal Light. Empowered by the Sovereign Dragon Seal, Lin Yun executed the Divine Solar Lunar Fist. 3 punches later, the sky became pale, and the power of the Divine Solar Lunar Fist was 3 times what it was before. It had broken through the bottleneck of a Holy Spirit martial technique. It's already so powerful when I've just entered the threshold of the Sovereign Dragon Seal. If I master the first form, how powerful will it become? Lin Yun's eyes flickered. Over the past new days, he didn't just reach the threshold in the Sovereign Dragon Seal but also excavated all the potential of the Blue Dragon Bone. Next, he would start practicing the first form of the Sovereign Dragon Fist, Soaring Divine Dragon. After spending another month, Lin Yun successfully mastered the Soaring Divine Dragon. Empowered by the Sovereign Dragon Fist, he would unleash a divine dragon when he threw his punch. Soaring to the sky, Lin Yun executed the Sovereign Dragon Seal, and 100 divine dragons flew out from his body. When every divine dragon flew to the sky, they fused with the sky as Lin Yun threw his punch out. 10 miles away, a mountain of a few thousand feet was reduced to ashes by his punch. This made Lin Yun inwardly rejoice because he had finally mastered the first form, even if he had just entered the threshold. He could unleash 1,000 dragons after reaching lesser mastery, and it would only become more powerful once he masters the other forms. I should have the strength to become first on the Elysium Core ranking, right? If it was in the past, he would definitely feel that he was already first on the Elysium Core ranking. But after fighting by Luiying, Lin Yun sensed that the weight of the Elysium Core ranking was more significant than he had imagined. After all, that was a ranking containing every expert in the Eastern Desolation, not only the ancient barren domain. As a genius of a holy land, Bai Luiying had shown him the power of a holy land's genius. It shouldn't be an issue to reach the top 10. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with confidence as he unleashed an aura belonging to a 9-star heavenly Elysium Core realm. During this cultivation period, he consumed various vitality-replenishing fruits to excavate the potential of the Blue Dragon Bone. Lin Yun was already at the pinnacle of the 8-star heavenly Elysium Core realm. He could already make a breakthrough when refining the nether flower, but he suppressed it to ensure a firm foundation. Now that he had practically reached the limit before making a breakthrough, he was confident of reaching the peak. He didn't fight with those in the top 10, so he wasn't too confident about it. Anyhow, he wasn't afraid of anyone in the Elysium Core realm. Even if he had to face geniuses from Holy Lands, Lin Yun wouldn't be scared. Knowing it was time for him to return, Lin Yun memorized the diagrams on the stone monument before returning to the Sword Sect. Lord Lin, you're returning? The demonic rune tiger ran over, inwardly rejoicing. Looking at the demonic rune tiger, Lin Yun briefly pondered before he said, "Hand me your Saint Blade." The demonic rune tiger became nervous upon hearing that and asked, "Lord Lin, I spent a great deal of effort to obtain that Saint Blade. What are you thinking about?" Lin Yun asked curiously. "I'm leaving, so I want to perform your blade technique for you. It shouldn't be an issue for you to deal with demonic beasts with your blade technique, but it's filled with flaws in the eyes of an expert." The demonic rune tiger became emotional when he heard that. After all, he knew how strong Lin Yun was, and it was his most significant opportunity that Lin Yun was willing to teach him. He was already stuck in his blade technique and knew it was only possible to make a breakthrough if he had someone to teach him. If he relied on himself, he could only reach greater mastery. Observe well. Lin Yun held onto the blade and performed the blade technique once, and it already showed signs of reaching complete mastery. This Holy Spirit martial technique ultimately reached the manifestation stage, leaving the demonic rune tiger stumped. "All right, I'll be leaving." Lin Yun smiled. He might not be proficient in blade techniques, but it was only a Holy Spirit martial technique, so it was not difficult for him. When he returned to the Sword Sect, he instantly fell asleep. 7 days later, Mu Qingqing's voice resounded, "Junior brother Lin, time for us to get going." The bitter cultivation in this period was too torturous, even with his Azure Dragon Saint physique and Blue Dragon Bone. "Junior brother Lin." Mu Qingqing's voice resounded once more. "Coming." Lin Yun's voice resounded, and he opened the door. Outside the cloud-soaring peak, Mu Qingqing looked heroic, donning an azure robe. "Where have you been? Yi Xiling and others are already out, but you're nowhere to be found." Mu Qingqing grumbled. Lin Yun scratched his head when he heard that because he had been in bitter cultivation for the past 2 months. It turned out that the saint's disciples have already come out of Saint Mountain. Weird. Why do I feel like you've become more handsome? Mu Qingqing blinked her eyes as she looked at Lin Yun. For some reason, he looked even more outstanding now, especially his eyes that captivated her. Many ladies might come after you in this heavenly pool gathering. Senior sister, you must be joking. Lin Yun replied. Wait. You've reached the 6-star heavenly Elysium core realm? Mu Qingqing exclaimed. Lin Yun merely replied to her with a smile. In reality, he had already reached the 9-star heavenly Elysium core realm, and he could reach the Dragon Pulse realm anytime he wanted. But he didn't want to be the center of attention and used the black tortoise breathing to conceal his strength. If he didn't attack, others could only feel he was at the 6-star heavenly Elysium core realm. Your cultivating speed is breakneck, Mu Qingqing said enviously. You're not any slower than the saint's disciples. The saint's disciples could cultivate on Saint Mountain, receiving the daily guidance of a saint. With all sorts of resources, they reached the 6-star heavenly Elysium core realm in 1 year. But for some reason, Lin Yun's cultivation speed wasn't any slower than theirs. The two briefly chatted before they headed to the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, a few people were waiting for them, aside from the disciples who were sending them off. Mu Shuiqin was the party's leader, and 2 more were standing beside her. Lin Yun recognized them since they were experts on the heaven ranking. One of them was the Scarlet Firmament Peak's Zhou Yuan, ranked 10th and at the 2nd Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. The second one was also from the Scarlet Firmament Peak's Wang Yun, ranked 8th and also at the 2nd Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. The 3 were geniuses on the Sword Sect's heaven ranking, especially Mu Shuiqin, who was ranked 3rd. She even had some fame in the ancient Baron domain. This time, they weren't the protagonists, but the 4 people standing behind them. Those were the saints' disciples who had just left Saint Mountain. 6 saints took in a disciple each, but the Emerald Firmament Peak and Profound Firmament Peak didn't have any sword inheritance. So the 2 saints' disciples weren't around. The remaining 4 were the disciple of the Azure Firmament Peak's Azure Storm, Saint Lord Jiangcheng, the disciple of the Indigo Firmament Peak's Indigo Lightning, Saint Lord Yi Xiling, a disciple of the Gold Firmament Peak's Heavenly Heart, Saint Lord Zhao Yan, and the disciple of the Scarlet Firmament Peak Scarlet Sun, Saint Lord Yi Ziyun. Aside from that, the twin stars of the Earth ranking, Ji Shuxian and Jin Xuani, would also be participating in the Heavenly Pool gathering. But they were insignificant compared to the saint's disciples. When Lin Yun raised his head, he bumped gaze with Yi Xiling, and they both smiled. Although it had been a year since they last met, there wasn't any distance between them despite being apart for so long. Shortly after, Lin Yun greeted Zhao Yan. Yi Xiling's cultivation reached the 7-star heavenly Elysium core realm. As for Zhao Yan and Yi Ziyun, they were slightly weaker in comparison and only at the 6-star heavenly Elysium core realm. Then again, reaching such high cultivation wasn't something that could be achieved with a saint's guidance alone. As for Lin Yun, he had his encounters, as well as the Radiant Sword Saint and Mu Shenkong having been taking care of him. Based on his talent, it would be weird if he was weaker than them. Only Mu Qingqing didn't know the reason within. Young Master Lin, it has been a month since we met, and I've missed you greatly, Yi Ziyun said in a half-joking and half-serious tone. It wasn't because she was in love with Lin Yun but because she just wanted to probe Yi Xiling. Over the past year, her heartthrob for Lin Yun had already faded away. You should address me as your senior brother. Lin Yun smiled. Haha. It'll make us look closer this way, Yi Ziyun said as she looked at Yi Xiling. She soon lost interest when she saw that there wasn't much response from Yi Xiling. Senior brother Lin, it has been a long time. Jiangcheng smiled, and Lin Yun nodded in response. These are the saint's disciples? They all have powerful auras, and I heard they all practiced a high-grade ghost spirit martial technique. Practicing a high-grade ghost spirit martial technique at the Elysium core realm? How is this possible? It's impossible for us, but not for saint disciples like them. Senior brother Lin seems pale in comparison when standing together with them. Not to mention that there hasn't been any news about senior brother Lin for the past 6 months. Senior brother Lin is also a saint disciple, But it's a pity that martial ancestor Radiant has been in seclusion and doesn't have much time to teach Lin Yun. Otherwise, Lin Yun would not be inferior to them. Those who arrived after couldn't help comparing Lin Yun with the saint's disciples. Amongst the saint's disciples, Xianxia naturally stood out with his cultivation at the pinnacle of the 7-star Heavenly Elysium core realm. He even showed signs of reaching the 8-star Heavenly Elysium core realm. In terms of aura, Yi Xiling was calmer in comparison. Over the past year of bitter cultivation, she had calmed down a lot. As for Zhao Yan, his changes were more minor than everyone else. He was still standing there without any focus in his pupils, and Lin Yun couldn't even be sure if Zhao Yan had heard his greeting. "Junior brother Lin, have you been in bitter cultivation all this time?" Mu Shuiqin asked. "Yeah," Lin Yun replied. Half an incense's time later, a ship with the sword sex flag slowly descended from the sky. "Let's go," Mu Shuiqin instructed, and everyone boarded the ship. The sword sect was far from the Heavenly Pool Manor. If they fly by themselves, it would take at least 15 days. But if they traveled with the ship, it would only take them 2 to 3 days. The ship could fly, and it was a warship that could resist the attacks of several Samsara Edict Realm experts. As a violent gale blew, the ship flew into the air with everyone on it. When the ship entered the clouds, it bolted forth. At the same time, Mu Shuiqin invited everyone to drink and share the current situation between the various sects, including things to take note of in the Heavenly Pool Gathering. The Heavenly Pool Gathering was different from what Lin Yun had imagined. The 8 powerful sects had 2 guaranteed quotas, while the remaining quotas were received by ranking. Since this involved the baptism, the competition would be intense. The Sword Sect didn't have an excellent ranking in the past gatherings after Mu Shuiqin, Yi Xianqing, and Gu Ruochen reached the Dragon Pulse realm. In the previous Heavenly Pool Gathering, the Sword Sect only ranked 5th. In the end, the Sword Sect only received 1 guaranteed ranking, and that was a great humiliation to the Sword Sect. Mu Shuiqin led the party this time to boost the Sword Sect's morale, hoping that the Sword Sect could obtain a good ranking at the Heavenly Pool Gathering. "Who's our greatest competitor this time?" Zhang Cheng asked as he took a sip of wine. He could reach the 8-star Heavenly Elysium core realm if he wanted. So he was filled with confidence for this Heavenly Pool Gathering. "There are a lot of competitors," said Mu Shuiqin. "Aside from our mortal enemy, the Profound Sky Sect, there are also geniuses from the Heavenly Blade Pavilion, Vajra Monastery, and the Emerald Jade Manor. Especially the Vajra Monastery because they aren't any weaker than the Sword Sect and Profound Sky Sect when regarding their comprehensive strength. But we'll have to see to know the exact details because everyone has deeply hidden their strength. The ancient barren domain might seem calm on the surface, but an undercurrent was flowing beneath it. Everyone knew there would be a huge battle when the Radiant Sword Saint dies. Many people predicted that the Radiant Sword Saint wouldn't make it through this ordeal. At that time, not only would the Sword Sect suffer a devastating disaster, but the other powerful sects would also be implicated. Everyone had been preparing for that. Even the Saint Lords had appeared to take in disciples, and it was unsure if the other sects had similar preparations. But Lin Yun didn't have much feeling about this Heavenly Pool Gathering. After reaching the 9-star Heavenly Elysium core realm, he no longer had much anticipation for the Heavenly Pool Gathering. The baptism quota also wasn't too attractive to him. Others might have their concerns, but he was confident he could condense Dragon Origin at the First Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. The trip to the Dragon Remnant Astral realm allowed him to surpass his peers. He would give the quota to others, so he wouldn't stand out if Zhang Cheng could handle the situation. At times, maintaining a low profile was a better choice. 3 days later, a majestic mountain appeared before everyone. This sword-like mountain was enveloped in clouds. When the ship stopped at the foot of the mountain, they were swiftly received by the Heavenly Pool Manor. "Lady Mu, my father has been waiting for a long time." An elegant youth wielding a sword in his right hand led several servants over. This person was the young lord of the Heavenly Pool Manor, Pei Qian. He was well-mannered and didn't dare to look down on the Sword Sect. The group was swiftly led into the Heavenly Pool Manor. The Heavenly Pool Manor was situated at the waist of the mountain, and the Heavenly Pool Manor had multiple tall buildings along with hovering palaces. It was even more glorious to many saint clans. The banquet would be held at a pavilion in the Heavenly Pool Manor, and there were many suspending passages among the pavilions. 7 massive floating pavilions were positioned in a circle formation with a huge stage at the center of it. The pavilions had no doors and were connected with floating passages. This arrangement would make everyone feel as though they were in the clouds. Pei Qian led the sword sex party to a pavilion before he left. Several servants swiftly came over when everyone sat down with fruits and wine. The main pavilion was empty, and that belonged to the Heavenly Pool Manor, where the Lord of the Manor would personally host the banquet. The Lord of the Manor was known as the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord, and he could be considered an expert in the ancient barren domain. Otherwise, this place would have long been snatched by someone else. When Lin Yun looked around, he noticed that 4 parties had already arrived. Although he hadn't seen them before, he could recognize their origin after judging their auras and the clothes that they were wearing. The ones donned in green uniforms were from the Emerald Jade Manor, the monks were naturally from the Vajra Monastery, and the group of women must be from the Heavenly Note sect. As for the remaining pavilion, they were practically all spiritualists, so they must be disciples of the Profound Valley. In the past, the Heavenly Note sect and Profound Valley were typically ranked at the bottom, and they didn't have much sense of existence. The 2 sects were unique because one specialized in music while the other specialized in spiritual runes. Music had a high threshold. It wasn't that it was impossible to produce experts, but the requirement for comprehension was too high. But the 2 sects' position in the ancient barren domain wasn't low. The Heavenly Note sect had a huge origin, and their information was unrivaled in the ancient barren domain. They often held various auctions and banquets, which meant they had a good connection with multiple forces. This was the reason why no sect dared to belittle them. As for the Profound Valley, there was naturally nothing to say about the Profound Valley, since they were proficient in refining elixirs, forging artifacts, and constructing spiritual arrays. All the best saint spiritualists in the ancient barren domain were gathered there. The Vajra Monastery had a Buddhism inheritance with a deep foundation, and they were more or less on the same level as the Sword sect. The Emerald Jade Manor's divine phaseless art was famous in the ancient barren domain, and they would often make it into the top 3. 5 of the powerful sects were here. The only ones remaining were the Profound Sky sect, Heavenly Blade Pavilion, and the Thunder sect. Not long after Lin Yun sat down, he could sense several gazes directed over. They were from the Profound Valley's Tang Jing, Heavenly Note sect's Luo Shui, Vajra Monastery's Tsong Yun, and Emerald Jade Manor's Ning Feng. They could all be considered acquaintances since they met on Profound Wither Island. Tang Jing was emotional when he saw Lin Yun, but he only raised his cup since it wasn't convenient for him to come over. Knowing what he was thinking, Lin Yun also raised his cup with a smile. Lin Yun saved his life and he naturally wouldn't forget it. This fellow is actually here, and his cultivation doesn't seem low. It looks like this gathering will be interesting. Song Yun rubbed his head when he saw Lin Yun and started looking around. An hour later, the Thunder sect and Heavenly Blade Pavilion finally arrived. Only the Profound Sky sect was left out of the 8 powerful sections. When Lin Yun sensed 2 gazes directed at him, he raised his head and looked at the 2 gazes with surprise flashing through his pupils. It turned out that there were 2 acquaintances from the Thunder sect. One was Zhang Jin, whom he met back at Profound Wither Island. Back then, he was the leader of the Empyrean Realm Party, and he wasn't surprised that he would be here 1 year later. As for the other one, it was surprising because it was Dugu Yen of the Azure Thunder sect. Lin Yun didn't have much impression of this person whom he had defeated, but this person usually kept his eyes closed because of his Azure Thunder Sword eyes. Since his appearance was too striking, Lin Yun naturally had some impression of this person. But he was surprised that this person joined the Thunder sect. Then again, it wasn't surprising if he thought about it again. The 2 sects had similar martial techniques, and the Thunder sect would naturally welcome him if he was willing to join. There was another acquaintance from the Heavenly Blade Pavilion, Nangong Zhe. But this person was too aloof and didn't place anything in his eyes. He was only paying attention to the leader of each sect before he closed his eyes and started meditating. He didn't even spare a glance at Lin Yun or the Elysium Core realm geniuses from the other sects, as though he didn't consider those geniuses his opponents. He only showed interest in Dragon Pulse realm geniuses like Mu Shuiqin, feeling that he would soon become one of them. This Nangong Zhe is a little arrogant. After returning from the profound Wither Island, I heard that his blade intent soon reached the firmament blade sword intent, which has already reached the pinnacle of the 4th grade blade intent. How did he manage to do it? Isn't this a little too unbelievable? Who knows? Perhaps he had his encounters on the profound Wither Island. Nangong Zhe was famous amongst the younger generation, and his aloof attitude soon attracted everyone's attention. Lin Yun's eyes flickered when he looked at Nangong Zhe. It seemed like Nangong Zhe had received some benefits on the profound Wither Island. He discovered that not only Nangong Zhe, but Zhang Jin, Zhang Yun, Tang Jin, and Luo Shui had also gotten much stronger than before. Why isn't the profound Sky Sex party here? Coming late on purpose? They're too arrogant to let us wait for them. Ha, nothing to be arrogant about. The profound Sky Sect didn't even dare to let out a fart when the patriarch of the Nether Divinity clan was killed. Did they really think they were invincible in the ancient barren domain? Several unhappy voices resounded. The banquet wouldn't start until everyone was there. So everyone naturally became unhappy after waiting for so long. Luo Yuan apologizes for being late, and I'll punish myself by drinking 3 cups. A loud voice echoed as a group appeared in an empty pavilion. They were naturally from the profound Sky Sect, and the one leading was donned in black with a jade ornament on his waist. He was Luo Yuan of the profound Sky Sect, with his cultivation at the pinnacle 2nd Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. The strongest amongst the younger generation was in the 3rd Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, and only those who had reached it could be considered influential figures in the ancient barren domain. If anyone could reach the 3rd Pulse Dragon Pulse realm before 30, they could be considered part of the golden generation in the ancient barren domain. By far, in the Sword Sect, only Gu Ruochen had achieved that. As for Yi Shenqing and Mu Shuiqin, they still needed to be improved. After all, it was completely different after reaching the Dragon Pulse realm. The condensing of each pulse was equivalent to a tribulation, and the price of failure was death. So without absolute confidence, no one would take the risk of condensing another pulse before they were well prepared. Luo Yuan was a formidable figure because he could evenly fight against a golden generation genius from the Thunder Sect for 100 moves, thus becoming famous. He was known as the strongest existence beneath the golden generation. Many people speculated that he could reach the 3rd Pulse Dragon Pulse realm before 30. So the leader of every sect wore a grave expression when he appeared with fear flashing across their pupils. This included Mu Shuiqin, who had always considered Luo Yuan her rival. But Lin Yun wasn't too bothered by Luo Yuan. His gaze was on the person standing to the left of Luo Yuan instead. This person was wearing an ordinary yellow robe and a golden mask. This banquet had nothing to do with Dragon Pulse realm experts, and Lin Yun had some distance to go compared to the Dragon Pulse realm. He might not be afraid of Luo Yuan, but it was practically impossible for him to win. Regardless of how terrifying his foundation was, it was nothing compared to the vast differences in their cultivation. He might be able to deal with ordinary Dragon Pulse realm experts, but it was another story if he faced a genius who had condensed dragon origin. But with Mu Shuiqin around, he didn't have to worry about the Dragon Pulse realm experts. Who's he? Lin Yun asked Jin Xuani because he was more curious about the masked person. Don't know. Jin Xuani shook his head. Maybe he's Qin Song. But Lin Yun didn't think that it was possible. With Tian Xuanzi's means, Lin Yun didn't doubt that Tian Xuanzi could restore Qin Song's injuries. But this person couldn't be Qin Song. Lin Yun had dug out Qin Song's dragon bone, and he significantly understood the latter's aura. So if this masked person was Qin Song, Lin Yun would recognize this person immediately. During this period, Luo Yuan was done drinking 3 cups as he looked at Mu Shuiqin with a smile. Pretty impressive formation from the Sword Sect. All the saints' disciples are here. It looks like you guys are pretty determined. I dare not to be determined. Mu Shuiqin indifferently replied. Haha. Why don't you dare with all the saints' disciples here? Luo Yuan wore a playful smile and continued. I'm only curious. After all, if the sword sect can't even make it into the top 3 like last year, doesn't that mean that the Saint Lords of your sword sect are nothing impressive? As a cold light flashed across Mu Shuichin's pupils, she replied, the saint's disciples only joined the sect for a year, so it's understandable for them to be defeated. After all, who can claim to be invincible in this world? As for whether the Saint Lords of our sword sect are strong, you can ask the Nether Divinity clan that question yourself. Sparks flew between their eyes, and anyone could smell the gunpowder between them. It was well known that the Profound Sky sect had a deep relationship with the Nether Divinity clan. So the death of the Nether Divinity clan's patriarch was a massive blow to the Profound Sky sect's reputation. So when Mu Shuichin said those words, the smile disappeared from Luo Yuan's face. After all, Qin Zhao's death greatly affected the Profound Sky sect's reputation. But Luo Yuan soon calmed down and smiled. There isn't an invincible person in the world? I'm afraid someone might disagree with that. As he spoke, he turned to look at the masked man standing beside him. This person had a mask covering most of his face and quietly drank wine. Sensing Luo Yuan's gaze, the masked man indifferently replied, there are naturally invincible people in the world. The 9 emperors were invincible when they emerged. Jian Jingtian of your sect 18 years ago can be considered invincible among the same generation. So we naturally have to have the mentality to be invincible. His words shocked many people as Jiang Cheng squinted his eyes and asked, how can I address you? Yi Xian, an ordinary disciple of the Profound Sky sect. The masked man replied, Yi Xian? Never heard of you before. What capability does someone who only knows how to hide his identity have? For a Profound Sky sect's expert, you'll have to look at the likes of Zhaofeng. The other sect's disciples whispered amongst themselves because they had never heard of Yi Xian before, not to mention that this person only knew how to put on a pretense as though he was a genius. Ha, invincible? You're qualified to say that. Nangong Zhe spoke out and snickered. Don't tell me that you wear a mask because you're ugly? Ha! The masked man smiled and didn't bother to argue. But the other sect's geniuses, such as Cang Yun, Du Guyan, Zhang Jin, and Ningfeng, didn't dare to be careless around this person. Right then, a Saint Aura descended and the Heavenly Pool Manor's Heavenly Pool Saint Lord appeared from the main pavilion. Following his appearance, the Sword Sect and the Profound Sky Sect calmed down. The rules of this gathering are the same as in the past. There are 3 segments and 2 sects will be eliminated with each segment. The top 4 will be determined in the last round. The first will have 4 quotas, the second will have 3, the third will have 2, and the fourth will have a quota. The sects eliminated in the first 2 segments will only keep 2 quotas. Does anyone have any opinion about that? The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord asked. Mu Shuichin naturally had no opinion because the 8 sects set the rules a long time ago, and the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord was only going through a ceremony. Whoever can win 3 rounds will make it through, and those who lost 3 fights will be eliminated. The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord continued his explanation while nodding his head. Everyone was already familiar with the rules. Each sect could only send out Elysium Core Realm disciples to challenge another sect, and they could also wait to be challenged. They just had to focus on winning 3 rounds and were not limited to how many times a person could fight. This meant that if you were strong enough, you could sweep through the Elysium Core Realm geniuses of the other sects alone. That meant 1 round was all it needed, but it was practically impossible. The gathering was a fight between Elysium Core Realm geniuses. Although the competition was intense, the rules were rather casual. The ancient barren battlefield was where it was brutal because it was simply a slaughterhouse between sections. Since the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord was around, no one's life would be harmed there. Since no one has any opinion about the rules, who will be first? The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord looked around. Everyone here for this gathering was much stronger because the chief Empyreans of many sects had all reached the Elysium Core Realm. Furthermore, they had a high ranking on the Empyrean ranking. With their accumulation, they would undergo a transformation upon reaching the Elysium Core Realm, and they could even get the top hundredths in the future. When the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord was done, a person flew out from the Profound Sky Sect's party and landed on the vast stage. Profound Sky Sect's Lu Su requests to challenge the Sword Sect's Saint Disciple, Yi Xiling. This person cupped his hands in the Sword Sect's direction, and his words instantly caused a commotion. Everyone was surprised that the Profound Sky Sect wanted to challenge the Sword Sect for the first fight. Mu Shuiqin had no change on her face as she raised her wine cup. Jin Xuanyi and Ji Shuxian exchanged glances before Jin Xuanyi stood up and smiled. "You're not qualified to fight a Saint Disciple. Let me face you instead." Mu Shuiqin would naturally not agree to a nameless person challenging Yi Xiling. At the very least, they had to probe the other party's strength. Meanwhile, Luo Yuan raised his wine cup with a playful gaze because he knew the show was finally starting. In this gathering, he was determined to embarrass the entire Sword Sect, and not a single Saint Disciple could escape. "Yi Xiling doesn't dare to come out? Aren't you just some cannon fodder?" Lu Su snickered with disappointment flashing across his pupils. Looking at Jin Xuanyi. "You're overthinking it." Jin Xuanyi's eyes flashed with rage, because Lu Su was a little too arrogant. He was so arrogant even before they fought. "You don't believe me?" Lu Su indifferently looked at Jin Xuanyi. "You still think the Sword Sect has returned to what it was in ancient times? The times have changed. Under the altercation of the Saint Sovereign, the cultivation of my Profound Sky Sect has long surpassed your Sword Sect. I don't even need to draw my sword to face you." Jin Xuanyi's face froze because Lu Su was no longer looking down on him but looking at him with contempt. The disciples of the other sects also calmed down because what Lu Su said wasn't wrong. Back then, the Profound Sky Sect was insignificant and couldn't even be compared to the Profound Valley and Heavenly Note Sect. But ever since Tianxuanzi rose and completed the Profound Sky Canon, the Profound Sky Sect was no longer the same as before. The completion of their martial system was the reason why they could catch up to the Sword Sect. The Sword Sect's decline wasn't because the Radiant Sword Saint was running out of lifespan, but because Tianxuanzi was a genuine genius. But it was undeniable that Lu Su was really arrogant, claiming that he didn't have to draw his sword to defeat Jin Xuanyi. One must know that Jin Xuanyi wasn't a nobody in the Sword Sect. What arrogance! Jin Xuanyi coldly snorted and circulated the gold firmament sword sutra. A mighty sword aura exploded from him. Jin Xuanyi had reached a high stage in the gold firmament sword sutra. He could take a step further if his cultivation didn't limit him. When Jin Xuanyi's sword radiated with a golden light, as if basking in the sun, Lu Su smiled while releasing moonlight from his pores. As the radiating moonlight emitted a powerful sword aura, his body became shiny before he threw a punch forth. As an explosion echoed, Jin Xuanyi's sword aura collapsed under that punch before it could even approach. This made Lin Yun surprised because Lu Su had merged his sword intent with his fist. This was the first time he had seen someone achieving that so perfectly, aside from himself. Lu Su gave Lin Yun a feeling similar to when Jin Ju was using the Heavenly Moon. But simultaneously, it was different. It was more like the Heavenly Moon Fist technique or Heavenly Moon Sword technique. Lin Yun's heart sank because Tianxuanzi was a little too terrifying. He could alter the Profound Sky Canon, comparable to a Dragon Spirit martial technique, into a sword or fist technique. Not good. Mu Shuiqin's heart sank when she saw this scene. Lu Su probably cultivated the Profound Sky Canon, while this fist technique should have been altered not too long ago. So she began to wonder if it was Tianxuanzi who modified it. Hee. Take another punch from me. Lu Su roared as moonlight soared into the sky from him under everyone's shocked gazes. As the sky turned dark, Lu Su's punch collided with the tip of Jin Xuanyi's sword. After a clash, Jin Xuanyi was shocked because his sword was nearly knocked out of his hand. But how was that possible? The Gold Firmament Sword Sutra was known for its piercing attribute. Yet, Lu Su took his attack head-on with his fist. Once more, Lu Su laughed as the moonlight he emitted condensed into a jade monument that enveloped him. When Jin Xuanyi's sword clashed with the jade monument, sparks flew and the sword was being pushed back. Simultaneously, Lu Su kept approaching while his moonlight came crashing down on Jin Xuanyi's sword aura. Occasionally, when Jin Xuanyi's sword ray landed on Lu Su, it was blocked by the gentle moonlight around him, and he only suffered superficial injuries in his advance. Looking at Lu Su, who was being enveloped in the moonlight like a cloak, Lin Yun knew that Jin Xuani was about to be defeated. Moon-shattering heaven. Jin Xuani no longer held back, seeing that his sword aura was being suppressed. Since they couldn't use their constellation in this fight, Jin Xuani resorted to his second strongest attack and his sword aura began to rise. When he swung his sword, every corner of the stage was covered with his sword rays. Moon-shattering heaven? It sounds like it's meant to deal with me, but it's useless. Lu Su roared. The jade monument then shattered, and a screen appeared above him. Shortly after, a small moon appeared behind him with the screen spreading out, then overlapping with the initial heaven. Lesser heavenly moon. Jin Xuani's sword ray landed on the screen, but it only made Lu Su take a few steps back. My turn now. Lu Su grinned as he charged forth. 8 moves later, his punch fell onto Jin Xuani's chest, making Jin Xuani throw out a mouthful of blood before he fell to his knees and slid a few hundred meters across the ground. You lost. Lu Su smiled. Come back. Mu Shuiqin called out, her face being somewhat ugly. After all, not only was Jin Xuani defeated, but he was terribly defeated. When Jin Xuani returned, his face was filled with shame. Don't speak. Let me take a look at your injuries, said Mu Shuiqin. Even if the sword sect was greatly embarrassed in this fight, the disciple's safety was her utmost priority. This is a profound wither pellet. Swallow it. Mu Shuiqin briefly examined Jin Xuani's injuries and took out a profound wither pellet straight away. She discovered that his injuries were heavier than she had imagined. Looking at this scene, Lin Yu knew that Mu Shuiqin was like her father, having deep feelings for the sect. The famous gold firmament sword sutra of the sword sect is disappointing. The strongest sect of swordsmen in the ancient barren domain? Are you guys serious about that? Lu Su smiled. Saint Disciple Yi Xiling, do you think I'm qualified to fight you now? Lu Su came prepared since he could defeat Jin Xuani without drawing his sword. It was no wonder why he was so confident, and Luo Yuan played a game of good chess by having him come out first. It didn't matter if Yi Xiling accepted the challenge or not. The sword sect had already lost because a nameless Lu Su was enough to force a saint disciple to come out. If Yi Xiling didn't go up, no one else other than the saint disciples had a chance. After all, Ji Shuxian was on the same level as Jin Xuani. Since Jin Xuani lost so terribly, there was a high chance that Ji Shuxian would lose. But if Yi Xiling was defeated, the sword sect would suffer 2 defeats, which would be a massive blow to their reputation. A smile appeared on Luo Yuan's face as he shook the wine in his hand. This was all within his expectations. He was satisfied with Lu Su's performance, which gave the Profound Sky sect a good start. Senior sister, let me go, Ji Shuxian said, looking at Mu Shuiqin. He was under tremendous pressure, but he had no choice because others might think that the sword sect didn't have anyone else if he didn't. I'll fulfill his wish, since he wants to challenge me. Before Mu Shuiqin could reply, Yi Xiling had already stood up. This made Mu Shuiqin briefly hesitate before she ultimately nodded her head. Yi Xiling gently landed on the stage, and her long legs were highly striking. When Lu Su looked at Yi Xiling, who was 100 meters away, he couldn't help licking his lips. Her legs alone could drive many men insane, and she also had a unique temperament. This just made others want to dominate her even more. Yi Xiling is out to fight. I heard that she's the daughter of Jian Jingtian and now the disciple of the Indigo Lightning Saint Lord. It is said that she has been in seclusion for a year. Are you serious? Of course. She might have Yi as her surname, but there's no doubt that she's the daughter of Jian Jingtian. I wonder how much of Jian Jingtian's talent she inherited. This became interesting now. When Yi Xiling appeared, she instantly became the center of attention, and just her identity as Jian Jingtian's daughter alone was enough to garner so much attention. Not to mention that she was also a beauty with a unique temperament. With flames blazing in his pupils, Lu Su smiled. Jian Jingtian is your father, and the Indigo Lightning Saint Lord is your master. You have a pretty impressive origin, and I don't have any regrets even if I lose today. He was pretty clever to point out Yi Xiling's identity. This was enough to ensure he wouldn't be embarrassed if he lost. But if he won, Yi Xiling would only become a stepping stone for him, and the sword sect would be significantly humiliated. Make your move, instead of talking. Yi Xiling furrowed his brows. I ask for Lady Yi to go easy on me. Lesser heavenly moon. Lu Su smiled and circulated the profound sky cannon, immediately executing the lesser heavenly moon. This time it was even more terrifying, reaching the level of 8-star heavenly Elysium core realm experts. When his aura reached its limit, Lu Su stomped his foot on the ground and dashed forth. After soaring into the sky, he stomped his foot on the moon, and moonlight was blazing on him as the astral energy within his body boiled. This scene made everyone's heart sink because Lu Su's attacks weren't humble. He's purposefully trying to embarrass Yi Xiling, a saint disciple of the sword sect. But what was even more shocking was that he looked like a sword when he dashed over after stomping on the moon. This scene made everyone take in a cold breath and finally know why Lu Su didn't use his sword. He was clearly a body-refining cultivator and had tempered his body to the point of becoming a saint's sword. Since his body was like a sword, he naturally didn't need a sword. But Yi Xiling maintained the indifference on her face, with no signs of panic. Suddenly, a terrifying chill exploded from her body that swept out like a blizzard. As a radiant snow flower bloomed within her pupils, she gently pushed her palm forth as a draconic roar echoed out. Before Lu Su could even get close, he slowed down under the dragon's roar. When Yi Xiling's palm arrived, Lu Su was sent flying back. How is this possible? Lu Su was surprised. He naturally didn't hope to inflict severe injuries on Yi Xiling with that attack since his 2 trump cards were hidden after this attack. But Yi Xiling had already ended his schemes before they began. But it would only make it more interesting. After all, it would be too dull if he won so easily. As Lu Su spun in midair, he landed on the hovering moon and looked down on Yi Xiling. Get down here. A cold light flashed across Yi Xiling's pupils as she tugged with her right hand. When the snowflakes formed into a dragon that was constructed of snow and lightning, the dragon coiled around Lu Su. Lu Su's smile froze on his face. His pupils radiated with fear as he struggled to break free. Thunderfrost intent? Lin Yun's eyes lit up because Yi Xiling seemed to have combined the Thunderfrost intent with her divine dragon sword physique. Before he could think more about it, the moon beneath Lu Su exploded and he was dragged over to Yi Xiling. As Yi Xiling reached out, she grabbed onto Lu Su's throat and a terrifying chill enveloped the latter. Let me go! Lu Su's legs were kicking around. He was shocked beyond words. He thought his cultivation was close to Yi Xiling, and he wouldn't lose to anyone in the same cultivation with his sword aura, astral energy, and strength combined. Even if he lost, he shouldn't have lost so terribly by having his neck choked and lifted by a woman. This was completely different from what he had expected. Lu Su's face blushed red, and his pupils were filled with reluctance. After all, he hadn't shown his full strength yet. The other sect's disciples were shocked. They knew that Lu Su might lose, but they didn't think that Lu Su would lose so terribly. Everything happened so fast that they hadn't recovered from their shock. Just a moment ago, Lu Su was mightily standing on the moon, but in the next second, he was grabbed by his throat by Yi Xiling. Thunderfrost intent. Yi Xiling grasped the rare Thunderfrost intent. Snow and lightning are 2 extremes, so I wonder how she managed to grasp them. This is really shocking. Yi Xiling had shocked everyone with the Thunderfrost intent. Let me go, you bitch. Fight me fairly if you have the guts. Lu Su cussed. Yi Xiling initially intended to let him go, but a cold light flashed across her pupils when she heard that and threw Lu Su out. When she threw Lu Su out, snow and lightning surged behind her and formed into a dragon that clashed with Lu Su. This attack immediately knocked Lu Su out, and he could no longer fight. This was shocking. No one could believe that she was a woman. How dare you? Luo Yuan's face turned dark as a terrifying aura swept out. He even reached out, wanting to grab a hold of Yi Xiling. He was at the pinnacle of the second pulse dragon pulse realm, the strongest under the golden generation. He had condensed dragon origin in the first pulse. He was a lot stronger than Yi Xiling. If he grabbed Yi Xiling, everyone could imagine her outcome. Lin Yun, who was initially idling at this gathering, suddenly opened his eyes with boundless killing intent surging within his pupils. Before Mu Shuiqin could react, he had already landed on the stage. But the heavenly pool Saint Lord was faster than him, and he swept his gaze over the main pavilion. When he swept his gaze over, the gigantic palm suddenly shattered, causing Luo Yuan to groan as he turned to look at the heavenly pool Saint Lord. The heavenly pool Saint Lord smiled and warned, "This young lad is a little impulsive, and this is your final warning." Suffering a loss, Luo Yuan could only smile. "I'm sorry about that. I was a little impulsive and will punish myself with 1 cup." His action was swift, not giving Mu Shuiqin a chance to react. But when he raised the cup, the smile on his face had disappeared, and his face was dark. "I'll return this tenfold." Luo Yuan gritted his teeth. The masked man didn't say a word, but after a long time had passed, his voice resounded, "You help me, and I'll help you." Putting the cup down, Luo Yuan smiled as he looked at Mu Shuiqin. "Lady Mu won't blame me, right?" But Mu Shuiqin coldly looked at him without saying a word. The heavenly pool Saint Lord moved to prevent the matter from blowing up. So she knew she couldn't go after Luo Yuan, but she also couldn't take this lying down. "I could have avoided it." Yi Xiling smiled, looking at Lin Yun, who held her hand and took several steps back. Her smile had stunned the other sect's disciples. "Let's go back first." Lin Yun nodded, and they returned to the sword sect's pavilion. This scene was captured by Yi Ziyun, who wore a playful smile. "When did you grasp the Thunderfrost intent?" Lin Yun asked. "Not long ago. I've been stuck in a bottleneck, but the fruit you gave me helped me greatly," Yi Xiling replied. Lin Yun already had his speculation, and he smiled when Yi Xiling confirmed it. He was naturally happy that he could help Yi Xiling. After all, she was one of his best friends. The gathering didn't stop there. The other sect's disciples came out one after another. There were the Emerald Jade Manor's Ningfeng, Profound Valley's Tang Jing, Vajra Monastery's Tsang Yun, Thunder Sect's Zhang Jin, and Dugu Yen. They were Elysium Core realm geniuses in the ancient Baron domain, and anyone could imagine that they could make it into the top thousands on the Elysium Core ranking. Sword Sect's Jiang Chang also fought once, displaying the strength of a saint disciple once again, and quickly resolved his opponent within 10 moves. "Nan Gongyen, do you dare to fight me?" A disciple of the Emerald Jade Manor, Chang Feng, suddenly said and looked in the Heavenly Blade Pavilion's direction. He was also a bladesman and had won once for the Emerald Jade Manor, so he wanted to challenge Nan Gongyen, who had become much stronger. "You're not qualified," Nan Gongyen said, without bothering his arrogance. This placed Chang Feng in an awkward position, and he raged, "We're just sparring. Even if I can't defeat you, I'm not qualified to fight you." "Nan Gongyen, don't push it." Ning Feng furrowed his brows. "All right then. I'll fulfill your wish, since you want to be humiliated." Nan Gongyen smiled. As he landed on the stage, he coldly looked at Chang Feng. "I'll let you have the first 3 moves." This was equivalent to giving Chang Feng 3 moves to perform, which also spoke about his self-confidence. His words made everyone's eyes light up since they were both 7-star Heavenly Elysium Core realm geniuses. Was the difference between them that huge? Chang Feng's face turned red, but he maintained his composure despite his rage. He accumulated his attack for a long time before swinging his sword. Since his 4th-grade wind intent combined with his pinnacle spiritual blade intent, he was confident that he wouldn't be inferior even when facing firmament blade intent. But his attack missed. Couldn't even touch the corner of Nan Gongyen's clothes. Nan Gongyen didn't use any unique movement technique. He just casually took several steps. Every step he took would step where Chang Feng's blade intent was at its weakest. But Chang Feng swung his sword again without landing on the ground. As a dazzling blade ray flashed, Nan Gongyen easily avoided the former's attack. It might seem dangerous, but that blade ray didn't even slice off a strand of his hair. "Ha!" Nan Gongyen wore a mocking smile that made Chang Feng even more furious. Chang Feng didn't hesitate to execute his ghost spirit martial technique and unleashed a boundless blade aura. This blade couldn't be avoided, but his attack still missed Nan Gongyen. This scene left everyone shocked, and they couldn't utter a word. Chong Feng was also dumbfounded, with beads of sweat covering his forehead. He became so nervous that he couldn't hold his blade well because Nan Gongyen suddenly blurred within his senses when he unleashed his last attack. He already expected that his attack would miss, but he didn't think that he would miss in this manner. Thus, he lost all of his confidence with his legs trembling when Nan Gongyen didn't even draw his blade. "Humph! Get lost. I don't wish to injure you," Nan Gongyen said, and he didn't even open his eyes to look at Chong Feng. "I'm sorry. I'm indeed not qualified to fight you," Chong Feng said with shame, covering his face. "It's good that you realized it now," Nan Gongyen idly said as he dug his ear. But then, a peal of laughter echoed that made Nan Gongyen open his eyes to look at where the laughter came from. It was from the masked man, the mysterious disciple of the profound sky sect Yi Xian. "What are you laughing at?" Nan Gongyen said coldly, his killing intent unleashed. "I'm laughing because I want to," the masked man replied. "I bet you're ugly because you don't even dare to show your face," Nan Gongyen countered. "As long as you're happy." The masked man wasn't bothered by Nan Gongyen's insult at all. At this point, everyone could smell the gunpowder brewing between them. No one expected that the masked man would suddenly laugh at Nan Gongyen. Was it because Nan Gongyen was too arrogant and made the masked man unhappy? "I'm done drinking, so it's time for me to have some fun," the masked man stretched and continued in an idle tone. "Saint Lord, if someone can sweep through all the disciples here, does it mean that person can enjoy the baptism alone?" His words were like a bomb that stumped everyone because he was too arrogant. Even the heavenly pool Saint Lord was briefly stunned before he replied, "There hasn't been a precedent in the past. But if you can sweep through everyone, you can enjoy the baptism alone." "Very well then," the masked man replied, and he turned to Nan Gongyen. "You seem very strong. So let's start with you then." With a flash, he appeared on the stage, brimming with invincible confidence. Nan Gongyen might be strong, but his aura was much weaker than this masked man. "You're looking down on me?" Nan Gongyen coldly questioned. "Don't take it to heart. It's not targeted at you because everyone here is garbage. If someone like you can act like you're an expert, this gathering will be a boring one," the masked man replied. "Since that's the case, let's end it quickly because we'll only be wasting time by carrying on." His words left everyone dumbfounded. But when they came to their senses, they were all filled with rage. Does this person want to challenge everyone present? Where did he get that arrogance from? Nan Gongyen, teach him a lesson. Nan Gongyen, don't cower. The next moment, everyone yelled out, supporting Nan Gongyen in teaching that masked person a lesson. Ever since the Heavenly Pool gathering was hosted, there hadn't been someone so arrogant. Not even Jian Jingtian had said such words in the past. "Sweep through? Talk only if you can get past me," Nan Gongyen said indifferently. This was the first time he was looked down on after coming back from profound Wither Island. He didn't have much rage, but was excited instead. As a terrifying aura swept out from Nan Gongyen, a boundless blade intent soared to the sky. Firmament. Nan Gongyen's face sank as his blade intent solidified and emitted a dazzling golden brilliance. When his blade intent merged with the sky, the clouds descended like a screen. Very quickly, the screen was suspending above everyone, making them think they could touch it just by reaching out. As Nan Gongyen's blade intent grew even stronger, Nan Gongyen finally spoke up. "Actually, I'm pretty bored of this gathering. I might not have made it into the Elysium core ranking, but I have a high chance of winning against those ranked in the top 100th by strength." The masked man squinted his eyes and said, "Blade and sword intent are the hardest to train. You're qualified to speak those words since you can grasp the complete mastery of firmament blade intent at the Elysium core realm." Everyone was surprised while looking at Nan Gongyen. Even Chong Feng knew why he would lose to Nan Gongyen. Generally speaking, one had to reach the Dragon Pulse realm for the blade or sword intent to reach the 4th grade. Once they grasped it, they could face 10 opponents in the same cultivation. The fact that Nan Gongyen could grasp such a terrifying blade intent at the Elysium core realm was heaven-defying enough. Countless gazes then fell onto Lin Yun. He was also a heaven-defying genius who grasped the firmament sword intent at the Elysium core realm. But it was a pity that he was too young, which meant his cultivation was still too low. 6-star heavenly Elysium core realm cultivators were insignificant in this gathering. Otherwise, his identity as the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple and the firmament sword intent he possessed would be enough to outshine Nangong Yen. It's just the firmament blade intent. It doesn't mean you're invincible against those in the same generation. The masked man's eyes suddenly became sharp as he released a terrifying purple light with a powerful saint aura rising. That was his innate saint physique, and it was the rare lightning saint physique. When Nangong Yen drew his blade blazed with flames as he fused his flame intent and blade intent. But the masked man merely smiled before he threw a punch forth. As thunder rumbled, bright lightning halos appeared around the masked man that looked like indestructible arrays. When Nangong Yen swung his blade, he instantly destroyed 3 halos. The remaining blade ray couldn't be stopped and reached the masked man in the blink of an eye. One could imagine that if this blade ray landed on the masked man would be torn to pieces. Because no matter what saint physique it was, there was no way the physique of someone at the Elysium core realm could withstand the power of blade intent at complete mastery. The masked man took a step back, just as Nangong Yen had expected. When the masked man drew 18 halos, the halos became connected, engulfing the remaining power of Nangong Yan's attack into a quagmire. When Nangong Yan's attack dissipated, the masked man stepped forth and threw his punch out. The 18 lightning halos were enveloping his arm, which made it as heavy as a mountain. Empowered by the 18 halos, space began to compress in the fist's path and ripples started to spread out in the air. This changed Nangong Yan's face because this ordinary attack had destroyed his firmament blade intent. He retreated to put some distance between them before swinging his blade again because he could only unleash the full power of the firmament blade intent by attacking. If he retreated, his aura would collapse, and he wouldn't have any odds of winning. But facing his attack, the masked man didn't panic. His hands then began to fly around in the air as he swiftly moved. When both sides clashed, lightning and sparks enveloped the entire stage. It wasn't that terrifying in the beginning, but as both sides began to activate the stars in their violet palace, the lightning and blade rays became increasingly powerful. Who the hell is that person? Why can he resist the firmament blade intent just by relying on lightning and his lightning saint physique? He doesn't seem to have any flaws and is slowly suppressing Nangong Yen so that the latter can't fully unleash his firmament blade intent. This battle made everyone feel like a mountain was weighing down on their chests. The masked man didn't use any flashy movement techniques, nor was there any earth-shattering phenomenon. He used the most straightforward method everyone could understand to suppress Nangong Yen. Everyone knew that the blade or sword intent after reaching the 4th grade was terrifying, and no one could take it head-on. But what was happening right now had surpassed everyone's comprehension, which instilled a thought in everyone's mind that the 4th grade blade or sword intent wasn't that terrifying. Those were the thoughts of ordinary people, but the leaders of every sect had bellows in their hearts. This was because they knew that the masked man had simplified the complicated. The masked man was terrifyingly strong, and they couldn't believe this was an Elysium core realm genius. This instantly made everyone start to wonder about the masked man's identity. Time to end this game. Suddenly, an abrupt change occurred on the stage as the masked man clasped his hands together. 100 halos Thena appeared in the surroundings overlapping behind him. In the next second, a terrifying vortex of lightning appeared behind the masked man as an ancient and terrifying power poured out from the vortex, perfectly fusing with the masked man and reaching an alarming height. When that explosive power reached the limit, all the Elysium core realm geniuses present felt like they were suffocating, as if something was stuck in their throats. An innate fear from the depths of their souls spread throughout their bodies, and everyone couldn't imagine what sort of monster existed in that lightning vortex. End this? Humph, you wish. Nangong Yen also felt immense pressure as he released a roar with his hair fluttering and face distorted. All 8 stars light up in Nangong Yan's violet palace, and his aura at the 8-star Heavenly Elysium core realm exploded. How is this possible? 8-star Heavenly Elysium core realm? He made a breakthrough on the spot. Boundless astral energy exploded, unleashing the aura of an 8-star Heavenly Elysium core realm expert. This stumped everyone because Nangong Yen made a breakthrough on the spot under the masked man's pressure. This was simply a miracle, and the tables had turned around in a split second. Oh! The masked man smiled as an ancient seal flew out from the lightning vortex. The seal was purely constructed with light. When the seal entered his body, the entire world became dark, with the masked man being the sole light source. When the masked man clashed with Nangong Yen, the stage violently shook before a person flew out and fell onto the ground. The person who flew out was Nangong Yen, kneeling on the floor and throwing blood out of his mouth. The blade ray and flames he was emitting swiftly dimmed down as he raised his head to look at the masked man with disbelief. Ever since he watched the battle between Lin Yun and Qin Song on the profound Wither Island, especially Lin Yun's firmament sword intent, his strength had undergone explosive growth. In addition to his opportunities on the profound Wither Island, this gave him the confidence to disregard everyone. It was so much so that he no longer considered Lin Yun as his opponent. His gaze had always been on geniuses like Luo Yuan and Mu Shuiqin. He was waiting to reach the Dragon Pulse realm before challenging them and becoming the strongest under the Golden Generation. But his dream was shattered before it began. Even after he made a breakthrough at the last minute, he still lost to the masked man. What seal is that? Nangong Yen asked. Storing the ancient seal and lightning vortex, the masked man replied, The Great Sun Seal. The end of the light is the sun, and I obtained this ancient seal while exploring an ancient ruin. You're strong, but don't feel bad for losing to me. I have long fused the Great Sun Seal with my lightning Dao, and both intents have reached the 5th grade. So they're naturally stronger than your firmament blade intent. I see, Nangong Yen said with his eyes dimmed. The other sects were all shocked when they heard that. After all, the Great Sun Seal couldn't be casually used, not to mention fusing. The slightest mistake and the masked man would kill himself. So this only meant that the masked man's fortune and talent were too heaven-defying. But even without the Great Sun Seal, I can still defeat you. It's just that it'll be a little more troublesome, said the masked man. His words made everyone take a cold breath because that wasn't just arrogant alone. He first praised Nangong Yen before humiliating him. If that wasn't arrogant, then nothing was more arrogant than that. Nangong Yan's face changed, but the loser had no right to say anything. He wanted to argue but ultimately gritted his teeth and remained silent. Since the masked man was the only one standing on the stage, he swept his gaze through the pavilions before locking onto the sword sect's direction. He asked, Let's start with the sword sect. Yi Xiling, do you dare to challenge me on behalf of the sword sect? Everyone from the sword sect exchanged a glance, and they revealed helpless expressions. It's fine if you don't dare to fight me. I won't bully a woman, so you can surrender on behalf of the sword sect. The masked man continued. Are you trying to humiliate me? Yi Xiling said coldly. I dare not. The masked man smiled. I'm not trying to humiliate you. I just want you to give up representing the sword sect. If you don't dare, Lady Mu can come out. I don't mind fighting her. The surroundings fell into silence when he said that because he wasn't just humiliating Yi Xiling but the entire sword sect. So this made the faces of Mu Shuiqin and others ugly. You want a fight? I'll give you a fight. Then, my sword sect's courage naturally dares to face any challenge. Yi Xiling said. That works too. It doesn't matter who I fight. Just don't blame me for bullying you. The masked man smiled. Luo Yuan was quietly drinking wine in his pavilion with a smile. Right then, a voice resounded. You want to challenge her? Have you asked me about it? She's the daughter of Jian Jingtian, and she's my best friend. If you want to bully her, you must get past me first. Lin Yun slowly stood up from his seat at the sword sect's pavilion. Lin Yun's words caused a commotion. After all, everyone here knew that he was the disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint, but he was only at the 6-star Heavenly Elysium core realm. Not to mention Nangong Yen, His cultivation was a little too low even when compared to other saint disciples. Although strength couldn't be purely determined by cultivation, it was a little special for the heavenly Elysium core realm. After all, 1 star was equivalent to 1 fold of astral energy, and this advantage was too great. Lin Yun, are you insane? Yiziyun was scared when she heard what Lin Yun said. She first looked at him before turning to Yi Xiling, and her feelings were complicated. After all, even Nangong Yen, who was at the 8-star heavenly Elysium core realm and had grasped the firmament blade intent, couldn't defeat this masked man. So she felt Lin Yun was a little naive, wanting to stand out for Yi Xiling. The masked man had already displayed his strength, and it wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was invincible at the Elysium core realm. Yi Xiyu knew Lin Yun was strong, but Lin Yun was still too young, and she didn't think Lin Yun could face the masked man right now. Luo Yuan furrowed his brows when Lin Yun stood out for Yi Xiling. Others might not know, but Luo Yuan knew how famous Lin Yun was recently. After all, he was the direct reason why the Nether Divinity clan's patriarch died. If the masked man crippled Lin Yun, he knew that this matter would instantly get out of hand. Since Yi Xiling taught Lu Su a lesson earlier and greatly embarrassed the profound Sky Sect, Luo Yuan only wanted to teach Yi Xiling a lesson and deal a blow to the sword sect's reputation, so he wasn't willing to provoke Lin Yun. She's responsible for injuring my profound Sky Sect's disciple. She doesn't dare to come out? Or is she only someone who will hide behind a man? It looks like Jian Jingtian's daughter didn't inherit his courage, Luo Yuan sneered. Yi Xiling's face changed when she heard that because those words greatly impacted her. She said, "Junior brother, let me handle this matter. You're not his opponent. Senior sister Yi, he's merely someone who knows how to hide. You don't have to worry about me. Not to mention that I've already guessed his true identity." Lin Yun smiled. "No way. He's here for me and I can't back down." In the worst situation, Yi Xiling was firm in her decision. She was the one who injured Lu Su, so if the profound Sky Sect wanted to take revenge, she would face it head-on. Heavily injured and humiliated in the worst situation? Lin Yun replied. "Ha, that Lu Su deserves to die to begin with. He had already lost and didn't know how to clean his mouth. If it's not for the rules of the Heavenly Pool Gathering, I wouldn't have let him leave this place alive." His words made the usually firm Yi Xiling hesitate. "Let's not mention that senior brother saved my life multiple times. You're my best friend, and I'm willing to deal with this matter for you. Not to mention that this isn't anything great." Lin Yun pushed Yi Xiling aside and flew to the stage. When the masked man saw Lin Yun descending on the stage, a smile rose on his lips. It was naturally best for him that the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple was willing to fight. If he had to choose anyone to be his stepping stone before entering the Dragon Pulse realm, Lin Yun was naturally a better choice than Yi Xiling. Gritting her teeth, Yi Xiling could only remain in a daze, looking at Lin Yun's silhouette as she backed down. Mu Shuiqin, Mu Qingqing, and the others who knew about Lin Yun and Yi Xiling's close relationship couldn't help feeling complicated when they saw this scene. "Lin Yun, you're too impulsive. You've never lost a battle after reaching the Elysium core realm. Is it worth giving up your invincible path for a woman?" The masked man looked at Lin Yun as though he understood him far better than anyone else. "You understand me so well?" Lin Yun smiled. As surprise flashed across the masked man's pupils, the masked man replied, "You can still smile? Or do you think you can win or won't have a terrible outcome even if you lose? I might go easy on others, but I won't go easy on you." Luo Yuan was scared, seeing that the masked man wanted to kill Lin Yun, and quickly transmitted his voice to the masked man. "You want to cripple him? Don't be impulsive. He's the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple. This is the reason why I want to cripple him. You don't have to worry about him. We're both at the Elysium core realm, and the Sword Sect won't stand out for him." When Luo Yuan heard the masked man's reply, his eyes began to flicker, and he felt that this might be an opportunity. Looking at the masked man, Lin Yun replied, "I roughly know who you are, and no one is invincible in the world. Even the 9 emperors have been defeated before, not to mention that you're not the 9 emperors. So there's no way you can be compared to my senior brother. The masked man also didn't want to waste time talking to Lin Yun, since it was already determined that Lin Yun would end up a disabled person when he dared to appear on the stage. Lin Yun, everyone says you're the strongest genius in regards with the sword in the ancient barren domain amongst the younger generation. Today, I'll use a sword to defeat you and suppress my cultivation to your level. I'll let you know the meaning of being invincible in the same generation. Before the masked man finished, he used his fingers as a sword with lightning condensed into a sword shape, then thrust it towards Lin Yun's chest. His sword ray contained 2 martial intents, light and thunder. Aside from that, he also grasped the firmament sword intent, which surprised Lin Yun a little. But Lin Yun's sword intent had long reached the quasi-heavenly dome sword intent, and the masked man was still far from that. He only empowered his firmament sword intent with light and thunder intents, which made Lin Yun look at him in a different light. Circulating his mantra, Lin Yun flicked his finger and unleashed a sword ray. When the 2 sword rays clashed on the stage, the collision produced a dazzling light, and the explosion echoed. The 2 maintained where they were as they unleashed more sword rays. In the next second, the entire stage was filled with sword rays flying around. As thousands of sword rays filled the stage, the colliding sword rays reached a terrifying height. Layers of flowers also appeared behind Lin Yun as they overlapped, and the power was unleashed through the flicking divine finger. On the other hand, behind the masked man was a sea of lightning with a bright sun. Lin Yun stood on the spot without moving with his azure robe and hair fluttering in the wind. He was like a sword god while activating his sword souls. When he flicked his finger, the sword at the netherflower's heart incessantly trembled. When the sword was pushed to the limit, it flew out from the netherflower's heart along with Lin Yun's sword aura. The next second, the sword soared within Lin Yun's body and moved to his right hand. Heart connection, spiritual sword. When Lin Yun flicked his finger, the divine nether sword flew out and the sea of flowers behind him began to boil. The thousands of swords manifested into corrosive dragons that broke through the layers of lightning toward the masked man. 8,000! The masked man was shocked to see so many sword rays were being controlled at once. He instantly knew that Lin Yun's attainment in the sword had far surpassed him. Light! A decisive light flashed across the masked man's pupils, and the sun above the sea of lightning behind him flew out when he pointed with his fingers. When the sun collided with the divine nether sword, the sun was instantly covered with holes. Go! Lin Yun raised his brow and drew the flower burial sword out before tossing it. He had immediately used the quasi-heavenly dome sword intent. The flower burial sword flying forth was like a layer of heaven flying toward the masked man. His sword cracked the astral energy around the masked man, but the masked man released a groan as saint light shone from within his body. The flower burial sword was knocked back, so Lin Yun stepped forth and grasped the sword. When he swung his sword, it felt like the sky had collapsed. The air around the sword's path was cracked, and the masked man felt that heaven was crushing down on him. Without hesitation, the masked man drew out a purple saint sword, rotating a few hundred times in a breath, blocking the Aqua Heaven sword technique that was unleashed by Lin Yun. Sword! Sword! The 2 retreated after this clash and simultaneously threw their swords as though they had a rapport. Under the empowerment of various martial intents, the 2 swords clashed in the air under their control and sparks were flying around. Lightning Saint Physique. Azure Dragon Saint Physique. The 2 approached using their Saint Physiques and fist techniques to clash head-on. 10 punches later, the collision between their fists echoed like rumbling thunder. Every punch they threw would leave a crack in the ground. Their punches slowed down in the end, but the shockwaves of their punches grew, and the shockwaves implicated even the surrounding pavilions. Seeing this, the heavenly pool Saint Lord formed a seal, and the surrounding suspending palaces retreated. Another punch later, the barrier enveloping the stage shattered. Without the barrier's protection, the shock waves from their punches manifested into a terrifying storm that swept out. This also caused a commotion amongst the pavilions, and everyone was dumbfounded because they didn't expect the fight between Lin Yun and the masked man to be so intense. Sword! Sword! Lin Yun and the masked man roared as their swords returned to their hands. But Lin Yun was faster since his rapport with the flower burial sword was something that no one could be compared to. Executing the heaven sword form, his sword shattered the masked man's sword aura before knocking the latter's saint sword away. Even if the masked man was fast, a sword ray still struck his mask. When a fine crack appeared on the ancient mask he was wearing, the mask exploded in the next moment, exposing a handsome face before everyone. When everyone saw the masked man's actual appearance, they were all dumbfounded. This was because everyone knew this person. Not only within the ancient barren domain, there wasn't a single person who didn't know of this person in the Eastern Desolation. What's going on? The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord's face changed because he recognized this person. But he didn't know what this person was doing here. The masked man's true identity was the first on the Elysium Core ranking, Huang Xuani. Everyone naturally recognized Huang Xuani, first on the Elysium Core ranking. After all, his portrait was on the Elysium Core ranking, hung on the first position for many years, and everyone was already used to it. Furthermore, he was a disciple of a holy land. He came from the Holy Land, Ming cult, beyond the ancient barren domain. Everyone was dumbfounded because no one expected Huang Xuani to appear at the Heavenly Pool gathering. After all, this resource belonged to their ancient barren domain. Luo Yuan, what are you trying to do? He's not a disciple of your profound sky sect. Mu Shuiqin roared as she stood up. How were they going to compete with Huang Xuani here? Huang Xuani was ranked first on the Elysium Core ranking and practically invincible. She also didn't think Lin Yun would have any odds of winning. He might be turned into a disabled person in this fight if he wasn't careful. The faces of the other sects changed. After all, who could accept someone who wasn't from the ancient barren domain to take a resource that belonged to them? Thus, everyone's gazes fell onto the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord. The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord's face began to change. He also felt that this masked man's identity was a little weird, but he didn't overthink it. He naturally became furious when Huang Xuani's identity was revealed, and the profound sky sect was clearly breaking the rules here. Luo Yuan had already expected this, so he said, Saint Lord, you don't have to worry. Huang Xuani is now a disciple of my profound sky sect, since he has already left the Ming cult to join us. My master permitted it, and this here is a letter from my master. Fuck. This is too shameless. This works? They're clearly pushing it. The profound sky sect is a traitor. What benefit will they get from doing this? They're too much. Everyone was furious when they heard what Luo Yuan said. When the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord saw the letter, he knew this was just a procedure, and Huang Xuani couldn't leave the Ming cult. With his aptitude, the Ming cult wouldn't allow him to go, so he's naturally here for the baptism before entering the Dragon Pulse realm. This would ensure that he would reach a higher level when making a breakthrough. But despite knowing that, the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord couldn't find a reason to refute what Luo Yuan said. Most importantly, he couldn't afford to offend Tian Xuanzi. Since he's a recommendation from the Saint Sovereign, it's not considered spoiling the rules. The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord stowed the letter, then said, Lin Yun, you can back down now. This was goodwill from the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord, and no one couldn't refute this. After all, who would still dare to fight Huang Xuani? His cultivation at the 9-star Heavenly Elysium Core realm was enough to suppress everyone present, so they could only suck it up even if they were unhappy about it. I haven't lost yet, so why should I back down? Lin Yun replied. His words instantly left everyone shocked. When they looked at Lin Yun again, they couldn't see any surprise on his face upon seeing Huang Xuani's identity. It was as though he initially knew he was fighting Huang Xuani. But everyone couldn't help feeling strange shortly after. If Lin Yun already knew that he was fighting Huang Xuani, where did he get the confidence to challenge him? Not admitting defeat even after knowing my identity. The Radiant Sword Saint's disciple is truly courageous. Huang Xuani commented with a playful smile. Cut the crap. If you want the sword sect to admit defeat, you'll have to defeat me. After all, my sword doesn't give a damn about who you are. Lin Yun replied. Haha. Huang Xuani smiled. I really want to play with you, but I don't have the time to do so. Let's end the game now. Huang Xuanyi no longer concealed his cultivation now that his identity was exposed. As the stars in his violet palace lit up, a 9-star heavenly Elysium core realm aura exploded. Even from a distance away, the other sect's disciples felt an immense pressure crashing down on them. Even the faces of the Dragon Pulse realm geniuses changed, with fear flashing across their pupils. "Junior brother Lin, come back," Mu Shuiqin yelled. But the moment she was done, a 9-star heavenly Elysium core realm aura exploded from Lin Yun, and the two auras collided on the stage, causing the entire sky to turn dark. "How is this possible?" Exclamations came from Nangong Yen, Chang Yun, Ning Feng, Tang Jing, and others. They couldn't believe Lin Yun had reached the 9-star heavenly Elysium core realm. "What's going on?" Luo Yuan was also shocked while looking at Lin Yun. If he remembered correctly, Lin Yun had just reached the Elysium core realm a year ago. But now, his cultivation was already comparable to Huang Xuanyi. Mu Shuiqin was shocked, and her eyes were shining brightly. She knew something didn't feel right with Lin Yun when they met again in the Sword Sect, and she now had her answer. But this outcome was still shocking because Lin Yun was at the 9-star heavenly Elysium core realm. On the stage, Huang Xuanyi's face became grave and the contempt in his eyes disappeared. "It looks like I've underestimated you. You're truly worthy of being the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple. Your strength is pretty decent, so it's no wonder why you're first on the Elysium core ranking. But there's nothing impressive about you. You're still too tender to claim to be invincible," Lin Yun said. Huang Xuanyi's face was ugly when he heard that. He was the disciple of a holy land, but Lin Yun talked with a tone as though he were superior. Huang Xuanyi snorted and started forming seals. "Humph, I'll play with you if you want to play. Do you really think I became first on the Elysium core ranking by relying on my cultivation?" Practically at the same time, a moon and a sun condensed with lightning rose behind him, shining brightly. When the sun and moon merged, they became an ancient Ming word. On the surface of the Ming word, terrifying saint runes began to appear, and this word alone was comparable to a terrifying myriad rune saint artifact. As the 10,000 runes intertwined, a giant screen appeared behind the sun and moon that condensed into a massive Ming word. The word looked 1,000 feet in height from afar, emitting the sun and moon radiance. The Ming word then suppressed everything on the stage, including Lin Yun, who was also on the stage. "Light Destruction Divine Array. That's the Ming cult's high-grade ghost spirit martial technique. That Huang Xuanyi isn't simple to set up such a huge array. It looks like he received the true inheritance of the Ming cult. Huang Xuanyi is strong to begin with. With the help of this array, it'll be difficult for Lin Yun to defeat him. This isn't only an array, it's also a saint artifact. According to the Ming cult, it should be called the Divine Sun-Moon Altar. Not even a Dragon Pulse realm genius might be able to reach such a high level in a high-grade ghost spirit martial technique." Huang Xuanyi had shocked everyone with this move, and they now knew why he was first on the Elysium core ranking. Just this alone, who could suppress him in the same cultivation? When the Ming word was crashing down, Lin Yun's body trembled. He felt as though his bones were about to shatter. This Ming word was similar to his heaven sword form while being constructed with the sun and moon. Since it had over 10,000 saint runes engraved on it, it was way more potent than the heaven sword form. "Lin Yun, it's your honor to die from experiencing the secret technique of the Ming cult," Huang Xuanyi sneered with a chill flashing through his pupils. He pushed his palms forth when he was done talking and the Ming word was pressed down. Sun-Moon Radiance. When the Ming word came crashing down, more cracks appeared on the stage, and all the disciples in the surrounding pavilions felt an immense pressure as they began to tremble. Facing the danger head-on, Lin Yun realized a blazing aura surging from the blue dragon bone. As his blood began to boil, the tremendous pressure was slowly triggering the power of the blue dragon bone. With a slight change on his face, Lin Yun circulated the Azure Dragon Saint Art. When he circulated it 9 times, a draconic roar echoed from Lin Yun's body, and that roar made many Elysium core realm disciples in the surrounding pavilions throw out a mouthful of blood. Azure Dragon Grasp. Lin Yun roared. 2,000 dragon runes then surged from the blue dragon bone, making his arm feel heavy. His entire arm began to transform into the arm of a divine dragon as the dragon runes formed into densely packed blue dragon scales. When he clenched his fist, a draconic roar echoed from the horizon as a gigantic dragon claw tore through the Ming word. When the Ming word was destroyed, the sun and moon flew away and the enormous dragon claw flew toward Huang Xuani's head. Damn it! Huang Xuani's speed was much faster. He quickly summoned the lightning vortex, and an ancient seal flew out, hovering before his hands. It was the Great Sun Seal. With the empowerment of the Great Sun Seal, he used his fingers as a sword and destroyed the Azure Dragon's claw. But the shock wave from the explosion still sent him flying back and his hair was scattered into a mess, making his face ugly. Heaven's sword form. But before Huang Xuani could stand up, Lin Yun soared to the sky and used his sword to write a heaven word. When the heavenly pressure came crashing down, Huang Xuani fell to his knees. But he didn't panic and waved his hand, summoning the sun over and collided it with the heaven word. Earth's sword form. When the heaven word was destroyed, the gravity on the stage multiplied by 72 times. Break! Huang Xuani slammed his palm on the ground while throwing a mouthful of blood. The moon came crashing down like a meteorite, shattering the earth word before smashing the stage into pieces. Divine Sun-Moon Altar. Huang Xuani used the rebound force from his palm to hover in the air before waving his hand. As the scattered sun and moon converged in his hand, they manifested into an altar, and he threw it over to Lin Yun, smashing everything in its path into pieces. You can have it back. Lin Yun gently tapped his foot on the shattered stage and swung his sword around. When a profound word appeared on the flower burial sword, the sword bent like an arrow before it rebounded, and the divine sun-moon altar flew back to Huang Xuani at an even more terrifying speed. Fuck! Huang Xuani's face paled when he saw this scene. When Lin Yun executed the profound sword form, Huang Xuani's attack that could kill any Elysium Core Realm genius was returned to him. This scene made Huang Xuani cuss out loud, but he couldn't afford to be distracted, since he knew how terrifying the divine sun-moon altar was. He would be heavily injured on the spot if he took it head-on. He swiftly began to form seals, but he was ultimately one step slower and was sent flying away. When he was sent flying away, he finally finished forming his seal. Seeing the divine sun-moon altar flying at him again, Huang Xuani roared before he pushed his hands forth. Lightless sun-moon! The divine sun-moon altar then shattered, returning to its sun and moon form hovering around Huang Xuani. But this also made Huang Xuani's face pale, and he threw out a mouthful of blood because the circulation of his astral energy had exceeded the limit of his physique. The divine sun-moon altar wasn't something that he could take head-on. Die! Huang Xuani raised his hand. The sun and moon merged to form a Ming word again. But it was different this time. The word flickered with crimson light and looked more solidified. It was the light destruction divine array again, and the crimson word briefly hovered before falling towards Lin Yun. Lin Yun raised his head and quickly made a decision. He knew that the Ming word this time was different, and he couldn't destroy it with the Azure Dragon grasp. The other sect's disciples were nervously holding their breaths because an outcome could be determined at any moment, and even they were unsure who would be the last man standing. This was something that no one had imagined. After all, Huang Xuani was ranked first on the Elysium Core ranking, an existence that could sweep through all the Elysium Core realm geniuses. He was known to be invincible amongst the same generation, so no one expected his fight with Lin Yun to be so intense. Not to mention that Lin Yun even held a slight advantage in the battle against him. Ha ha ha! Radiant Sword Saint's disciple. Use whatever means you have. Where's the Azure Dragon grasp that you used earlier? Huang Xuani's facial expression was somewhat hideous when he said that. Just when everyone felt that Lin Yun would use the Azure Dragon grasp to resolve this attack again, Lin Yun suddenly raised his sword before him and placed 2 fingers on it. As he closed his eyes, he began to circulate the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra within his body. Circulating the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra, the nether flower within his violet palace radiated brightly, and a black miasma poured out from his body. He was still holding onto the flower burial sword, allowing the Crimson Ming to descend without moving. What's going on? He's no longer using his secret technique, but the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. Strange. Isn't the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra a mediocre technique in the sword sect? It's known for being hard to practice, and he probably hadn't even reached the lesser mastery since he's in the Elysium core realm. This is really weird. I have no explanation for it. Discussions resounded from the surroundings as everyone's gazes became grave when they looked at Lin Yun. As the Crimson Ming slowly descended like heaven under Huang Xuani's control, the surrounding space began to shatter inch by inch, and this scene made everyone's hearts pump rapidly. But just when the Crimson Ming was about to finish its descent, Lin Yun suddenly opened his eyes and thrust his sword at it. When the flower burial sword stabbed the center of the Crimson Ming, a massive nether flower that looked like a dark hole appeared behind him. The sword tip first created a fine crack in the Crimson Ming, and a mighty corrosive power exploded. The Ming word was slowly being corroded, and the saint runes embedded on the Ming slowly became dark. Not long later, black snowflakes fell from the sky, corroding all of the saint runes. This scene shocked everyone because they didn't expect the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra to be so powerful. How is this possible? How can Lin Yun possibly corrode saint runes with his nether energy when he's only at the Elysium core realm? No one was willing to believe Lin Yun could reach higher than the third stage with the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra, but the reality was right before their eyes. As the saint runes were being corroded, the Crimson Ming power dropped before it slowly crumbled. But Lin Yun didn't stop there. He charged forth with his sword, completely shattering that word. When the Ming was destroyed, the golden crow wings unfolded behind him and he began to shine with golden radiance. Lin Yun was shining brightly like a sun as he shuttled through space. His speed was so fast that not even Huang Xuani could track him, and his sword was like a reaper that had descended. This changed Huang Xuani's face because Lin Yun's speed was much faster after using the golden crow wings. With no solution, Huang Xuani could only execute the lightning saint physique and rely on his instincts to dodge. But with one sword after another, the speed of the flower burial sword in Lin Yun's hand kept increasing. Facing his sword, Huang Xuani could only duck left and right, but he still couldn't break free from Lin Yun's sword aura. He was like a dragon, and the flower burial sword was like a dragon whip in the hands of a deity. No matter how Huang Xuani struggled, he was ultimately trapped in it and would occasionally suffer a lash. Not long later, Huang Xuani was covered in injuries, and this scene shocked all the spectators. Within Lin Yun's hand, the power of the firmament sword intent was fully unleashed, and none of them was willing to blink their eyes. This is the true firmament sword intent? Nangong Yen began to tremble as he watched. He could sense that his firmament blade intent was on a different level when compared to Lin Yun. The firmament sword intent's true glory was fully exhibited in Lin Yun's hands. Huang Xuani's forehead was covered in sweat, and he didn't have the time to consider what others thought of him. If he relaxed for even a moment, he would die under Lin Yun's sword, and he had never sensed this kind of danger before when amongst those of the same generation. Lightning abyss, radiant sun, Huang Xuani roared as he pushed the lightning saint physique to an unprecedented height. A lightning vortex appeared behind him, giving off the feeling that there was an ancient beast hiding within. This made the hearts of all sword sect's disciples tremble because it was the Great Sun Seal. Since Huang Xuani had a serendipitous encounter, he grasped the secret technique of the Great Sun Seal, which could perfectly fuse with his saint physique. This made everyone wonder if Lin Yun could withstand it. No one had expected that not only did Lin Yun not block Huang Xuani's attack, but his attacks also became even more ferocious. A vortex appeared within Lin Yun's violet palace, and the ancient cauldron slowly rose from the astral energy ocean. "You're courting death." Huang Xuani's pupils joyfully flashed as a sun flew out from the lightning vortex. But when the sun just rose into the sky, it was severed into two by Lin Yun. While Huang Xuani was rapidly retreating, a sword ray left a crack in his saint armor, forcing him to throw out mouthfuls of blood. "Abyssal prison," Huang Xuani roared, and the lightning vortex behind him manifested into a pillar, instantly forming a prison that would trap Lin Yun within. Die! Huang Xuanyi lost it and formed seals with his hands to empower the prison. Lin Yun no longer held back at this moment and manipulated the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron with the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra, pushing his cultivation to the limit. When he kept swinging the flower burial sword, the prison was easily sliced apart like bamboo, giving others the feeling as though it was as fragile as bean curd and not a ghost spirit martial technique. How many trump cards do you still have? Huang Xuanyi nearly went insane because, before this, he didn't even have to resort to his trump cards and was invincible amongst the same generation. But when facing Lin Yun, not only was his common sense destroyed, it even caused an unimaginable impact on his heart. When the two collided and exchanged a few hundred moves, they landed on a pavilion. 10 moves later, Lin Yun knocked away the saint's sword that was in Huang Xuanyi's hand. But that wasn't all. Lin Yun swung 3 swords, slashing at the same spot and tore Huang Xuanyi's saint armor apart. You lost. Lin Yun sheathed his sword and placed his palm on Huang Xuanyi's head, pushing it down before the latter could even speak. Just like that, Huang Xuanyi fell to his knees before everyone, making the entire manor silent. All the Elysium Core realm geniuses could feel their scalps tingling as they looked at Lin Yun. First on the Elysium Core realm? Nothing impressive at all. You want to sweep through the ancient barren domain with only this much strength? You should go back and train for a few more years, Lin Yun said as he turned around and left. His words made Huang Xuanyi's face turn red. He couldn't accept this humiliation. He refused to accept his defeat. A sun and a moon suddenly manifested behind him again, forming into the divine sun-moon altar. Backstab. Everyone present was shocked because they never thought someone like Huang Xuanyi would resort to a backstab. Just when Mu Shuiqin and others were about to make a move, Lin Yun merely turned around and glanced at Huang Xuanyi, executing the divine dragon eyes. As a draconic roar echoed from Lin Yun's body, his glance shattered the incomplete divine sun-moon altar. When Huang Xuanyi raised his head and looked Lin Yun in the eyes, his eyeballs exploded, and his screams echoed across the horizon. This scene left everyone dumbfounded, and the scene of Lin Yun turning back was deeply engraved in their minds. Huang Xuanyi knelt on the ground, screaming while covering his eyes. His blood seeped through the seam of his fingers, and his pathetic state made the spectators pity him. They couldn't compare the current Huang Xuanyi to the same person who claimed that he would monopolize the baptism and a Holy Land's genius. He occupied the Elysium Core ranking for years and came for the baptism so that he could walk further in the Dragon Pulse realm, repeating his legend with the Elysium Core ranking. This was initially a game for him, but he became a person with a disability when the battle ended. Not only was he kneeling on the ground, but his eyes were also crippled. Let's not mention repeating his legend on the Dragon Pulse ranking because it was a question if he could even reach the Dragon Pulse realm at this point. The entire Heavenly Pool Manor became quiet, and the ping of a needle could be heard. Even the various sects' Dragon Pulse realm disciples could feel a chill run down their spines as they looked at Lin Yun with shock. They couldn't imagine just how he managed to do it. They might be able to suppress Lin Yun now, but they also knew that Lin Yun would soar to the sky once he reached the Dragon Pulse realm. At that time, he would obtain strength comparable to the geniuses of the Golden Generation. The profound sky sect's Luo Yuan was dumbfounded and couldn't comprehend what was happening. Lin Yun only turned around and glanced at Huang Xuanyi. So how did he suddenly become blind? Not only him but the leaders of the other sects were also dumbfounded because this was simply incomprehensible to them. Only the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord could see the entire process, and he knew what had happened. But that was precisely why he had a more significant doubt than everyone else. A sheer genius in the Elysium Core realm possessed the aura of a divine dragon, not to mention that Lin Yun even used an ancient dragon clan's eye technique. When Luo Yuan came to his senses, he immediately flew over to examine Huang Xuanyi's injuries before he became nervous. Huang Xuanyi's eyes were crippled, and he nearly fainted from the pain. If the Holy Land behind Huang Xuanyi pursued the responsibility, the profound sky sect would be in trouble. Senior brother. The two other Dragon Pulse Realm geniuses from the Profound Sky sect followed after, and their faces were ugly. Radiant Sword Saint's disciple, you're ruthless enough. I'll remember this. Huang Xuanyi no longer had the face to stay behind after being publicly humiliated. Brother Huang, Luo Yuan yelled. But Huang Xuanyi didn't bother about him and swiftly left the Heavenly Pool Manor. Radiant Sword Saint's disciple, good. Luo Yuan gritted his teeth, giving off the feeling of wanting to devour Lin Yun whole. This Heavenly Pool gathering was utterly ruined for them. Not only did they fail to step on the Sword Sect, but this battle made Lin Yun famous. He knew that from today onwards, Lin Yun would become the strongest on the Elysium Core ranking. Back down, the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord said, emitting a wisp of his saint aura as he looked at Luo Yuan and Lin Yun. Understood. The two knew the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord was afraid they would start a fight here. At that time, this matter would only get out of hand. Thus, the two returned to the pavilions belonging to their sects. When Mu Shuiqin and others saw Lin Yun returning, their pupils were filled with excitement, especially Mu Shuiqin. Are you all right? She saw a possibility in Lin Yun to suppress the ancient barren domain and shake the eastern desolation. There was a high possibility that Lin Yun might become the second Jian Jingtian and bring the Sword Sect back to being a holy land. I'm fine, Lin Yun replied. How did you manage to do that? Zhao Yan asked. As a sword fanatic, he was stumped by Lin Yun's sword technique, especially the sword technique that rebounded the divine sun-moon altar. That's the profound sword form. I'll teach you another time. Lin Yun smiled because Zhao Yan was still the same person as before. He was still a sword fanatic. While others were worried that he was injured, Zhao Yan was only concerned with Lin Yun's sword technique. Although Zhao Yan didn't specify it, Lin Yun knew he was talking about the profound sword form. No. I only want to know how you did it. Zhao Yan asked. What should we do now? Yi Xiling turned to look at Mu Shuiqin. Everyone initially thought the Heavenly Pool Gathering would become a one-man show for Huang Xuanyi before receiving the baptism alone. But Lin Yun had won the battle, and they had no idea how the Heavenly Pool Gathering should continue. Let's see what the Saint Lord decides. Mu Shuiqin replied. The other sect's disciples also turned to the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord. Huang Xuanyi had already lost, and they were more concerned about their own interests after they came to their senses. The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord was calm, and turned to Lin Yun. Does anyone wish to challenge Lin Yun? Everyone was stunned when they heard that. After all, Huang Xuanyi, first on the Elysium Core ranking, was defeated. So who else would dare to challenge Lin Yun? Does any Elysium Core realm genius wish to challenge Lin Yun? The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord asked again, sweeping his gaze over the Thunder Sect, Heavenly Blade Pavilion, Profound Valley, Heavenly Note Sect, and the Profound Sky Sect. But seeing that no one dared to say anything, the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord turned to look at Lin Yun. Very well. Lin Yun, do you wish to monopolize the pool for yourself? Everyone was briefly stunned before they came to their senses. They now knew why the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord would ask twice. He wanted Lin Yun to inherit Huang Xuanyi's rights, but they couldn't find an issue when they thought about it. I don't need to monopolize it. Just have the Sword Sect go first. Lin Yun swiftly responded. He naturally wasn't willing to monopolize the baptism because this meant that the other disciples of the Sword Sect wouldn't be able to obtain any benefits. But if they started with the Sword Sect first, this meant that the Sword Sect would have 3 quotas. The Sword Sect's disciples were briefly shocked before they rejoiced. If the Sword Sect went first, the other sects would have 2 less quotas. Lin Yun, do you know about the benefits of monopolizing the pool? Mu Shuiqin asked. There's no need for that. Lin Yun confidently replied. His foundation made him confident about condensing dragon origin even without the baptism. That's not the same. Mu Shuiqin knew what Lin Yun was thinking and explained. According to the legend, the Elysium Core realm has a limit. Huang Xuanyi stayed in the Elysium Core realm for so long to reach it. Coming to the ancient barren domain was probably his last attempt. What's the limit of the Elysium Core realm? Lin Yun asked. Mu Shuiqin looked at Lin Yun with a grave expression. 10 stars. In ancient times, Many powerhouses have reached 10 stars. If you can reach 10 stars, you'll be able to condense the legendary 10th pulse in the Dragon Pulse realm. Mu Shuichen's words shocked everyone because they had never heard of that before. The expressions on the other sect's disciples also changed when they heard her. Only Luo Yuan's face was calm. He naturally knew about the limit of the Elysium Core realm, which was why Huang Xuanyi came to the Profound Sky sect. It wasn't a sect amongst the Holy Lands. The Elysium Core realm really does have 10 stars. The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord said just when everyone was feeling uncertain. Lin Yun, what do you think now? Do you still insist on your decision? The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord asked again. Lin Yun's eyes began to flicker when he heard that. This was the first time he had heard of it, and he knew that this was a rare opportunity for him. So this instantly placed him in a dilemma. But he quickly made his decision. He was confident about reaching it even if he couldn't reach it this time, and he didn't have to rely on the pool. But this could help the other saint disciples to condense dragon origin in the first pulse. I stick to my decision, Lin Yun replied. Good. The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord smiled because Lin Yun was starting to pique his interest. He knew that the Radiant Sword Saint had taken in a good disciple. Even if he failed to reach 10 stars, this courage alone meant that his future achievements wouldn't be inferior to the Radiant Sword Saint. Luo Yuan also smiled when he heard that, but his smile was filled with mockery as he looked at Lin Yun like he was looking at an idiot. He knew that Lin Yun was no longer a threat, and he didn't think that Lin Yun would be able to find any opportunities aside from this pool. Come with me, then. The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord waved his hand. When a golden altar flew out from the clouds, he was the first to go on it. Let's go. Mu Shuichin looked at Lin Yun before landing on the golden stage with everyone else. This golden stage was a myriad rune saint artifact and a key to the summit of the Heavenly Pool Peak. The journey was smooth as they passed through the layers of spiritual arrays on the summit. There was a massive platform at the summit of the mountain and a pool at the center. The pool was shrouded in a dragon aura that emitted a suppressive aura, which should be the dragon transforming pool. The silhouettes of divine dragons could be seen within the mist above the dragon transforming pool, and those dragons looked agile. It's not easy to open the dragon transforming pool, and I'm only tasked with guarding this pool. So you guys can determine your quotas now. Aside from the sword sect, the other sects only have 2 quotas. The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord turned back to look at the other disciples before his gaze stopped on Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan, you have no opinion about that, right? The other sects naturally had no objection because they initially didn't have a share in the pool. But the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord had to be more careful with the Profound Sky sect because of Tian Xuanzi. Squinting his eyes with a smile, Luo Yuan replied, Saint Lord, you're being too polite. Since I didn't say anything, I naturally have no objections. We're only grateful that the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple has such high morals. He could accept anything as long as Lin Yun didn't choose to monopolize the dragon transforming pool. But Lin Yun furrowed his brows upon hearing that because that tone was really hateful, and Luo Yuan was mocking him. Enter the pool, then, the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord said, disrupting Lin Yun's thoughts. As he waved his hand, the mist above the pool dissipated, and a golden pool appeared before everyone. When the dragon transforming pool appeared before everyone, all the sects began to determine their quotas. It was easy for the sword sect because the 6 quotas naturally went to the 5 saint disciples first, Jiang Cheng, Yi Xiling, Yi Ziyun, Lin Yun, and Zhao Yan. As for the last quota, it went to Jin Xuanyi. As one of the twin stars of the Earth ranking, Ji Shuxian gave up on this opportunity, and the reason he gave up was simple. Jin Xuanyi was the one who fought for the sword sect. Even if he lost, he still contributed to the sword sect while he did nothing. This instantly made everyone think more highly of Ji Shuxian, and they knew why he was Mu Xuankong's disciple. The quotas for the other sects were swiftly determined, and most were acquaintances of Lin Yun, such as the Emerald Jade Manor's Ningfeng, Vajra Monastery's Tsang Yun, Profound Valley's Tang Jing, Heavenly Note sect's Luo Shui, Heavenly Blade Pavilion's Nangong Yen, the Thunder sect's Dugu Yen, and Zhang Jin. Nangong Yen was born at the wrong time because if it wasn't for Lin Yun and Huang Xuanyi, he would definitely be the strongest at the Heavenly Pool gathering. When they came to the edge of the dragon transforming pool, the heavenly pool Saint Lord said, "All of you can enter the pool now. But the bottom of the pool is hot, and even Samsara Edict Realm experts can lose their lives there. So do not chew on more than you can handle. This pool is also deep, and the saints of the various sects speculated that it might be connected to a divine dragon realm when they went down there in the past. As for how to open the entrance, no one has found it, not to mention the terrifying dragon aura and mysterious dragon silhouette in the depths of the pool. So not even saints can last a long time down there. This was precisely why the powerful sects ultimately gave up on the idea of monopolizing this dragon-transforming pool. This was because there was a long period of time for each opening, and the harvest depended only on luck. Thus, the 8 powerful sects decided to set up the Heavenly Pool Gatherings rules and share them. Everyone nodded when they heard what the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord said before they turned to look at the pool with flames blazing in the depths of their eyes. In the next second, Song Yun, Nangong Yen, and others dove into the pool. The men were pretty straightforward in jumping into the pool. Hehe. Beauties, you guys can come down now. The dragon-transforming pool is really great. Song Yun chuckled at Luo Shuyi, Yi Xiling, and Yi Ziyun after he jumped into the pool. When he said that, everyone in the pool and on the edges was briefly stunned before they immediately turned to look at the ladies. When Luo Shuyi and Yi Xiling heard that, their faces changed as they became bashful. Since Yi Ziyun had a fiery temper, she glared at Song Yun. "You damn monk. Shut your mouth. I'm not close to you. Ha ha ha. Don't worry about it because no one will look at you. We're not interested in Lady Xiling and Lady Shi." Song Yun laughed, and a similar expression also appeared on the faces of many. Yi Xiling nearly threw out blood when she heard that, wanting to jump into the pool and teach that damn baldy a lesson. Yi Ziyun might be considered a beauty, but she was lacking when compared to Yi Xiling and Luo Shui. Everyone looked forward to seeing a cold beauty like Yi Xiling jumping into the pool. "Luo Shi, that junior brother of yours is pretty capable," Mu Shuiqin said, looking at the leader of the Vajra monastery. Her words instantly placed Luo Shi in an awkward position, and he roared, "Song Yun, shut your mouth and eyes. The sword sect gave us the quota. If you continue to run your mouth, I'll make you get out of the pool." The Dragon Pulse Realm disciples from the other sects also reprimanded the fellow disciples of their sects. But when Yi Xiling took the lead in jumping into the dragon-transforming pool, several people in the pool still opened their eyes a little. But it was a pity that they couldn't see anything. When Yi Xiling jumped into the pool, a vortex immediately formed around her, and she became shrouded in a mist of astral energy. When Lin Yun and others also jumped into the pool, various energies began to intertwine. What pure divine dragon aura! Lin Yun's eyes lit up when he jumped into the pool. He could sense the boundless energy that filled the dragon-transforming pool. It was similar to his experience back in the Divine Dragon Pagoda. Aside from the Divine Dragon aura, the dragon-transforming pool also seemed to contain a particular form of dragon flames that formed into a unique divine dragon's spiritual liquid. When the divine dragon's spiritual liquid entered his body, Lin Yun could sense his astral energy boiling, and the 9 stars in his violet palace all lit up. As a massive vortex appeared around him, the size of the vortex became a lot bigger than everyone else's combined. A countless amount of divine dragon spiritual liquid entered his body in the form of droplets of golden energy essence. This instantly created a spectacle in the pool as the golden energy converged towards Lin Yun. Everyone else in the pool could immediately sense that something wasn't right because the divine dragon spiritual liquid that they could absorb had decreased. When they opened their eyes and looked at Lin Yun, they were so shocked that their jaws nearly fell off. "Holy shit!" Song Yun cursed. After he was done cursing, he quickly closed his eyes to circulate his astral energy to devour as much as he could. What the hell is this? He's not giving others a chance at all. Someone finally couldn't help yelling, and their faces became ugly. Although Lin Yun gave them this baptism chance, this was still too much. After they were done cursing, they began to circulate their cultivation techniques to the limit. They could sense that the divine dragon spiritual liquid was limited. If Lin Yun absorbed too much, there would be less for others. Aside from that, they could also take the risk by going deeper into the pool. As for the Dragon Pulse Realm leaders from the various sects, they were all stumped while looking at the unbelievable vast vortex around Lin Yun. It's no wonder why he can defeat Huang Xuani. His accumulation is too terrifying. He seems to possess the Azure Dragon Saint physique. This alone has allowed him to have a higher starting point than others, and his advantage in the pool is too great. He also seems to have cultivated another Sword Sutra aside from the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. Dual Sword Sutras. This is a little weird. Although it was a simple absorbing process, all the Dragon Pulse Realm disciples naturally managed to tell the difference between the disciples. Luo Yuan's face became dark as he stood with the two Dragon Pulse Realm disciples. He knew Lin Yun would be a threat if he wasn't removed, and he realized that he had underestimated him. Even if Lin Yun didn't monopolize the dragon transforming pool, the amount of divine dragon spiritual liquid he was absorbing was too unbelievable. But it was a pity that Huang Xuani failed to suppress him. The ancient barren battlefield would begin in less than a year. If Lin Yun continued to grow, there's no doubt that he would become a huge threat to the profound sky sect. An hour later, Lin Yun could sense that the absorption rate of the divine dragon spiritual liquid was rapidly decreasing. When he raised his head, he could see that the golden dragon transforming pool had become faint. If he continued the absorption process, the divine dragon spiritual liquid would probably disappear, and everyone else wouldn't be able to absorb any of it. Let's go down and take a look. Lin Yun briefly pondered before deciding to go deeper into the pool. The depths of the dragon transforming pool wasn't as simple as Lin Yun had imagined. Not long after he went deeper into the pool, he could sense a blazing current, and what the heavenly pool Saint Lord said wasn't wrong. As dragon runes poured out of the blue dragon bone, the dragon runes appeared on his skin, and the blazing heat immediately became faint. Lin Yun didn't dare to use the blue dragon bone with the heavenly pool Saint Lord hanging around outside, but it was a different case after reaching the depths of the dragon transforming pool. Is that fellow courting death? Luo Yuan sneered, seeing Lin Yun heading towards the depths of the pool. Some swam down in the past because the divine dragon spiritual liquid was more condensed, but the dragon flames contained within the liquid was also more intense. So if one devoured too much, their physical body would start to collapse. At that time, they would have to leave the dragon transforming pool to get rid of the dragon flames within their body. Let's stop here. Lin Yun stopped after reaching a depth of 500 meters in the pool. When the heavenly dragon and divine phoenix flew out from his body, Lin Yun finally gave it his all to absorb the divine dragon spiritual liquid. He crossed his legs and circulated the dragon phoenix world annihilating sword cannon. This was a rare opportunity, and Lin Yun planned to take this opportunity to reach the fourth stage in the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon. When he circulated the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon, a vibrating noise echoed. The heavenly dragon and divine phoenix were swiftly revolving, turning into a terrifying vortex with an unbelievable suction force. As countless drops of divine dragon spiritual liquid poured into his body, his cultivation swiftly reached the pinnacle 9-star Heavenly Elysium core realm, and the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon controlled the astral energy within his body to course through his meridians, charging at the bottleneck of the sword cannon. He would exhaust a great deal of divine dragon spiritual liquid with every attempt. If the spiritual liquid was converted to divine astral pellets, it would be an astronomical sum, and Lin Yun naturally couldn't afford that level of exhaustion with his wealth. Still, he didn't have that concern now. There was a tightly shut bronze gate within his body, and his astral energy changed between a heavenly dragon and divine phoenix while charging at the bronze gate. This continued for an hour before a small gap finally appeared at the gate. As the gate rumbled, Lin Yun's astral energy ocean started to grow, and the dragon phoenix sword aura continued to increase. Simultaneously, a draconic roar echoed from the gap within the bronze gate. When the dragon's roar echoed, Lin Yun's body began to tremble, and his soul suffered a huge impact. This puzzled him because that draconic roar was much stronger than the blue dragon that he had experienced before. This immediately made him think of the heavenly dragons, a dragon species higher than the divine dragons. This made him more impressed with the Dragon Phoenix World annihilating sword cannon, and the thought of it made him excited. If he could reach the 4th stage in the sword cannon, he could try and reach the 10th star before making a breakthrough to the Dragon Pulse realm. He initially planned to immediately reach the Dragon Pulse realm after devouring the Divine Dragon spiritual liquid. This was because his accumulation had reached a limit, and his cultivation technique, sword intent, and martial techniques would be restricted if he didn't choose to make a breakthrough. But he changed his mind because he might really be able to reach the 10th star with the help of the Dragon Transforming Pool and the Dragon Phoenix World annihilating sword cannon. Lin Yun was determined to reach the 10-star Heavenly Elysium core realm. He devoured the boundless Divine Dragon spiritual liquid and circulated the Dragon Phoenix World annihilating sword cannon to charge at the Bronze Gate. As the gap within the Bronze Gate grew, the dragon aura emitted from it became even more terrifying, making Lin Yun feel uncertain. Simultaneously, he looked forward to the Dragon Phoenix World annihilating sword cannon reaching the 4th stage. He didn't wait long because the Bronze Gate opened after a full circulation. His boiling vitality and raging astral energy calmed down when the Bronze Gate opened. Just when Lin Yun felt uncertain, a dragon flew out, bearing a dragon aura that far surpassed that of divine dragons. It was a heavenly dragon, and looking at it shocked Lin Yun greatly. But in the next second, something unexpected occurred. The Dragon Phoenix World annihilating cauldron tried to fly out of his astral energy ocean, and the ocean's surface formed into a golden vortex. When the cauldron slowly rose up, the nether flower with 24 petals also trembled because it was losing control of the cauldron. Even the divine nether sword began to vibrate at the flower's heart. As Lin Yun groaned, the nether flower flew away when the heavenly dragon flew over and engraved itself on the cauldron's surface. When the heavenly dragon was inscribed on the cauldron released a golden brilliance and emitted a terrifying draconic aura. The entire cauldron also became more realistic. When the cauldron descended the next moment, the astral energy ocean shattered with great bellows raging about. This made blood drip down from the corner of Lin Yun's lips, and his face became pale because the cauldron had become heavier. He quickly circulated the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra to calm his astral energy ocean. When the nether flower descended, the astral energy ocean's surface finally calmed down. Lin Yun knew that the cauldron's power had been slightly restored, and it would be harder for him to use it in the future. But he didn't know if it was good or bad news for him. When he reached the 4th stage in the Dragon Phoenix World annihilating sword cannon, the size of his astral energy ocean grew and became nearly 40,000 feet. Simultaneously, the 9 stars in his violet palace blazed like bright suns, which was a sign that his cultivation had reached a limit. Lin Yun tried several times, but no matter how he circulated the Dragon Phoenix World annihilating sword cannon, he couldn't budge in his cultivation. Regardless of how much divine dragon spiritual liquid he absorbed, the 10th star was before him, but it was also beyond his reach. After a brief pondering, he continued swimming, reaching 2,000 meters in the dragon transforming pool. The dragon flames contained here had reached a terrifying height, and the heat made his body turn red. Even with the protection of the dragon runes, his physique had reached a limit. Raising his head, he could only see darkness, as though this place was isolated from the outside world. Not even the heavenly pool Saint Lord could see what was going on here unless he entered the dragon transforming pool. But Lin Yun couldn't stay here for long, or he would be turned to ashes. In just this short moment, several dragon runes had already melted. "It's this terrifying?" Lin Yun muttered, and he quickly activated the blue dragon bone with the azure dragon Saint Art. Within the dragon transforming pool, the blue dragon bone was simply a cheat when used to devour divine dragon spiritual liquid. This speed was something that no one could imagine. But since he wasn't deep enough before, he didn't dare to use it, fearing that the heavenly pool Saint Lord might discover his blue dragon bone. But now that he was 2,000 meters deep within the pool, he no longer had such concerns. When the blue dragon bone became active, the surrounding divine dragon spiritual liquid poured into his body. He didn't have to do anything for the divine dragon spiritual liquid to come to him. As the divine dragon spiritual liquid entered his body, More dragon runes were being produced from within the blue dragon bone when he circulated the azure dragon's saint art. This instantly brought Lin Yun joy because the process was smoother than he had imagined. When the dragon runes reached 30,000, he reached a bottleneck, and the dragon runes wouldn't increase no matter how he tried. His cultivation, physique, sword intent, and sword sutras had reached a bottleneck, all reaching his limit. Does the 10th star really exist? Lin Yun muttered with his confidence shaken. He asked Lil Purple, Empress, does the 10th star really exist? It does, Lil Purple replied. But that was in ancient times, and modern times cannot be compared to ancient times. In ancient times, the sword sect's saint disciples could easily achieve the 10th star. But the density of spiritual energy in modern times cannot be compared to the golden era. The spiritual energy hasn't recovered. Let me give it a try. Lin Yun wasn't willing to give up and continued to sink down into the pool, reaching 3,000 meters. There was no longer water here but golden divine dragon spiritual liquid and domineering dragon flames. With a rough estimation, Lin Yun speculated that he could only stay here for half an hour with 30,000 dragon runes. If the dragon runes dropped by more than 20,000, he would dissolve into blood. The dragon runes on the surface of his body were swiftly dissolving, and the new dragon runes produced in the blue dragon bone couldn't keep up with the dissolving speed. Lin Yun quickly shut his eyes to circulate the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon, trying to expand the scale of his astral energy ocean. He didn't dare to push his cultivation because he could easily reach the Dragon Pulse realm with a gentle shove. So he could only use this crude method to suppress his cultivation and expand his astral energy ocean to see if he could condense the 10th star. If he failed, he could only leave or his life would be threatened. But no matter how much he tried to devour the divine dragon's spiritual liquid, his astral energy ocean was still stuck at 40,000 feet like an abyssal black hole. Lin Yun, we must leave now or we'll be in trouble. Lil Purple's voice echoed within Lin Yun's mind. Every era has its rules. Even if this era doesn't have the 10th star, it doesn't affect you becoming a top-tiered powerhouse. Your astral energy ocean is already at an exaggerated scale, and the 10th star won't be any more powerful than you. I wish to try again. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with reluctance. He even circulated the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra and started controlling the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron. The cauldron merely shook briefly with ripples spreading across the astral energy ocean. The immense weight made it taxing for Lin Yun to try and control it. Meanwhile, his dragon runes were swiftly dissolving, soon reaching an alarming level. Right then, Lin Yun resorted to using his dual sword souls, and the cauldron finally rose. But he was only left with 10,000 dragon runes, and the dragon runes born from the blue dragon bone couldn't keep up with the dissolving speed. This made Lin Yun inwardly curse before he hastened his pace. When the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron finally rose from the ocean, the heavenly dragon engraved on it radiated brightly, filling his body with an ancient destructive power. Come! Lin Yun's body was like a funnel, devouring all the divine dragon's spiritual liquid and dragon flames within the surroundings. But it was too messy, like unfiltered magma-like water pouring into his body. His face was dark, but he gritted his teeth and held on. But he still couldn't reach the 10th star. After calming down with reluctance in his pupils, the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron slowly sank into the astral energy ocean. It looks like it's time for me to give up. He clasped his hands together, wanting to protect himself with astral energy to reduce the damage on his body before leaving. But a loud sound echoed from Lin Yun's body right then, like when the universe was first created. Suddenly, the 10th star appeared in the sky within his violet palace, and his astral energy ocean began to start rumbling, growing to 50,000 feet with waves of astral energy filling his body. This left Lin Yun stunned because he didn't think he would succeed. It turned out that the 10th star really did exist, and the legend was true. Lin Yun rejoiced when he came to his senses. He was fortunate that he was cautious and chose to reach 3,000 meters deep within the pool before trying to make a breakthrough. If news of this gets out, it would draw everyone's attention. Compared to the fame of achieving 10-star Heavenly Elysium Core Realm, Lin Yun would rather stay low profile because there were too many people who wanted his life in the ancient barren domain. If news of him condensing the 10th star spreads, he wasn't sure if someone might not make a move against him, despite the risk of suffering the sword sect's revenge. This is pretty good. I'll quietly make a breakthrough to the Dragon Pulse realm here. Lin Yun muttered with his eyes flickering. When he closed his eyes and tried to break into the Dragon Pulse realm, he didn't notice that the dragon transforming pool was affected when he condensed the 10th star. Light was glittering beneath the pool with a surging undercurrent. Meanwhile, Song Yun and the others were all trying to make a breakthrough after refining enough divine dragon spiritual liquid. They could make a breakthrough to the Dragon Pulse realm if they wanted, but they weren't in a hurry because they wanted to condense dragon origin when reaching the Dragon Pulse realm. As time flowed, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Nangong Yen was the first to open his eyes, releasing an aura of the Dragon Pulse realm. When the Heavenly Blade Pavilion's disciples rushed over, the leader of the Heavenly Blade Pavilion, Xianxia, asked, "Did you succeed?" "I did." Nangong Yen nodded. "How much did you convert?" Xianxia asked with excitement on his face. 30%. Ha ha ha. Converting 30% upon reaching the Dragon Pulse realm. "I bet your Dragon Pulse is at least 3 feet, Xianxia said with joy on his face. It was impressive if someone could convert 10% upon reaching the Dragon Pulse realm, and Nangong Yen had converted 30%. Everyone else in the pool opened their eyes one by one, and the leaders of their sects immediately came forth. "Xiling, how much did you convert?" Mu Shuichin asked. "Roughly about 40%. Yi Xiling replied after briefly closing her eyes to sense her Dragon Pulse. Good! Mu Shuichin had joy on her face as she turned to the other disciples. Ji Shuxian converted 20%, Jiang Chang converted 20%, and Yi Ziyun converted 20%. Everyone turned to look at Zhao Yan after that. Zhao Yan briefly hesitated before he replied, "About 30%. Good. Nangong Yen only converted 30%, and I bet Yi Xiling converted the most. Circulate your dragon origin, and let me see." Mu Shuichin smiled. Since everyone had reached the Dragon Pulse realm, dragon pulses appeared behind them when they triggered their dragon origins. When their Dragon Pulse realm auras exploded, draconic roars could be faintly heard echoing about. The dragon transforming pool is impressive, indeed. Luo Yuan took a deep glance at the sword sect's saint disciples. Upon reaching the Dragon Pulse realm, they all had condensed dragon origin, and Yi Xiling had converted about 40% dragon origin. This gathering was too disfavorable to the Profound Sky sect, and Luo Yuan squinted his eyes. The Profound Sky sect wasn't afraid of losing once. But it would be troublesome if they kept being suppressed by the sword sect, especially by Lin Yun. If Lin Yun wasn't around, the sword sect would be ranked at the bottom of this gathering. Just when Luo Yuan was searching for Lin Yun, an outburst of light exploded from the dragon transforming pool, and several items flew out. Each one of them was a treasure that contained a pure dragon aura. Divine dragon artifacts, the various sects' disciples exclaimed after a brief stun. They were all shocked that divine dragon artifacts had appeared. Each colorful artifact flying around the sky contained a massive dragon aura, and they could faintly see saint runes flickering on them. When the artifacts broke out from the pool's surface, they soared to the sky, wanting to escape. "Saint Lord, are we still not going to make a move?" Everyone nervously turned to look at the heavenly pool Saint Lord. The heavenly pool Saint Lord recollected his gaze from the dragon transforming pool. He could sense an extremely powerful aura at the bottom of the pool. But that aura was too deep within the pool, at least 2,000 meters deep. But at that depth, even those at the pinnacle Dragon Pulse realm wouldn't be able to stay long, and he couldn't detect that depth by relying on his eyes and senses alone. Just when the heavenly pool Saint Lord wanted to use some means to take a look at Lin Yun, the divine dragon artifacts flew out from the pool. When the heavenly pool Saint Lord raised his head to look at those artifacts, his facial expression became weird, but his movements weren't slow. He casually formed a seal, creating multiple arrays that linked together in the form of a light screen. When those divine dragon artifacts collided with the screen, They were rebounded and could only fly within this enclosed space. In the end, the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord moved and activated all the arrays on the Heavenly Pool Manor to suppress those artifacts. Senior Sister Mu, what's a divine dragon artifact? Ji Shuxian asked. He had never heard of them before, and this was the first time he saw them. With shock, Mu Shuiqin replied, "This is also my first time seeing them. The bottom of the dragon transforming pool is connected to a divine dragon realm. So artifacts will occasionally fly out, and they are saint artifacts that were forged by an ancient dragon clan. Every one of them is a treasure comparable to those on the same level. Some are long-lost artifacts. But this is my first time seeing so many divine dragon artifacts." Luo Yuan's eyes also flickered with greed because at least 3 of those artifacts contained a divine rune. He would have immediately snatched them if the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord wasn't around. After all, he was the strongest existence beneath the Golden Generation, and he didn't think anyone there could be his opponent. Suppressing his excitement, Luo Yuan turned to look at the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord. "Saint Lord, according to the rules, we can also compete for these treasures, right?" There was such a rule because there wasn't any pattern for the artifacts to appear. The previous appearance of divine dragon artifacts was decades ago, and everyone had long forgotten about the rule. But with Luo Yuan's reminder, the leaders of the other sects wore grave expressions. The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord swept a gaze over the artifacts and saw that at least 3 of them could be considered powerful treasures. Even he was tempted to take them for himself. After all, he could give them to his descendants, even if he didn't need them. The 3 treasures were a war flag, spear, and sword, so he naturally wanted all of them if possible. But it was a pity that he could only think about it because he couldn't afford to offend the 8 powerful sects. Recollecting his thoughts, the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord replied, "Let's go with the old rules. But there are more treasures this time than in the past, so I'll take one. As for the remaining treasures, you guys can compete amongst yourselves." "Ha ha ha! We won't even be able to obtain one without the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord. So the Saint Lord can go ahead." Luo Yuan smiled. There were 3 high-grade divine dragon artifacts, and he didn't mind letting the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord have one. The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord reached out and took a treasure like he was retrieving a star from the sky. Shortly after, a pendant appeared in his hand, and Luo Yuan squinted his eyes when he saw the pendant. He was surprised that the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord was so cautious. The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord didn't choose to relying on his identity to touch the 3 powerful treasures. Right then, an incident occurred and an artifact swiftly flew towards the sky. It was a white saint's sword. The sword was kept in its sheath, and the sheath was smooth like a jade, leaving behind snowflakes in its path. This surprised the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord as he stowed the pendant before forming a seal with his hands, activating the saint runes on the light barrier. When the light barrier pressed down and collided with the sword, sparks flew around that merged with the snowflakes around the sword. "What saint artifact is that?" Luo Yuan was shocked. "You 2 go after those 3 treasures. I'll go after this sword." The 2 people beside him immediately soared into the sky, heading toward the 3 powerful treasures. "You guys go too," Mu Shuiqin said to Zhou Yuan and Wang Yun before soaring to the sky, heading toward that saint's sword. The other leaders from the other sects also didn't hesitate to charge forth because they could tell that the saint's sword wasn't ordinary. "Ha!" Luo Yuan wore a mocking smile when seeing those people behind him. When he turned back to look at the saint's sword, his speed exploded and immediately arrived before that white saint's sword. When the saint's sword felt threatened, it manifested into a 100-foot-long white dragon and collided with Luo Yuan. This changed Luo Yuan's face and he pushed his palm forth before retreating, not daring to probe the sword. "What the hell is going on?" Mu Shuiqin and others who were behind Luo Yuan were surprised when they saw this scene. They didn't dare to clash with that white dragon head-on. They executed various Holy Spirit martial techniques against the white dragon, but the white dragon manifested by that white sword quickly shattered their attacks, making their faces change. Interesting. Luo Yuan's interest was piqued with flames blazing in his pupils. As a moon rose behind him when he executed the lesser heavenly moon, He didn't choose to duck this time and clashed with the white dragon head-on. When the moon released a powerful light, the white dragon was sent flying by Luo Yuan's palm, and everyone else no longer dared to hold back and executed their ghost spirit martial techniques when they saw this scene. "Get lost!" Luo Yuan sneered and roared at the leader from the Thunder Sect. "You're courting death." Yen Gu, the Thunder Sect's leader, was also a ruthless character, and he naturally could tell that this saint's sword wasn't ordinary. He had no intention of giving it away. Yen Gu swept out with a chop as the purple moon rose behind him, and the silhouette in the purple moon executed a similar gesture. The two attacks combined formed a gigantic, descending indigo blazing blade. "Profound sky-heavy armor," Luo Yuan roared. Saint runes manifested into a black armor on the surface of his body. When Yen Gu's blade landed on the armor, it created several cracks on the armor. But Luo Yuan didn't take a step back. The armor was also being slowly repaired. "You like to play with flames?" Luo Yuan smiled and waved his hand, summoning a sea of golden flames behind him. The sea of flames made Yen Gu's face change because he could sense a fatal threat. He wanted to avoid them, but it was too late. A demonic claw had reached out from the sea of flames, swiftly catching up with Yen Gu and tearing apart his phenomenon. When the indigo moon exploded, Yen Gu threw a mouthful of blood. Luo Yuan then pushed his palm forth. The palm made Yen Gu's chest cave in, and Yen Gu slammed against the barrier created by the heavenly pool Saint Lord. "You trash!" Luo Yuan mockingly smiled and chased after Yen Gu. This made Mu Shuiqin and the others who were chasing after the white dragon turn back. When they saw Luo Yuan, their eyes flashed with fear. Just Luo Yuan's 5th grade flame intent was enough to deal with them, not to mention that Luo Yuan clearly still had trump cards. At the very least, Mu Shuiqin knew Luo Yuan had a whip. Paired with his profound sky cannon, it could allow him to unleash a terrifying power. Simultaneously, the sky of the heavenly pool manor had already fallen into chaos. At least 2 people were competing for each artifact. As for the 3 high-grade artifacts, the battle for them was chaotic, and 10-odd people were fighting. "Father, what's the origin of that sword?" Pei Qian, the young lord of the heavenly pool manor, asked while looking at the white dragon in the sky. "It should be a saint artifact that the Mo clan forged for the White Dragon Palace, and it might be a glory saint artifact," the heavenly pool saint lord replied in an uncertain tone. Upon hearing that it might be a glory saint artifact, Pei Qian's eyes blazed with flames because his primary weapon was also a sword. "Don't even think about competing for it." The heavenly pool saint lord handed the pendant over. He continued, "This pendant can be activated 3 times. It can protect you from the attacks of a pinnacle samsara edict realm powerhouse. It is so much so that it can protect your life against saints. So keep it safe." The heavenly pool saint lord might have ideas to obtain it if it was only a saint's sword forged by the Mo clan. But if it was a glory saint's sword, it wasn't something he could protect, even if he obtained it. Pei Qian had no joy on his face when holding on to the pendant. He then looked at the battle between Luo Yuan and others. After all, a glory saint artifact forged by the Mo clan was too tempting. "Father, I'm also a Dragon Pulse Realm genius. Can't I fight for it relying on my own strength?" Pei Qian asked, still holding some hope for that white sword. Since the heavenly pool saint lord was thinking about something else, he casually replied, "Don't even think about it. No one is Luo Yuan's opponent, and you'll only be courting death." The heavenly pool saint lord was wondering if he had forgotten about something. He felt he missed something important because of the divine dragon artifact's appearance. 3,000 meters deep in the pool, Lin Yun opened his eyes and released an aura belonging to the Dragon Pulse realm. "How much of your astral energy ocean is converted into dragon origin?" Lil Purple asked. Lin Yun briefly examined himself and replied, "About 80% of my astral energy has been converted to dragon origin." His words made Lil Purple silent for a long time before she replied, "You're a monster." It was insane for someone to convert 80% of their astral energy into dragon origin upon reaching the Dragon Pulse realm. Many people couldn't even convert it all in the Second Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. After reaching the Dragon Pulse realm, The screen in the sky of Lin Yun's violet palace disappeared along with the 10 stars. Out of his 50,000-foot wide astral energy ocean, 40,000 feet had been converted into dragon origin. After a brief examination, Lin Yun discovered that the power of dragon origin was 10 times greater than astral energy. Aside from that, his physique had also gotten stronger. After all, his body would transform whenever a dragon pulse was formed. The first pulse would transform the skin, the second pulse would strengthen the muscles, the third pulse would strengthen the vitality, the fourth pulse would strengthen the bones, the fifth pulse would strengthen the meridians, the sixth pulse would strengthen the internal organs, the seventh pulse would allow the cultivator to be immune to poison, the eighth pulse would enable one to be unharmed by flames or ice, and the ninth pulse was a thorough transformation of the body. Upon reaching the ninth pulse, one could form the divine dragon golden physique, significantly boosting the physique and obtaining power comparable to divine dragons. Each of the 9 transformations would bring great changes to the physique. However, it wasn't that obvious for the first and second pulses. But after the transformation of the vitality at the third pulse, the cultivator's vitality would be no different from a beast, putting a difference between them and ordinary people. After stepping into the dragon pulse realm, one could see the path towards being a saint. Further ahead would be nirvana, which meant that the cultivator was half a step onto the saint path. But most people would stop at the dragon pulse realm because the forming of each pulse meant that the cultivator had to undergo a tribulation. They would only transform if they made it through the tribulation. If one failed, one would die and no one dared to take risks. This meant that the later pulses were increasingly more challenging. If the cultivator was too old, they would have no odds of winning. Is converting 80% into dragon origin very strong? Lin Yun asked, looking at the dragon origin condensed in his palm. That's for sure. Furthermore, your dragon pulse has probably reached 8 feet, and that's heaven-defying. Lil Purple said. Let me give it a try. Lin Yun said as he clasped his palms together to circulate the dragon pulse within his body. When a dragon reaching 8 feet appeared behind him, Lin Yun could feel his dragon origin boiling when he breathed. When he circulated the dragon pulse, Lin Yun was shocked to discover that his speed of absorbing the divine dragon spiritual liquid was nearly comparable to when he used the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron. Aside from that, he could also sense that it was easier for him to control the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron with the Nether Flower. He had already reached the 5th stage in the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra, and this cultivation technique was limited when he was in the Elysium Core realm. Now that he circulated the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra with dragon origin, the power of this cultivation technique was strengthened by at least 30%. When he tried circulating the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron with his dragon origin started boiling, and a sword vibration echoed from within his body. What power! Lin Yun's eyes flickered, sensing the tremendous boost in his strength. In reality, he should have long made a breakthrough to the Dragon Pulse realm. After all, his cultivation was limiting his cultivation technique, sword technique, movement technique, and even the golden crow wings. He couldn't completely unleash their full power without reaching the Dragon Pulse realm. After all, the golden crow wings had 20,000 saint runes, and the core even contained the golden crow divine rune. The Southern Emperor left behind the carefree 9 swords, and his movement technique had reached a terrifying height. Because his cultivation limited him, it was like having a small horse dragging a massive carriage. But that burden had completely disappeared now after reaching the Dragon Pulse realm. It's time for us to go out now, right? Lil Purple asked. No rush. I want to convert all my astral energy into dragon origin first. Lin Yun replied. Are you insane? The divine dragon spiritual liquid won't help after reaching the Dragon Pulse realm. So you'll only be wasting your time, Lil Purple urged. Furthermore, didn't you sense the treasures flying out from the pool? Outside is probably in chaos now. That is precisely why I can't go out now. Lin Yun had considered it well. There would be no meaning in him going out now because he didn't have the strength to suppress everyone. Since that was the case, he might as well become as strong as he could before going out. You've belittled the last 20%. When you're done converting, everything will already be too late, Lil Purple said. She felt that it was too unrealistic for Lin Yun to achieve that. I plan to undo another seal of the profound wither key. Lil Purple was briefly stunned and asked, "Is it worth it? I did it once for An Luyen. So why isn't it worth it for the sword sect?" Lin Yun had made this decision long ago. He began to form seals with both of his hands to undo the third sealing layer on the profound wither key. Meanwhile, as Lil Purple had said, the outside world was in chaos. The temptation of the divine dragon artifacts was too great, and every single one was incredibly valuable. If there was a Samsara Edict Realm expert there, even they might not be able to resist the temptation of those artifacts. After all, even if they couldn't use them, they could give them to the sect they belonged to in exchange for astronomical resources. That's why everyone who was participating in the competition had even brought out their constellations without holding back. Even so, the chaos still had no signs of ending. Even if someone managed to obtain an artifact, they would immediately be besieged by the experts from the other sects, and they would be heavily injured if they weren't careful. The young lord of the Heavenly Pool Manor was dumbfounded while looking at this scene, and it had been a long time since the Heavenly Pool gathering became so chaotic. The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord didn't say a word, but had his brows furrowed. This was because he also didn't expect this scene. There were too many divine dragon artifacts this time around, causing all the sects to stand out. In the past, a high-grade saint artifact would be rare enough. There were 3 high-grade saint artifacts this time, and even he was tempted to snatch that white sword, not to mention the leaders from the various sections. It was expected that no one would want to give up on it. "The profound sky sect is too strong," Pei Qian said. Aside from Luo Yuan, the 2 Dragon Pulse Realm disciples beside him were also strong, obtaining a few of the divine dragon artifacts. Moreover, their means were ruthless. They were both disciples of the inner ranking in the profound sky sect. The profound sky sect's inner ranking was similar to the sword sect's heaven ranking, and it wasn't easy to make it onto the ranking. The two were ganging up on the sword sect's disciples. The sword sect's disciples managed to obtain one of the high-grade saint artifact, the Saint Dragon War Flag, but they were immediately facing immense pressure the next moment. It's not that they're strong, but Tian Xuanzi is the strong one. The profound sky sect's current foundation is clearly stronger than the other 7 sections, the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord said. The profound sky sect was the winner of the past few ancient barren battlefields. After they completed those incomplete books, those books became their sect's foundation. The moment the Radiant Sword Saint passes away, no one in the ancient barren domain will be able to contend with them. A loud sound echoed from the horizon right at that moment. The white dragon dissipated under the attacks from Luo Yuan and the others, returning to a white sword. The white sword was flawless, glowing brightly, and it looked like a piece of jade. Just the sword ray released by the white sword alone was enough to prove that it was extraordinary. The moment the sword reappeared, several figures dashed forth. But there was a flaming figure that was like a comet descending from the sky, leaving everyone behind. When that person reached out, he grabbed onto the white saint's sword. It really is a glory saint artifact. That person was Luo Yuan. He descended from the sky with the white dragon saint's sword in his hand. While sensing the power contained within the sword, Luo Yuan looked at the runes engraved on it with appreciation, and he soon saw the glory spirits on the sword and the scabbard. The sword struggled within his hand with a smear of moonlight accompanied by chill, releasing a ferocious aura. It soon covered Luo Yuan's arm in a layer of ice, before the chill penetrated his skin, spreading towards his shoulder. "Silence!" Luo Yuan sinisterly laughed as he released his flame intent, instantly dispelling the chill from the sword. But just when he was about to grab onto the sword again, 3 figures flew over and attacked without any hesitation. Mu Shuiqin released a scarlet sun behind her, and the sword ray she released manifested into a flaming dragon that was charging over with a destructive aura. The Vajra Monastery's Luo, she was enveloped in a holy golden light with a staff in his hand. When he swung the staff, 4 light spheres gathered at the top of the staff with lightning crackling and emitting a majestic and solemn aura. As for the Heavenly Blade Pavilion's Xianxia, he swung his blade, and his firmament blade intent manifested into a sea of blood that made him look like a fiend god. After coming this far, The other sect's leaders either backed down from the competition or were like Yengu, heavily injured by Luo Yuan. Thus, only Mu Shuiqin, Luo Shi, and Zhang Xian, who were the strongest, stayed in the competition. A bunch of annoying flies. Luo Yuan shook his wrist and stabbed the sword with the sheath into the ground. But when facing the attacks from Mu Shuiqin, Luo Shi, and Zhang Xian, he had no trace of panic on his face. He balled his fists together as flames blazed on the surface of his body, pushing his greater mastery of fifth-grade flame intent to the limit. When his flame intent dyed the entire sky red, this suppressed the aura released by the three who were charging at him. "Let me play with you guys, then." Flame Dragon Fist. Luo Yuan took in a deep breath before throwing 3 punches. Accompanied by a ferocious roar, his punches made the sky dark, and each punch contained his fifth-grade flame intent. Empowered by his flame intent, his punch exploded upon colliding with the attacks released by Mu Shuiqin, Luo Shi, and Zhang Xian. His first punch shattered the dragon manifested by Mu Shuiqin's sword ray into pieces. His second punch broke the 4 light spheres on Luo Shi's staff, and his third punch tore Zhang Xian's blood ocean apart. But his punches didn't weaken after resolving Mu Shuiqin, Luo Shi, and Zhang Xian's attacks. They continued and landed on those 3, causing them to throw out blood with their faces becoming pale. This made Mu Shuiqin, Luo Shi, and Zhang Xian shocked. They knew that Luo Yuan was strong, but they didn't expect him to be this strong. But they were all ruthless figures and didn't stop despite suffering severe injuries. They charged forth without hesitation and engaged Luo Yuan in close combat. The commotion created by their clash was earth-shattering, and they were so fast that others could only see blurs flashing around. 10 odd moves later, Luo Yuan unleashed his vitality and sent Mu Shuiqin, Luo Shi, and Zhang Xian flying back. When those 3 fell to the ground on their knees, they raised their heads, looking at Luo Yuan with disbelief in their eyes. This was because Luo Yuan had 3 dragons behind him with spiritual energy surging on him, which was a sign that Luo Yuan had reached the 3rd Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. Simultaneously, the vitality released by Luo Yuan was comparable to an ancient beast. This meant that Luo Yuan wasn't the strongest beneath the Golden Generation, but he was one of the Golden Generation. So this naturally left Mu Shuiqin, Luo Su, Zhang Xian, and other sects' geniuses in the Heavenly Pool manner shocked. After all, Luo Yuan had always been known to be the strongest genius under the Golden Generation. He had finally taken a step to become one of the Golden Generation by reaching the 3rd Pulse Dragon Pulse realm before age 30. Luo Yuan stood there, coldly looking at the 3 people before him. Compared to him, their vitalities were like fireflies before the sun, and his gaze made the 3's faces change as they quickly retreated. "You guys want to leave now? It's already too late." A cold light flashed within Luo Yuan's pupils as he reached out with his hand. When a gigantic flaming palm formed behind him, Mu Shuiqin, Luo Shi, and Zhang Xian immediately felt a powerful suction force pulling them towards Luo Yuan. When they were pulled over, Luo Yuan balled his fist and threw a punch. The flaming palm behind him also balled into a fist and slammed into Mu Shuiqin, Luo Shi, and Zhang Xian, along with the flame dragon Saint Seal. The massive impact made the 3 throw out a mouthful of blood as they fell to the ground, causing cracks to spread. "The Saint's sword belongs to me. Any objections?" Luo Yuan swept his gaze around, but no one dared to look him straight in the eyes. "It has come to an end." The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord wasn't surprised by this outcome at all. Others might not be able to detect Luo Yuan's actual cultivation, but he already knew it beforehand. A water geyser suddenly exploded from the dragon transforming pool, where an azure-robed figure hovered in the sky above. Before everyone could respond, a voice resounded from that person. "I, Lin Yun, have an objection to that." Lin Yun's sudden appearance made the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord squint his eyes because he finally remembered who he had forgotten. It was no wonder why he had a feeling that he had forgotten someone important. It turned out that Lin Yun was still in the dragon transforming pool until now. This also meant that the appearance of the divine dragon artifacts might be connected to him. Along with Lin Yun's appearance, the surroundings fell into a brief silence. Even the two other Dragon Pulse Realm geniuses from the Profound Sky sect who were ganging up on Yi Xiling and the others turned their gazes over. As for the other sect's disciples' gazes, they were also on Lin Yun. The divine dragon artifact's appearance made everyone briefly forget about him. But when he reappeared, only then did everyone realize that Lin Yun was still in the dragon transforming pool. Everyone felt that he was a little too bold with his words. Luo Yuan had reached the third Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. In addition to his 5th grade Flame Intent and Profound Sky Cannon, the experts from the other sects have all lost to him. It was so much so that Mu Shuiqin, Luo Shi, and Zhang Xian, whom were considered the strongest amongst the 7 sects, all lost to him. As Lin Yun gently tapped his foot in mid-air, he appeared beside Mu Shuiqin and helped her up. Junior brother, there's no need for you to fight him when you've just reached the Dragon Pulse realm. Mu Shuiqin's eyes flashed with concern. She was afraid that Lin Yun would put himself in danger because of his words. The Radiant Sword Saint's disciple is extraordinary, with the guts to challenge me when you've just reached the Dragon Pulse realm. Luo Yuan snickered. He was happy because this gave him the excuse to get rid of Lin Yun since he came up on his own accord. Luo Yuan, what are you talking about? Mu Shuiqin roared with her face changed. Ha ha ha! Didn't you hear me? Since the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple has challenged me, I'll fulfill his wish. Then, Luo Yuan snickered. He's just being impulsive. Mu Shuiqin said with her face ugly. Let's put this to an end. Luo Yuan, the Saint's sword believes you, and I believe there isn't anyone unconvinced. The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord spoke out. He couldn't bear the responsibility of the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple being crippled by the Profound Sky sect. At the very least, this couldn't happen within the manor. Lin Yun still wanted to say something, but Mu Shuiqin stopped him. The Saint Lord is right. Ha! Luo Yuan smiled. Radiant Sword Saint's disciple. Do your words still count? The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord's face changed because Luo Yuan was equivalent to disregarding him. You want me to stop? Sure. Apologize to me as the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple and admit that you're weak before begging me for forgiveness. Luo Yuan said, and his words made everyone's faces change because he was practically forcing Lin Yun to fight him. There's no need to be so troublesome. You'll know if I'm weak with a fight, and I have an objection to you getting the Saint's sword. So you don't have to try and find ways to force me. Lin Yun smiled. He had been waiting for this moment after staying in the dragon transforming pool for so long. He had been unhappy with Luo Yuan for so long, but he couldn't do anything back when he was still in the Elysium Core realm. As a swordsman, he pursued resolving grudges immediately and not keeping them until the next day. This had nothing to do with his identity as the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple. He had no intention of swallowing this matter down, to begin with. Junior brother. He a genius of the golden generation, Mu Shuiqin anxiously said. Ha ha! It's too late to regret it now. Profound Sky Sect's Luo Yuan accepts the Radiant Sword Saint's challenge. Luo Yuan laughed before pushing his palm forth at Lin Yun. As flames blazed, the gigantic flaming palm flew forth. In response, Lin Yun joined his hands together and pushed the heavily injured Mu Shuiqin away before opening his palms. Circulating the Azure Dragon Saint art, he pushed one of his palms forth, executing the Azure Dragon Grasp. The two palms collided over the dragon transforming pool and boundless dragon origin exploded from them. Their dragon origins manifested into streaks of light that were colliding back and forth. The two palms were stuck together in the sky, blooming into various phenomena. One side was a sea of flames, and the other side was a violent thunderstorm filled with a boundless dragon aura. Lin Yun stood on the spot with his azure clothes fluttering within the violent gale. He stood in the air like a divine sword, and he was multitasking at this moment with seas of flowers appearing behind him. When he swiped his finger, a sword ray manifested into a river and attacked Luo Yuan. This fellow has gotten stronger after reaching the Dragon Pulse realm. Luo Yuan knew that Lin Yun's attainment in the sword was strong, but he didn't expect the power to become stronger after reaching the Dragon Pulse realm with no changes in his sword intent. Break! Luo Yuan stepped forth and waved his hand. A 9-section whip engraved with ancient saint runes and covered with golden flames flew towards that sword ray. Each section on the whip was created by fusing agrium and dragon bone, with more than 2,000 saint runes engraved on it. The sword ray was destroyed with a whip from Luo Yuan, but Lin Yun waved his hand and unleashed another sword aura, aiming for Luo Yuan's neck when the latter resolved his last sword ray. This surprised Luo Yuan, forcing him to control the 9-section whip to knock the sword ray away. Divine Azure Annihilation. Lin Yun's sword ocean shone brightly before an azure dragon flew out from his brows. The golden azure dragon then entered the flower burial sword, and the sword tried to pierce Luo Yuan's chest. The flower burial sword easily tore apart the dragon origin, protecting Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan was forced to take several steps back and poured his dragon origin into the 9-section whip, and the whip was like a long sword as it collided with the flower burial sword. But a sword aura far exceeding the firmament sword intent exploded from the flower burial sword, transmitting through the whip to Luo Yuan from his hand to his feet. Under that terrifying sword aura, the protective layers that the heavenly pool manor had set on the ground began to crack with fragments flying out. When Luo Yuan blocked Lin Yun's sword, it felt like a giant was swinging his sword down at him from the sky. Lin Yun was clearly a few hundred meters away, but he had fused with his sword, and he was the heaven. As a terrifying sword aura exploded out from him, Lin Yun swung his sword 36 times, all aimed at Luo Yuan's fatal spots. How is this possible? Luo Yuan's face changed as he quickly manipulated his vitality. His physique suddenly became comparable to a beast, and the 9-section whip was the beast's claw. As a gale enveloped his feet, he swiftly retreated and avoided most of the sword rays. With a flick of his right wrist, the 9-section whip glowed and blocked 9 sword rays. But a sword ray still tore apart the dragon origin, protecting his body, and left a 2-inch wound on his shoulder. Luo Yuan retreated a few hundred meters away, but the flaming palm was torn apart by the dragon claw. When the dragon claw descended, he was forced to retreat again but was caught up in the shockwave. When he landed on the ground, he looked at Lin Yun with shock. One with the sword. You've achieved the 5th grade sword intent. Reaching out with his hand, Lin Yun grabbed onto the flower burial sword that flew back with pity on his face. He didn't answer Luo Yuan's question. His sword intent was still at the quasi-heavenly dome sword intent. But after reaching the Dragon Pulse realm, he had a deeper understanding of the heavenly dome sword intent, and he was only 1 step away. He had pushed his quasi-heavenly dome sword intent to the limit in that sword. That was enough to tear anyone apart. But it was a pity that Luo Yuan was a little too strong. The clash between the two had left everyone shocked. When they came to their senses, their jaws nearly fell off because they didn't expect Lin Yun to be so powerful. Everyone had witnessed how strong Luo Yuan was, and even the 7 leaders of the 7 sects weren't his opponent. They didn't even force him to use his 9-section whip. But they never expected that not only was Lin Yun capable of forcing Luo Yuan to retreat from a frontal confrontation, he even injured his shoulder. They initially thought Lin Yun wouldn't be able to hold a cradle to Luo Yuan. But they never expected Lin Yun would be so strong after reaching the Dragon Pulse realm. Incredible! Exclaimed Yen Gu of the Heavenly Blade Pavilion. He was the first to be heavily injured by Luo Yuan. Lin Yun is actually so strong? How much dragon origin did he convert? It's no wonder why he's so confident. Mu Shuiqin had shock in her eyes. As a disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint, he was already invincible in the way of the sword. But this isn't all of Luo Yuan's strength, and his 9-section whip is terrifying. Combined with his flame intent, he doesn't have any weakness. The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord said. Luo Yuan kept his disdain and looked at Lin Yun. The Radiant Sword Saint's disciple is truly impressive to be so strong when you've just reached the Dragon Pulse realm. It looks like I've underestimated you. You're not bad yourself, but I bet you still have a long way to go to be compared to those in the Golden Generation, right? Strongest beneath the Golden Generation, it's pretty suitable with you. Lin Yun replied. His words made Luo Yuan furious because that title wasn't glory but humiliation. He roared. You must be courting death. Lu Yu and Bai Kuang, what are you guys doing? Snatch the Saint Dragon War Flag. His words changed the two Dragon Pulse Realm geniuses' faces, and they attacked again. They were both at the second Pulse Dragon Pulse Realm and practically had no opponents. When they joined forces, they could easily suppress the 4 Sword Sect's Saint Disciples and 2 Heaven-ranking genius. Mu Shuiqin was heavily injured, so she couldn't help in their fight. This instantly placed Yi Xiling and others under tremendous pressure. Trying to distract me? Lin Yun's face became cold. You're overthinking it. Today, every single Sword Sect disciple will go down on their knees. Luo Yuan poured his flaming dragon origin into the 9-section whip, and the saint runes on each section lit up brightly. When he swung his whip out thrice, the saint runes engraved on the sections flew out and converged into a golden divine dragon. I forgot to tell you that this whip is a replica of the Divine Dragon Empire's dragon whip. It's the bane of the Dragon Clan meant to deal with traitors. I believe you've cultivated a Dragon Clan's body refining technique, right? Let's see how many whips you can take from me. Then, Luo Yuan snorted. The Divine Dragon put Lin Yun under immense pressure, and the circulation of his dragon runes was greatly affected. Facing Luo Yuan's attacks, Lin Yun could only use the Divine Sun-chasing art. A pair of golden crow wings suddenly appeared behind him while he swung his sword to block those attacks. As the sword rays flashed even faster, the blue dragon bone within Lin Yun's chest emitted a dazzling blue radiance. It looks like I'm right. There's no way the golden dragon can suppress the blue dragon. Lin Yun executed the earth sword form before his sword technique suddenly changed, and each of his sword rays emitted a profound light. Whenever the whip flew at him, it would bounce back with an even more terrifying force. Luo Yuan couldn't harm Lin Yun. The rebound force would numb Luo Yuan's arm, with blood dripping from his palm. After 9 sword layers, an ancient, profound word appeared. When the whip collided, it flew back with an even stronger power, and the whip turned into a flaming river when it flew back. This changed Luo Yuan's face, and he quickly let go of the whip. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Yun flew up and swung his sword at the golden dragon, executing the Aqua Heaven's sword technique. 3 sword rays later, a white dragon flew out, and a person flew out from the moon hanging in the sky. As the sword rays overlapped, Lin Yun created a hole in the divine dragon and drilled his way through. The pressure he felt plummeted, and a draconic roar echoed within his body. As his 50,000-foot dragon origin began to boil, the dragon origin filled his body under the circulation of the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra, and a 10-foot dragon appeared behind him. 10 feet! He converted all of his astral energy into dragon origin. How is this possible? The entire heavenly pool manor fell into an uproar as Nan Gongyan and others looked at Lin Yun like they were looking at a monster. They only converted 30 to 40% of their astral energy into dragon origin, which was already impressive. But Lin Yun had converted all of his astral energy into dragon origin, reaching the pinnacle first pulse upon stepping into the dragon pulse realm. This left everyone dumbfounded, shocked by the strength he had revealed. When the heavenly pool Saint Lord looked at Lin Yun, the name Jian Jingtian immediately appeared within his mind, and he could see Jian Jingtian's silhouette overlapping with Lin Yun. Not good. Luo Yuan swiftly reacted and retreated, not caring about the whip he tossed to the side. But even if he swiftly responded, Lin Yun was still able to thrust his sword and pierce through Luo Yuan's shoulder. Throwing out a mouthful of blood, a ruthless light flashed across Luo Yuan's pupils as he pushed his left flaming palm out at Lin Yun. He had circulated all his vitality into this attack, and they separated after exchanging an attack. Luo Yuan fell to the ground, rolling. When he got back up, he raised his head and was surprised that his palm couldn't harm Lin Yun. After all, Lin Yun had nearly 40,000 dragon runes, and he managed to withstand this attack despite his vitality rumbling within his body. Without any hesitation, Luo Yuan slammed his palm on the ground and charged forth, picking up the sacred gold flame whip in the process. He no longer held back and executed the lesser heavenly moon before ruthlessly lashing out with his whip. This time, the power behind his whip was enough to kill even second pulse dragon pulse realm geniuses, cracking the space in the path of his whip. Lin Yun pushed his movement technique to the limit, but he was too late. Even with the flower burial sword blocking Luo Yuan's attack, the huge impact still made Lin Yun's internal organs rumble, and he nearly threw out a mouthful of blood. Die! Luo Yuan wielded the sacred gold flame whip and lashed it down. His whip sliced a portion of Lin Yun's golden crow wings, and the pain made the corner of Lin Yun's lip twitch. With a rotation of his hand, the sacred gold flame whip revolved around Luo Yuan before manifesting into a golden flaming dragon that flew at Lin Yun. Lin Yun managed to avoid the attack this time, but the ground still cracked, shattering the array's runes on the floor. But Luo Yuan didn't give up and continued to attack, with each attack aiming for a fatal point. Simultaneously, 2 of the sword sect's heaven-ranking geniuses lost, and the 4 saint disciples held on with great difficulty. Jiang Cheng was sent flying with a palm, and Zhao Yan's sword aura was crushed. Only Yi Xiling and Yi Ziyun were barely holding on. As snowflakes flew before the Saint Dragon war flag, Yi Xiling and Yi Ziyun had a radiant snow flower blooming within their pupils. Yi Xiling was enveloped in snow and lightning, with a divine dragon faintly appearing on her, and each of her attacks were accompanied by the power of a divine dragon. On the other hand, Yi Ziyun didn't hold on for long before she fell to her knees after a palm. I still can't catch up to you? Yi Ziyun bitterly smiled while looking at Yi Xiling. Yi Xiling didn't say a word, but waved her hand and sent the injured Yi Ziyun away before facing Lu Yu and Bai Kuang head-on. Although those two had exhausted a great deal of their energy through a series of battles, they were increasingly ferocious as they fought. They initially thought they could deal with Yi Xiling, who was alone. But whenever they tried to get close to her, the radiant snow flower within her pupils would start revolving, emitting a golden radiance. Her radiant snow bloodline wasn't the same as Yi Xiling's, and the golden light made her pupils look like a dragon's pupils instead. As a result, Lu Yu and Bai Kuang trembled under her gaze and couldn't bring out the full power of their cultivations. Amidst the snowflakes, Yi Xiling was like a dragon with lightning crackling while wielding her saint's sword. Her current state might look a little pathetic, but she didn't take a step back from the Saint Dragon war flag. It was as though the flag was the flag of the sword sect, and she wouldn't give up on it. Thus, she was naturally in a dangerous position. You still dare to be distracted during our fight? Luo Yuan's gaze turned cold, and the sacred gold flame whip wrapped around the flower burial sword. Lin Yun tried pulling his sword out from the sacred gold flame whip, but he failed no matter how hard he tried. Simultaneously, flames would spread from the whip over to his sword, causing the sword in his hand to blaze. Luo Yuan also tried to pull the whip to pull the sword out of Lin Yun's hands. But when he discovered he couldn't pull the sword over, he loosened his grip on the whip and dashed forth. This made Lin Yun's face change, and he quickly retreated. I already said that everyone from the sword sect will go down on their knees today. Luo Yuan pounced forth with a sinister smile. Lin Yun's greatest reliance was his sword intent. Luo Yuan didn't believe Lin Yun could fight him without his sword. Lin Yun was suppressing the flames with his right hand. When he saw Luo Yuan charging over, he glared, executing the divine dragon eyes, sun and moon gaze. This was the gaze that Lin Yun used when he glared at Huang Xuanyi. But Luo Yuan was long prepared, and poured his dragon origin into his eyes. But even so, he was still forced back by the sudden outburst of divine dragon aura. Looking at the flames blazing on the sword in his right hand, Lin Yun ultimately gave up on it and waved his hand, summoning the white dragon saint's sword. When he held onto the sword, the terrifying chill from the sword instantly extinguished the flames on his flower burial sword. The chill made Lin Yun feel comfortable, and this white dragon saint's sword really was a radiant saint's sword. When Luo Yuan saw the white dragon saint's sword in Lin Yun's hands, he immediately became anxious because he spent so much effort in getting the sword. So how could he possibly let Lin Yun obtain it? But Lin Yun smiled and turned around. Yi Xiling, catch! The white dragon saint's sword was like a streak of light as it flew over and arrived before Yi Xiling. When Yi Xiling reached out, the sword flew into her right hand, and the divine dragon coiling around her became even more realistic, looking like an actual snow-white divine dragon. Not good. Lu Yu and Bai Kuang immediately felt immense pressure as Yi Xiling's sword aura rapidly rose. You're courting death, Luo Yuan roared, seeing Lin Yun throwing the sword away. His vitality blazed like flames. As his heart pumped, it was like a cauldron as 3 dragon images appeared behind him. This was his advantage after having his vitality transformed upon reaching the 3rd Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. Not even Lin Yun's Azure Dragon Saint Art could compete with him. When Lin Yun circulated the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra, Luo Yuan's punches rained down, and each punch would make him let out a groan while taking several steps back. After 10-odd punches, Lin Yun had no more space to retreat and was forced into a dead end. But a nether flower bloomed behind him, and this flower had 24 petals that looked like a layer of heaven. Radiant Sword Saint's disciple, go down on your knees. Luo Yuan threw another punch that felt like a roaring flame dragon. Facing Luo Yuan's attack, the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron rose from the Dragon Origin Ocean, and Lin Yun's pupils instantly became crimson with the destructive power filling his body. Forcibly calming his mind to not be affected by it, Lin Yun triggered the Heavenly Dragon on the cauldron before throwing a punch out. When the 2 punches came in contact, Luo Yuan was sent flying while Lin Yun remained where he was. How is this possible? Luo Yuan threw out a mouthful of blood, looking at Lin Yun in disbelief. He might have just reached the 3rd Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, but how could he not suppress Lin Yun, who had just reached the Dragon Pulse realm, especially when Lin Yun didn't even have a sword in his hand? As unwillingness filled his chest, Luo Yuan roared, Flame Dragon Fist! He used the martial technique that he had used to defeat the 3 experts previously. This made everyone feel immense pressure because they could see an Origin Saint rune condensing in Luo Yuan's palm. It was the Flame Dragon Saint rune. His flame intent and the Flame Dragon Saint rune brought this high-grade ghost spirit martial technique to an unbelievable height. But to everyone's surprise, Lin Yun was the one who attacked first, taking a step forth. When he flew in the air, his meridians, vitality, muscles, dragon runes, and even his sword intent poured into his arms as he formed seals with both hands. Every single time he made a seal, his vitality would be exhausted, converted to dragon aura. Lin Yun's hands joined together as the dragon aura overlapped 10 times, and a profound seal appeared within his palms. Lin Yun's pupils became golden in that split second, and an oppressive aura swept out from him. Sovereign Dragon Fist, Soaring Divine Dragon. 100 divine dragons flew out of his body when he threw his punch. When his fist came in contact with Luo Yuan's fist, the latter's arm was blown to smithereens. This made Luo Yuan throw out a mouthful of blood before he was sent flying away. Luo Yuan was stumped upon seeing his missing limb, and everyone in the manor fell silent. Even the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord was dumbfounded for a long time before he raised his head to look at Lin Yun with his scalp tingling. On the other hand, Yi Xiling thrust her sword towards Lu Yu and Bai Kuang, leaving a hole in their bodies as they fell to their knees. When Lin Yun raised his head, his gaze bumped into Yi Xiling, who looked over as well, and they both smiled. Luo Yuan's arm was blown to smithereens, while Lu Yu and Bai Kuang were on their knees. With that, the competition over the artifacts had ended, and the outcome was something no one had expected. Lin Yun, who had just reached the Dragon Pulse realm, converted all his astral energy into Dragon Origin. Not only that, but he also defeated Luo Yuan and inherited the title of the strongest beneath the Golden Generation. Based on the strength Lin Yun had revealed, everyone even suspected that he had the strength to compete with the Golden Generation geniuses. This also meant that aside from those ranked in the top 2 in the various sects, it was hard for anyone to suppress Lin Yun amongst the younger generation. With the ancient barren battlefield starting soon, they could predict that Lin Yun would become a ferocious general of the sword sect. After all, the speed of his growth had exceeded everyone's imagination, and this heavenly pool gathering became a stage for him alone. He first defeated Huang Xuanyi before crippling the latter's eyes with a gaze and defeated Luo Yuan, blowing one of his arms to smithereens. Everyone's gazes were complicated when they looked at Lin Yun, and they knew they had to report Lin Yun's performance to their sects. They couldn't afford to look down on this champion of the 9th heavenly path any longer. or they would suffer in the ancient barren battlefield. The heavenly pool Saint Lord landed beside Luo Yuan to stop the latter's bleeding, and his brows furrowed, looking at Luo Yuan's bare shoulder. Lin Yun's last attack was so powerful that it blew Luo Yuan's arm away. Otherwise, the heavenly pool Saint Lord could connect the severed arm back to Luo Yuan. But now, Luo Yuan was destined to become a disabled person. This is where it stops. If you have any grudges, deal with them outside the manor. The heavenly pool Saint Lord swept his gaze around. The chaos in this gathering had far exceeded the past, and he felt this was a sign of the chaos that would ensue in the ancient barren domain. After all, everyone knew about the relationship between the Profound Sky Sect and Sword Sect. The Profound Sky Sect had always suppressed the Sword Sect in the past, but it was different now with Lin Yun's appearance. This gave the Sword Sect hope. After all, it was natural that the Sword Sect would be furious after being suppressed by the Profound Sky Sect for so long, and the Profound Sky Sect naturally wouldn't be willing to lose. So one could imagine that the confrontation between the two sects would only intensify. Roger that. The other sect's disciples let out breaths of relief. If the competition continued, their divine dragon artifacts might be snatched away by Lin Yun. Based on the strength Lin Yun had shown so far, who would dare to face him? In reality, they were overthinking it. It wasn't as easy as it appeared for Lin Yun to defeat Luo Yuan. He had to use all of his trump cards in the process, not to mention that he was injured. He couldn't engage in another fight anytime soon. Just the portion of the golden crow wings that Luo Yuan had sliced off would need 2 to 3 days to recover. It was fortunate that he didn't take the sacred gold flame whip head-on. The sacred gold flame whip, a replica of the dragon whip, gave him a lot of trouble, and he wouldn't have one if the blue dragon bone had feared the golden dragon. The Profound Sky Sect's party was the first to leave while being in a pathetic state. Their eyes were filled with ill intent, but they didn't dare to provoke Lin Yun. When the other sects left, their gazes were complicated while looking at the Sword Sect's party because they could sense pressure from Lin Yun. Only the Profound Valley and Heavenly Note Sect's disciples briefly chatted with the Sword Sect before they left, especially Luo Shui. She looked at Lin Yun and asked, "It has been a year, and it looks like young Master Lin's grace hasn't fallen. Lady Luo, you're being too courteous." Lin Yun smiled. Luo Shui smiled. "I'm not being courteous at all. Oh, someone asked me to ask you if you still remember the divine indigo jade bamboo flute back from the heavenly path." When Yu Weiwei's name appeared in his mind, Lin Yun squinted his eyes and asked, "You've seen her? Has she come to the ancient barren domain? Where is she right now?" Luo Shui was briefly stunned by Lin Yun's reaction, before she smiled. "How rare to see young Master Lin lose your composure. She can't come because she's not in a good condition right now. I've never seen her, but we have exchanged letters. Tell her that the flute and person are still the same as before." Lin Yun replied after calming down. Yu Weiwei had sneaked out to the profound Amber Realm, so her father would definitely punish her upon returning. She probably wouldn't be able to come out so easily anymore. "Sure, I'll pass that message to her." Luo Shui nodded. "Where is she right now? Can you tell me?" Lin Yun asked. "She's not in the Eastern Desolation, but the Heaven Domain's unholy sea." Luo Shui smiled. She then left before Lin Yun could ask more. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts when he heard that because he had never heard of that place before. But he could tell it was far away, and it would be difficult for them to meet again. Now that he thought about it again, it had been 2 years since they separated on the heavenly path. "I know where that is. Junior brother Lin, why don't you consider bribing me?" Mu Qingqing ran over and gave Lin Yun a wink with gossip flashing within her pupils. "But you have to tell me which beauty captivated our junior brother Lin's heart." In response to her, Lin Yun merely smiled. Tell me, just tell me in secret. I promise that I won't tell anyone." "Ouch!" Mu Qingqing spoke halfway before she was interrupted by someone grabbing her by her ear. In the Sword Sect, no one but Mu Shuiqin dared to grab her by her ear. "Shu! Move aside." Mu Shuiqin glared at her, scaring Mu Qingqing into becoming quiet. But when Mu Shuiqin looked at Lin Yun, her gaze became gentle, and she smiled. "Lin Yun, I will report your contribution to the Sword Sect upon our return. The Sword Sect won't let you down. The competition over the Divine Dragon artifacts was dangerous, and the Sword Sect would probably be significantly humiliated without Lin Yun. At that time, the Saint disciples' reputations would also be ruined. It's my responsibility as a disciple of the sect. So there's no need for you to be so polite, senior sister. Lin Yun smiled. Mu Shuichin's pupils shone when she heard that and smiled. Since that's the case, you don't have to be polite to the Sword Sect. I'll talk to you again when we're back in the sect. I have to think about what kind of good stuff my father still has left. Her words made Lin Yun smile, and the surrounding atmosphere also became casual. He smiled. It's all right, but I wish to let Xiling keep the White Dragon Saint's sword. The sword belongs to you to begin with, so you can give it to whoever you want. Mu Shuichin replied. But Yi Xiling shook her head when she heard that, not wanting to keep the Glory Saint artifact. I'm your martial uncle, so you must listen to me. Lin Yun smiled, not accepting her refusal. Hearing that, Yi Xiling was briefly stunned before she figured it out. After all, Lin Yun was Jian Jingtian's junior brother. As Jian Jingtian's daughter, she did have to address Lin Yun as an uncle in terms of seniority. Keep that sword. From today onwards, our sword sect will have 2 dragons. Mu Shuichin smiled. Lin Yun and Yi Xiling exchanged a glance when they heard that. One possessed the blue dragon bone, while the other possessed the divine dragon sword physique and white dragon saint sword, so they could be considered the sword sect's dual dragons to a certain degree. Mu Shuichin had already discovered that Yi Xiling's aptitude had far exceeded hers, but she had no jealousy against the latter. Taking over the Saint Dragon war flag, she handed it to Lin Yun. Here, you can have this war flag. Senior brother, take it. You're the only one capable of lifting the sword sect's flag. Lin Yun was hesitant to take the war flag, but the other sword sect's disciples didn't allow him to refuse. Their pupils were blazing with flames when they looked at him. It had been so many years since the sword sect had ever been so elated. They had no objection about Lin Yun taking the war flag. All right. Lin Yun took over the Saint Dragon war flag. He knew that this wasn't only a divine dragon artifact but also a flag, and he was already walking down this path, regardless of whether he was willing. After the sword sect's party briefly rested, the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord said, Lin Yun, let's talk. Lin Yun was briefly stunned and had no idea why the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord wanted to speak with him. He knew that based on what he did, the dragon transforming pool would take at least a decade to recover, and he naturally couldn't help to feel a little guilty. Junior brother Lin, go on. We'll wait for you at the base of the mountain. Mu Shuichin said. Saint Lord, is there a reason why you made me stay behind? Lin Yun went straight into the topic. You reached the limit, right? The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord smiled. Oh, Lin Yun smiled. What makes you say that? A feeling. So many divine dragon artifacts can't just appear all at once. So there must be a reason. The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord replied. That doesn't mean that I've condensed the 10th star. Maybe it's because I've reached the Dragon Pulse realm. Lin Yun smiled. He naturally wouldn't admit it because he was already at the edge and didn't want to attract more trouble. No, I can sense it. The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord shook his head. Don't speak without any evidence. I've always kept a low profile and I don't need any fame. Lin Yun smiled. You? Low profile? The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord chuckled as he looked at Lin Yun. If it wasn't because he had some understanding of Lin Yun, he might really take his words for real. Yeah. You've been keeping a low profile and have a good temper. His words immediately made Lin Yun smile awkwardly. This is only my speculation, so I won't tell anyone that. Who do you think is stronger between the Sword Sect and Profound Sky Sect? The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord asked. The Profound Sky Sect. Lin Yun replied. Why is that so then? Foundation. Where does their foundation come from, then? Don't forget that the Sword Sect used to be a holy land. This? Lin Yun fell into a dilemma and didn't know how to answer that question. Foundation doesn't come with time if you don't have any development. Don't forget that you'll fall behind if everyone is improving and you're not. The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord looked at Lin Yun. Tianxuanzi is one of the reasons why the Profound Sky Sect can catch up, and the second reason is that the Profound Sky Sect has been the winner in the ancient barren battlefield in recent years. What do you think is considered foundation? Those jade slips and incomplete tablets that the Profound Sky Sect's disciples brought back from the ancient barren battlefield. It might not be obvious initially, but they will slowly add to their foundation. Lin Yun fell silent when he heard that because it made sense. After all, the Sword Sect's disciples weren't any weaker than the Profound Sky Sect in this gathering. But the Sword Sect's disciples were suppressed in terms of cultivation and martial techniques. This was because their great Profound Sword Canon was incomplete, unlike the Profound Sky Sect's Profound Sky Canon. In addition to their gradually increasing foundation, this was the reason why the Sword Sect fell behind. I can see Jian Jingtian's silhouette over you, and I'm telling you all this because I don't want you to become the second Jian Jingtian. The Sword Sect's foundation will continue to increase as long as you're alive. The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord said seriously while looking at Lin Yun. The Sword Sect's foundation would continue to increase as long as he was alive? Was the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord hinting at something? Lin Yun began to brainstorm upon hearing what the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord said, and he realized that he couldn't see through this person. The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord was an expert in the ancient barren domain and could compete with the sect masters of the 8 powerful sects. He could be considered in the strongest batch beneath Tianxuanzi and the Radiant Sword Saint. The Heavenly Pool Manor had always kept a neutral position, but he could tell that the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord was on his side based on those words. Previously, the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord was also leaning towards the Sword Sect's side during the gathering. Saint Lord, what do you mean by that? Lin Yun asked. He didn't like someone beating around the bush with him. As I said, I hope you can stay alive. The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord replied. Who wants to die? I naturally want to keep on living. Lin Yun smiled, holding onto his chin. Swordsmen aren't afraid of death, and I want to tell you to make the right choice between yourself and the Sword Sect. Smiled the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord. When Lin Yun heard that, his face sank because the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord's words were like a sword stabbing his heart. The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord was telling him not to die when protecting the Sword Sect? Connecting that to what the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord said previously, Lin Yun instantly knew what he meant. The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord was telling him not to stand out when the Sword Sect faces destruction, and he could always make a comeback as long as he was alive. The Saint Lord thinks that the Sword Sect will be destroyed and my master won't make it? Lin Yun asked. Let me ask you, who's stronger between Tianxuanzi and your master? The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord asked a question instead of answering Lin Yun. My master should be stronger, Lin Yun replied. What's the connection between the Sword Sect's destruction and your master? The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord smiled. Lin Yun was stumped when he heard that because he had never considered that before. He thought the Sword Sect's current situation was linked to his master's life and death. But what the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord said had overturned that logic. Who are you? Lin Yun asked, looking at the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord. He suddenly felt that the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord had just become a stranger. He felt that the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord had a bigger origin than he had imagined. Let's put that aside for now. Let me ask you, how is the Profound Sky Sect threatening the Sword Sect? The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord asked. Tianxuanzi. Lin Yun replied. He didn't even have to consider that question. Tianxuanzi was a genius who completed the Profound Sky Canon, and it wasn't an exaggeration to call him the strongest genius beneath the 9 emperors. Then, do you know why the Radiant Sword Saint didn't kill him when he was young? The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord asked. One of the Eastern Desolation's 3 Sword Saints will make a move on a junior? I don't believe that. Lin Yun shook his head. Then let me ask you, what will you choose between your reputation and the sect? The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord asked again, and his question made Lin Yun fall into a dilemma. Not to mention that as a swordsman you must be true to your heart. The Radiant Sword Saint doesn't have to kill Tianxuanzi. He has other alternatives, such as crippling him. The Radiant Sword Saint was once invincible in the ancient barren domain, and even the nether divinity ancestor was heavily injured by him. Back then, the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord said, I can tell you that if the Radiant Sword Saint knows that Tian Xuanzi might threaten the Sword Sect, he won't hesitate to make a move. Rules don't have much effect on an expert like him, and the reason why he didn't is that he can't. What do you mean by that? Lin Yun asked after a long pondering. Come with me. The two walked on the clouds and landed on a boat with wine on it. After they sat down, the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord looked at Lin Yun. This is the Dragon Clan's brew, the fingertip sand. It's not inferior to the Millennium Flame you obtained in the Heavenly Path. Trying a cup, Lin Yun realized that the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord wasn't exaggerating. Hey, how does this old man know the Millennium Flame in the Heavenly Path? Be careful not to be bluffed by him. Lil Purple's voice resounded, and Lin Yun instantly became alert despite not showing anything on his face. All the powerful sects in the ancient barren domain have a backing. Otherwise, they would have been annihilated a long time ago. Including the Sword Sect? Including the Sword Sect. There was a Sword Alliance in the Dark Era, and the Sword Sect was a huge figure in this alliance. But after the Skysolid city rose in the Sword Alliance, the Sword Sect's presence slowly faded. Now, the Sword Alliance only has 4 giants: the Skysolid city, Hidden Sword Manor, Heavenly Tao Sect. What about the Profound Sky Sect? It's obvious, but no one will talk about it openly. The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord smiled. Boring. Lin Yun indifferently drank the wine. Do you know why I'm telling you this today? I don't. The Sword Sect won't tell you about this because they want to return to becoming a holy land. But aside from being the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple, you also have another identity. What identity? Why don't I know about it? You don't. The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord drank a cup of wine and said, Didn't you use the Profound Wither key in the dragon transforming pool? Lin Yun continued to silently drink wine. Your other identity is the Southern Emperor's successor. The current situation of the Divine Dragon era is related to the Southern Emperor's death. If the Southern Emperor was still alive, the situation in the Kunlun realm might have been different. Others only know that you're a disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint. But why don't you know that you're also the successor of the Southern Emperor? The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord said. Don't talk nonsense. I only obtained the Profound Wither key by luck, and I can give it to you if you want. I'm not the Southern Emperor's successor. Lin Yun smiled. What about that sword, then? The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord pointed at the flower burial sword. Drifting like the duckweed for half a lifetime to be wrecked by the cold-hearted rain. The life of the catkins was akin to an incense, withering with the wind. Flower burial, burying both people and flowers alike. If that's not enough, what about the carefree 9 swords? Who the hell are you? Lin Yun finally couldn't maintain his composure. My identity isn't important. I'm telling you all that because you have to stay alive no matter what. Your life doesn't only belong to the Sword Sect. You're also the Southern Emperor's successor. When darkness returns, you have an obligation. The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord said. Okay, I don't care who you are. I'll only ask one question. Will you help out if the Sword Sect is in danger? Lin Yun asked. I won't. I will only help out if you're in danger. The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord replied. Lin Yun realized that he couldn't see through this person and couldn't figure out the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord's identity. Why did the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord know about his experience on the Heavenly Path so well, along with the Southern Emperor's inheritance? We've met before. I've seen you from afar on the boat back on the Heavenly Path. I also witnessed Feng Zhu taking you away. The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord said. Luo Qingshu was also under my orders to save you. The Sacred Alliance. Lin Yun finally knew that the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord's backing was the Sacred Alliance, the mysterious force that held the Heavenly Path. Or rather, the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord was a member of the Sacred Alliance, to begin with, and he now knew why the Saint Lord would take care of him at the gathering. Senior, my master can't escape this ordeal? Lin Yun couldn't help asking. If it's that easy to make it through, why would your master take the risk when his lifespan is about to end? The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord replied honestly. So, Senior thinks that the sword sect will be annihilated, and you want me to pull myself out of the vortex? The heavenly pool Saint Lord fell into a brief silence before he replied, "You're the Southern Emperor's successor, and the Sacred Alliance won't let you die. Believe me, if darkness returns, you and the other champions of the heavenly paths have an obligation. I'm a disciple of the sword sect. My sword will hold no meaning if the sword sect no longer exists." Lin Yun calmly replied, "I've sworn before the monument and won't let the sword sect down with the sword in my hand." As a swordsman, Lin Yun naturally didn't fear death, not to mention his relationship with his master Jian Jingtian, Mu Shenkong, Feng Zhu, Yi Xiling, and many others. He and the sword sect were no longer separatable, and the sword sect was his home in the Kunlun realm. But what can you do when the Radiant Sword Saint can't do anything? The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord replied. Lin Yun fell into a brief silence before he smiled. "My master once told me that it's enough as long as I don't let down the sword in my hand. The sword sect didn't disappoint me, so I will not let down the sword sect. Not to mention that I don't fear death as a swordsman." The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord fell silent when he heard that. He had long expected Lin Yun to respond this way. He ultimately gave up persuading him. "You can leave now. Don't tell anyone about my identity, and keep our conversation to ourselves." Standing up and cupping his hands together, Lin Yun replied, "Thank you for resolving my doubts." Looking at Lin Yun's silhouette, the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord fell silent. He could feel that the chaos within the ancient barren domain wasn't far away, and this ancient barren battlefield would be more brutal than before. Raising his head, the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord looked in a certain direction because someone had been observing the gathering right from the beginning, and no one who caught his attention would have a good ending, regardless of whether it was the Radiant Sword Saint, Nether Divinity Ancestor, or Jian Jingtian. That person was Tian Xuanzi, standing on a mountain, looking at the Heavenly Pool Manor. "Master, I'm afraid no one will be able to stop Lin Yun from today onwards," said Qin Song. "Your senior brother suffered on your behalf. Go to the Divine Dragon Empire and never return to the ancient barren domain." Tian Xuanzi smiled. "Master," Qin Song asked with doubt on his face, "I have already predicted this. There's no way the sword sect can make a comeback. Not Jian Jingtian from back then, and certainly not Lin Yun. A holy land must be born in the ancient barren domain, and no one can stop this. Anyone who tries to stop it will die, regardless of whether it's the Radiant Sword Saint or the Nether Divinity Ancestor." Tian Xuanzi smiled. When Lin Yun met up with Mu Shuiqin and others at the foot of the mountain, they made their journey back to the sect. On the boat, Lin Yun smiled upon seeing the excitement on their faces. His conversation with the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord still made him feel immense pressure, despite not showing anything on his face. It felt as though a sword was hovering above the sword sect, and it would descend at any moment with all the peals of laughter and everyone he knew turning into ashes. Although the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord didn't say it clearly, his hint was enough to know that the destruction of the sword sect was inevitable, and it was hard for his master to make it through this ordeal. The competition between the Profound Sky sect and Sword sect wasn't just a conflict between the two sects. Many things were involved. If you follow up to the previous era, the 9 Emperors level was involved, and just thinking about it would numb his scalp. "Junior brother, do you have anything in your heart?" Mu Shuiqin smiled as she looked at Lin Yun. When Lin Yun raised his head and looked at Mu Shuiqin, he knew that this woman had keen senses. "Follow me." Mu Shuiqin called Lin Yun to the highest floor of the boat and asked, "What did the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord tell you?" "I promised him not to tell anyone." Lin Yun smiled, shaking his head. Upon hearing that, Mu Shuiqin nodded and no longer asked about it. "Senior Sister Mu, what level is the strongest disciple in the Profound Sky sect?" Lin Yun asked. Only Elysium Core realm geniuses were involved in the Heavenly Pool gathering, not the top-tiered fighting prowess of the various sects. After all, the 2 strongest geniuses on Sword Sect's heaven ranking didn't show up, and this was the same for the other sections. After all, the disciple's strength at the top of the pyramid would affect the outcome of the ancient barren battlefield. There were no rules, and those geniuses would definitely experience the most danger because they had to carry the burden of their sections. This was why they didn't attend the gathering, and Mu Shuiqin took the initiative to take responsibility. She should be training in the God Burial Forest. It might be dangerous there, but she would undergo a drastic transformation if she could make it out alive. If she could have some encounters, she would only become stronger. Mu Shuiqin came back because her talent wasn't comparable to Yi Qingxian and Gu Ruochen, not to mention that she was the daughter of the sect master. She might not be the strongest, but she knew the most about the other sect's geniuses. Since the Profound Sky sect was the Sword sect's greatest enemy, Mu Shuiqin naturally knew them well. Junior brother, why are you suddenly concerned about this? I heard that the ancient barren battlefield will open soon, and the 8 sect's geniuses will enter. There won't be any rules and regulations. It'll bring huge benefits to the sect if we can obtain victory. But if we fail, the sect will suffer an immense loss, and the sect's strength will be gradually weakened as time passes. Where did you hear that from? Mu Shuiqin's face changed. The Peak Master told me. You already knew what happened to Jian Jingtian? Mu Shuiqin asked upon hearing that, and Lin Yun nodded in response. So you already know. The ancient barren battlefield, Mu Shuiqin muttered, and her gaze became complicated upon mentioning the ancient barren battlefield. There would be a huge conflict between the Sword sect and Profound Sky sect at every ancient barren battlefield. As the feud between the two sects grew, it grew to a point where the hostility between them couldn't be resolved. The moment the Sword sect or the Profound Sky sect found an opportunity, they would send the other party into the abyss without hesitation. Since Tian Xuanzi appeared, the Profound Sky sect swiftly rose within the ancient barren domain, and the comprehensive strength of the Profound Sky sect's geniuses had exceeded the Sword sect. Thus, the Sword sect's elites would be heavily injured at every ancient barren battlefield, and the name Ancient Barren Battlefield had become a nightmare for the Sword sect. Even her father's expression would change upon mentioning the ancient barren battlefield, especially since the strongest geniuses of the Sword sect all died on the previous ancient barren battlefield. At the same time, Jian Jingtian was trapped in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, which was equivalent to being crippled. During the previous ancient barren battlefield, all of the Sword sect's geniuses died aside from Jian Jingtian. Lin Yun was shocked to hear what Mu Shuiqin said. Senior brother Mu Chuan didn't tell me about that. Jian Jingtian was a peerless genius back then, but the other peak's geniuses weren't pushovers either. During the previous ancient barren battlefield, Senior Jian Jingtian was trapped. Not only was his junior sister killed, but the other peak's geniuses also died. Mu Shuiqin replied, it was fine if they were openly defeated, but the Profound Sky sect was too despicable. This is also why Senior Jian Jingtian couldn't hold it in. The Profound Sky sect is too much, Lin Yun said with a cold light flickering within his pupils. Mu Shuiqin fell silent when she heard that. The competition between the sects within the ancient barren domain was brutal. The Sword sect might have been a holy land in the past, but one had to admit that the Profound Sky sect's comprehensive strength was stronger. If the Radiant Sword Saint wasn't around, the Sword sect's situation would only be even more terrible. What happened to Jian Jingtian had been a prick in Mu Xuankong's heart. He would naturally save Jian Jingtian if he risked it all, but this would also mean that the Sword sect and Profound Sky sect would fall apart, and the competition would get out of hand. Thus, Mu Xiankong endured it for the bigger picture. 19 years ago, the Sword sect lost their golden generation, while Jian Jingtian was trapped in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. As Mu Xuankong's daughter, Mu Shuiqin naturally knew what had happened quite well. Back then, the Sword sect lost their golden generation geniuses while Jian Jingtian slaughtered thousands from the Profound Sky sect. The Sword sect and Profound Sky sect were already on the brink of waging war, but Mu Xiankong ultimately endured it. In the end, the Radiant Sword Saint appeared to protect Jian Jingtian and expelled him. The Sword sect had been enduring this for nearly 20 years, and now that the ancient barren battlefield was going to open again, no one knew what awaited them. Lin Yun's face was dark when he heard Mu Shuiqin's story. The ancient barren battlefield was more brutal than he had imagined. After a brief pondering, he asked, let's go back to the topic. How strong is the profound sky sect's strongest genius? It's hard to gauge. Mu Shuiqin shook her head. The profound sky sect's strongest golden generation geniuses aren't in the sect. I can only say that the top 3 ranked in the sect were already at the 4th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm a year ago. As for the remaining geniuses, they're all at the 3rd Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. That's their strength 1 year ago? Lin Yun exclaimed with his eyelids twitching because that was a little too strong, which meant that the profound sky sect had 10 golden generation geniuses. You should have expected it beforehand. Luo Yuan alone can already suppress me, and I'm ranked 3rd on the sword sect's heaven ranking. But he's not even in the top 10 in the profound sky sect. Mu Shuiqin smiled. That was a little too unbelievable. Lin Yun had disbelief on his face. Am I exaggerating? I'm not exaggerating at all. The sword sect lost our golden generation 19 years ago. Thus, there's a huge gap in our disciples. But the profound sky sect became stronger after relying on the treasures they obtained in the ancient barren battlefield. Mu Shuiqin replied. As time passes, the gap will only become bigger. After all, the profound sky sect became stronger when the sword sect became weaker. The only reason why the sword sect was able to hold on for so long was all thanks to their foundation. If it was another force in the ancient barren battlefield, they would have suffered a significant impact from the losses and might even decline. The profound sky sect's strongest genius is Zhangyu. This person is mysterious, and no one knows about his origin. We only know that he possesses a dragon clan's bloodline, just like Tian Xuanzi, and he's a lot stronger than the other top 3. Mu Shuiqin continued. Senior Brother Gu and Senior Brother Yi can fight the other 2, but Senior Brother Gu only has 20% odds of winning against him. I shouldn't have asked that. The difference is too huge. Lin Yun smiled, rubbing his chin. You don't have to be so pessimistic. Let me tell you a secret. Mu Shuiqin smiled. Oh, Lin Yun replied. Senior Brother Gu and Senior Brother Yi both made it through the tribulation in the God Burial Forest, and they're both at the 4th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. Senior Brother Gu even had an encounter, and we're all waiting to take revenge for what happened 19 years ago. Mu Shuiqin replied. What kind of person is Senior Brother Gu? Lin Yun asked with his eyes lighting up. He was also curious about Gu Ruochen, ranked 1st on the heaven ranking. Mentioning Gu Ruochen, Mu Shuiqin's eyes shone brightly. Senior Brother Gu is also a genius in the sword like you, but he's not a man of many words. He already knows your existence, and it's his idea for me to lead the party. We believe your generation is crucial if the sword sect wants to rise again. Senior Brother Gu received some encounters, and he's still not willing to leave the God Burial Forest. He's planning to bear all the pressure during the ancient barren battlefield so that you guys can have the time to grow. Lin Yun was filled with admiration for Gu Ruochen when he heard that. The sword sect was really different from the other sects he had been in. The unity between the disciples was something that he had never imagined. Senior Brother Gu is not a man of many words, but he's interested in you. He's especially curious as to why you're called Flower Burial. Mu Shuiqin smiled. Lin Yun scratched his head and explained that it was a little troublesome. Senior Brother Gu might not say much, but I can feel his sense of responsibility as 1st on the heaven ranking. Mu Shuiqin said honestly. Her words made Lin Yun's smile even denser. Could it be that there was a story between those two? The sword sect isn't willing to wage war with the profound sky sect, and they also didn't dare to casually wage war. Just the 6 Saint Lords are enough to intimidate the profound sky sect. If a war breaks out, the profound sky sect will suffer an immense loss, even if the Radiant Sword Saint doesn't make a move, and Tian Xuanzi can't accept this price. This is why the profound sky sect has been trying to weaken the sword sect for all these years. You don't have to worry about anything else. You're the future of the sword sect when you grow up. Mu Shuiqin continued. Lin Yun's brows loosened when he heard that because what she said was right. The sword sect might fear the profound sky sect, but it was the same vice versa. He might not be able to interfere in a battle between saints, but he could work hard on the ancient barren battlefield. If he could deal a blow to the profound sky sect on the ancient barren battlefield, the profound sky sect would be slowly weakened. He could just do what the profound Sky Sect has been doing to the Sword Sect in the past. The pressure that the Sword Sect was feeling right now wasn't from the other saints because the Sword Sect had no lack of top-tiered fighting prowess. It was from the ancient barren battlefield. Thinking about it, Lin Yun's eyes blazed with flames because the Sword Sect wasn't the only one holding it back for the past 19 years. Jian Jingtian was probably bearing it in as well. This time, Lin Yun wouldn't let the Sword Sect repeat what happened 19 years ago. The key lied in the ancient barren battlefield. If the Sword Sect lost again, it would be hard for the Sword Sect to make a comeback, even if his master made it through this ordeal. After all, even a holy land wouldn't be able to suffer having a few generations of geniuses wiped out, and Lin Yun couldn't put it all on his master's shoulders. Thus, his mood gradually lifted. "Junior brother Lin, what do you want this time? You can secretly tell me, and I can tell you what treasure my father has." Mu Shuiqin smiled. Lin Yun had fought on behalf of the Sword Sect at the Heavenly Pool gathering this time, and the news would definitely shake the sect. This would also significantly boost the Sword Sect's morale. After all, it was rare for the Sword Sect to be so elated. Seeing Mu Shuiqin's serious expression, Lin Yun couldn't help laughing. But he never thought of it before because he was a disciple of the Sword Sect, and the Sword Sect was good enough for him. Ah! A drop of blood from the divine beast, Black Tortoise's bloodline. Lin Yun briefly paused, then continued, or any information related to it. If the Sword Sect had the blood of the Black Tortoise bloodline, it shouldn't have been hard for his senior brother to obtain it. So he settled with the information about it. Mu Chuan felt that his comprehension wasn't enough, so he didn't spend more time on the Black Tortoise breathing. But Lin Yun wanted to give it a try and try to grasp the divine tortoise transformation. Is there a use for it? Mu Shuiqin couldn't figure out why Lin Yun needed it. Yeah, let's go with that, Lin Yun said quickly, fearing Mu Shuiqin would continue to con her father. All right, I'll look around for you. Mu Shuiqin smiled. After returning to the sect, all the disciples were gathered at the foot of the mountain. They already knew what happened during the Heavenly Pool gathering, and everyone could feel their blood boiling. They all wanted to see Lin Yun the moment he returned. This formation startled Lin Yun, but the saint disciples beside him wore smiles as they looked at Lin Yun with flames blazing in their eyes. The entire Sword Sect was waiting for him to grow up, and even Yi Ziyun, who didn't have much belonging to the Sword Sect, couldn't help feeling something about Lin Yun when she saw this scene. This was a pretty good feeling, and she couldn't help smiling. Even Lin Yun, who didn't like this sort of scene, couldn't help smiling and felt a surge of warmth within his chest. When they returned to the sect, Lin Yun wasn't in a hurry to return to the Divine Firmament Peak. When Zhao Yan showed great interest when Lin Yun told him about the Carefree Nine Swords' profound sword form, he briefly pondered before he decided that he might as well teach him the first 4 sword forms. What sword technique is this? Zhao Yan was shocked upon understanding the sword technique. He could feel that this sword technique was profound and had a considerable origin. But Lin Yun was willing to teach it to him? He was worried that Lin Yun might be in trouble because he knew that such a special martial technique couldn't be casually taught to others. He even suspected that it might be taught to Lin Yun by the Radiant Sword Saint. This is a sword technique left behind by the Southern Emperor. There are still 4 or maybe 5 sword forms I've not learned. So I can't teach them to you for now. Lin Yun had considered it well before teaching Zhao Yan. This sword technique wasn't easy to learn, and Zhao Yan was a perfect match for this because he was a sword fanatic. Not to mention that the Southern Emperor didn't say that he couldn't teach it to others. Oh, it's fine as long as it's not from Senior Radiant. Zhao Yan happily smiled, and his response made Lin Yun stumped because Zhao Yan didn't show any reaction when he said that it was a sword technique from the Southern Emperor. Lin Yun, I'll go study it. Remember to teach me the rest when you have mastered them. Zhao Yan was excited, with his eyes shining brightly. Heaven sword form, earth sword form. Lin Yun held onto his chin and smiled because it was pretty good this way. When he returned to the Divine Firmament Peak, Chief Disciple Feng Luan immediately rushed over. He was here to deliver something to Lin Yun. It was an interspatial bottle with considerable weight. What is this? Lin Yun asked. I don't know. Your friend tasked me with passing it to you, and she says her surname is An. Feng Yuan handed the bottle to Lin Yun and continued, It's pretty heavy, so take it. True Dragon Saint Liquid, Lil Purple exclaimed from the sword box before Lin Yun could say a word. This bottle probably contained True Dragon Saint Liquid from An Luyen. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Yun thanked him. This is nothing. I'll not bother you now. Feng Luan rubbed his head, and his eyes shone when he looked at Lin Yun. He could still remember how he led Lin Yun into the Divine Firmament Peak a year ago. It had only been a year, and Lin Yun had already grown so much. Not only the Divine Firmament Peak but everyone within the sword sect was shocked by his growth. After Feng Luan left, Lin Yun opened the bottle. The content was nearly 60,000 kilograms of True Dragon Saint Liquid. Lin Yun was shocked when he checked the bottle. Could it be that An Luyen emptied the heavenly astral pavilion of True Dragon Saint Liquid? It looks like the rumors were true about An Luyen being wealthy. Hee. I'm starting to like that little lass even more. I've decided to ignore anything that happens between you two. Lil Purple smiled. What are you thinking about? I understand men, especially a scumbag like you. You're probably after her body, since you even gave her the white dragon bone. Lil Purple smiled. Shut up. Hee. I'm right on, aren't I? But don't worry, I'll keep it a secret. Lil Purple smiled as she hugged the bottle. But Lin Yun had to admit that An Luyen had a voluptuous figure, and it was tough for anyone not to be attracted to her. Humph, you scumbag. You're thinking about her, right? Lil Purple snorted. I'll keep the True Dragon Saint Liquid for now. Lin Yun replied indifferently. Wait. I'm sorry. Lin Yun, you're the best. I'm really sorry. You won't hold it against a child like me, right? Lin Yun smiled upon seeing this and flew towards the cloud-soaring peak, not caring about Lil Purple. This made Lil Purple even more anxious. Come to the Saint Mountain. A voice echoed within his mind right then, which made Lin Yun rejoice because this was the voice of his master. He long wanted to see his master but didn't dare to disrupt him. Upon receiving his master's summons, he immediately executed his movement technique and rushed over. The Saint Mountain still looked the same as before. His master was writing on a stone table. At times, Lin Yun would be confused by this scene. Shouldn't his master be in seclusion? So why was his master so relaxed every time they met? His master looked the same as before, aside from not leaving the cave, except that he seemed a little older. You're here. The Radiant Sword Saint smiled, seeing Lin Yun's arrival. When Lin Yun glanced at the paper, he noticed that his master wasn't writing, but had painted a budding flower. He quickly went down on one knee. This disciple pays his greetings to master. Come closer, and let me take a look at you. The Radiant Sword Saint waved his hand. When Lin Yun got close, his eyes shone with sword rays, and a smile rose on his lips. 10-star Heavenly Elysium Core Realm. Good. It's all luck. Lin Yun smiled, but he was excited in his heart. There's actually no need to pursue it in the current era, so you must have suffered to attain it. The Radiant Sword Saint didn't go to the Heavenly Pool Manor, but it was as though he knew what had happened there. It's too much of a pity if I don't give it a try with my blue dragon bone. But fortunately, I succeeded, Lin Yun replied. How many sword forms are you left with the carefree 9 swords? The Radiant Sword Saint asked with a smile. 4 or 5? Train here for some time, the Radiant Sword Saint said. Okay. Lin Yun rejoiced when he heard that. With his master's guidance, it should be easier for him to master the carefree 9 swords, especially the last sword. He might be able to comprehend it. Let me take a look at that rose painting. When Lin Yun took out the painting and handed it over, the Radiant Sword Saint's hands were trembling with shock in his eyes once he looked at the painting, because he could sense how powerful the danger hidden in the painting was. When he opened the painting, the sky turned dark, and Lin Yun could feel a chill down his spine before he could even react. Felt as though he had plunged into hell. But before he could think more about it, a smear of light suddenly appeared within the darkness, and the light came from his master. Shortly after, the light spread out, and the surroundings returned to normal. This is profound, and it's hard to even look at it. The Radiant Sword Saint muttered. Master, are you all right? Lin Yun quickly stepped forth and supported the Radiant Sword Saint. Ha ha! The Radiant Sword Saint laughed and took up the brush on the table. Look well. I'll draw what I saw for you. The Radiant Sword Saint's brush was enveloped in a holy light this time as petals flew out from the paper. The petals looked vivid, and when Lin Yun tried to hold them, multiple figures flew out from his master's brush. As the Radiant Sword Saint's movement speed increased, more figures flew out from the paper, and every figure was donned in an azure robe. The facial features were blurred, but Lin Yun felt that it was the Southern Emperor, whom he had seen before in the painting. It didn't take long for hundreds of Southern Emperors to fly out from the paper wielding swords and performing different sword techniques. Every figure was performing a sword technique, but they were also different because they were filled with profundity. Although there were many transformations, the attributes of those figures were between the wind, fire, lightning, and ice. When those figures scattered, they became densely packed scriptures in the air. Lin Yun swiftly memorized them, not daring to miss out on any of them. Those 4 sword forms were the most lethal sword forms in the Carefree 9 swords because the intent contained in each sword form was at the limit. When all the scriptures converged, they formed into 4 words: wind, fire, lightning, and ice. When the 4 words were going to merge once more and form into a new word, this made Lin Yun's eyes light up because this must be the 9th sword form. But the Radiant Sword Saint suddenly lightly furrowed his brows and stopped. Master, what's the matter? Lin Yun came forth, seeing the Radiant Sword Saint suddenly stopping. It's best for you not to see it for now. The Radiant Sword Saint sighed as he turned to look at Lin Yun. Why? Lin Yun was baffled by those words. He was confident that the Carefree 9 swords definitely had a 9th sword form. It might be exaggerated to call this sword technique invincible, but the Southern Emperor relied on it to become invincible amongst the same generation. His master had drawn out the sword techniques through his painting, which was enough to prove that there was a 9th sword form. The Radiant Sword Saint didn't say anything, but briefly pondered before he replied. The last sword form overthrows the previous 8 sword forms, and you might run amok if you look at it now. This is also why the Southern Emperor didn't leave the last sword in the painting. Master, what's the last sword? Lin Yun might not be a sword fanatic like Zhao Yan, but he did have an intense obsession with the sword path. So he naturally couldn't help feeling curious about the 9th sword form. It's hard to be carefree in the world. The Radiant Sword Saint smiled, looking at Lin Yun's obsession. He sighed. The Southern Emperor truly deserved to be invincible back then, and he might have created this sword technique. But his heart changed when he created the last sword. As a result, the 9th sword form doesn't connect with the intent in the 8 previous sword forms. Hearing what the Radiant Sword Saint said, Lin Yun couldn't help becoming even more curious. Let's not care about that for now and grasp the 4 sword forms first. These 4 sword forms have nearly 900 varieties, and you will only enter the threshold by grasping all the varieties. The Radiant Sword Saint continued, interrupting Lin Yun's trail of thoughts. Okay. Lin Yun nodded and turned around. Where are you going? Did I ask you to leave? The Radiant Sword Saint smiled. Scratching his head, Lin Yun replied, Master, didn't you ask me to practice them? I've already remembered them, so I will practice them. The Carefree 9 swords are 9 different sword techniques, and you can split them into 3 stages. The Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Desolation sword forms are considered the first stage. The second stage is the wind, fire, lightning, and ice. As for the 9th sword form, it can be considered the third stage. The second stage isn't the same as the first because they're not connected like the first. For example, the Heaven and Earth sword forms could overlap, which goes the same for the Profound and Desolation sword forms. It is so much so that you can connect the 4 sword forms. Lin Yun's eyes lit up because this was the first time he had heard such sayings. He had also felt it when he fought with others, especially the Heaven and Earth sword forms. These 2 sword forms could be overlapped together and even distort space at that time. The second stage's difficulty lies in the fact that they're not connected. Rather, they even restrain each other, and each sword form is considered an individual existence. But their advantage is also obvious. They're powerful. Each sword form can be considered a king's sword, and the Southern Emperor can be called an unrivaled genius. The Radiant Sword Saint briefly paused before he continued. So you'll probably take a lot of time to learn them if you practice like in the past. You might be able to barely reach lesser mastery in half a year, and this has nothing to do with talent. Even if your comprehension is comparable to the Southern Emperor, there's no shortcut to grasping them. Lin Yun's blood couldn't help but boil when he heard from the Radiant Sword Saint that the second stage sword forms were powerful. But wasn't it too underestimated that he wouldn't be able to reach lesser mastery in 6 months? Lin Yun knew his talent in the sword, and he only needed to practice most sword techniques once to achieve greater mastery, including the Aqua Heaven sword technique. I'll help you to learn the 4 sword forms, but you only have a chance. You can only depend on your fortune to see if you can reach lesser mastery. The Radiant Sword Saint's gaze became grave when he looked at Lin Yun. I said there's no shortcut to learning them, so I can only help you extend the time. When the Radiant Sword Saint was done, he picked up the brush, and a few strands of hair fell from his forehead. Only now did Lin Yun realize that the brush his master was using turned out to be a saint artifact. But in the hands of a saint, the power of a saint artifact would reach an unimaginable height. When the Radiant Sword Saint started writing on the paper, multiple figures flew out from the paper, and words turned into sounds that echoed within the surroundings. Enveloped in them, Lin Yun could feel his entire world spinning. When everything in his surroundings became blurred, the time flow gradually slowed. Before he could think more about it, Lin Yun's senses began to tingle as multiple blurred figures flew over to him. Lin Yun could only draw out the flower burial sword to face them, executing his movement technique, and shuttled through the figures like a fish in a pond with his sword ferociously thrusted forth. Everything might seem chaotic, but one would realize that Lin Yun's movements and attacks were greatly restricted. Those figures had used their swords to create a formation to seal off his path and sword. Thus, Lin Yun could only follow a fixed path and sword technique to block the attacks from those blurred figures. But this formation kept changing, and Lin Yun would make a mistake if he wasn't cautious. In the beginning, he could still follow up, but he gradually fell behind, and the dragon runes on his body's surface were constantly severed. It didn't take long for his clothes to be dyed in blood, and Lin Yun's mentality became anxious. His breathing was hurried, his heart pumping violently, his blood boiling, and he was unprecedentedly nervous. His forehead was covered in sweat, and his face was pale as his sword kept changing. Were these sword techniques the varieties in the Carefree 9 swords? There were too many of them, and he began to wonder if only 900 varieties existed. He had memorized them, and he shouldn't be making any mistakes. But before he could think more about it, he was forced to keep going and was caught up in it. Time slowly flowed, and he had lost the concept of time. Lin Yun was in the formation for 3 months, and the Radiant Sword Saint's brush also didn't stop. Under this hellish training, Lin Yun's sword technique gradually became more profound, and he could already detect the changes in the array. He was no longer like he was at the beginning, forced to follow a fixed path, and the movements of those blurred figures also slowed down in his eyes. But he didn't realize his changes, and the formation was no longer changing according to the Radiant Sword Saint's brush, but according to his sword technique. In the end, he was no longer resisting the sword formation, but the Radiant Sword Saint was resisting his sword techniques, and the profundity couldn't be simply described with words. Lin Yun had become much more skinny as time passed, but his eyes were shining increasingly brightly. Right then, the Radiant Sword Saint's brush became slow, with gratification in his eyes before he sped up again. At that moment, the Radiant Sword Saint's aura drastically changed, and an indescribable sword aura exploded from him. As he wrote with the brush, he said, "I have a sword, wind, like the violent tornado that can annihilate all life." Lin Yun's face changed in the sword formation because the Radiant Sword Saint's brush had manifested into a violent wind that swept over. He didn't have much time to consider it and roared with his sword swung out. "Wind!" When the two ancient wind words collided, space distorted and the sky cracked. All lives were annihilated. I have a sword, fire, like the sea of flames that could incinerate the ocean. Likewise, Lin Yun soared into the sky and wrote an ancient fire word with his sword. When the two words collided, the surrounding space distorted and was filled with domineering flames that swept down. I have a sword, lightning, like a halberd that slays immortals. Gently tapping his foot in mid-air, boundless lightning manifested into a heavenly might that descended along with his sword. I have a sword, ice, like a frightening chill that can freeze everything. As Lin Yun spun in mid-air, a terrifying chill surged as his chilling sword rays drew an ancient ice word. When the two words collided, Lin Yun descended from the sky and looked at the sword in his hand with disbelief. He couldn't believe that he had learned the wind, fire, lightning, and ice sword forms just like that. Raising his head, he saw that the strands of hair falling from his master's forehead still hadn't fallen on the table. This instantly made his face change, and he asked, "Master, how long has passed?" A split second. The radiant sword saint placed the brush down, and the few strands of hair also fell onto the table. This made Lin Yun widen his mouth with disbelief because he could sense that 3 months had passed. But his master told him that only a split second had passed. Was this the shortcut that his master spoke of? But he also knew this shortcut came with a price. Do you know why I didn't teach you any of my own techniques? I've never taught you anything, right? The radiant sword saint asked. Master, please don't say that. Lin Yun shook his head. It was true that the radiant sword saint didn't teach him any martial techniques. Still, the guidance his master gave him was something that couldn't be replaced, especially the theory that his master taught him during their first meeting, which greatly benefited him. Not to mention that his master had personally guided his sword technique. Though his sword technique wasn't created by his master, Lin Yun still greatly benefited from it. The Southern Emperor might have created the carefree 9 swords, but his master had taught it by his hand. No, I didn't teach you anything, but I magnified your merits, firming your heart as a swordsman, teaching you the minuscule stage, and telling you not to be distracted before the Dragon Pulse realm. The radiant sword saint smiled. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts when he heard that. Lin Yun, remember that you're still a raw jade. You only need to keep polishing yourself and not engrave yourself with someone else's seal. You have to become strong, but you don't have to be like me. You have to be stronger than anyone else, even stronger than me and Tian Xuanzi. One day, you have to be stronger than the 9 emperors. The radiant sword saint said with a grave expression. Those words immediately gave Lin Yun immense pressure, and he had no idea why his master suddenly talked about this. I also learned many things from you. How great would it have been if I had met you earlier? At the very least, we wouldn't be in this position today. The radiant sword saint sighed. His lifespan was running out, and he knew that it was hard for him to make it through this ordeal. He wasn't afraid of death but had many reasons to stay alive. Master, don't talk anymore. Lin Yun quickly stepped forth. Haha, you don't have to worry about me. You should be worried about yourself instead. I'm just a dying man in the eyes of many, and not many people believe that I can make that last step. The radiant sword saint looked at Lin Yun and continued. But you're not the same. You're like a fire, even brighter than the sun. You're a prick in their eyes and in a more dangerous situation than me. The ancient barren battlefield is starting soon, and I'm really worried for you. The radiant sword saint sighed. Lin Yun's heart sank when he heard that because this was the 3rd time his master sighed in this meeting. Master, you can focus on making it through this ordeal. I won't let you down in the ancient barren battlefield. I won't let what happened 2 decades ago happen again. Lin Yun fell to his knees with tears rolling down his cheeks, but he had flames blazing like wildfire in his pupils. I will definitely show everyone the might of the sword sect. The radiant sword saint looked at Lin Yun with a complicated gaze because he was the same as himself back then, wanting to strengthen the sword sect with the sword in his hand. But after 3,000 years, he only obtained the title of one of the 3 sword saints in the Eastern Desolation. The sword sect was still far from returning to being a holy land. Come, get up. The radiant sword saint came forth and helped Lin Yun up. Thank you, master. Lin Yun said. Cultivate well here and leave after reaching lesser mastery in the 4 sword forms. Okay. Lin Yun then spent his time practicing the 4 sword forms there, and he had to admit that the 4 sword forms were a king's sword. The power behind each sword form was immense, making Lin Yun feel a little afraid even when he only reached lesser mastery. With his physique, he could barely take an attack head-on. If he took all 4 sword forms head-on, there was no doubt that he would die. Even with Saint Armor and the Blue Dragon Bone, he would die without a complete corpse. Such a sword technique was rare, and perhaps only the Overlord sword he had learned in the profound Amber Realm could be compared to it. Then again, they were only comparable in terms of their intent. The difference between them was enormous. Every day, Lin Yun would practice the 4 sword forms to be proficient in the 900 varieties. Undoubtedly, this process would be dry, but he could clearly sense the improvements. 7 days later, he had finally reached the lesser mastery in the 4 sword forms. Lin Yun knew that this was all thanks to his master. If his master didn't fasten the time, he would need at least 6 months to reach lesser mastery. Under his master's training, the 4 sword forms had long become his instinct. Suddenly, Lin Yun grabbed the flower burial sword with his left hand while seated on the ground. Swinging out the sword with the sheath on it, he knocked away a tree branch. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, he noticed the terrifying sword aura in that tree branch. After the tree branch was knocked away, it exploded into a plum blossom and emitted a dazzling sword ray. You have already reached lesser mastery in those 4 sword forms, and they have increased your sword intent. If there's an opportunity, you can try and grasp the heavenly dome sword intent. The radiant sword saint smiled. That attack from him was a probe. Are you serious about that? Lin Yun rejoiced. Since when have I lied to you? The radiant sword saint smiled. Lin Yun became excited because this was a surprise. He had long wanted to try it after reaching the Dragon Pulse realm. But the previous failure greatly affected him, and his confidence was significantly boosted after receiving his master's acknowledgement. Master, I realized that it's hard for me to improve after reaching lesser mastery. I have clearly grasped the profundity of those sword forms. So why is that so? Lin Yun asked. The 4 sword forms were weird, and he ran into a bottleneck after reaching lesser mastery. If he couldn't find a solution, he might stop at lesser mastery, no matter how he practiced. That's because you didn't grasp those 4 martial intents, which is why you can't reach greater mastery. This is also why I want you to reach lesser mastery. First, the radiant sword saint smiled, looking at Lin Yun. Don't be in a hurry. Well, there's also a solution to it. You must find 4 types of 100-year ominous aura and fuse them into your sword techniques. Ominous aura? That's right, the ominous wind, ominous fire, ominous lightning, and ominous ice. If you're not going to grasp those martial intents, you just need those ominous auras, which are not hard to find in the Withered Mountain range. The Radiant Sword Saint replied. Okay, I'll take my leave now. Lin Yun nodded. It looks like he had to make another trip to the Withered Mountain range. Anyhow, it was on his schedule to take a look at the stone tablet again. Wait, I have a pouch here. The Radiant Sword Saint looked at Lin Yun with a grave expression and continued. Keep this pouch with you and don't open it. Don't ask me what's in there either. Then, when am I supposed to open it? Lin Yun was a little baffled by those words. You'll know when it's time to open it. The Radiant Sword Saint smiled. That mysterious? Lin Yun briefly observed the pouch before carefully storing it. After leaving St. Mountain, Lin Yun pondered and ultimately decided to look for that tiger in the Withered Mountain range for information about ominous auras. When he returned to the cloud-soaring peak, he saw a woman who had been waiting there for some time. Senior Sister Mu? Lin Yun quickly came forth and asked, What are you doing? I'm naturally here, waiting for you. Mu Shuichin opened her eyes and smiled. Aren't you looking for the blood of the Black Tortoise bloodline? Divine blood is hard to find, but I have news of demonic beasts possessing the Black Tortoise bloodline. Where? Take a look yourself. I've marked them on the map. Mu Shuichin took out a map of the ancient barren domain and handed it to Lin Yun. When Lin Yun opened the map, there were 10 red circles, and each circle had more detailed information. The heavenly profound tortoise in the divine tortoise mountain, life stage samsara edict realm. The gold blood-flying serpent in the demonic serpent woods, pinnacle death stage samsara edict realm. Lin Yun had joy flashing in his pupils while looking at those red circles marked on the map. The information was pretty detailed. It's just that they weren't easy to deal with. They were practically samsara edict realm demonic beasts, and there were even those in the saint realm. The light in his eyes gradually dimmed, and he could feel his scalp tingling. Looks like I'm expecting too much. Lin Yun returned the map and knew why Mu Chuan had given up. But Mu Shuiqin couldn't help smiling when she looked at Lin Yun's response. Senior sister, what are you laughing at? Lin Yun rubbed his head. I'm just teasing you. I naturally knew you didn't have the strength to deal with them. Only the peak masters might have a slight chance if they personally make a move, and the map is only for you to see. There are other sources of information regarding the Black Tortoise bloodline. Mu Shuiqin smiled. What source? There's a young heavenly profound tortoise in the withered mountain range hidden deep in the cold pond, and its strength should be comparable to the initial dragon pulse realm. Mu Shuiqin said. It shouldn't be hard to deal with, then. But you can't afford to be careless. After all, it's a demonic beast possessing the Black Tortoise bloodline. These demonic beasts are tough to deal with upon reaching the Dragon Pulse realm. Oh, there's another reason why I'm here. It's something I have to tell you personally. What is it? Several demonic cultivators barged into the withered mountain range. Hearing that, Lin Yun smiled. Demonic cultivators? The withered mountain range is huge, spreading throughout the ancient barren domain. So it's not weird for there to be demonic cultivators there. The withered mountain range was massive. Not only were the various sects' disciples there, but it was common to find demonic cultivators there, too. Let's not mention that most demonic cultivators didn't dare to do anything if they ran into other sects' disciples, especially disciples of powerful sections. These 4 demonic cultivators aren't the same. They were initially disciples of powerful sects and were infamous in the ancient barren domain, especially the leader Jiang Tong. He was a disciple of the profound sky sect's inner ranking. But he was expelled from the sect after violating the rules and became a demonic cultivator. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts when he heard that. Every sect had its own rules, and it was common for those who violated the rules to be expelled. But for someone on the inner ranking to be expelled only meant that this person had committed a grave crime. I'm just reminding you, the withered mountain range is huge, and it's hard to find them, even if you wanted to. Mu Shuiqin smiled. Well, it's impossible for there to be such a coincidence that they're also looking for the heavenly profound tortoise, right? I'll not bother you any longer. Mu Shuiqin left in a hurry after sharing the information with Lin Yun. Lin Yun was pondering his upcoming journey to the withered mountain range, and it was pretty convenient that he could find the ominous auras and black tortoise's divine blood there. More accurately, the divine blood of the black tortoise's bloodline couldn't be considered divine blood. After all, demonic beasts who possessed the bloodline of a divine beast were naturally significantly thinned, and it couldn't be compared to the blood of an actual divine beast. So it was more appropriate to call it the black tortoise's saint blood, just like true dragon saint liquid wasn't made with the blood of dragons. Lin Yun rested for 2 days before he left the sect. Since he had been to the withered mountain range multiple times, he was pretty familiar with the way and soon arrived in the demonic rune tiger's den. It's not here? Don't tell me something happened to it. Lin Yun released his sword intent but still couldn't sense the demonic rune tiger's aura. There was a high chance that something had happened to it. After all, countless demonic beasts lost their lives to human cultivators daily in the mountain range. The demonic rune tiger might be a monarch demonic beast, but it wasn't invincible, and its tiger king bone was naturally attractive to many people. Lil Red briefly sniffed from Lin Yun's shoulder before pointing its paw in a direction. Seeing this, Lin Yun briefly pondered before executing his movement technique and headed in the direction Lil Red pointed out. Let's go and take a look. Then, an hour later, Lin Yun stood on a tree branch, looking at the open ground ahead. A human and a tiger were fighting, and that human wore a smile. As for the tiger, it was naturally the demonic rune tiger. The demonic rune tiger had taken on its human form, wielding the saint blade and executing its blade technique. If it faced an ordinary opponent, it would have long slaughtered them. But its opponent was clearly having an easy time and didn't use their full strength. Lin Yun casually looked at this person and noticed this person had reached the late phase third pulse dragon pulse realm, and their vitality was like an ancient beast that had far exceeded the demonic rune tiger. They were a bladesman but didn't even draw their sword when facing the demonic rune tiger. While Lin Yun was pondering, a blade ray blossomed, and the demonic rune tiger was sent flying back. When the demonic rune tiger fell to the ground, it was wailing out in pain. Seeing this, Lin Yun could only come down from the tree because this tiger would be dead if he continued to watch. When the demonic rune tiger heard the commotion created by Lin Yun, it rejoiced and quickly crawled over. "Lord Lin, save me, brother. Can you give me face and spare this demonic rune tiger's life?" Lin Yun didn't bother about the demonic rune tiger and looked at the black-clothed person. "Tsk. Interesting, but what if I don't give you any face?" The black-clothed person was surprised because he had never seen a friendship between a human and a demonic beast before. His gaze was playful, and felt that Lin Yun was here to snatch the Tiger King bone. But he didn't know where someone who had just entered the Dragon Pulse realm got the courage to stand before him. But after seeing Lin Yun's clothes, he finally realized that Lin Yun was a disciple of the Sword Sect. You have to look at the owner before beating the dog, not to mention that this is a tiger. You can tell me your terms for letting this tiger go. Lin Yun said. Tsk. You're the owner of this tiger. The black-clothed person smiled as if he had heard a huge joke. Not me, him. Lin Yun pointed to Lil Red on his shoulder with a smile. I have a good temper, but my cat doesn't. The black-clothed person was stumped, and his cheek twitched. His gaze was clearly asking Lin Yun if he was joking. Flames of rage blazed within the black-clothed person's pupils, and his terrifying killing aura surprised Lin Yun. This fellow looked like a sex disciple and didn't look old. So, where did this person get such a notoriously terrifying aura from? To have such a strong killing intent the moment there was a disagreement immediately made Lin Yun think of demonic cultivators. Sword sex disciple? The black-clothed man didn't say a word, but his companion looked at Lin Yun with a smile. I am. Lin Yun nodded. So you're a sword sex disciple. It's no wonder why you grasped the firmament sword intent at such a young age. I'm Mo Yun, and this is my friend, Dong and brother. How do I address you? Mo Yun smiled. Xiao Yun. Lin Yun initially planned to report his name, but he changed his name in the end. Haha, so it's Brother Xiao. I'll not beat around the bush. Then, you must be after the Tiger King bone, right? We can give up on it. But what can you give in exchange? Mo Yun smiled. Wearing an awkward smile, Lin Yun replied, I'm actually not after the Tiger King bone. What do you guys want, then? I feel that your head is pretty good. Mu Yun smiled eerily. As he waved his hand, Saint runes rained down and instantly formed into 3 spiritual arrays enveloping this space. Lin Yun soon noticed that his sword intent was isolated from the world. Not only that, but even the circulation of his dragon origin became difficult. Saint Spiritualist? You're from the Profound Valley. Lin Yun long knew that the other party was trying to drag time, and the arrays he set up were pretty impressive to create 20,000 Saint runes so quickly. Aside from Profound Valley's disciples, he couldn't think of who else could have such skill. Go to hell. Sword sex disciple, you're pretty foolish. Dong's eyes flashed with mockery. A swordsman who had just reached the Dragon Pulse realm dared to snatch the Tiger King bone from him? Who gave him the confidence to do so? Did this person really think that no one dares to touch the sword sex disciples? As firmament blade intent exploded from Dong, a boundless blade aura swept over that suppressed Lin Yun's sword aura entirely, and a radiant sword ray immediately filled Lin Yun's sight. But Lin Yun didn't move. He didn't even draw his sword and allowed Dong's blade to fly over. Courting death. Dong was puzzled, and Mo Yun's eyes began to flicker because they didn't know what Lin Yun was doing. While the two were puzzled, Lin Yun finally moved. Or rather, the black cat on his shoulder moved, turning into a blur, and a dagger appeared in its paw as it pounced at Dong and get lost. Dong was shocked before he took a step back and lost it. He retracted his blade before swinging it at Lil Red with even more power. When the dagger and blade came in contact, Lil Red gave a shove, and Dong was sent flying back with his right hand becoming numb. He couldn't believe that he had actually lost to a cat in terms of strength. How is this possible? Mo Yun's face changed. I already said my cat doesn't have a good temper. A chilling light flashed across Lin Yun's pupils as he stomped his foot on the ground, destroying the three-layered spiritual array as he charged at Mo Yun. Lin Yun's speed made Mo Yun's heart sink. But since he couldn't follow Lin Yun's speed, he might as well not see with his eyes. With a wave of his hand, multiple paintings appeared behind him, unleashing various phenomena. There was a sea of flames, a blazing sun, lightning, ferocious beasts. A total of 18 saint diagrams, and each was comparable to a ghost spirit martial technique. Still not admitting that you're a saint spiritualist from the profound valley? Lin Yun paused and retreated as sword rays flew out when he swung his hand. Humph. That's not something you should be asking. Mo Yun roared, and the 18 saint diagrams engulfed Lin Yun. Let's not mention someone who had just reached the Dragon Pulse realm. Even Mu Shuiqin would be heavily injured when facing such attacks. Profound. Lin Yun smiled as he pushed a profound word out with his hand. As profound light exploded, it was like a gate that sent the 18 saint diagrams back. What they? Mo Yun's face turned pale upon seeing this, and he cursed. How the hell was he going to block this attack? Wasn't this the same as cheating? But he didn't have much time to think because Lin Yun had returned his attack to him. When the saint diagrams flew over, a series of explosions echoed with various phenomenons overlapping. Mo Yun! Dong's face changed when he saw this scene. But a black blur charged over just when he wanted to make a move. This time, Lil Red wasn't using the dagger, but used its claws instead. The claws easily tore through the dragon origin around Dong, causing Dong's lips to twitch as he retreated. He no longer dared to belittle this cat anymore. Bravo, Lord Cat! The demonic rune tiger cheered. A bizarre flute song echoed right then as two powerful auras swept over. Lin Yun glared at the demonic rune tiger. Why are you still standing here? The demonic rune tiger came to its senses, transformed back to its tiger form, and started bolting into the woods. Pushing its speed to the limit, its speed wasn't any slower than Lin Yun's movement technique. But it let out a groan when he ran. Felt like a mountain was crashing down on it. Lin Yun went on its back and Lil Red stood on its neck. But the demonic rune tiger didn't dare to throw his temper and bolted off. Don't chase them. Mo Yun coughed, stopping Dong from giving chase. Right then, two figures descended from the sky. One was a man holding onto a bone flute, and the other was a purple-robed man with robust vitality. The purple-robed man asked, "Who's that person?" "I don't know. He calls himself Xiao Yun, a sword sect's disciple." Mo Yun replied. "He looks a little familiar." The person holding the bone flute squinted his eyes as he looked at Lin Yun's back figure. For some reason, he felt that that person was a little familiar. Sword sect's disciple. The purple-robed man squinted his eyes, and the killing intent in his pupils rumbled. Ha, he's swift at running. Don't care about him for now. For my tribulation, I need a droplet of the black tortoise's saint blood. My Tiger King bone. Dong still wasn't willing to give up. We can deal with him again after we're done. No one can snatch anything from us, regardless if he's a disciple of the sword sect, the purple-clothed man said indifferently. Very quickly, the four of them disappeared. When the demonic rune tiger ran back to its den, it was exhausted while gasping for breath. Lord Lin, Lord Cat, we should be safe now. I didn't expect you to be so fast. You're not any slower than my movement technique. Lin Yun smiled. When the demonic rune tiger was running earlier, the surroundings became blurred. If it could travel in the 36 layers of heaven, he could consider taking the demonic rune tiger as a mount. Lord Lin, you must be joking. How can I be compared to you and Lord Cat? The demonic rune tiger gasped for its breath. It was exhausted, but it didn't dare to ask Lin Yun and Lil Red to get off its back. With a smile, Lin Yun hopped off the tiger's back. When Lil Red hopped down, the demonic rune tiger ran over and smiled. "Lord Lin, why did you come to look for me? The withered mountain range is your territory. So I'd like to ask where you can find 100-year ominous auras." Lin Yun asked directly. 100-year. The demonic rune tiger immediately became unhappy. "Lord Lin, are you looking down on this little tiger? How can 100-year ominous auras match your identity? It has to be 1,000 years at the very least. Leave this to me. I'll make sure to ask around for you." Lin Yun was teased by the name the tiger gave for himself, but he soon asked, "How can 1,000-year ominous auras be found so easily?" "Lord Lin, it might not be easy for others, but this is my territory. I can ask my beast buddies, and I guarantee I can find news about them." The demonic rune tiger kept reassuring him. It naturally had to take a good opportunity of this since it could help Lin Yun. Lin Yun couldn't help smiling upon hearing the demonic rune tiger's words. But there didn't seem to be any issue because demonic rune tiger's friends were really beasts. He soon fell into deep thoughts. The wind and lightning intents were still easy because thunderstorms could be considered natural to him thanks to his Azure Dragon Saint physique. The Azure Dragon grasps thunderstorms, so Lin Yun didn't have to practice these two martial intents. This meant that he needed to look for ice and fire-attributed ominous auras. Then again, it was naturally good if he could search for 1,000-year wind and lightning ominous auras. "All right, we'll go with that," Lin Yun replied. "Okay. I'll get it done immediately." The demonic rune tiger's movement was swift, wanting to leave. "Come back." Lin Yun called out to the demonic rune tiger. "What's the matter with those people? I'm not too sure about that. They must be demonic cultivators. Recently, many monarch demonic beasts fell into their hands. I thought I had hidden well, but they still found me." The demonic rune tiger said with lingering fear. "If not for Lord Lin, I'd probably be dead by now." Demonic cultivators? Yeah, they didn't even place powerful sect disciples in their eyes. "Are there disciples of my sword sect?" "There are," the demonic rune tiger replied. Lin Yun's face changed with a chill flashing through his pupils. He could roughly guess their identity now, and they're really bold to be so close to the sword sect. It wouldn't take half a day to rush over from the sword sect, and they still dare to kill sword sect's disciples? They must be the rebellious disciples that Mu Shuichin spoke of, and he shouldn't have left earlier because this meant that any sword sect disciple running into them would be in deep trouble. Don't dwell on it too much. If you didn't leave earlier, you might not be able to leave, then," Lil Purple said as she flew out from the sword box. "Don't be so sure about that. I'll deal with them when I'm done refining the ominous auras myself," Lin Yun said. His gaze became gentle when he looked at Lil Red. "You're also in the Dragon Pulse realm, and the demonic rune tiger's bloodline is weaker than yours. So why can't you speak?" "Humph. Why do you think it doesn't know how to speak?" Lil Purple rolled her eyes. "It knows how to speak?" Lin Yun's eyes lit up, and he rejoiced. "I should have thought of it much earlier. What are you thinking about?" "Lil Red just doesn't want to talk to you." Lil Purple pouted. "So you secretly learned how to speak? Try speaking," Lin Yun said, looking at Lil Red. "Master." Lil Red shuddered. But Lil Purple patted its head and said, "Call him scumbag. Get lost." Lin Yun knocked on Lil Purple's head and smiled. "You can just call me Big Brother." Mustering its courage, Lil Red said, "Big Brother scumbag." Hearing that, Lil Purple, who was baring her teeth, suddenly burst into laughter. Lin Yun's face became dark upon hearing that. But looking at Lil Red, it should have learned to speak not too long ago. Rubbing Lil Red on the head, Lin Yun said, "You can just address me as Big Brother, but not Big Brother scumbag." "Okay, Big Brother." Lil Red grinned with a cunning light flashing through its pupils. This made Lin Yun wonder if Lil Red was doing this on purpose, but he couldn't be bothered to hold it against Lil Red. Since he was here, he might as well practice the Sovereign Dragon Fist. Coming before the tablet, Lin Yun looked at the sovereign dragon fist recorded on it with his eyes flickering. There was something weird with this tablet. He would have new insights whenever he comprehended before the tablet. For fist forms were recorded on the sovereign dragon fist. The soaring divine dragon order, raging divine dragon, and repentless divine dragon. Aside from that, the secret techniques, divine dragon eyes, and the sovereign dragon seal were also recorded on it. He didn't have much time previously, so Lin Yun didn't put much effort into studying the sovereign dragon seal and divine dragon eyes. Most importantly, he was previously in the Elysium core realm, and it wasn't easy for him to try and learn them. But it was different now that he was in the Dragon Pulse realm. Standing before the stone tablet, Lin Yun sat down and circulated the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon to manipulate his dragon origin. When he circulated his dragon origin, a dragon roar echoed from the stone tablet, and the patterns on the tablet lit up. Lin Yun formed a particular connection with the stone tablet as the light flickered. Interesting. Lin Yun's eyes lit up because the stone tablet seemed capable of assisting him in cultivating. He speculated that this stone tablet might be a particular sacred item, and thousands of people could cultivate in front of it at its prime. Then again, that was on the prerequisite that he had to be in the Dragon Pulse realm, and he instantly knew that he was right about coming here. After he slowly closed his eyes, information appeared within his mind. It was all related to the Sovereign Dragon Seal. Condensing 7-colored divine lights with the Sovereign Dragon Seal was only at lesser mastery. If he wanted to reach greater mastery, he would have to learn 7 types of divine dragon seals: the blue dragon seal, white dragon seal, silver dragon seal, golden dragon seal, cyan dragon seal, indigo dragon seal, and red dragon seal. After the 7 divine seals overlapped, he would reach greater mastery in the Sovereign Dragon Seal. If he wanted to reach complete mastery, he would have to form the Heavenly Dragon Seal. There was even the legendary Ancestral Dragon Seal above the Heavenly Dragon Seal. The Dragon Clan's martial techniques were profound, and he was soon immersed in the comprehension. Aside from that, the Sovereign Dragon Seal and Divine Dragon Eyes could supplement each other. Every time he managed to condense a Divine Dragon Seal, he could empower them to the Divine Dragon Eyes. The Divine Dragon Eyes could be considered the Dragon Clan's eye technique with a strong offensive power. When the demonic Rune Tiger went to find information about the 1,000-year ominous auras, Lin Yun started to learn the remaining 7 Divine Dragon Seals. As for the Heavenly Dragon Seal, it wasn't recorded on the stone tablet at all. Under his manipulation, his every meridian, vitality, muscle, dragon rune, and even sword intent surged to his arms. His dragon origin, sword intent, and dragon runes combined within his arms, making his arms feel heavy as he started forming seals with his hands. Whenever he formed a seal, his vitality would be exhausted. Simultaneously, a boundless dragon aura would appear from him. After the dragon aura overlapped 10 times, Lin Yun's vitality was incredibly exhausted and he roared, "Blue Dragon Seal!" A profound seal formed in his right hand and radiated with blue light. When 10 odd runes overlapped, it formed into an ancient rune that looked like a blue dragon engraved on his palm. As the blue light spread out, it was like flames blazing on his palm. He instantly realized that the blue dragon seal was simultaneously a seal and dragon flame. But this made him feel uneasy because he wasn't too confident. After all, the stone tablet was incomplete, and Lin Yun could only rely on his instincts and talent to comprehend it without anyone guiding him. When he practiced the Divine Dragon Eyes, he nearly lost his eyes, making Lin Yun more cautious of the Dragon Clan's martial techniques. While waiting for the demonic Rune Tiger's return, Lin Yun was entirely focused on cultivating the Divine Dragon Seals. The Blue Dragon Seal was still manageable, but he encountered difficulty upon reaching the White Dragon Seal. Even with the detailed steps and mantra, Lin Yun barely succeeded after thousands of attempts. 3 days later, Lin Yun successfully learned 3 Divine Dragon Seals: the Blue Dragon Seal, the White Dragon Seal, and the Silver Dragon Seal. Although he still had a long way to reach greater mastery, the 3 Divine Dragon Seals strengthened his Sovereign Dragon Seal by 1-fold. Outside the den, the demonic Rune Tiger returned. It felt that it had taken too long, making it feel anxious. But just when it was about to speak, Lin Yun suddenly opened his eyes and the Glory Sun and Glory Moon spirits appeared within his pupils, enveloped in flames. Looking from afar, Lin Yun's pupils looked like a sun and moon shining brightly. As a divine dragon aura swept out, the demonic rune tiger was sent flying and threw out a mouthful of blood just when he wanted to speak. When Lin Yun realized what he had done, the Glory Sun and Glory Moon both disappeared from his pupils, along with the 3 divine dragon seals. Looking at the demonic rune tiger's pathetic state, Lin Yun couldn't help feeling a little sorry. But the power of the divine dragon eyes had also become stronger, and he didn't use his dragon origin earlier. "Lord Lin, it's me," the demonic rune tiger said. The thought it had alarmed Lin Yun, and Lin Yun was attacked by instinct. Wearing an awkward expression, Lin Yun asked, "You found information on the ominous auras?" "Yeah, I found all 4 of them." "Which one do you want me to start with?" the demonic rune tiger asked. "Tell me about the situation first." "The 1,000-year ominous auras haven't opened their wisdom. The ominous auras I found for Lord Lin are all above 8,000 years old. You can only go to the myriad demonic peak if you want stronger ones. 10,000 or 100,000-year ominous auras can be found there, and they have practically opened their wisdom," the demonic rune tiger said with a fawning expression. After all, it had worked hard to gather this information. Lin Yun's heart sank when he heard that, and he now knew why the demonic rune tiger had taken so long. His master told him that 100-year ominous auras were enough, but the ones the demonic rune tiger found were at least 8,000 years old. This brought a bitter smile to Lin Yun's face. "But they're practically no different from 10,000-year ominous auras." "There's a difference. They might be close in strength, but 10,000-year ominous auras have practically opened their wisdom and are much stronger. With your strength, 8,000-year ominous auras shouldn't be an issue," the demonic rune tiger explained. "That's right." Lil Purple walked over. "What's my odds of winning, then?" Lin Yun asked with his eyes lit up. "I guessed it." Lin Yun wasn't surprised by that answer. 8,000-year ominous auras are comparable to the 9-pulse dragon pulse realm in terms of strength or even the Samsara edict realm. "You'll die if you run into them." Lil Purple smirked and continued, "But it's different with this empress around." Looking at her, Lin Yun had doubt on his face, and he said, "Although the phoenix tree has grown, you've also just reached the dragon pulse realm, right?" "Ha! How can your mind possibly comprehend my might?" Lil Purple said proudly. "Be serious about it," Lin Yun said. "Ominous auras aren't the same as demonic beasts. As long as they haven't opened their wisdom, they're simply non-living things. No matter how terrifying they are, you can subdue them if you know the trick. It's hard to find the main body of the ominous auras, not to mention subduing them. I might not be able to deal with demonic beasts, but I can easily deal with ominous auras." Lil Purple pouted. "Why is that so?" Lin Yun asked. Summoning a breeze with a wave of her hand, Lil Purple asked, "How do you think the wind should be subdued? You can block and shatter it, but can you catch the wind?" Lin Yun squinted his eyes and fell into deep thought when he heard that. 100-year ominous auras are still fine because they're no different from idiots. But it's a different case for 1,000-year ominous auras. Lil Purple suddenly clasped her hands together, summoning a terrifying chill that covered the surroundings in a layer of frost. "I mimicked the 1,000-year ominous aura. Let me ask you then, where is the ominous ice aura?" Lil Purple hovered in the air. As the golden and crimson seal on her forehead bloomed, her hair grew and became silver. She also emitted a faint aura belonging to a divine beast that made her look sacred. This left the demonic rune tiger completely dumbfounded. It was first shocked before its eyes lit up brightly. It immediately came over with a fawning expression. "So it's Lord Phoenix. With Lord Phoenix around, the ominous auras won't be a problem. Hehe. Let me know if you need me to do anything." The demonic rune tiger's flattery naturally brought a proud smirk to Lil Purple lips. "Lord Phoenix, you must be tired of standing, right? You can sit on my back, and I'll obey your commands." The demonic rune tiger lowered its head as it looked at Lil Purple like a kitten. This made Lil Purple laugh because this tiger teased her as she gently landed on its back. But when Lil Red saw this while practicing its martial technique, it let out an unhappy snort. Seeing this, the demonic rune tiger immediately went over. Lord Cat, you can also get up. Lord Lin, stop wasting time. Let's go. With Lord Phoenix around, the ominous auras are already in the bag. It had finally realized that the ranking was Lil Purple, Lil Red, then Lin Yun. But fortunately, it wasn't late to get on Lil Purple's good side. With Lord Phoenix around, it wouldn't have to fear anyone within the withered mountain range. Right then, Lin Yun reached out and restricted a shapeless ominous aura before it condensed into an ominous white aura, caught with the azure dragon grasp. Interesting. Lin Yun smiled as he crushed the ominous aura with a palm. This surprised Lil Purple, and she wondered if Lin Yun was a monster. Just how did he manage to detect it? Let's go. Lead the way. Lin Yun smiled. Almighty Lord Lin. I'll lead the way immediately. The demonic rune tiger was briefly startled as it bolted forth with Lil Purple and Lil Red on its back. Lin Yun wasn't in a hurry to leave. He turned back to look at the stone tablet, wondering if this tablet could be taken away. But he wasn't in a hurry for now and swiftly caught up with the demonic rune tiger. Half an hour later, they arrived in a valley where the cold wind was howling. The valley was spacious, the ground was rough due to the strong wind blowing back and forth, and the ground was covered in small rocks. Lord Lin, the 1,000-year ominous wind aura is down below, the demonic rune tiger said. Nothing seemed unusual when Lin Yun looked around. But when he looked down at the mountain stream, the cold wind howled like a ghost, and the valley bottom was pitch black like an unfathomable abyss. This should be the right place. I can sense the ominous aura's existence, and it's very strong. Lil Purple said with a grave expression. I'll go down with Lil Purple. Lil Red, you stay here just in case anything happens. Okay, big brother. Lil Red was obedient and stayed on top while Lin Yun and Lil Purple jumped towards the mountain stream. As the wind blew past the two of them, the dragon origin enveloping them became heavily damaged. It was like knives were slicing them back and forth. This startled the demonic rune tiger because it didn't expect Lin Yun and Lil Purple to be so decisive without the slightest hesitation. Lord Cat, you're not going down? The demonic rune tiger asked with a fawning smile. I'm responsible for watching you. If anything goes wrong, you'll be the first to die. Lil Red looked at the demonic rune tiger. Hearing what Lil Red said, the demonic rune tiger immediately stopped smiling. Lord Cat, you can't blame me. Hee. I'm just teaching you. I'm a reasonable person. Tell me, are there any treasures nearby? You stay here while I go treasure hunting. Lil Red grinned. The demonic rune tiger's eyes lit up, and it said, I know. As Lil Red rolled its eyes, it became increasingly excited as it listened to what the demonic rune tiger said. Lin Yun and Lil Purple fell for an entire hour before they landed firmly on the ground, and the violent wind made Lin Yun close his eyes. There was nothing there except for the violent wind. When he opened his eyes with great difficulty to look forth, he muttered, What powerful wind! Ominous auras are all like this. They're born in harsh environments, and even Samsara Edict realm powerhouses aren't willing to come to this godforsaken place. Other Dragon Pulse realms won't be able to last long here, and this is why ominous auras can exist for a long time. Lil Purple smiled. The two continued, heading deeper and facing the violent wind head-on before finally arriving at a spacious ground. A few thousand feet of a violent storm appeared before them, and Lin Yun stopped a few thousand meters away. He casually took out a saint artifact from his interspatial pouch and tossed it out. When that saint artifact faced the violent storm, the spiritual runes on the saint artifact began to crack and emitted a dazzling light. When the saint artifact got a few thousand meters close to the violent storm, it shattered. Lin Yun reached out his hand at a fragment flying in Lil Purple's direction. But he was soon surprised because that fragment actually tore apart his dragon origin and left a slight wound on his finger. Even the defense of his physique was torn apart, so one could imagine how mighty the wind was. This is a little troublesome. The ominous wind is clearly in that violent storm, but it's difficult to obtain. Lin Yun said with his brows furrowed. It's an 8,000-year ominous wind aura we're talking about here. You want to go and retrieve it forcibly? Lil Purple asked. Yeah, I want to give it a try. Lin Yun executed his movement technique and released his firmament sword intent before he turned into a streak and flew into the violet storm. When he entered the violent storm, he discovered that he had lost control of his body and couldn't even see his surroundings. Split! Lin Yun waved his palm and multiple figures flew out from his body with sword rays intertwined to form an ancient heaven word. That word soon suppressed the violent storm, and he soon saw a white lump of light that looked like a ball. But he could see a face on it. It had eyes and a mouth with no nose. Found it! Lin Yun executed the azure dragon grasp and a draconic roar echoed. The 1,000-year ominous wind aura briefly struggled before it lost control and flew towards his palm. It was powerful, and the power contained within it was boundless. Thus, despite it being pulled over, it wasn't fast. Pouring all his dragon runes from the blue dragon bone into his palm, Lin Yun's dragon aura continued suppressing the ominous wind aura. When 40,000 dragon runes flew out, the white ball no longer resisted and was pulled over. But just when Lin Yun was about to grab onto it with the dragon claw he had manifested, the white ball disappeared. What's going on? Lin Yun was baffled. Before he came to his senses, the ominous wind aura manifested into 9 hurricanes, each reaching 1,000 feet in size. The wind was like fragments that were torn apart, and the massive dragon claw was crushed. Lin Yun's sword aura also showed signs of collapsing as the hurricane continued to grind. His face changed as he formed seals with his hand, and a pair of golden crow wings unfolded behind him. As the 9 hurricanes continued to grind, the hurricanes seemed alive as they kept changing, trapping Lin Yun. Lin Yun ultimately drew his sword and unleashed a sword ray that was 100 feet long. But he was surprised because he couldn't cut apart those hurricanes even with his attacks empowered with quasi-heavenly dome sword intent. It can't be cut apart? Before he could react, the 9 hurricanes collided, causing Lin Yun to throw out blood and be sent flying away, slamming against a wall not too far away. The pain was horrible, and Lin Yun felt like his bones were falling apart. As he supported himself against the wall, he wore a grave expression while looking at the 9 hurricanes combining into a giant. When the rocks in the surroundings were swept up, the 1,000-foot wind giant threw a punch. The punch gave off a feeling that it could tear apart anything before it, and the power contained within it was terrifying. In Lin Yun's opinion, not even high-grade ghost spirit martial techniques could achieve this level, and he realized he was a little too overconfident. This changed Lin Yun's face, and what Lil Purple said was right. This ominous wind aura was equivalent to a 9th pulse dragon pulse realm. Even if it didn't have any intelligence, there was no way he could subdue it with his current cultivation. Speaking of which, where's Lil Purple? Was she watching him suffering? What impudence! When Lin Yun wanted to search for Lil Purple, a light rose behind him. When he turned back, he saw Lil Purple hovering in the air, and the light emitted from her soon filled every corner of this region. At this moment, she looked like a deity as her hands formed a seal. Whenever she sent a seal out, fine cracks would appear on the surface of the wind giant. Seeing this, Lin Yun didn't hesitate to swing his sword, executing the carefree 9 swords, desolation sword form on the wind giant. This caused the cracks to expand and the wind giant swiftly shrank in size like a popped balloon, soon returning to the ball form. Restrain! Lil Purple flew over and trapped the ominous wind aura that was about to dissipate. A vortex appeared as she waved her hand again, and the ominous wind aura was swept into her body. Why didn't you move earlier if you can do all that? Lin Yun asked. Humph. How will you know of this Empress ability if you don't suffer a little? Lil Purple replied. This made the corner of Lin Yun's lip twitch because he was nearly killed by the ominous wind aura earlier, but he ultimately chose to endure it. The ominous wind aura was still with Lin Yun, and he could tell that the seal Lil Purple used was meant to deal with ominous auras. When he asked, Lil Purple smugly replied, "At least you still have some eyesight." I'm a divine beast and have many ways to deal with these spirits born in nature. The one I used earlier is called the God Restraining Seal. At my full strength, I have many ominous generals under my command. Impressive. So where's the ominous wind aura? Lin Yun praised with a smile. I'll keep it for now. You can't keep it in your interspatial pouch and can't refine it anytime soon. Lil Purple replied. Lin Yun instantly knew that Lil Purple was taking revenge against him. After all, he safe-kept the true dragon Saint Liquid for 5 days before giving it to Lil Purple. Are you going? Lil Purple asked, seeing Lin Yun dazing off. Let's go, then. As the golden crow wings appeared behind him, Lin Yun grabbed onto Lil Purple and they flew out. Without the ominous wind aura, his movement technique was no longer restricted, and he returned to where the demonic rune tiger was in the blink of an eye. Lord Lin, Lord Phoenix, you two are done subduing that ominous aura? The demonic rune tiger had disbelief in its eyes because this was too unbelievably fast. Yeah. Lil Purple nodded. Lord Phoenix is truly impressive. The demonic rune tiger started flattering. That's for sure. Lil Purple yawned. Where's Lil Red? Lin Yun couldn't see Lil Red anywhere. Lord Cat went to dig for treasures. The demonic rune tiger said excitedly. Before Lil Red left, it said it would share 30% of the treasures with him, and it was enough to excite the demonic rune tiger. If Lil Red didn't instruct it to stay behind, the demonic rune tiger would probably be with Lil Red by now. Lil Red is too playful. Lil Purple furrowed her brows. Lin Yun wasn't surprised and smiled. Let's head for the ominous fire aura. The upcoming journey was smooth. With Lil Purple around, they quickly dealt with the ominous fire and lightning auras in just half a day. The ominous ice aura is in the cold pond? Lin Yun smiled upon hearing what the demonic rune tiger said. This saved him the trouble of running around, and he could also deal with the heavenly profound tortoise while he was at it. Don't be happy so soon. The God Restraining Seal has not much effect on the heavenly profound tortoise. Lil Purple said in a concerned tone. Don't worry about that. I've made preparations before coming. Lin Yun smiled confidently. The cold pond was deep in the Annihilation Mountain Range, a dangerous ground of the Withered Mountain Range. It would take them some effort to go there. Not only was the journey far, but there were many powerful demonic beasts along the way, and they would be in trouble if they weren't careful. It was practically impossible to quietly reach the cold pond, and they would be dead if they weren't lucky and ran into Samsara Edict Realm demonic beasts. Several figures flew across the dark woods. They were all in the Dragon Pulse realm, especially the leader of the group. His aura felt like a ferocious dragon, a sign he had reached the pinnacle of the third Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. This is the second batch, right? Lin Yun said as he walked out of the hiding spot with his brows furrowed. This was the third person in the third Pulse Dragon Pulse realm he ran into along the way, and they were all at the pinnacle. The increase in strength at each pulse was obvious, especially the third Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, because it transformed the vitality and strengthened the physique. Back in the Heavenly Pool gathering, he barely managed to defeat Luo Yuan, who had just reached the third Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. It was fine if he faced a pinnacle third Pulse Dragon Pulse realm because he was confident of fleeing even if he couldn't defeat them. Are there other usages to the Black Tortoise's Saint Blood? Lin Yun asked. He had a feeling that these people were heading to the cold pond. If I remember correctly, the Black Tortoise's Saint Blood can aid them during their tribulation. After all, failing the tribulation means death, especially when the tribulations in the third, sixth, and ninth pulses are more dangerous. Lil Purple said, emphasizing death. That works? Why didn't Senior Sister Mu tell me about it? Lin Yun asked. He knew there was a threshold every 3 pulses, but he didn't realize that Black Tortoise's Saint Blood could help in the tribulation. You didn't ask, right? You also didn't tell her that you needed it to cultivate the divine tortoise transformation, right? I didn't. Rolling her eyes, Lil Purple replied. And you still have the cheek to blame Mu Shuichin? She probably thought that you needed it for your tribulation. Her words made Lin Yun smile awkwardly, but his eyes soon lit up, and he asked, That's possible? Of course. Speaking of which, you really need it. Your foundation is too terrifying by converting all your astral energy into dragon origin. I speculate that your tribulation might be more terrifying than others at the third pulse. Lil Purple said after a brief pondering. Lil Purple's words made Lin Yun's face sink because he really didn't think about that. And Lil Purple had really reminded him. He was initially planning to find an opportunity to make a breakthrough, but it looks like he had to plan it now. Is it possible that the Black Tortoise's Saint Blood can help me through the tribulation and cultivate the divine tortoise transformation? Lin Yun asked with flames blazing in his eyes. Only a child would pick one between the two, and he wanted both. Ha! Lil Purple sneered. You wish. Lin Yun smiled bitterly upon hearing that, and he asked, is it really impossible? Well, it's not exactly impossible. Speak. Lin Yun's eyes shone brightly. If you're its father. Lil Purple wore a mocking smile. Lin Yun's face sank when he heard that because Lil Purple was routing to scold him. If he was the father of the heavenly profound tortoise, wouldn't that make him an old tortoise? Seeing Lin Yun's expression, Lil Purple laughed. Don't bother thinking about it. Don't really treat it as a tortoise because it's a heavenly profound tortoise. As a descendant who inherited a divine beast's bloodline, it won't be easy to deal with, even if it's in the Dragon Pulse realm. I'm a divine beast and know it better than you. Lin Yun nodded because Lil Purple was no longer confident when they spoke of the heavenly profound tortoise. One must know that even those at the Samsara Edict realm would have difficulty dealing with ominous auras close to 10,000 years old. Let's go. Lin Yun hopped down the tree and sat on the demonic rune tiger. Lead the way. The journey to the cold pond was far. There were many demonic beasts along the way, and they would be hindered if they weren't careful. But with the demonic rune tiger leading the way, it could save them time. Suddenly, a firework lit up in the dark sky, and the fire formed the sword sex symbol. This made Lin Yun's face change when he saw this scene because this was a sign that a sword sex disciple was in danger. He dashed into the sky from the demonic rune tiger's back, executing his movement technique, and bolted over. Why does Lord Lin need to ride me when he's so fast? The demonic rune tiger was dumbfounded. Lin Yun didn't take long to arrive where the firework lit up. When he landed on a tree and looked ahead, there was a sword sex disciple facing a bladesman, and another person was watching from the side. More accurately speaking, this person wasn't just watching from the side. This saint spiritualist created layers of arrays to suppress that disciple from the sword sect. That sword sex disciple was in the first pulse dragon pulse realm, and his opponent was in the third pulse dragon pulse realm. It was clear that they were toying with him, and they probably released that signal wanting to attract more of sword sex disciples. These two again. Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly because these two were the demonic cultivators he had previously ran into, Dong-en and Mo Yun. As for that sword sex disciple, it was Chun Ling of the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra, the person he fought with when he had just joined the Divine Firmament Peak. Looks like there won't be any more disciples. It's meaningless to kill him. Mo Yun smiled from the side. It doesn't matter. I'll play for a little longer. Big Brother said there's no need to let them have an easy death if we run into the sword sex disciples. Dong-en wore a sinister smile as he unleashed a blade ray and sent Chun Ling flying away. How weak! Dong-en looked at Chun Ling with a smile. 3 dragons then faintly appeared behind him. This brought despair to Chun Ling's face because he knew he would be killed today. But fortunately, no sword sex disciples were attracted to this location because of him, or he would feel guilty even in his death. Haha, brat, let's play a game. I'll stand here. If you can make me budge with a punch, I'll give you an easy death. Dong-en smiled sinisterly. Kill me if you want and cut the crap. The sword sect will take vengeance for me. Chun Ling gritted his teeth. You're pretty stubborn. They all say that sword sex disciples are stubborn. So let me see how stubborn you are. Dong-en sneered as his third pulse dragon pulse realm aura pressed down, crushing on Chun Ling's sword aura. Kneel! Dong-en laughed. As Chun Ling threw out a mouthful of blood, his face distorted, and he roared. Sword sex disciple cannot be humiliated. This made Dong-en's face change, and he couldn't help being moved by Chun-Ling's gaze. But a brief moment later, that soon became rage blazing in his pupils. "Well said," a voice echoed as Lin Yun descended beside Chun-Ling. As Lin Yun unleashed his sword aura, the pressure Chun-Ling felt was instantly lifted. When Chun-Ling raised his head, he was shocked to see Lin Yun and yelled, "Senior brother Lin, why are you here? Leave quickly. They're both demonic cultivators on the demonic ranking. Return to the sect and inform the deacons to capture them." "Haha, we meet again, brat." Dongan was briefly stunned upon seeing Lin Yun before he laughed. "Where's your cat? Bring it out, and let me kill it." He still remembered his hatred for Lil Red, and he wanted to take revenge. This was the reason why he rejoiced when he saw Lin Yun. On the other hand, Mo Yun wore a grave expression because he knew how strong Lin Yun was. As the demonic rune tiger ran over, Lil Red, who was on its back, hopped onto Lin Yun's shoulder and asked, "Big brother, what do you have in mind?" "One each," Lin Yun replied. These two people were a little disgusting if they joined forces, but it was much easier to deal with them if they fought one-on-one. "Hee alrighty." Lil Red's eyes shone as it disappeared from Lin Yun's shoulder, pouncing at Dong En. This made Dong En squint his eyes. He could feel an extremely dangerous aura, but the cat had disappeared from his eyes. The speed was so fast that he couldn't keep up. Just when he felt uncertain, he was soon enveloped in a shadow, and his face changed significantly when he raised his head. There was a black dracope that had reached nearly 30 feet in height. It had crimson eyes and was enveloped in a baleful aura as it slammed down with its palm. "You think you can crush me?" Dongan quickly retreated when Lil Red's palm descended and left a huge palm print on the ground, but the shockwaves sent Dongan flying away. But Lil Red didn't let Dongan go so easily. It stomped its foot on the ground before dashing over. "Take care of my junior brother," Lin Yun said to the demonic rune tiger before he dashed over to Mo Yun. He no longer planned to hold back this time. Since they ran into each other again, he might as well just kill them. Upon receiving Lin Yun's orders, the demonic rune tiger ran over to Chun-Ling and wore a fawning smile. "Lord, stand behind me. I'll kill whoever dares to touch you." As it spoke, it turned into its humanoid form wielding a saint blade, which made its fawning smile look terrifying. Seeing the demonic rune tiger's sinister fawning smile, Chun-Ling's legs began to tremble. When Mo Yun saw Lin Yun charging over, he immediately summoned his constellation. It was a painting of a brush, and his aura began to rise with countless spiritual runes filling up the surroundings. When he waved his hand, multiple saint diagrams opened up, and 36 saint diagrams soon surrounded him. But he was cautious and didn't take the initiative to attack. Instead, he set up those saint diagrams around him as a defense. He could summon 18 saint diagrams if he didn't summon his constellation. But upon summoning his constellation, the number of saint diagrams was immediately doubled. What a tortoise shell! Lin Yun furrowed his brows in midair because those saint diagrams were like a shield. Mo Yun no longer dared to attack him first after previously suffering a loss, fearing that Lin Yun would return all the saint diagrams to him. "Are all saint spiritualists cowards like you?" Lin Yun asked. "I dare not to be careless. I know your means, so you can come at me if you have the guts." Mo Yun smiled with his eyes squinted. The 36 saint diagrams were connected, and they would all explode when Lin Yun touched even one of them. At that time, even a third Pulse Dragon Pulse Realm expert would be killed. He might not be able to do anything to Lin Yun, but he also didn't feel that Lin Yun could do anything to him. A saint spiritualist had plenty of ways if they focus on defense. Lin Yun naturally wouldn't fall for those words and released his sword aura, locking onto Mo Yun, not allowing him to flee. "Ha! You want to carry on?" Mo Yun smiled. "You have no chance. When my big brother arrives, you won't be able to leave even if you wanted to." His words finally made Lin Yun's face change a little. If he remembered correctly, they still had two companions, and one was wielding a bone flute with a cultivation at the pinnacle third Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. While in this temporary stalemate, a commotion resounded not too far away as the Dracope held onto a person, constantly slamming him against the ground. After turning into its Dracope form, Lil Red used this brute method to humiliate Dong En. This scene made Lin Yun's lips twitch because Lil Red was really ruthless. He knew that Lil Red's cultivation was even higher than his after reaching the Dragon Pulse realm, but he didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Mo Yun's face drastically changed as he yelled, "Get your pet to release him. You should worry about yourself instead." Lin Yun waved his hand and the flower burial sword flew out from the sword box. Right then, Lin Yun's sword intent detected a wisp of dangerous aura and a bizarre flute music echoed around, accompanied by a terrifying dragon cry. "He's here!" Mo Yun rejoiced. Lin Yun had experienced the same situation before, but since he was in a hurry to collect the ominous auras back then, he retreated because he didn't want trouble. But today, no one could save them, no matter who comes. Anyone who dared to humiliate the sword sect's disciples had to die. "I advise you to consider well before drawing your sword," Mo Yun coldly said, seeing Lin Yun grabbing onto his sword. He was afraid of Lin Yun's strength and was also trying to drag for time. Although Lin Yun only seemed to be at the first Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, Mo Yun didn't dare to look down on him and was even nervous. But he was confident in his own saint diagrams, so he continued. "Within each of these 36 saint diagrams, there is 1,000 runes saint diagram, created with 10,000 4th-grade spiritual runes. So every single one is a 5th-grade spiritual array, and 36 saint diagrams means 36 spiritual arrays, and they're all connected." As he spoke, the saint diagrams hovering around him opened and intertwined, forming a highly profound spiritual array. When the spiritual array's aura was unleashed, Mo Yun could unleash a devastating might with a wave of his hand. Simultaneously, two people were approaching from afar, releasing terrifying auras. One was radiating with startling vitality like an actual dragon. As a draconic roar echoed across the sky, this person was like a true dragon in this world. "Xiao Yun, grab your pet and get lost," Mo Yun said with his eyes becoming colder. The two approaching people gave him confidence, and he wanted to save Dong En by threatening Lin Yun. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun finally drew his sword when his aura was accumulated to the limit. Along with a ferocious roar, he drew his sword, and his sword ray lit up 100 miles of radius. As his sword vibration echoed, Lin Yun suddenly disappeared. This made Mo Yun squint his eyes because Lin Yun had passed through the 36 saint diagrams when Lin Yun reappeared. Mo Yun felt puzzled because he was sure that even if Lin Yun had a powerful physique, there was no doubt that he would die under the explosion of the 36 saint diagrams. He believed that Lin Yun had keen senses as a swordsman, and he should be able to sense them. But Lin Yun had no intention of withdrawing his sword. When a wisp of black sword aura appeared on the flower burial sword, Lin Yun pushed the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra to the limit and his sword moved like a brush. His slashes were like ink tearing the saint diagrams apart whenever he swung his sword. When the terrifying corrosive power reached those saint diagrams, the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra had perfectly fused with the Desolation sword form. The erosive ability swiftly eroded the saint runes like rust spreading on metal. After Lin Yun swung 9 swords, the 36 saint diagrams were all torn apart, and an ancient desolation word appeared, descending from the sky. When the sword plunged into the ground, the ancient desolation word fell on this region along with the sword tip. The 36 saint diagrams were swiftly eroded before they could unleash their power. How is this possible? Mo Yun was shocked when looking at this scene. Not giving him time to be shocked, Lin Yun executed the diving sun-chasing art and flashed like a bright sun. Balling his hand into a fist, he punched Mo Yun in the chest. His punch shattered the 7 layers of spiritual arrays on Mo Yun, and even fine cracks appeared on his saint armor. Throwing out a mouthful of blood, Mo Yun was sent flying away, his face pale. Just when Lin Yun wanted to chase after him, light bloomed where Mo Yun initially stood. The light bloomed like a flower that instantly spread throughout this region, sealing off Lin Yun within as the flower began to close up. "Death to anyone who dares to humiliate my sword sect." Lin Yun was hindered, but his heart to kill wasn't obstructed at all. As his hands formed into a seal, the flower burial sword began to vibrate with an explosively terrifying killing intent. That killing intent turned the sky into a blood ocean as Lin Yun swept his finger across the air. Damn it! Mo Yun was startled. He was planning to kill Lin Yun in that flower, but the sword flying over made him feel significantly threatened, and he couldn't avoid it. It was as though his movements were all predicted by Lin Yun. This sword was aimed at his life. When he felt he would die, a robust figure descended, throwing a punch and knocking the flower burial sword away. Meanwhile, Lin Yun broke free from the flower. Countless saint runes had been shattered while he rose into the air. Jiang Tong, Chun Ling, who hid behind the demonic rune tiger, had changed his expression when he saw this person. He quickly warned, "Senior brother Lin, he's Jiang Tong, who was once on the inner ranking. He's a genius in the golden generation." "Junior brother Lin? So it's you." Jiang Tong smiled. It's no wonder why Lin Yun felt so familiar. Turned out that Xiao Yun was a fake name, and this person was Lin Yun of the Sword Sect. When Jiang Tong looked at Lin Yun, his pupils blazed with flames. If he could kill this person, he might be able to return to the profound Sky Sect and be forgiven for what he did in the past. "Big brother, be careful. There's something weird about this person," Mo Yun said with fear lingering in his tone. Simultaneously, bone flute music echoed, giving Lil Red a headache. It felt like needles were stabbed into its mind, and this attack completely disregarded Lil Red's physical body. After Lil Red took the Dracope's form, it was practically invincible. But it was releasing a painful howl at the location where the music came from. The sound wave created by the roar left ripples in the surroundings, but it couldn't defeat that flute music. Soon after, Lil Red fell to the ground and was in great pain as it rolled over the ground. Lin Yun's face changed when he saw this scene, but a sun bloomed behind Jiang Tong as he dashed towards Lin Yun. "Ha! You should take care of yourself first." Raising his hand, Jiang Tong unleashed countless punches that rained down towards Lin Yun. In response, Lin Yun circulated the 50,000-foot wide dragon origin ocean and clashed with Jiang Tong head-on. Whenever he threw his punch out, his sword aura would rise frantically, and Lin Yun could feel his internal organs shaking with every clash, and the dragon runes on his body kept shattering. He instantly knew that Jiang Tong's dragon origin was stronger than his, which surprised Lin Yun. But that was natural since Jiang Tong was 2 stages higher than him in terms of cultivation. The reason why Lin Yun was able to defeat Luo Yuan was thanks to his trump cards that could eradicate the difference between them. Facing an expert at the pinnacle Third Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, the difference immediately appeared, and he would be dead if the blue dragon bone didn't keep producing dragon runes. Letting out a roar, an ancient cauldron rose from the dragon origin ocean, and a destructive energy filled his body. The heavenly dragon engraved on the cauldron lit up brightly. Lesser Heavenly Sun. Jiang Tong circulated his profound sky cannon, and the sun behind him began to revolve. They were close to the pinnacle as they clashed head-on with their punches, looking like 2 colliding bright suns. The shockwave from their attacks swept all the towering trees within 100 miles. A dazzling light pillar pierced through the heavy haze in the withered mountain range, alarming countless demonic beasts in the surroundings into running. Many people also discovered this terrifying phenomenon and turned their attention over. When everything settled down, Lin Yun took 10 steps back with blood dripping from his lip. On the other hand, Jiang Tong only took 3 steps back, and the sun revolving behind him had dimmed down. Jiang Tong instantly realized Mo Yun wasn't lying. Lin Yun was like a monster. He was only at the First Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, but he could actually clash with him head-on. One must know that each pulse in the Dragon Pulse realm had a drastic difference, and it wasn't easy to eliminate the disparities by relying on foundation and talent alone. "Someone's here." Mo Yun became cautious as he looked around. The youth playing the bone flute gently landed beside Jiang Tong, and he also became cautious. Taking this opportunity, Lin Yun gave the demonic rune tiger a signal with his eye. The demonic rune tiger instantly knew what Lin Yun was telling him and returned to its tiger form. Then it grabbed a hold of Qin Ling and sped off before anyone could respond. "Lil Red, come back." Lin Yun called out and the Dracope transformed into a cat, before landing on Lin Yun's shoulder. It glared at the youth who played the bone flute. This scene also surprised the youth who played the bone flute because he didn't expect this Dracope to have two forms. Just when Jiang Tong and that youth were hesitating if they should continue to deal with Lin Yun, or if they should be wary of those hidden in the surroundings, Lin Yun suddenly let out a roar. Mo Yun! His roar made Mo Yun subconsciously turn to look at Lin Yun, and Lin Yun used this opportunity to activate the divine dragon eyes. Raising his head, a sun and a moon appeared within his pupils, and the divine dragon aura overlapped. As wisps of flames revolved, he empowered the blue dragon seal, golden dragon seal, and white dragon seal into his divine dragon eyes. With just a glance, Mo Yun's head blew apart, and even all his spiritual arrays failed to protect him. This startled the bone flute youth and Jiang Tong because they couldn't respond quickly enough. Rebel of the profound sky sect, we'll meet again. Lin Yun laughed as the golden crow wings appeared behind him, and the flower burial sword returned to his hand. Damn it! Jiang Tong flew into a rage because he was fooled, and his face became eerie. Dongan is also dead, the bone flute youth said, looking at Dong En's tragic death. Dong En was smashed to death by Lil Red, which meant that all his bones had shattered. Noticing more people approaching, Jiang Tong swiftly decided, let's go. The black tortoise's saint blood was more important to him. Before he obtained the black tortoise's saint blood, he didn't want to start a fight with these people. However, he just couldn't calm the rage within his heart. An hour later, Lin Yun stowed the golden crow wings after confirming that no one was chasing after him and descended to an empty ground. When he landed on the ground, he threw out a mouthful of blood, with his face becoming pale. After Lil Purple flew out from the sword box, she patted Lin Yun's back, and icy flames circulated within her body. The fire incinerated all the dragon origin that Jiang Tong left within his body. A brief moment later, Lin Yun threw out a mouthful of blood. After he was done throwing up, he soon felt at ease, with a chill spreading within his body. His injury might not be fully healed, but the pain had disappeared, and his body became rosier. Moreover, it was rare for the Lil Purple to help him. Looks like you have more means now after reaching the Dragon Pulse realm. Lin Yun wiped the trace of blood off his lips and looked at the silver flames blazing within Lil Purple's pupils. The flames were emitting a chill that looked dazzling. Humph. Of course, I've become stronger after using so much True Dragon Saint Liquid, Lil Purple said proudly. Furthermore, did you forget that I'm the Divine Phoenix Clan's Supreme Heavenly Slaughter Empress of 4 seas, 8 barons, 36 heavens, and 72 earths? Lin Yun smiled because it had been a long since he last heard of Lil Purple reciting her title. He found it annoying in the past, but hearing it occasionally was pretty interesting, and he couldn't help rubbing Lil Purple on her head. Hey scumbag, don't touch me. It's not easy to tie my braids. Lil Purple looked at Lin Yun with disdain as she struggled free from his hand. It's fine. I'll tie it for you again if it's messed up. Lin Yun smiled. Humph. I don't need you to tie it. Lil Purple still recalled how Yi Xiling disguised her, and she ran off with her face turning red. Lin Yun was baffled upon seeing Lil Purple's face blush. With a smile, he placed Lil Red on the ground and asked, Lil Red, are you all right? He still recalled how Lil Red was in pain earlier, and his face turned eerie whenever he thought of it. This was why he decided to flee. Aside from Jiang Tong, the bone flute youth was practically the bane of Lil Red. Big brother, I'm fine. When are we going to take revenge? Lil Red scratched its head because it felt that what happened earlier was too embarrassing. There's no rush. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts with his eyes flickering. Lord Lin, Lord Cat, and Lord Phoenix, I'm back. The demonic rune tiger appeared before Lin Yun with Chun Ling on its back. Hehe. Lord Lin, I've done as you said. The demonic rune tiger came before Lin Yun to boast of its credit, wearing a fawning smile. This scene left Chun Ling dumbfounded. Wasn't this demonic rune tiger a monarch demonic beast? It could be considered king in the mountain range. So why did it look like a domesticated cat? Junior brother Chun. How are your injuries? Lin Yun asked. I'm fine, Chen Ling said. His injuries were heavy, but they weren't fatal, and he could slowly recover from them with the use of pellets. Senior brother, are you all right? Jiang Tong is a rising star on the demonic ranking, Chun Ling said with a grave expression. Demonic ranking? Lin Yun asked. Chun Ling was briefly stumped before he explained. The demonic rankings are demonic cultivators with a bounty on their heads. It's from the demon domain, but no one knows who came up with the ranking. But few people can kill demonic cultivators on the ranking in the Dragon Pulse realm. All those who can make it on the ranking are terrifying geniuses. How is it compared to the Dragon Pulse ranking? Lin Yun asked. No one is sure who's stronger. But to a certain degree, those who can make it on the demonic ranking are more dangerous. Chun Ling replied after a brief pondering. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts when he heard that. Generally speaking, there was no danger in challenging the Dragon Pulse ranking. But those who could make it on the demonic ranking were born from a mountain of corpses. That didn't mean that the Dragon Pulse ranking was weak because it was more comprehensive, and there was the legendary Blue Dragon ranking, where every genius made it on it regardless of their origin. I discovered several rising stars on the demonic ranking while training in the Withered Mountain range. So I secretly followed them, wanting to find their motive before delivering the information back to the sect. But I was discovered in the process. Fortunately, you came, Chun Ling said with lingering fear. Lin Yun and Lil Purple exchanged a gaze as they both smiled. Chun Ling might not know, but they knew they must be after the Black Tortoise's saint blood. Without any hesitation, Lin Yun shared it with Chun Ling. Chun Ling was startled upon hearing that. We have to deliver the information back to the sect. We can't let them get it. It's too late, Lil Purple said. The Black Tortoise's saint blood can aid tribulation, but it has to be used within 4 hours. It'll take 3 days to travel back and forth the sword sect, and it'll already be too late when reinforcements come, not to mention that. Lil Purple suddenly stopped. Lin Yun naturally knew what she wanted to say, and he said, It's all right. Just tell him about it. Furthermore, this piece of information was told to Lin Yun by Mu Shuiqin. The sword sect already knows about them, but they just didn't expect that there would be so many rising stars from the demonic ranking here. Lil Purple continued. Upon hearing that, Chun Ling finally knew why Lin Yun was also here. Turned out that it wasn't a coincidence. But we're placed in a tough spot now. Lin Yun furrowed his brows. He initially only wanted to retrieve the ominous ice aura and the Black Tortoise's saint blood along the way, but he didn't expect it would be so troublesome. Just Jiang Tong was already so troublesome, not to mention that there were other rising stars of the demonic ranking. This made all the trump cards that he had prepared seem insufficient. You should give up on the Black Tortoise's saint blood and just retrieve the ominous ice aura. Instead, Lil Purple said, Even if you're strong, you've just reached the Dragon Pulse realm. You might be able to face them one-on-one, but you'll be in trouble if you face a few more of them. Only retrieve the ominous ice aura? Lin Yun looked at Lil Purple and he continued, You belittle me. I want the Black Tortoise's saint blood and the ominous ice aura. I'm just planning how I can leave safely after that. I can't be bothered about the other rising stars on the demonic ranking, but Jiang Tong and his companion have to die. He still wasn't done taking revenge. Without mentioning that Lil Red was tortured, they had killed many disciples of the sword sect, which was enough reason for him to make a move against them. Do you have a way of dealing with that bone flute youth? Lin Yun could feel the music Dao from that bone flute youth, and that youth's attainment in the music Dao was much stronger than his own. So Lil Red's fighting prowess couldn't be of any help with that bone flute youth around. It's a piece of cake with me around, Lil Purple said. Hehe. Lord Phoenix is mighty. The demonic rune tiger took this opportunity to flatter Lil Purple. He might be late when it comes to flattering, but he would never miss it. Humph. Lil Purple was a little furious as she continued. But I'm not helping you. You're too overconfident and will behave after being taught a lesson. She turned her head away and didn't want to talk to Lin Yun anymore. Lin Yun was clearly heavily injured, but he still wanted to fight them. Did he really think that he wouldn't die? Lil Purple lowered her head, and her eyes became red. Seeing Lil Purple throwing her tantrum again, Lin Yun inwardly sighed and glanced at Lil Red. Lil Red quickly sped over to Lil Purple, along with the demonic rune tiger. But Lil Purple felt terrible and buried her head in her knees, not bothering with those two. Senior Brother Lin, who is this young lady? Chen Ling asked weakly. Don't ask. She can hear what you say, and I can't protect you if she's angry. Just the demonic rune tiger is enough to kill you, Lin Yun said, scaring Chen Ling into becoming quiet with those words. While Lin Yun sat on the ground, he closed his eyes to heal his injuries. While healing his wounds, he recalled every detail of his fight with Jiang Tong. They didn't use any martial techniques in their fight, and they were both probing each other. But Lin Yun had resorted to the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron. He couldn't complement the difference in their dragon origin, and the outcome might be better if he had used his sword. But the wind, fire, lightning, and ice sword forms were only at lesser mastery, and Lil Purple had no intention of giving him the ominous auras. So it was a little dangerous if they fought. His actual trump cards were the Sovereign Dragon Fist and the Sovereign Divine Rune in the sword box. At the crucial moment, he could also activate the Origin Divine Rune on the Blue Dragon Bone to avoid danger. He had some odds of winning, but on the prerequisite that the other demonic rankings rising stars wouldn't make a move. When Lin Yun reopened his eyes, the sky became dark. He had recovered from his injuries along with his dragon origin, vitality, physique, and dragon runes. When he turned to look at Lil Purple, she seemed to have fallen asleep. Senior Brother. Chun Ling was beside Lin Yun. Lin Yun was initially planning on sneaking away, but he bitterly smiled, seeing the determination in Chun Ling's pupils. All right, you can follow me, but you must leave when the fight starts. Okay. Chun Ling nodded. Let's go to the cold pond, Lin Yun said with a cold light flashing across his pupils. Lin Yun. You can leave, but leave behind the divine indigo jade bamboo flute. Lil Purple stood on a massive rock without any expression on her face. I taught you the music Dao, so you're not allowed to use it. Lin Yun bitterly smiled in his heart because he knew Lil Purple was furious this time. After all, she didn't give him the ominous auras and even wanted to take the divine indigo jade bamboo flute away. After all, that was a trump card to deal with that bone flute youth. His music Dao wasn't that youth's opponent, to begin with. Without the divine indigo jade bamboo flute, it would only be harder for him to face that person. Taking out the divine indigo jade bamboo flute, Lin Yun took a deep breath and said, You know that I won't refuse you if you ask for it. I naturally know that, Lil Purple said as the divine indigo jade bamboo flute flew over. She felt terrible in her heart because she naturally knew what Lin Yun thought. Lin Yun was about to leave. He knew Lil Purple was worried about his safety, but he had a reason to go no matter what. He couldn't be bothered if those rising stars hunted the other sect's disciples. But it was a different story since they dared to hunt disciples of the Sword Sect. Even if he left the Sword Sect one day, he wouldn't watch and do nothing about it as long as he was a disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint. The blood feud of the Sword Sect could only be repaid with blood. You scumbag! You're not allowed to go, Lil Purple said in a sobbing tone, tears filling her eyes. You don't understand. I have a reason to go no matter what. Lin Yun continued forth without turning back. Tears welled up in Lil Purple's eyes even more. How could she not understand Lin Yun? She wouldn't care even if everyone from the Sword Sect was killed as long as Lin Yun was fine. But did Lin Yun understand her? Lin Yun carried on his journey without turning back. But when a piece of flute music resounded, he couldn't help turning back and looking at Lil Purple. She had chased Lil Red and the demonic rune tiger away and played the flute on a rock. Her hair became silver and draped down her shoulders like a waterfall. Retracting his gaze, Lin Yun sped off under the music. A long time later, Lin Yun rubbed his nose with a mocking smile when the flute music died down. They were just a few rising stars on the demonic ranking. But Lil Purple made it seem like a separation of life and death. She was too sensitive, Not to mention that he still had a glory saint artifact like the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella. Even if he couldn't defeat his opponent, no one could stop him from leaving. But he knew Lil Purple had a sensitive heart, despite seeming unreliable. Her emotions were probably affected when she was treating his injuries, and she was feeling heartache for him. Senior Brother Lin, I feel that she's right. The rising stars on the demonic ranking aren't easy to deal with. One or two might be fine, but a group of them will be troublesome. Chun Ling said after a long hesitation. Those on the demonic ranking weren't the same as the Dragon Pulse ranking geniuses. To make it on the demonic ranking, they just have to be strong and not be killed by others. The former was easy because most demonic cultivators were strong if they could make it on the demonic ranking. The second was simply because every genius on the demonic ranking had a high bounty on their heads. So if they weren't strong enough to protect themselves, they would have long been killed by others as a stepping stone. But it was a pity that most of those who tried to kill them to become famous were killed instead, becoming the stepping stone of the rising stars. This was why Chun Ling felt Lin Yun was too impulsive to head over alone. Jiang Tong might deserve to die, but we should inform the sect's elders to deal with him, Chun Ling suggested. Junior brother, you're right. It's easy to deal with them if we can get an elder in the Samsara Edict realm or Ninth Pulse Dragon Pulse realm to make a move. But think about it. Lin Yun smiled as he continued. If they're that easy to kill, why are they still alive? Chun Ling fell into deep thoughts upon hearing that. Since they can survive for so long, they won't be stupid enough to fight Samsara Edict realm experts, and they have their means. Lin Yun continued. This meant they either cultivated a sensitive cultivation technique that honed their senses, allowing them to sense an expert's aura from afar or a treasure with a similar ability. Furthermore, powerful sects didn't have many elders in the Samsara Edict realm. While there were millions of demonic cultivators, they also had their enemies to deal with. If they focus on dealing with those rising stars, who would deal with those Samsara Edict realm demonic cultivators? After hearing Lin Yun's explanation, Chun Ling fell into deep thoughts, seeming to have understood something. Don't worry about it. I won't fool around with my life, and that last will be sad if I die. I cherish my life more than anyone else, and I'm naturally confident since I dared to make a move. Lin Yun said, looking at Chun Ling. He had finally convinced the latter. Who wouldn't cherish their life? If he didn't even dare to face this matter, he might as well just flee from the ancient barren battlefield. As a swordsman, he had to face life and death, and he believed that Lil Purple would understand him. Demonic Rune Tiger, lead the way. No need to take the shortcuts as long as we don't approach any demonic beast's territory. Lin Yun said. He was already late and had to ensure no accidents in the journey if he wanted to catch up to the other demonic rankings rising stars. As for those demonic rankings rising stars, they would definitely be hindered by demonic beasts without someone leading the way. If they weren't lucky, they might even lose their lives to the demonic beasts they ran into. The upcoming journey was smooth, and they didn't run into any trouble. Whenever they ran into demonic beasts, Lil Red would efficiently deal with them with its claws. After they swiftly shuttled through the forest, dazzling sunlight suddenly shone down. The dazzling light made Lin Yun and Chun Ling briefly squint their eyes. The sky had lit up, and they finally arrived in the region of the cold pond under the demonic Rune Tiger's lead. The scenery ahead of them opened up, and a massive snowy land appeared before them. There was a gigantic pond and an ice mountain above the pond at the far end. That region was terrifyingly cold, but a waterfall flowed down the ice mountain, which should be the cold pond. The scale was a few thousand feet. Rather than calling it cold pond, it was more like a lake with cold miasma above the pond. Lord Lin, this is the cold pond. The demonic Rune Tiger didn't dare to move as he looked in the cold pond's direction with fear flashing across its pupils. The demonic Rune Tiger knew that the divine beast's descendant was there. The heavenly profound tortoise. That heavenly profound tortoise might still be in the growing stage, but it wasn't something the demonic Rune Tiger could face because its bloodline would suppress it. The others seemed to have arrived as well. Lin Yun hid behind a tree and raised his head. The surroundings of the cold pond was an open field, and nothing could be hidden, especially when there were so many people after the black tortoise's saint blood. They were long in the position, but no one dared to move. "Do you know these people?" Lin Yun asked Chen Ling, who was beside him. He could sense several powerful auras, and the owners of those auras weren't any weaker than Jiang Tong. "Yeah." Chen Ling nodded with a grave expression. "You see that person in the southeast?" Following his gaze, Lin Yun saw a group of 4 to 5 people gathered there, and the leader of that party was a robust youth donned in an indigo robe. "That's Chang Yu." He was initially the inner disciple of the Emerald Jade Manor, but he was expelled for secretly learning forbidden techniques. He was once known as the strongest genius in the Emerald Jade Manor, and he should be in the pinnacle Third Pulse Dragon Pulse realm now. Chun Ling transmitted his voice to Lin Yun. Nodding his head, Lin Yun roughly knew that these people used to be geniuses from the various powerful sects, and some of them could be considered monstrous geniuses. But for various reasons they were either expelled from the sect or ran off. It was too hard to make a breakthrough in the Dragon Pulse realm, and they might be stuck in the Dragon Pulse realm for the rest of their lives if they strictly followed the rules. So as they became older, it was unavoidable for them to take some risks in trying to make a breakthrough. There were various reasons why they were expelled or fled from their original sections. Some were because of personal feuds, and some were because the sect's resources couldn't satisfy them. Through these various reasons, they gradually became unhappy with their sect, and it would accumulate with time. "That person over there is also a troublesome person." Lin Yun looked in the direction Chen Ling pointed out and saw a black-robed man with no companions around him. He carried a blade, giving off a terrifying killing aura. "That person is Qin Kan. He used to be the disciple of the Heavenly Blade Pavilion. To grasp the firmament blade intent, he took an expert of the demonic path as his master, and he's now famous in the Eastern Desolation's demon domain. He committed crimes when he returned to the ancient barren domain several times, but the Heavenly Blade Pavilion couldn't do a thing to him. I heard he even defeated an opponent in the Fourth Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. This is the power of the demonic rankings rising stars?" Lin Yun was surprised as he looked at that black-robed youth. He knew how tough it was to fight those who had a higher cultivation than you in the Dragon Pulse realm, and even Lin Yun didn't dare to be careless. The fact that Qin Kan could fight with someone in the Fourth Pulse Dragon Pulse realm meant he definitely had many trump cards. Shifting his gaze, Chun Ling continued, "Those in the southwest are from the Dragon Reversal Valley. The Dragon Reversal Valley is a neutral force outside the ancient barren domain, taking in righteous and demonic cultivators who were being pursued. The one leading the party should be Yen Jiao, and he can be considered a formidable person for being able to rise in such a harsh environment like the Dragon Reversal Valley. Junior brother Chun seems to understand them well." Lin Yun replied, "This is nothing. Many of them have a bounty on the sword sect side, and I often visited the contribution hall. So I naturally have to understand them." Chun Ling explained, and this made Lin Yun wear an awkward smile. Speaking of which, he hadn't visited the contribution hall since joining the sword sect. Most sects have a similar system to train their disciples and ease their load. Lin Yun had just entered the sect a year and had never come in contact with any mission from the sect. "Why aren't they making a move?" Chen Ling asked. "They're probably waiting for something to happen," Lin Yun said with a light flickering in his pupils. As they spoke, black smoke suddenly rose from the cold pond, giving off a terrifying erosive ability. Lin Yun instantly recognized it as nether energy because he was familiar with it from cultivating the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. It should be a poison created with nether flower, and it would show terrifying lethality the moment it penetrated the cold pond. At that time, even the heavenly profound tortoise wouldn't be able to take the poison. How generous! Lin Yun was alarmed that they used something like the priceless nether flower to lure the heavenly profound tortoise out of the cold pond. But that also made sense because the heavenly profound tortoise was the descendant of a divine beast, and they would suffer heavy casualties if they fought with it in the water. As the cold pond began to violently tremble, a massive water geyser exploded from the pond's surface and a massive figure appeared. When this gigantic figure appeared, it was akin to a small island and a raging ferocity swept out from it. Looking at this colossus, many people's expressions became grave. This was a tortoise standing on 2 feet, unlike what Lin Yun had imagined. It was standing like a human, carrying a tough shell on its back, wielding a trident, and its tail was like a long python coiled up on its shoulder. It's the heavenly profound tortoise. Lin Yun took a deep breath while looking at this giant. He could sense its dangerous aura. When the water that exploded from the lake rained down, the massive amount of water made the ground tremble. The heavenly profound tortoise was close to 100 feet when it stood on its hind legs, and its shell gave off a metallic luster with many saint runes engraved on it. Anyone could tell that this shell was probably a natural saint artifact with just a glance. The heavenly profound tortoise already had it on its back when it was born, and the shell gradually grew stronger as time passed. When the heavenly profound tortoise looked around, it roared, "How dare you people disturb this king's sleep? Not to mention my home is ruined. You guys must be courting death." The heavenly profound tortoise's killing aura was heavy, and anyone could sense that it was so furious that it was enveloped in a crimson aura. Even if its voice was eerie, anyone could hear the tenderness in its tone, like a child pretending to be an adult. This further proved that this heavenly profound tortoise was in its infancy stage. Otherwise, the demonic cultivators here wouldn't dare to provoke it. "Get lost from my cold pond, or all of you will die here," the heavenly profound tortoise roared, unleashing a terrifying chill that felt like a raging blizzard. The blizzard was dreadful, with wind similar to blades and snow as sharp as swords, tearing apart everything in its path, including the sky. Even if it was only at the first pulse dragon pulse realm, the heavenly profound tortoise was powerful thanks to its divine beast's bloodline. In addition to its tortoise shell, numbers couldn't pose any threat to it. "Haha! Don't tell me that you guys will run now, right?" Jiang Tong sneered. "I believe you all know how terrifying the third pulse tribulation is. We've been stuck at the pinnacle third pulse dragon pulse realm for at least a year, and we wouldn't have come to the withered mountain range if we had other methods. So aren't you guys a little too cowardly before this baby tortoise? I suggest that we join hands and deal with it together." He had belittled this heavenly profound tortoise at the beginning, but after witnessing it personally, he immediately became afraid. It was hard for him to unleash his full strength when facing the heavenly profound tortoise's aura. He knew that it would be even more complicated when the fight began. So if they didn't join hands, they might lose their lives here, not to mention retrieving the black tortoise's saint blood. "Let's join forces. We'll rely on our capability to snatch the black tortoise's saint blood. Every single part of this tortoise is a treasure. Even if we can't get the black tortoise's saint blood, we won't return empty-handed," Xianxia said indifferently. He had a hoarse voice, giving off a bloodlusty aura as he spoke. As a genius who once belonged to the Heavenly Blade Pavilion, he gave off a cold-blooded aura and instantly attracted much attention when he spoke. More importantly, he had a high position amongst everyone there because he took a demonic path expert as his master. "I have no opinion against it," Changyu smiled. He used to be the strongest genius from the Emerald Jade Manor. Swiftly after he left, he quickly rose through the ranks, and it was also said that he stole a sacred item from the Emerald Jade Manor. Only the Dragon Reversal Valley's Yen Jiao kept silent, but his opinion no longer mattered since the 3 rising stars had decided to join forces. This meant that he had no choice but to join hands with them. "Let's go," Xianxia said, making the first move. He unleashed a dazzling blade ray at the heavenly profound tortoise. His blade ray swiftly flew out before landing on the heavenly profound tortoise's shell, shattering quite a few saint runes on the shell. "What a fast blade!" Lin Yun's expression became grave, sensing that blade ray's terrifying sharpness. It was no wonder why that Xianxia could make it on the demonic ranking. "You guys are courting death." The heavenly profound tortoise lost it and breathed a water geyser from its mouth. The water geyser contained a terrifying chill, and it had frozen the phenomenon released by Xianxia before it was fully unleashed. Xianxia took the blow head-on and was frozen in midair before the power of his blade ray could be fully unleashed. Facing the terrifying chill, Xianxia was forced to retreat after 3 dragons appeared behind him and shattered the ice covering him. When the fight broke out, the other rising stars also charged over, unleashing terrifying waves of attacks towards the heavenly profound tortoise. It's time for us to make our move as well. Jiang Tong squinted his eyes and turned to the bone flute youth beside him. The bone flute youth nodded because he knew they would become everyone's enemy if they didn't make a move. They would be doomed if they were isolated by everyone else, and they would have to face immense pressure. The Dragon Reversal Valley's Yen Jiao also made a move. His palm landed on the heavenly profound tortoise's shell. His fist had manifested into a venomous python, but it only managed to shatter a few saint runes on the tortoise shell. Most importantly, he was injured by the recoil of his attack. Damn it! Yen Jiao cursed, waving his hand. What powerful defense! Jiang Tong and everyone else gradually noticed that something wasn't right. Their attacks were strong, but they couldn't do anything to the heavenly profound tortoise because the shell was too tough. The heavenly profound tortoise would shrink back into the tortoise shell whenever they attacked. The bone flute youth had some effect on the heavenly profound tortoise, but the heavenly profound tortoise's tail had locked onto him like a python with a triangular head. The tail was swift and poisonous, rendering the bone flute youth helpless. Big brother, that tortoise shell is a treasure. Lil Red's eyes were shining brightly, looking at the shell, and those words made Lin Yun speechless. Lin Yun was watching the battle, and he couldn't smile because the heavenly profound tortoise was too heaven-defying. Those demonic rankings rising geniuses had already resorted to using ghost spirit martial techniques, but they couldn't deal any damage to the heavenly profound tortoise. The cracks on the tortoise shell soon recovered, which was similar to his dragon runes. So this made Lin Yun wonder if that heavenly profound tortoise had an origin divine rune. The more Lin Yun pondered about it, the more possible it seemed to be true. Senior brother, these people are doomed. Chun Ling suppressed his voice, and his tone was filled with excitement. Let's just watch. Lin Yun's eyes flickered. Heavenly profound tortoise threw the trident out as the two spoke, seeing that no one could damage its shell as it hid within it. Then, while the heavenly profound tortoise was within its shell, it flew around like a bolt and slammed against those demonic rankings rising stars. The shell was massive, and a gentle bump was enough to make its victims throw out blood. The demonic rankings rising stars couldn't do anything to the shell, even after they resorted to summoning their constellations. But when the heavenly profound tortoise hid within the shell, the bone flute youth started playing the flute again. You're noisy! The heavenly profound tortoise reached out of the shell, grabbed the trident, and threw it over. Looking at the trident flying over, the bone flute youth squinted his eyes, and the heavenly profound tortoise spat out cold light just when the bone flute youth wanted to respond. When the cold light exploded, it turned into a mist that enveloped the bone flute youth. An opportunity! Everyone's eyes lit up upon seeing this, and they unleashed their attacks at the heavenly profound tortoise's head. But the heavenly profound tortoise soon hid within its shell, and Qin Can's saint blade fell on top of it, causing sparks to fly. As a result, the massive rebound force destroyed the saint runes on the blade, making Qin Can's face so dark that he nearly threw out a mouthful of blood. Not only did he fail to gain any advantage in his attack, but he was also injured by the rebound force instead. Damn it! That damn tortoise's shell is too hard. We must find a way. We can't let this go on any longer. While everyone was conversing amongst themselves, the shell spun once more, making everyone's faces change. The demonic rankings rising stars were fine, but their parties suffered tremendous casualties. Some of them were even torn apart by the sheer force. Bring out whatever trump cards you guys have. There's no need to hide them anymore, Jiang Tong said with his face ugly. It's just a mere tortoise. The face of the Dragon Reversal Valley's Yen Jiao was ugly as he took out a whip. It was a myriad rune saint artifact. This whip was of lightning and fire attributes, with the core being an acquired Thunderflame divine rune with 10,000 other saint runes. In the hands of a Dragon Pulse realm, the power of a myriad rune saint artifact was completely different. This was because those in the Elysium core realm could only unleash 10% of its power, and after reaching the Dragon Pulse realm, one could unleash 1/3 of its power. But Yen Jiao couldn't be bothered with that much. I can give up on the black tortoise's saint blood, but I want the shell. Yan Jiao snickered as he lashed his whip, accompanied by lightning and flames. This fellow. Chang Yu squinted his eyes and inwardly sneered. Who didn't know that the tortoise shell was a treasure? He no longer held back and took out a stone tablet. This stone tablet was 4 feet tall, and a talisman was engraved on it. Upon activation, it could summon lightning that could shatter the first and second layers of the 36 layers of heaven, appearing to have had summoned a deity. Jiang Tong squinted his eyes because that stone tablet should be the sacred item that Chang Yu stole from the Emerald Jade Manor, the Lightning Dragon Tablet. It was rumored that a true dragon's soul was hidden within it. On the other side, Qin Can's eyes also turned red as his blade intent began to rise. In the blink of an eye, his firmament blade intent reached greater mastery and a bloodlusty aura was being emitted from his blade. The black blade in his hand looked like a demon. This was the Star Devourer canon taught to him by the demonic path expert. At this moment, none of the demonic rankings rising stars held back and unleashed their trump cards. This is the power of demonic rankings rising stars? Chunling was left dumbfounded by this scene. This was because he didn't expect they would suddenly become so powerful after using their trump cards. As the terrifying phenomena created by their attacks enveloped that region, the scene looked even more devastating than an apocalypse. Regardless of the Thunderflame Saint Whip, Lightning Dragon Tablet, or Qin Song's Blood Devourer cannon, they were all terrifying. Lin Yun didn't say a word, but wore a grave expression while looking at Jiang Tong, who had yet to use his trump card. Seeing that everyone else had resorted to their trump cards, Jiang Tong no longer held back and took out a pair of metal gloves from his interspatial pouch and put them on. The gloves had sharp thorns that looked like fangs embedded in the gloves. But the terrifying part of those gloves was the crack on the palms that looked like the jaws of a ferocious beast with blood constantly flowing out of them. Thorn fangs. Everyone else who saw them could feel their scalps tingling as their faces changed. Those familiar with Jiang Tong knew that the gloves were forged from a plant called thornflower and the demonic scarlet metal. While it was a saint artifact, the glove was also alive and could be considered an extremely unusual treasure. Demonic Rune Tiger. Leave here with my junior brother, Lin Yun said. The demonic Rune Tiger was briefly stunned before it nodded and looked at Chun Ling, who had yet to recover from his shock. Chun Ling was hesitant but ultimately chose to leave. Senior brother, be careful. I'll be fine. Lin Yun smiled at Chun Ling, telling the latter not to worry. After Chun Ling left, his smile disappeared, and he had an imperfect idea. This idea might be bold, but he could resolve his problem if he succeeded. We can finally play. Jiang Tong grinned as a small sun rose behind him before chasing after the heavenly profound tortoise and the other demonic rankings rising stars. Simultaneously, a piece of flute music resounded and the ice sealing the bone flute youth finally shattered under the sound waves. The Thunderflame Saint Whip was the first to land on the tortoise shell, lighting up the colossal shell in flames. Looking from afar, the tortoise shell looked like a massive ball of fire. But the flames couldn't harm the heavenly profound tortoise, since the surface of the tortoise shell was covered in a chill, preventing the fire from penetrating the shell. But the lightning within the flames managed to penetrate the tortoise shell, and this was the first time anyone heard the heavenly profound tortoise releasing a painful cry. Blood Ghost Blade. With a sinister smile, the black saint blade in Qin Can's hand turned into a demonic blade that bit into the tortoise shell like the jaws of a ferocious beast. This time, the attack left a fine crack on the tortoise shell. The crack was tiny, but it was still a crack, and this instantly made everyone excited. Charge! Chang Yu's hair fluttered in the wind as he let out a ferocious roar while wielding the lightning dragon tablet. A terrifying dragon broke through the third layer of heaven, enveloped in frightening lightning as it charged down with a boundless true dragon's aura. When the lightning dragon appeared, everyone was shocked to discover that the pressure released by the heavenly profound tortoise's bloodline had decreased. They instantly knew that the remnant soul of a true dragon was sealed within the tablet. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to suppress the bloodline pressure coming from the heavenly profound tortoise, and it was no wonder that Chang Yu was pursued by the Emerald Jade Manor back then. Under the lightning dragon's attack, the saint runes on the tortoise shell kept shattering, and the production of new Saint runes couldn't keep up with the speed of the shattering Saint runes. Die! Jiang Tong charged over, pouring his dragon origin into his fists and rained down a bombardment of punches. His every punch was accompanied by dazzling golden light that was comparable to the sun, and all of his punches were focused in a single spot. All the attacks made the heavenly profound tortoise release a groan within the tortoise shell, and the tortoise also became anxious. It was enveloped in fear but didn't dare to come out of the tortoise shell. Thus, it could only charge left and right, trying to break free from the siege. But how could the demonic rankings rising stars allow the heavenly profound tortoise to break free? They bore the risk of taking an attack from the heavenly profound tortoise head-on and blocking the tortoise's escape path. As long as they held on, it would only be a matter of time before the heavenly profound tortoise was captured. The heavenly profound tortoise was in a dangerous position and could only execute various means to break free. Aside from charging around, it also attacked with its python-like tail. But since everyone was already prepared, they weren't injured by it. Failing again, the heavenly profound tortoise released a terrifying chill, and it didn't take long for the snow that had fallen to cover the entire cold pond. The chill was frightening and contained a wisp of the heavenly profound tortoise's bloodline. But the tortoise's control over it was crude. The power significantly decreased when the chill was spread out, making the 4 demonic rankings rising stars breathe a sigh of relief. After blocking a wave of attacks from the heavenly profound tortoise, the Dragon Reversal Valley's Xianxia was the first to make a move and constructed a massive net with the Thunderflame Saint Whip. The net enveloped the heavenly profound tortoise, and it was like a tangle of vines holding the tortoise down. But Xianxia wasn't having an easy time because of the immense power of the tortoise, and his forehead was soon covered in sweat. Lesser Heavenly Sun. Jiang Tong quickly threw the sun that was behind him over and also threw his punch forth. Blood Ghost Star Devourer. Lightning Dragon Lock. When Qin Can unleashed his attack, Chang Yu quickly controlled the lightning dragon to wrap around the heavenly profound tortoise like a rope. The black demonic blade landed on the tortoise shell and penetrated it. The demonic blade then started to devour the heavenly profound tortoise's vitality, and this brought excitement to Qin Can's face, with the crimson light in his eyes shining brightly. Under the attacks of the demonic rankings rising stars, the bloodline pressure from the heavenly profound tortoise significantly dropped. Simultaneously, the flute music penetrated the tortoise shell and made the heavenly profound tortoise wail out in pain. This heavenly profound tortoise is only a baby, and the black tortoise's saint blood is only sufficient for 2 people. I'll be taking one of those quotas. Jiang Tong grinned after they managed to subdue the heavenly profound tortoise. I can give up on the black tortoise's saint blood, but I want the tortoise shell. Yan Zhao said. Ha. The 3 demonic rankings rising stars smiled. Everyone had witnessed how powerful the tortoise shell was, so who wouldn't want to take it for themselves? None of them were willing to give up on it, and they could only smile because the current situation wasn't clear. I want the black tortoise's saint blood, Qin Can said. Ha. What about me? Then, Chang Yu smiled eerily. The 3 wanted the most valuable part of the heavenly profound tortoise, and nothing was left for him. This heavenly profound tortoise is the descendant of a divine beast, and every single part of its body is a treasure. Not only is the meat delicious, it can also nourish the body. With it, you can stew a pot of delicacy. Yan Zhao smiled. You're courting death. Chang Yu flew into a rage as he glared at Yan Zhao. As the atmosphere between them tensed up, Jiang Tong and Qin Can exchanged a glance with a smile and chose to ignore it. The 2 had chosen the black tortoise's saint blood and formed a rapport. Let me join in the fun. If Brother Chang isn't happy with the tortoise's meat, I will take it on your behalf. A voice suddenly resounded. When everyone turned their heads around, they saw an azure-robed youth walking over with a sword box on his back. Lin Yun was wearing a smile as he walked over under the snow. He was only in the First Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, but he had no fear when facing the demonic rankings rising stars. The demonic rankings rising stars were only briefly stunned and had no changes on their faces. After all, they already sensed an aura hidden in the surroundings, but that aura was weak, and they didn't expect this person to dare to stand out. You're pretty courageous for not returning to the sword sect. Jiang Tong's killing intent surged when he saw Lin Yun. Ha! How can I leave without taking your head? You killed my sword sect's disciples, so you naturally have to pay with your life. Lin Yun smiled and suddenly disappeared. Pushing the divine sun-chasing art to the limit, Lin Yun reappeared on the back of the heavenly profound tortoise that was being restricted in midair. This made the demonic rankings rising stars surprised because they were shocked by Lin Yun's speed. As Lin Yun squatted down, he placed his palm on the tortoise shell and raised his head with a smile. When he landed on the tortoise shell, he was instantly locked on by 4 killing auras and under immense pressure. Even the circulation of his dragon origin became sluggish. You must be the sword sect's disciple who previously fought with Jiang Tong, right? Chang Yu suddenly smiled with his eyes flickering. Who else can it be? Lin Yun didn't deny that. The commotion caused by their previous fight was huge, and it was natural that these people could sense it. The 3 other rising stars were surprised to see Lin Yun admit it so quickly, and it was hard for them to imagine that Lin Yun was only at the first Pulse Dragon Pulse realm to fight Jiang Tong. I have a personal feud with this person. Does anyone have any opinion about that? Jiang Tong clenched his fist with the thorn fangs on and unleashed his killing aura. Ha! Come on then. If I kill you, doesn't that mean there will be one less person fighting for the Black Tortoise's saint blood? Lin Yun said in a provocative tone. His words made everyone's faces change, especially Chang Yu, who peeked at Jiang Tong while tightening his grip on the lightning dragon tablet. You're smart, but it's a pity that you don't know the rules between demonic cultivators. We can fight amongst ourselves, but definitely not because of a sword sect's disciple like you. Brother Chang, the treasures in his interspatial bracelet should be able to compensate for your loss, right? Jiang Tong smiled eerily. I bet you have a high position in the sword sect to be so strong at such a young age, right? Chang Yu grinned with greed flashing across his pupils. I've seen foolish people before, but I've never seen anyone as foolish as you. Did you really think the demonic rankings rising stars like us are fools? Yan Jiao said with mockery flashing across his pupils. Go on and kill him. A mere ant like him thinks that he's someone great. Qin Can's gaze was cold. Ever since he left the Heavenly Blade Pavilion, his hatred for the sect's disciples reached a new height. These 4 people who were arguing a moment ago suddenly became united as they snickered while looking at Lin Yun. As Jiang Tong looked at Lin Yun with a pitiful gaze, he laughed. I admire your courage, but it's a pity you're too foolish to come to me alone. You've saved me the effort of looking for you. The 4 of them had dragons appearing behind them while locking onto Lin Yun. They could take Lin Yun's life in a split second. The 4 were on the demonic ranking, and no one could escape from them when they joined hands, especially someone who was only at the first Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. You people think you're brilliant. Why don't you guys think about why I spent so much time talking to you? Lin Yun looked at the 4 with a playful smile. Shit. He's saving the heavenly profound tortoise. Yan Jiao was the first to sense something wasn't right because some changes to the heavenly profound tortoise were suppressed. What's going on? The 3 others also had their faces changed with disbelief. This was because, in such a short moment, a powerful vitality swept out from the heavenly profound tortoise, and it suddenly became taxing for them to suppress the tortoise. Get rid of him. The 4 no longer held back and unleashed their attacks towards Lin Yun. As for Jiang Tong, he personally charged over towards Lin Yun. Too late. Lin Yun said coldly as he slowly stood up from the tortoise shell with a blue light flickering within his palm. That was from the power of the blue dragon divine rune. A terrifying aura swept out from the heavenly profound tortoise when he stood up. Lin Yun's plan was simple and dangerous at the same time. After witnessing the strength of the 4 of them, he realized that he couldn't deal with so many of them, especially since every single one of them wielded a terrifying weapon with a huge origin. He finally knew what Qinling meant now. He wasn't afraid if he fought one of them. But if he had to fight all 4 of them, he wouldn't have any odds of winning. Aside from joining hands with the heavenly profound tortoise, he didn't have any other path now. But this was a dangerous move because it was uncertain if the heavenly profound tortoise would join hands with him. Secondly, they also might be unable to beat the 4 rising stars, even after joining forces, because no one knew if they had more trump cards. No matter what happened next was an answer to him. After hearing that Jiang Tong and others wanted to split it apart, the heavenly profound tortoise didn't have a choice but to cooperate with Lin Yun. When the heavenly profound tortoise released a terrifying chill, this caught Jiang Tong and others by surprise and could only release the restriction on the heavenly profound tortoise. Retreat! The 4 yelled as they swiftly retreated. Yan Jiao removed the Thunderflame Saint Whip from the heavenly profound tortoise and used it to defend against the terrifying chill. But even so, a small portion of the blizzard still landed on him, and the power behind the snowflakes was comparable to an attack of a pinnacle Third Pulse Dragon Pulse Realm expert. This instantly made him feel terrible, but the snowflakes lasted a brief moment. He couldn't imagine how powerful the heavenly profound tortoise would become after it was familiar with the control. The 3 others weren't in a good position either. Their faces pale and ugly as they looked at the snow forming into a raging snow tornado. They were still laughing at Lin Yun for being a fool just a moment ago, then immediately received a slap on their faces. This nearly made them throw out blood, and their hatred for Lin Yun peaked. It was fine if they were only slapped on their faces, but the heavenly profound tortoise, which took great effort to control, broke free. Lin Yun, how dare you? I'll swear I'll torture you and not let you die so easily. Jiang Tong roared. Make your moves. Stop wasting time chatting with him. Qin Kan said coldly. We'll work together to capture him while Brother Chong and Brother Yen hold back the heavenly profound tortoise. Qin Kan was decisive and unleashed a crimson blade ray at Lin Yun. The crimson blade ray wriggled in midair, as if it was alive before manifesting into a faceless ghost that pounced towards Lin Yun. Lin Yun also moved and formed the Sovereign Dragon Seal, circulating the dragon runes to smash the blade ray apart. During this period, Jiang Tong and Qin Kan also arrive before the heavenly profound tortoise, exchanging 10-odd moves in the blink of an eye. Lin Yun struggled to block their attacks without drawing his sword. It didn't take long for him to resort to circulating the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra and Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon. He knew he wouldn't be able to last long and quickly transmitted his voice to the heavenly profound tortoise. Brother Tortoise, I need help. I need to rest a little. That attack earlier took a lot out of me, and I'm also heavily injured. Human, give me an hour. I'll slaughter these bastards after recovering, the heavenly profound tortoise said before sinking into the cold pond. This instantly made Lin Yun inwardly curse as he quickly transmitted his voice. Brother Tortoise, the water is poisonous. Aren't you courting death? It doesn't matter. The Azure Dragon spiritual aura you left within my body can help me resist erosion, and I can take this opportunity to refine it. This might be an opportunity for me, so hold on for an hour. I'll be invincible after an hour. The heavenly profound tortoise swiftly sank into the cold pond, creating a huge wave. This caught Chang Yu and Yan Jiao, who were preparing to deal with the heavenly profound tortoise, by surprise. Even Jiang Tong and Qin Kan were shocked as they swiftly retreated. Only Lin Yun was left standing on the pond's surface when the waters calmed down. This also made the corner of Lin Yun's lip twitch since he was doomed. What's going on? Don't care about the heavenly profound tortoise for now. Slaughter this brat first before that tortoise, Jiang Tong said as he charged towards Lin Yun. The 3 other rising stars nodded their heads, but they didn't place Lin Yun in their eyes because he had just reached the Dragon Pulse realm. Even if he was heaven-defying, there was no way he could face the 4 of them, and this was a befitting treatment for the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple. Blood Ghost Demonic Blade. True Dragon Impact. Jiang Tong and Qin Kan held Lin Yun down, while Chang Yu and Yan Jiao used their saint artifacts against him. The attacks that were meant for the heavenly profound tortoise all fell onto Lin Yun, and the phenomena created by their attacks were terrifying. Knowing that he could only rely on himself, Lin Yun roared and drew the flower burial sword. He then executed the heaven sword form. Pushing his quasi-heavenly dome sword intent to the limit, his keen sense detected all the attacks aimed at him, and his sword moved before his opponent's moved, which was a bizarre feeling. It felt as though he had grabbed onto something but nothing at the same time. Sweeping the flower burial sword back, the Thunderflame Saint Whip was knocked away. It was as though Lin Yun had a pair of eyes at the back of his head. But Lin Yun swung his sword soon after and blocked the lightning dragon descending from the sky. Kill him! Qin Kan and Jiang Tong unleashed their attacks to seal off Lin Yun's path of retreat. Let's see how you dodge this. Jiang Tong's face became sinister while pouring his dragon origin into the thorn fangs, and his fist emitted a terrifying crimson and golden light. Meanwhile, Qin Kan was indifferent as he unleashed 81 blades. As his blade rays intertwined, it was like an army charging at Lin Yun. But the two's movements had slowed down in Lin Yun's eyes with the ancient heaven and earth words revolving behind him. He swung his sword 108 times in that split second, and each sword was directed at the flaw in Qin Kan's attack. The blade rays were like crimson fireworks as they exploded in the air, leaving Qin Kan dumbfounded. His pupils were filled with disbelief that Lin Yun could capture the flaws in his blade technique under the siege of 4 people. Just how terrifying was Lin Yun's attainment in the sword. I'll give you 1 sword in return. Lin Yun smiled as the ancient heaven and earth words flew toward Qin Kan. The entire world was spinning, and Qin Kan couldn't block that attack. Meanwhile, Lin Yun slanted his body to the side and avoided Jiang Tong's punch at an incredible angle. Jiang Tong's terrifying punch was like a dragon claw aimed at Lin Yun's face. But when the punch flew past, Jiang Tong suddenly opened his hand, and the crack on his palm turned into a bloody jaw aiming to bite Lin Yun's head. If someone else were facing this attack, they definitely wouldn't be able to respond in time. But Lin Yun managed to dodge his attack again as if he had already expected it. He leaned his body backward, and his back was closely stuck to the pond's surface. Slamming his palm on the pond's surface, Lin Yun spun in midair before landing with 1 knee. Die! Chong Yu and Yen Jiao charged again without giving Lin Yun time to catch his breath. You guys aren't allowed to harm my big brother. An ancient Dracope descended from the sky and blocked the 2 attacks with its back. After a huge impact, the Dracope's back was covered with blood and 2 terrifying wounds. This beast's skin is really tough. Seeing that the Thunderflame Saint Whip only left behind a wound on the Dracope, Yen Jiao coldly commented, "We'll attack a few more times, then. It's just a pet." Chong Yu held the lightning dragon tablet and summoned the lightning dragon once more with the sky covered with lightning. Big brother, I'm fine. Lil Red gave Lin Yun a cheap grin, but this was a heart-aching smile at the same time. When Lin Yun recovered, his chest was then filled with rage. As the fight continued, Lil Red used its back as a meat shield to block Yen Jiang and Chong Yu. Occasionally, it would use its staff to threaten the two. With Lil Red around, Lin Yun's pressure in the fight was instantly alleviated. But when the flute music resounded once more, Lin Yun and Lil Red fell into another dangerous situation. Kill him! Chong Yu and Jiang Tong were furious as they charged forth. The difference in Lin Yun's cultivation was gradually revealed as time passed. He could face 2 geniuses in the pinnacle Third Pulse Dragon Pulse realm because of his sword intent and the Dragon Phoenix world annihilating cauldron. But as time passed, he gradually fell into a disadvantageous position with the exhaustion of his vitality. Even if his attainment in the sword was high, he couldn't suppress his opponent as long as his sword intent didn't make a breakthrough to the 5th grade. Their battles soon destroyed the cold pond, and the phenomena in the sky looked terrifying. Radiant Sword Saint's disciple, what other trump cards do you have? Jiang Tong roared. He was covered in blood because of Lin Yun's sword. As he injured Lin Yun, he was also wounded by Lin Yun's sword, which was humiliating. The other people's faces were also ugly since they were forced into this position when facing a swordsman at the First Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. Just when Lin Yun was about to bring out the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella, a dazzling silver light lit up this entire region and a petite figure appeared, looking like a deity. I'm 18 years old, 1 year for each era. I'm born before the heaven, and I'll still be alive even if the world is destroyed. A phoenix cry echoed, and a powerful bloodline aura far surpassing the heavenly profound tortoise enveloped this entire region. When Jiang Tong and others turned around, they squinted their eyes from the dazzling radiance, unable to grasp what was happening. Lil Purple, Lin Yun and Lil Red leaned against each other with pleasant surprise in their eyes. As a silver moon hung in the sky, all four rising stars turned around and were frightened by this commotion. They had already forced Lin Yun to a dead end, but the sudden appearance of the young girl was bizarre. Most importantly, the pressure from her bloodline was much stronger than the heavenly profound tortoise, and the pressure was enough to suppress all four of them. What should we do now? Chang Yu whispered as he held onto the lightning dragon tablet. Wait and see. We still don't know if this person is a friend or foe. Jiang Tong said. Everyone else had a similar thought as him. At the very least, they couldn't see any connection between this person and Lin Yun. Just when everyone was feeling uncertain, a piece of flute music echoed. When the divine indigo jade bamboo flute's music clashed with the bone flute's music, they clashed like blades. Song of the Phoenix. Lin Yun instantly recognized the music. Lil Purple had once taught him the Song of the Phoenix. When the flute music echoed, the bone flute youth's face changed, and the pressure on Lil Red was relieved. A ferocious aura then exploded from it. Move! Kill that brat! Jiang Tong was decisive and was the first to respond, immediately charging at Lin Yun. Since this person was an enemy, they did not need to wait any longer and wanted to get rid of Lin Yun first. Blood Devourer Demonic Blade. True Dragon Impact. Lesser Heavenly Sun. Heavenly Net. The four used their saint artifacts, and their auras reached a terrifying height. They were determined to slay Lin Yun. Good. Lin Yun waved his hand, and an umbrella appeared in his hand. Before the four could react, Lin Yun activated the blue dragon bone and poured his dragon runes into the umbrella. Even after reaching the Dragon Pulse realm, it was still taxing for him to use the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella. After infusing 40,000 dragon runes into the umbrella, Lin Yun roared and opened the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella. A light screen blocked all the incoming attacks when the umbrella was opened. Regardless of the lightning dragon, the huge net flickering with flames and lightning, or Qin Can's demonic blade, they all bounced back when they landed on the light screen. What's going on? The four were shocked and couldn't comprehend why Lin Yun would own such a treasure. It was too unbelievable that he could block their four attacks by himself. One must know that Lin Yun had already exhausted a great deal of his dragon origin. Glory Saint Artifact! Chang Yu exclaimed with surprise. Pretty good eyesight you have there, but it has come to an end now. Lin Yun smiled because he sensed a restriction in the umbrella, preventing him from further activating it. This was not the full power of the umbrella. This umbrella might be able to summon true dragons or even the Azure Dragon constellation. After closing the umbrella, Lin Yun leaped and landed before Chang Yu. Before the latter could respond, Lin Yun raised the umbrella and swung it down. Although Chang Yu managed to block Lin Yun's attack in time with the stone tablet, the shockwave still made him throw out a mouthful of blood, and his face became pale. The umbrella was like a mountain in his hand as he swung the umbrella down. After swinging the umbrella down 3 times, the stone tablet was destroyed, and a remnant dragon soul flew out from the tablet. Keep! Lil Red took a deep breath, activating the Devour Saint rune, and devoured the dragon's soul. When Lil Red devoured the dragon's soul, its Dracope aura exploded, and it let out a ferocious roar. Simultaneously, the bone flute blew apart under Lil Purple's music, and the bone flute youth threw out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Lil Red let out a ferocious roar and swung its staff down. Die! No! 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 Jiang Tong! Save me! The bone flute youth's face became pale, facing the Dracope. Seeing this, Jiang Tong gritted his teeth and stomped his foot on the pond's surface, wanting to save his companion. But how could Lin Yun possibly let him save that bone flute youth? He appeared above Jiang Tong with a few flashes and roared, "Come down!" As the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella radiated brightly, the 40,000 dragon runes manifested into an Azure Dragon that was descending from the sky. Jiang Tong was forced to take Lin Yun's attack head-on, but the power from the umbrella was too terrifying. Colliding head-on, Jiang Tong threw out a mouthful of blood as he fell back into the pond, creating a huge splash. Meanwhile, the heavenly demonic dipper staff radiated with a black and golden light that manifested into a gigantic dracope silhouette in the sky. That dracope was also wielding a staff that was swung down, instantly killing that bone flute youth. The scene was bloody. Someone who was fine a moment ago had now been turned into minced meat. After using the Azure Dragon's Sun Moon umbrella at full power 3 times, Lin Yun was exhausted and was slightly gasped for his breath, while his forehead was overed in sweat. When he looked at the surroundings from the corner of his eyes, he discovered that Chong Yu had already fled once his stone tablet shattered. Qin Kan and Yen Jiao weren't too far away, but Lil Purple's music held them back. When the silver moon descended as the music reached its climax, Jiang Tong, Yen Jiao, and Qin Kan, who couldn't flee in time, were forced down on their knees from the music, making their faces ugly. When Lil Purple descended, a phoenix tree of 1,000 feet rose behind her, where a silver ice phoenix was resting on the tree. Shortly after, all the birds in the air bowed in the direction of the silver ice phoenix. These were all phenomena. It was similar to when Lin Yun played the Song of the Phoenix, but the only difference was that Lil Purple played the music with a saint tune, while Lin Yun only used a noble tune. When Lil Purple's feet landed on the pond's surface, Jiang Tong, Yen Jiao, and Qin Kan exploded. The so-called demonic rankings rising geniuses were nothing before the Song of the Phoenix, and this scene left Lin Yun dumbfounded. Was this Lil Purple's strength after refining 60,000 kilograms? Wasn't this a little too unbelievable? Although she had the help of the divine indigo jade bamboo flute, it still made Lin Yun's scalp tingle. Lil Purple's hair was silver as she wielded the divine indigo jade bamboo flute. In addition to her flawless features, it made her look even more ethereal. He was still in danger a moment ago, but Lil Purple easily resolved the 3 geniuses when she made a move. He could only say that he had underestimated her strength. Or rather, Lil Purple had recovered much of her power when the phoenix tree grew. When Lil Red returned to its cat form, it sobbed while running towards Lil Purple. It thought that Lil Purple was furious and it wouldn't be able to see her again. This was why Lil Red was so emotional upon seeing Lil Purple again. "Stop crying. I never said I'd leave." Lil Purple smiled as she hugged Lil Red and rubbed its head. Tossing the divine indigo bamboo jade flute back to Lin Yun, Lil Purple walked over with a smile. "Here, you can have it back. You're not angry anymore?" Lin Yun smiled. "Humph. I was never angry. You deserve it if you're killed, and it has nothing to do with me." Lil Purple rolled her eyes. "I'm only here because I'm worried about Lil Red." Lin Yun was left speechless when he heard that. "Where's the heavenly profound tortoise?" Lil Purple asked. Lin Yun smiled because he knew that Lil Purple was soft-hearted. "I nearly forgot about it. I'll call it out." Lin Yun turned to the pond and yelled, "Brother Tortoise, the 4 demonic cultivators are dealt with. You can come out now." But the pond was quiet, and the heavenly profound tortoise had no intention of responding to Lin Yun, putting Lin Yun in an awkward position. "What's going on?" Lil Purple asked. Seeing this, Lin Yun told Lil Purple what happened when he tried to join forces with the heavenly profound tortoise, but the latter fled instead. Hearing what Lin Yun said, Lil Purple immediately became furious. "You scumbag. You've always been smart, so why did you let a little tortoise fool you? You're too stupid." Lin Yun was silent because he couldn't refute those words. If Lil Purple didn't show up, he might have been in trouble, even after using the Azure Dragon's Sun Moon umbrella. The heavenly profound tortoise was too disloyal, completely ruining Lin Yun's plan, and today was a lesson for him. He knew he had to be careful when interacting with others. Demonic beasts were included in that as of today. "Where are you injured?" Lil Purple's heart became soft after seeing the dejected Lin Yun. "Well, at least it's not lethal." Lin Yun shook his head because he didn't suffer any severe injuries. He had only exhausted a great deal of his dragon origin. As for those light injuries, he could recover by relying on the Azure Dragon Saint Physique and Blue Dragon Bone. "I'll force it out," Lin Yun said. The heavenly profound tortoise was probably afraid and thought that Lin Yun wouldn't be able to deal with the 4 demonic rankings rising stars. So it was determined to deny his help. But Lin Yun couldn't accept his reputation being ruined at the hands of the heavenly profound tortoise. He had never suffered such a heavy loss before, and the heavenly profound tortoise had to hand over its black tortoise's saint blood, regardless of whether it was willing. After fighting with the demonic rankings rising stars, Lin Yun felt the need to make a breakthrough soon because the difference between the 2 stages in their cultivations made him suffer terribly. In the ancient barren battlefield, he would have to face 4th Pulse Dragon Pulse Realm geniuses. At that time, wouldn't that mean that he wouldn't have any ability to retaliate? No, 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 don't come any closer. But just when Lin Yun was about to make a move, Changyu suddenly returned while yelling. He kept retreating as if it had seen a terrifying existence. When Changyu retreated to the edge of the cold pond, he went down on his knees and kowtowed. "Senior, I'm in the wrong. So please, spare my life." It didn't take long for his forehead to be covered in blood. This instantly made Lin Yun and Lil Purple anxious as they nervously looked at the woods. Lin Yun and Lil Purple were simultaneously curious and surprised. Regardless of whether it was Lin Yun's sword intent or Lil Purple's innate senses, they would be able to detect it if someone got close to them within 100 miles. If they couldn't detect anyone, that would only mean one of 2 things. One was either this person had an aura-concealing secret technique like the black tortoise breathing, or this person was stronger than Lin Yun. If it was the latter, this person should be a saint at the very least. "Senior, spare my life." Changyu continued to kowtow with his forehead covered in blood, showing no signs of stopping his kowtow. Lin Yun and Lil Purple got close to each other while they felt an immense pressure. Just when the 2 felt uneasy, a person walked out from the woods. It was a gray-robed elder. When Lin Yun looked at this old man, he immediately felt immense pressure. This person didn't have any aura, as though he didn't have any cultivation. More accurately, his signs of life were practically non-existent. This person was standing there, and yet he would feel that this person was non-existent if he didn't see this person himself. On the other hand, surprise flashed across Lil Purple's pupils, as though she had discovered something. "Senior, spare my life." Changyu became even more afraid, but the old man couldn't be bothered with him and waved his hand in Changyu's direction. An invisible force descended and wrapped around Changyu. As that invisible force began to refine Changyu, this made him let out a miserable cry. This made the corner of Lin Yun's lips twitch because he could sense that the old man was refining Changyu like he was refining a pellet. As Changyu screamed in pain, his body began to shrink and was turned into a crimson pellet that fell into Lin Yun's hand. The crimson pellet was emitting a powerful aura, and no one would think that this pellet was refined by using the body of a Dragon Pulse Realm genius. Lin Yun's face changed because he had never seen anything like this before. Judging from Changyu's reaction, could it be that he had recognized this person's origin? The gray-robed elder appeared before Lin Yun and Lil Purple in the next moment with a smile. "You guys don't have to be nervous, and I already know what happened. You're the ones who saved my grandson." "Grandson?" Lin Yun was briefly stumped upon hearing that. "Your grandson fooled us," Lil Purple said indifferently. Lin Yun was shocked upon hearing that because this old man turned out to be the grandfather of that heavenly profound tortoise. This meant that he was a heavenly profound tortoise at the pinnacle, which meant that this old man should be a saint. As the old man furrowed his brows in confusion, Lil Purple told him what had happened. After hearing the entire story, the gray-robed old man laughed before speaking in an ashamed tone. "Ha ha ha, that's easy. My lineage provoked a powerful enemy, and many descendants are left outside by us. We failed to find many of our descendants when we resolved our enemy. I only knew this little fellow was here when his life was in danger. It's young and ignorant, and it's probably afraid. I can give you the black tortoise's saint blood you need." Lin Yun cupped his hands together. "Thank you, Senior. Interesting. With your accumulated foundation, you might really not be able to succeed in your tribulation with the black tortoise's saint blood. How about this? I'll give you another droplet," the gray-robed elder said, condensing 2 golden droplets of black tortoise's saint blood. As the saint blood radiated brightly, the power contained within was terrifying, enveloping it in an extremely ancient aura. Lin Yun smiled at the 2 droplets of blood. "Senior, can you give me another droplet? I can exchange it with treasures." "There's no need. Just tell me what you need it for. I don't mind giving it to you, but you can't give it to anyone else." The old man briefly paused, then smiled. "A droplet of black tortoise's saint blood requires 100 years to accumulate." Lin Yun understood that the old man was hinting that the black tortoise's saint blood was a precious and priceless treasure. But the old man wouldn't mind giving him another drop because of the little heavenly profound tortoise, and his politeness made Lin Yun feel somewhat uncomfortable. "Ah, I have a tortoise shell that you should see." Lin Yun briefly pondered before retrieving the tortoise shell with the divine tortoise transformation recorded on it. The gray-robed old man briefly observed the tortoise shell before his face changed. He then raised his head to look at Lin Yun. "You've already learned the black tortoise breathing?" "Yeah." "How many days did you take?" "1 day, just a few attempts." Lin Yun replied. He didn't say that he learned it with 1 attempt. "Several attempts?" The gray-robed elder was stumped, looking at Lin Yun with disbelief before he turned to look at Lil Purple. He believed Lil Purple's words more. This fellow might be unreliable, but he doesn't lie. If he said he learned it after several attempts, then he learned it after several attempts. Lil Purple replied. Hearing that, the gray-robed elder's face became solemn while looking at Lin Yun. "Since Lord Phoenix said so, it should be true then. If you're interested in the next portion of this tortoise shell, you can come and look for me in the future." "Senior, how can I address you?" "Address? Others call me the Black Turtle Ancestor. I can tell you that the next portion of this tortoise shell is related to the black tortoise's inheritance," the gray-robed elder said with a solemn expression. The gray-robed elder gave another black tortoise's saint blood to Lin Yun, making 3 droplets. A commotion came from the cold pond, and the heavenly profound tortoise appeared from the pond's surface. When he looked at the gray-robed elder, he could feel a familiar aura from the old man. He briefly hesitated before he asked, "Grandfather, you silly child." The black turtle ancestor wore an amicable expression and was happy seeing his grandson. This was a surprise to him because many descendants of their lineage had died. He was often too late when he sensed that his descendant was in danger, and it was the same this time. If it weren't for Lin Yun, this heavenly profound tortoise would have died. Once again, the black turtle ancestor expressed his gratitude to Lin Yun. But Lin Yun was embarrassed because he was also after the heavenly profound tortoise's saint blood. "I don't need to know what you think. I only need to know what you've done." The black turtle ancestor shook his head. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts upon hearing that. He watched as the black turtle ancestor left with the heavenly profound tortoise. A brief moment later, Lil Purple retrieved the ominous ice aura from the cold pond. He had overfulfilled his objective. The 4 ominous auras he obtained were all 1,000-year ominous auras, the same for the black tortoise's saint blood. He initially wanted a droplet, but he obtained 3 droplets. Aside from that, his bottleneck to the 5th grade sword intent had loosened. "Let's not hurry with the ominous auras and sword intent. You and Lil Red can make a breakthrough here," Lil Purple said, looking at Lin Yun. Lin Yun recalled that the black tortoise's saint blood effect would only last a few hours. If he didn't use it now, it would be useless for him to use it for his tribulation. But there wasn't such a limit to using it for the divine tortoise transformation. Nodding his head, Lin Yun took out a droplet of black tortoise's saint blood and gave it to Lil Red. This baffled Lil Purple, and she asked, "What are you doing?" "This old tortoise's strength isn't lower than your master's. Since he said that you need 2 droplets of black tortoise's saint blood, you need 2 droplets. I feel that swordsmen need to receive more temperament." Lin Yun's pupils flashed with flames, and he continued, "Most importantly, I want to take the opportunity of this tribulation to make a breakthrough in my sword intent." Previously, when he fought with the 4 demonic rankings rising stars, Lin Yun could sense that he was making swift progress in his sword intent. He knew he could only make a breakthrough in his sword intent when he was between life and death. Otherwise, it might take him 10-odd years to make a breakthrough. This was why many swordsmen were stuck at the spiritual sword intent. It wasn't because their comprehension wasn't enough. It's because they didn't dare to experience life and death. The reason for that was simple, but not many people could achieve it. After all, those with higher cultivations tended to be more afraid of death. I naturally understand the reason, but isn't it too dangerous for you to try and make a breakthrough in the tribulation? Lil Purple said in a worried tone. I can't keep relying on you, right? Lin Yun looked at Lil Purple. You've helped me several times. But this time, I want to rely on my strength at the ancient barren battlefield. I don't mind, Lil Purple said swiftly. Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he smiled. But you're a phoenix. A phoenix will soar to the sky one day, so you can't keep following me. Trust me. I will find your body for you one day. Lil Purple fell into a brief silence before she replied. All right. You two refine the black tortoise's saint blood, while I keep watch for you two. Hearing that, Lil Red nodded its head. After devouring the remnant soul of the true dragon, it could easily make a breakthrough with the help of the black tortoise's saint blood. Lin Yun and Lil Red started to refine a droplet of black tortoise's saint blood each as time passed. For hours later, Lil Purple looked at Lin Yun and noticed that the black tortoise's saint blood in his palm had dimmed. As he refined it, he began to emit a golden light, and it gradually became dazzled. Looking from afar, it seemed like Lin Yun was covered in a layer of golden light. He still hasn't made a breakthrough? Lil Purple furrowed her brows. Not only could the black tortoise's saint blood ensure the cultivator's safety in the tribulation, but the blood even contained pure energy. If someone else refined it, it wouldn't take long for them to start attempting their tribulation. But Lin Yun still had no signs of making a breakthrough, not to mention any phenomenon of the tribulation. Right then, lightning rumbled in the sky as Lil Red attempted to make a breakthrough. Similar to Lin Yun, it was also making a breakthrough from the first pulse to the second pulse dragon pulse realm, and this scene made Lil Purple feel relieved. The black tortoise's saint blood would form the black tortoise saint shield in the crucial moment to block the tribulation, and the breakthrough shouldn't be a problem for Lil Red. This scumbag! Lil Purple became anxious as she looked at Lin Yun. Lin Yun was too slow. If he didn't undergo his tribulation within another hour, the black tortoise's saint blood might not be able to form the black tortoise saint shield. Even if it could form the black tortoise saint shield, its power would be significantly decreased. This made Lil Purple nervous, hoping to stand in Lin Yun's position to undergo the tribulation instead. But in reality, Lin Yun's heart had collapsed. His 50,000 feet dragon origin ocean had long reached the pinnacle first pulse dragon pulse realm, and he could undergo his tribulation anytime he wished. But the energy and vitality contained within the black tortoise's saint blood was pure, and the dragon phoenix world annihilating cauldron absorbed them upon entering his body. The cauldron was like a monster that could never be sated. This made Lin Yun furious, but he could do nothing about it. Just when Lin Yun felt despair, his dragon origin ocean finally moved, and the dragon phoenix world annihilating cauldron spat out wisps of highly purified energy, which was pure spiritual energy. That could be considered the impurities to the dragon phoenix world annihilating cauldron, since it only needed the essence that was within the saint blood. But the purified spiritual energy was precisely what Lin Yun needed, so it didn't take long for the surface of his dragon origin ocean to become golden. The gold was pure, and his dragon origin ocean began to boil in the next moment like a boiling ocean. When the energy reached the pinnacle, his dragon origin ocean began to ignite. When flames exploded, waves of violent aura filled his body, and a powerful aura exploded from him. As thunder rumbled across the horizon, lightning appeared, looking like a gigantic dragon of a few thousand feet, and was connected with the flames blazing within his body. When a draconic roar echoed from within his body, terrifying lightning streaked across the horizon. This scene left Lil Purple dumbfounded. Although Lin Yun's tribulation finally arrived, this was a little too unbelievable. She now knew why the black turtle ancestor said Lin Yun needed 2 droplets of black tortoise's saint blood. This instantly made Lil Purple nervous because Lin Yun could die under this tribulation. In the end, she had to leave this region. If she continued to stay in this region, she would affect Lin Yun's tribulation. Is it already here? Let's make a breakthrough then. Sensing the phenomena within the surroundings, Lin Yun gently smiled, his emotions blazing within his heart. No matter what tribulation he faced, he would just cut it down as a swordsman. His life was in his hands and not heaven. The tribulation of the Dragon Pulse realm finally arrived, but the first tribulation didn't fall from the sky. The massive dragon that was hidden in the clouds released several roars before igniting the dragon's origin within Lin Yun's body, turning it into flames that raged within. The effects of the Black Tortoise's saint blood that he had just refined were soon put to action. Black Tortoise's saint runes began to appear within his meridians, bones, and internal organs. The saint runes were larger than the heavenly profound tortoise's tortoise shell that resisted the raging dragon flames. Simultaneously, the golden human within his sword ocean slowly opened his eyes. When sword rays radiated from the golden human's pupils, a powerful sword aura swept out. When the golden human formed a seal with both hands, a golden azure dragon flew out from the sword ocean and coursed through his body, clashing with the raging dragon flames. With every impact, the dragon flames weakened, soon calming down. Blazed by the dragon flames, the golden azure dragon became even more refined, and Lin Yun intended to temper his sword soul with dragon flames, laying down the foundation to make a breakthrough in his sword intent. He already planned to use this opportunity to reach the heavenly dome sword intent. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't know how long he would have to wait for the next one because the breakthrough of the 5th grade sword intent was too tough. The dragon origin within Lin Yun's body was massive, so when the old dragon flames died, new dragon flames appeared. When the dragon flames ultimately died down, the second wave of the tribulation arrived. This time, Lin Yun would have to face lightning tribulation. Raising his head, the first thing that entered his scope was the boundless thunderclouds, where a massive dragon was hiding within, reaching 1,000 feet long and letting out a draconic roar. Even if Lin Yun was prepared, he couldn't help furrowing his brows when he saw the scale of his tribulation. Logically speaking, the first and second tribulations shouldn't be so tough, and the third should be terrifying. But for Lin Yun, his first tribulation was already so dreadful. Was this because he had reached the 10th-star Heavenly Elysium Core realm? This was just as he had intended. Since heaven wanted to destroy him, he would fight heaven. Before the tribulation descended, the golden human within Lin Yun's sword ocean flew out and charged into the lightning vortex along with Lin Yun's sword aura. As a golden light shone brightly, the thunderclouds were pierced by multiple golden pillars of light that contained boundless sword intent. At the center of the golden pillars, the golden human released a dazzling golden light that attracted all the lightning over. This was a majestic scene. After making it through the tribulation, Lil Red reached the second pulse dragon pulse realm, turned into a streak of light, and landed beside Lil Purple. "Big brother will be fine, right?" Lil Red asked. "I'm not sure. That scumbag really did it," Lil Purple replied. Lin Yun knew that his tribulation would be terrifying, but he still wanted to use this opportunity to grasp the 5th grade sword intent. This meant that he would be in a dangerous situation, even with the Black Tortoise's saint blood. If Lin Yun or his sword soul were injured, he would lose his life in this tribulation. "This is a headache." Lil Purple rubbed her head. This was only the first tribulation, but Lin Yun made it troublesome. When Lil Purple opened her eyes again, the lightning finally descended from the sky. A lightning bolt pierced through the 3rd layer of heaven, passing through the golden human, before landing on Lin Yun. As the tribulation's power spread through the ground, purple lightning flames blazed within a 100-mile radius. Since Lin Yun was in the flames, lightning coursed throughout his body, and his facial expression became sinister while he let out a painful howl. At this moment, he suffered a heavy blow to his sword soul and physique. His internal organs, meridians, bones, and flesh had to bear the tempering of dragon flames. Even fine cracks had appeared on the Black Tortoise's saint runes within his body. When Lin Yun threw out a mouthful of blood, The golden human in the sky also did the same. When the golden human threw out a mouthful of golden blood, it turned into a terrifying storm of sword intent that was raging across the horizon. With his soul suffering a heavy blow, blood dripped from Lin Yun's forehead, looking like a blooming rose on his face. When the dragon in the sky let out a ferocious roar, immense pressure descended. Under the dragon's roar, the lightning flames came to life and manifested into various demonic beasts that charged at Lin Yun. Illusory beast tribulation? Lil Purple was shocked upon seeing this. It was rare for people to have the lightning flames manifest into various demonic beasts in their first tribulation, which meant that Lin Yun was in greater danger. Lin Yun's sword soul was facing the lightning tribulation in the sky, and his flesh had to face the flames and lightning in addition to the thousands of demonic beasts. So there was no doubt that Lin Yun was in a dangerous position. Lil Purple widened her mouth, but she had no idea how Lin Yun would make it out of this ordeal. Clenching her fists, Lil Purple was even more nervous than during her own tribulation. "You have to hold on." Right then, Lin Yun suddenly opened his eyes with flames and fighting spirits burning in his pupils. As he inwardly let out a roar, he circulated the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon to lift the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron from his Dragon Origin Ocean. In the past, he used the Nether Flower to control the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron. But the Nether Flower was resisting the tribulation now, which meant he could only rely on himself. When the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron broke free from the Dragon Origin Ocean, Lin Yun clasped his hands together and dragon flames burst from his pores. The lightning on the surface of his body was being torn apart by this power. As the thousands of demonic beasts roared, Lin Yun soared to the sky and pushed out 4 palms, unleashing boundless sword aura. Wind, fire, lightning, ice. As his sword aura formed into the 4 ancient words, the surrounding demonic beasts were destroyed before they could even get close. When Lin Yun sat back down on the ground, all the demonic beasts were like fireworks as they blew apart. Letting out a snort, Lin Yun raised his head to the sky. "Come back!" When the golden human descended from the sky and returned to his sword ocean, a powerful energy fluctuation swept out from Lin Yun. When the 2 sword souls merged, they were like a cocoon sinking into the sword ocean. Before Lin Yun could comprehend his sword souls, lightning bolts descended from the sky. But when facing this terrifying lightning, Lin Yun blocked it by using his dragon runes and bore the rest with his physique. Lin Yun's wounds swiftly healed as countless dragon runes were produced from the blue dragon bone. He made it through. Lil Purple leaped into the air in excitement, but she knew the tribulation hadn't ended yet. She still couldn't relax because Lin Yun's tribulation couldn't be considered normal. The 1,000-foot-long dragon could be faintly seen within the thunderclouds, coiling above Lin Yun. In the next second, a flash of terrifying lightning began to accumulate. Not even geniuses at the 4th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm could withstand it, judging from the power of this accumulated energy. "Retreat!" Lil Purple's face changed as she retreated with Lil Red without hesitation. Soon after, black lightning that was 100 meters wide descended from the sky and landed on Lin Yun. "No!" Lil Purple yelled. In the crucial moment, the black tortoise's Saint Runes flew out of Lin Yun's body and formed a massive tortoise shell that enveloped him. The tortoise shell lasted only a few breaths before fine cracks appeared, and the tortoise shell started crumbling. Simultaneously, a boundless sword aura exploded from Lin Yun, and his Dragon Origin Ocean grew from 50,000 feet to 100,000 feet, increasing by a fold. When the second Dragon Pulse had successfully formed within Lin Yun's body, both the aura of his cultivation and heavenly dome sword intent appeared from him. "Die!" Sensing the massive energy within his body, a terrifying sword intent began to surge within his brows. At this moment, his sword was heaven, and he was one with his sword. Letting out a roar, Lin Yun raised his head to shatter the remaining black lightning before executing the Azure Dragon Grasp. A massive dragon claw appeared that ripped the 1,000-foot-long dragon down from the sky. The Azure Dragon Claw grasped the dragon by its neck, and a cold light was flashing within Lin Yun's pupils. At this moment, He was giving off the aura of an overlord while executing the divine azure annihilation. His azure dragon sword soul manifested into a golden ray of nearly 1,000 feet, destroying the dragon Lin Yun was holding onto. When the dragon's head was destroyed, the thunderclouds began to dissipate. He had reached the second pulse dragon pulse realm and grasped the heavenly dome sword intent. Lin Yun's strength underwent an explosive boost after using this tribulation, reaching an unimaginable height. That works. Lil Purple was surprised, looking at Lin Yun. A brief moment of shock later, Lil Purple returned to Lin Yun's side with Lil Red. Lin Yun's eyes were shut, and he only opened his eyes after his aura calmed down. Looking at Lil Purple, he winked. "You're not going to congratulate me? Heaven is blind not to kill a scumbag like you." Lil Purple rolled her eyes. "If I'm dead, no one will help you gather true dragon Saint Liquid." Lin Yun smiled while knocking on Lil Purple's head. "Humph. I don't care about that." Lil Purple turned her head away. "Congratulations, big brother. Big brother. Have a fruit." Lil Red was excited as it took out a spiritual fruit and gave it to Lin Yun. "It's fragrant." Lin Yun was surprised after taking a bite because the vitality contained within this spiritual fruit was massive. The boundless vitality had instantly replenished his exhausted vitality to nearly 90%. Lil Red grinned happily. "Lil Red is the best." Lin Yun rubbed Lil Red's head and speculated that this fruit was probably retrieved from the withered mountain range. "When are you planning to return to the sword sect?" Lil Purple asked. "Not so soon. I have a huge harvest from this tribulation, and just the heavenly dome sword intent will take me some time to get used to it. Moreover, I've yet to refine the 4 ominous auras to bring the wind, fire, lightning, and ice sword forms to greater mastery." Lin Yun's eyes flickered with flames blazing in the depth of his pupils. His cultivation had previously limited him. Now that he had made a breakthrough, everything went smoothly, and he only needed time to get used to everything. "You're preparing to head to the ancient barren battlefield after returning to the sect?" Lil Purple asked. Lin Yun was briefly stunned because it was unlike Lil Purple to ask such a question. He nodded. "You don't want me to go to the ancient barren battlefield?" "Obviously," Lil Purple said, rolling her eyes. As Lin Yun fell silent, Lil Purple sighed and rubbed her forehead. "I only care about your life and death. The sword sect has nothing to do with me, but I won't interfere with your decision. I know I won't be able to make you change your mind, and I can understand why you made this decision." Lin Yun smiled upon hearing that. Everyone had their principles. Lil Purple won't interfere with him, and he won't interfere with her. "But I can't watch you put yourself in danger and do nothing. So, I plan to let the demonic rune tiger bring me to the Myriad Demon Peak," Lil Purple said. Hearing that made Lin Yun furrow his brows, and his heart sank. Wasn't the Myriad Demon Peak an ancient forbidden ground deep in the withered mountain range? That was where the demonic rune tiger took that stone monument from. There must be ancient secrets concerning the demon clan there, but there was also unimaginable horror. After all, a great saint stepped in there and failed to come out. This further made the Myriad Demon Peak a dangerous ground, and no expert was willing to step inside. "Are you serious?" The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched because he naturally didn't wish for Lil Purple to head there. He knew what Lil Purple meant, and she wanted to go to the Myriad Demon Peak to increase her strength faster. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to help Lin Yun if a conflict with the Profound Sky sect broke out. But the Myriad Demon Peak was too dangerous. "Don't even think about it. I won't let you go there," Lin Yun said with a grave expression. But Lil Purple briefly looked at Lin Yun before she replied, "You can't stop me, just like how I won't stop you." Lin Yun bitterly smiled upon hearing that because he knew he couldn't stop Lil Purple. But he didn't give up that easily and tried to persuade her. "I have the Firmament Saint Cloth that can ensure my safety. Don't. If you're not confident that you can kill Tian Xuanzi with it, I don't suggest you bring it out. That item is too powerful. So I don't advise you to use it unless you can kill Tian Xuanzi." Lil Purple shook her head with a solemn expression. Breathing out a sigh, Lin Yun said, Then promise me that you will come out of the myriad demon peak alive. I promise I'll make it out alive and rush to the ancient barren battlefield. But you also have to promise to come out alive. Lil Purple said as they both looked at each other, and she smiled. Don't be such a narcissist. I have my reasons for going to the myriad demon peak. I might be able to find some memories that I've lost. Secondly, there's something that can boost my strength. I'm curious. Isn't that place a forbidden ground of the demon clan? Lin Yun asked. What do you think is the difference between the demon clan and beast clan? What is it? The demon clans are demonic beasts that can take human form, while the beast clans are humans that can take the beast form. They can be considered one. Since that place has the dragon clan's ancient monument, and it might have one from the phoenix clan. Lil Purple explained. I understand. Lin Yun nodded. You must be careful because I don't know what happened back then. I can only be sure that 100 years ago, that battle involved all the experts in this world. Lil Purple said, looking at Lin Yun with concern. Lin Yun's heart sank when he heard that, recalling the demonic corpses he saw at the White Dragon Palace when he returned in time. He had no idea if these two were connected. There were many battlefields back then, and the ancient barren battlefield is only one of them. It might be dangerous, but also a place filled with treasures. Many experts fell along with countless saint palaces. If you're fortunate enough, you might be able to obtain a huge opportunity. Lil Purple said before she wore a serious expression and continued. There must be a reason why so many people die every time the battlefield opens. Hearing what Lil Purple said, Lin Yun nodded his head. The challenge he faced this time was unprecedented. When are you going to leave? Lin Yun looked at Lil Purple. Right now. I'll bring Lil Red with me and see if I can find an inheritance suitable for it. Who knows, it might be able to receive a greater opportunity than me. Lil Purple said after a brief pondering. All right, Lin Yun nodded. Even if she didn't ask for it, he would have wanted Lil Red to follow her. Let us part here then. Do you still remember our agreement? Everyone has to be alive. We must do our best to help each other, regardless of what we face. Lil Purple smiled and stretched her fist out. She wasn't selfish and would often wonder why this youth would be engraved in her heart. Aside from the fact that he was genuinely good to her, wasn't it also because his backbone wouldn't bend, no matter what he faced? Under his unyielding surface, there was a pure heart that nothing could taint. She wouldn't have thought highly of him if he had heeded her words and did not go to the ancient barren battlefield. Since that was the case, she wouldn't be selfish to ask him to stay alive in a pathetic manner and do her best to help him. Life and death were important, but many things, such as relationships, were more important than life and death. Even a young man like Lin Yun could comprehend that, so why couldn't she? Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he bumped fists with her, and they both smiled. While watching Lil Purple leaving behind the 4 ominous auras along with a scroll, Lin Yun picked the scroll up and asked, "What music score is this?" 9 Heavens. It tells the story of an invincible heavenly dragon wandering in the 9 heavens. You can also call it the Heavenly Dragon Score. Since you're already familiar with Song of the Phoenix, you can try and learn this. When I'm back, I'll teach you the Dragon Phoenix Sword Score. Big brother, we'll definitely come back and look for you. Lil Red gave Lin Yun a wink before turning into a streak of light with Lil Purple and disappearing into the woods. Lin Yun looked in the direction they left in for a long time before he recollected himself. This was the first time Lil Purple had left him since she woke up, along with Lil Red. Everything was for the ancient barren battlefield. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun knew that the sword sect couldn't lose in this ancient barren battlefield, no matter what. Let's get familiar with the Heavenly Dome Sword intent. First, Lin Yun closed his eyes and calmed his heart. When he circulated his Heavenly Dome Sword intent, the sky was torn apart and a mighty sword aura soared into the sky. In the next moment, Lin Yun was enveloped in sword rays and sunlight while hovering in the air. It looked like 2 suns were hanging in the sky. As his sword ocean began to ignite, the purple diamond mark on his forehead became dazzling, giving him a devilish and transcendent temperament. The ground started to tremble violently when he walked. It was as though the earth had submitted to him. This was a bizarre feeling that simultaneously felt unreal and real. Raising his head, the towering trees in the surroundings were under immense pressure from his gaze, and they began to bend like they were bowing to him. At this moment, Lin Yun was like the king of the sword, and nothing could withstand the pressure he was giving off. This experience made Lin Yun's eyes flicker, and he finally knew the meaning behind the heavenly dome sword intent. The sky was the sword, and he was one with the sword. Firmament sword intent was to manifest his sword into the sky, but the heavenly dome sword intent took it one step further by him becoming one with the sword itself. As his gaze fell onto the flower burial sword not too far away, the sword began to tremble after sensing his gaze, and a mighty sword aura started to accumulate. Come! Lin Yun waved his hand and the flower burial sword flew over. Unlike in the past, the flower burial sword didn't fly into his hand but hovered in the sky like a star. Looking at the flower burial sword, the term sword manipulation appeared within his mind. Lin Yun was surprised that the flower burial sword was hovering in the air. In the past, when he summoned his sword or threw it out, he usually controlled it with his dragon origin, and it could only go in one direction most of the time. This was like pulling a rock from a distance away by creating a suction force with astral energy or dragon origin. Due to the strong connection with the flower burial sword, and the sword possessing spiritual energy, he could control it as he wished most of the time. But it was bizarre this time because he could control the sword as he wanted without using his dragon origin. The sword would move according to his will, and waves of powerful aura were being emitted from it. Even the surrounding area began to tremble under the immense pressure. With a single thought, the flower burial sword flew 1,000 meters out while Lin Yun stood in the original position without moving. As sword rays intertwined before him, the air was like a painting torn apart by this sword rays. Under these attempts, he could reach 10 miles away. Further than that, the sword's power would significantly decrease. But what made him feel even more bizarre was that the sword was like a pair of eyes, and he could see the surroundings of the sword by using it as a medium. It wasn't just a simple manifestation of the surrounding terrains in his mind. It felt like he had another pair of eyes. This is possible? Lin Yun was first surprised before he rejoiced, and he now had a deeper understanding of being one with the sword. After his sword intent reached the 5th grade, the sword wasn't only a weapon, but had also become a part of his sword Tao. It might sound profound, but putting it in a nutshell, his sword had become a part of him. His sword was like his own arm, and he could control it as he wished, just like how he could move his arm. This meant that the sword was an extension of his body. Waving his hand, he summoned the sword back to him. Come back! His gaze fell onto the flower burial sword because sword manipulation was nothing special when suppressing his opponent with the heavenly dome sword intent. If he ran into an enemy that could resist his heavenly dome sword intent, it wouldn't be easy to kill his opponent by manipulating the sword. This made him think of something. I am the sky, my sword as the dome, and I'm one with the sword. Since the heavenly dome sword intent was so difficult to comprehend, it shouldn't be that simple. He should be able to execute sword techniques through sword manipulation. After all, sky and dome should be one for the 5th grade sword intent to be called heavenly dome. With a single thought, the flower burial sword flew out. When the sword was 10 miles away, Lin Yun remained in the same position while performing the first form of the Aqua Heaven sword form, Endless Clouds. As the sword aura swept out from the flower burial sword, the sword unleashed 49 sword rays in the blink of an eye, and the intent of this sword technique was perfect. This made Lin Yun squint his eyes because 10 miles away was filled with his sword rays. Moon courting. Lin Yun remained on the spot and used his fingers as a sword to execute the second form of the Aqua Heaven sword technique. When the clouds dissipated, a lake appeared beneath Lin Yun with a moon hanging high in the sky. The flower burial sword also looked like someone was wielding it to perfectly unleash this sword's intent. Pricking moon, rising clouds, serene aqua sky, soaring white clouds. As Lin Yun's movements gradually sped up, the flower burial sword reached an unbelievable speed and countless sword rays were dazzling as various phenomena appeared on Lin Yun and the flower burial sword. They were overlapping, even when they were 10 miles apart. Lin Yun executed the entire Aqua Heaven sword technique in just a few breaths. I see. Lin Yun's mind suddenly cleared up, and his attainment in the sword reached an unprecedented height. His master once said that he had to know if he was wielding the sword or the sword was wielding him, and he knew what it meant now. He could wield the sword and vice versa. He finally knew the true meaning of being one with the sword. When he raised his head to look at the flower burial sword, the sword was flickering with a cold light while looking back at him. At this moment, Lin Yun could see himself through the flower burial sword's eyes. He was donned in an azure robe, carrying a sword box on his back, and the purple diamond mark on his forehead was striking, which made him look devilish. Come back! A sudden burst of power exploded from the flower burial sword, and Lin Yun lost control of his body, flying towards the flower burial sword. He became one with his sword when he held onto the flower burial sword. It wasn't Lin Yun who summoned the sword over, but the sword had summoned him. The sword was wielding him now. When he grabbed onto the flower burial sword, a vibration echoed within his mind, and he could sense his blood flowing from his palm into the sword. As his blood poured into the sword, there seemed to be a layer of ice on the surface, melting and finally revealing its actual appearance. As the ice melted, the flower burial sword became even more striking and unleashed an unprecedented sharpness. The flower burial sword had undergone a rebirth, as if it had been finely sharpened. Simultaneously, saint runes began to bloom on the sword like flowers. The sword's sharpness reached a new height when the ice fully melted. The entire sword was gorgeous, like snow flickering with a cold light. A seal shone brightly on the sword, making Lin Yun close his eyes by instinct. When he opened his eyes by a small gap, he suddenly widened his eyes, seeing a dazzling radiant shine where the sword hilt and sword blade were connected. That was the glory gold of the 7 glory spirits, which meant that the flower burial sword was a glory saint artifact. The 7 glory spirits were divided into 7 attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, sun, and moon. All 7 glory spirits were equal and were only different in terms of attributes. If one had to ask if any of the glory spirits stood out, it would be the glory sun and glory moon spirits, and they were also harder to execute. With glory gold engraved on a weapon, it would increase the sharpness of the weapon. Looking at the flower burial sword, Lin Yun felt as though he had just understood it. He never expected that it would be a glory saint artifact. Let's give it a try. Lin Yun briefly pondered and took out an ordinary 1000-rune saint artifact from his interspatial bracelet. Lin Yun managed to leave a nick on the surface of that 1000-rune saint artifact without activating the glory spirit on the flower burial sword. This made his eyes light up because the flower burial sword was much stronger than before. He didn't even circulate his dragon origin or sword intent, just purely relied on the sharpness of the flower burial sword to leave a nick on the 1000-rune saint artifact. Let's give it another try. This time, Lin Yun activated the glory gold spirit on the flower burial sword, easily splitting the 1000-rune saint artifact into 2. The cut was smooth. But before Lin Yun could rejoice, the world began to spin within his eyes as exhaustion swept over him. Using a glory saint spirit was challenging, and the fatigue was even higher than the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella. Then again, this was also related to the fact that there were still 3 layers of seal on the umbrella. Sheathing his sword, Lin Yun sat down and briefly recovered before opening his eyes. Sweeping his gaze over the flower burial sword, Lin Yun couldn't help smiling because it had given him a huge surprise. Lin Yun didn't waste the remaining time and fused the 4 ominous auras into the 4 sword forms. When he was done fusing them, 3 days had already passed. 3 figures streaked across the horizon when Lin Yun was about to get up. When Lin Yun raised his head, he saw senior brother Mu Chuan, Mu Shuiqin, and Chun Ling. The other 2 should be the reinforcements that Chun Ling found. When they saw Lin Yun, they were briefly stunned before they rejoiced. Where's Jiang Tong and the others? Mu Shuiqin quickly asked. Dead. Dead. Mu Chuan's group of 3 exchanged glances before they looked at Lin Yun with shock. Lin Yun briefly pondered before shoving it all on the black turtle ancestor. When the three heard about the black turtle ancestor, they no longer dwelled in it, and Mu Shuiqin patted her chest with lingering fear. Luckily, you're fine, or I'd become a sinner. She was nervous when she heard Chun Ling's explanation, fearing Lin Yun might have been in danger. Haha, senior sister, look. Lin Yun smiled as he retrieved the last black tortoise's saint blood. You got it. Mu Shuiqin rejoiced. Yeah. Lin Yun nodded. It was a fortune in disguise. The black turtle ancestor gave me this black tortoise's saint blood, and it's much more precious than that heavenly profound tortoise's saint blood. When they talked, Mu Chuan didn't say a word from the side because he had already noticed that Lin Yun had made a breakthrough. Not only did he make a breakthrough, but he gave Mu Chuan a unique feeling. Most importantly, he could sense a faint pressure coming from Lin Yun, which made Mu Chuan wonder what opportunity he had obtained to even make him feel pressured. Let's return to the sect, Mu Shuiqin said. After Lin Yun nodded his head, they started making their way back to the sword sect. This time, Mu Chuan made a move and began bringing them back with his cultivation at the Samsara Edict realm since his speed was faster than Lin Yun and the others. Senior brother, wait for me a little. Lin Yun called out when they got close to the demonic rune tiger's den. He briefly looked at the damaged divine dragon monument before taking it away. This monument definitely had a huge origin. If he could find the second half, the value would be unimaginable. But even if it was only half, it was already valuable. In the future, when he practiced the Sovereign Dragon Fist, it would be much faster with the help of this monument. He placed the monument into the secret realm in the sword box before gathering up with Mu Chuan an hour later. When they returned to the sect, Mu Chuan got rid of Mu Shuiqin and Chun Ling before turning to Lin Yun. You come with me. What's the matter? Lin Yun asked. The sect master wants to see you. Mu Chuan led the way and soon arrived at the main hall with Mu Xiankong already waiting there. When Lin Yun raised his head, he saw a slight change in Mu Xiankong's expression, and he instantly knew that the latter probably sensed the transformation in his sword intent. I already brought him here. You guys can talk amongst yourselves. I'll leave first. Mu Chuan sighed, looking at Lin Yun before he left. Lin Yun's keen sense picked it up, and he instantly knew that this meeting wouldn't be simple. Mu Xuankong's face slightly changed when he examined Lin Yun. He said, You're really a troublemaker to cause so much trouble for a black tortoise's saint blood. Even the 4 demonic rankings rising stars are dead. Hearing those words made Lin Yun smile awkwardly. This is a coincidence. I also didn't expect to run into so much trouble on this trip. Since you know there will be trouble, why did you still head over there? Mu Xiankong glared at Lin Yun. Lin Yun scratched his head and didn't dare to look at Mu Xiankong. He knew that he was a little too daring before because Lil Purple had already warned him. Not to mention that he was even betrayed by the heavenly profound tortoise and nearly died because of it. You? Mu Xiankong ultimately couldn't bear to blame Lin Yun and wore a weak smile. A moment later, he asked, You made a breakthrough in your sword intent? Yeah, I made a breakthrough. Flames flashed across Lin Yun's pupils. Your master will be happy if he knows about this. Mu Xiankong smiled. We observed how you tried to make a breakthrough before, but you're still lacking then. You were one step away, but many people would be stuck at that last step for decades or even centuries. Lin Yun nodded his head in acknowledgement upon hearing that. This was because the heavenly dome sword intent was utterly different from the past. After all, who could have thought that aside from wielding the sword, they could also be wielded by the sword? This was the true meaning behind one with the sword, and it was hard to explain. One would only comprehend it after grasping the heavenly dome sword intent. Oh right, you've done a good job this time. No matter what, 4 demonic cultivators are dead because of you, especially Jiang Tong. Since he left the profound sky sect, he has been targeting my sword sect, trying to return to the sect by relying on contributions. Mu Xiankong smiled. It's my duty. I don't care if he kills the disciples of other sects, but I won't stand by and do nothing since he dares to lay his hands on my sword sect's disciples. Lin Yun smiled. The ancient barren battlefield will open in 2 months. You can stay in the divine firmament peak during this period. Okay. Lin Yun nodded. His strength had undergone a significant transformation on this trip, and he needed time to digest it all. Keep your heavenly dome sword intent a secret for now. Remember to tell no one, Mu Xiankong said with a grave expression. I understand. Lin Yun bowed and left. He really made a breakthrough. When Lin Yun left, Mu Chuan came back in, and he had excitement on his face. But he soon sighed. It's no wonder why I can feel a faint pressure coming from him. He's even faster than junior brother Jian back then. I can really see the hope of sword sect rising on him. Too fast isn't necessarily good. Mu Xiankong shook his head with a faint concern on his face. Tian Xuanzi? Mu Chuan's face sank. Mu Xuankong's face also sank. Tian Xuanzi might seem gentle, but he was a decisive person, and he was also proficient at scheming. No one who caught his attention had a good outcome. After all, the sword sect lost their golden generation 2 decades ago, and Jianjing Tian was also trapped in the fleeting cloud sword sect for the rest of his life. This was clearly schemed by him, but the sword sect had no choice but to lower their heads. This humiliation was something that Mu Xiankong wouldn't forget even when 100 years pass by. If he dares to use the same trick on Lin Yun, I won't let him off even if I have to throw my life away. I won't allow what happened 2 decades ago to reenact on Lin Yun, Mu Xiankong said coldly. He chose to take a step back 2 decades ago, but never again. You didn't tell him my master is trying to make a breakthrough? Mu Chuan suddenly asked. Martial uncle is a little anxious, and I don't want Lin Yun to be distracted, so it's best not to tell him about it. We don't have a choice. No one can predict what will happen in this ancient barren battlefield since Tian Xuanzi has been lying low for so long. Let's just watch, then make our move. I won't bother with a conflict between juniors. But if he dares to turn the tables around, I'll play with him, then. After returning to the cloud-soaring peak, Lin Yun spent his time playing the flute, practicing his calligraphy, observing the divine dragon monument, practicing the sovereign dragon fist, or observing other martial techniques. Playing the flute was to practice the heavenly dragon score, and practicing calligraphy was for the 9th sword form in the Carefree 9 Swords. He felt that the 9th sword form existed, and his master had already grasped it. His master nearly wrote it down back then, but he ultimately chose not to write it in the end. So Lin Yun felt that he could give it a try to comprehend the 9th sword form. The sword sect's atmosphere gradually became tense since no one dared to relax, especially the Dragon Pulse Realm disciples of the various peaks. They were doing their best to cultivate, and they didn't give up so that they could increase their strength, even if it's only a little more. They were all under immense pressure with the ancient barren battlefield approaching. They couldn't help it because the sword sect lost too terribly in the past, and they became weaker since they didn't obtain any harvests, especially since they lost their golden generation 2 decades ago. On the other hand, the profound sky sect had a huge harvest, and their strength underwent a massive boost in addition to Tian Xuanzi's existence. In recent years, they even showed signs of surpassing the sword sect, and this made everyone in the sword sect feel suffocating. Even the radiant sword saint was under immense pressure. If the sword sect's harvest in this ancient barren battlefield could be on the same level as the profound sky sect, the pressure on the radiant sword saint would decrease, and he could face his tribulation with a more relaxed mentality, unlike how he had to support the entire sword sect by himself. It had been 2 decades, and the sword sect's disciples had been waiting to vent it all out. Under this tense atmosphere, the opening of the ancient barren battlefield slowly approached, and the entire sword sect became quiet. This was the calm before the storm. Everyone knew that the ancient barren battlefield wasn't the heavenly pool manor, where it was only a spar between disciples and no life was threatened. The ancient barren battlefield was an opportunity, and a boundless threat also accompanied it. Anyone could die in it if they weren't careful. Aside from the sword sect, the other sect's experts weren't pushovers either, not to mention those ancient demons. Those were monsters, far more terrifying than demonic beasts. On a pavilion at the edge of a spiritual lake, Lin Yun was standing before a window, practicing his calligraphy. The ground was covered in papers with heaven, earth, profound, desolation, wind, fire, lightning, and ice written on them. As he practiced his calligraphy, Lin Yun also practiced his sword, using the brush and ink as a path toward Tao. Every time he wrote on the paper, his proficiency in the carefree 9 swords would increase, and he gradually had his own comprehension of it. There was no question that the 9th sword form far exceeded the previous 8 swords, but the 9th sword form would also overthrow the intent of the first 8 swords, containing an unimaginable sorrow. But even when he could clearly sense it, he could faintly feel that behind this helplessness and sorrow, it contained an even greater carefree intent. This carefree intent far exceeded the heaven, earth, profound, desolation, wind, fire, lightning, and ice sword forms. Master is afraid I won't be able to learn the 8 sword forms after reaching the 9th? Lin Yun finally understood something as he held onto the brush. But he suddenly furrowed his brows upon sensing a faint ripple in the cloud's soaring peak. Someone had intruded. No, rather than intruding, this person didn't trigger any restriction on the cloud's soaring peak. So Lin Yun began to wonder if this person was an elder of the sword sect or a spy. When a massive killing intent enveloped him, the entire pavilion began to tremble, and the ink on Lin Yun's table jumped. He didn't have much time to think as a black figure appeared on the lake, charging over with a terrifying killing aura. As this person approached, the restrictions on the pavilion shattered, and an overbearing sword intent exploded from this person. Under his sword aura, the broken spiritual runes in the pavilion flew out. If this person got close, the restriction on the pavilion would completely shatter and collapse. Heaven! Lin Yun lowered his head and wrote a word down on the paper. As 36 layers of heaven descended, it instantly stabilized the crumbling restriction on the pavilion. Earth! When Lin Yun wrote another word down, the papers scattered in the room flew out, and the words written on those papers came to life, swiftly enveloping the intruder. As the intruder drew his sword, a dazzling light bloomed, and the surrounding papers fell to the ground, but his footsteps were still hindered. He swung his sword, unleashing the massive sun at the pavilion. Profound! When Lin Yun was done writing, the fireball bounced back. But facing the rebounded fireball, the intruder didn't panic and swung his sword, slicing the fireball in two. Charging forth, the intruder charged towards the window. Desolation! Lin Yun smiled as waves of erosive intent were emitted, swiftly corroding the intruder's sword aura. His sword aura significantly decreased when that person got close to the window. Lin Yun leaned back and sat down on the chair as the chair moved back by 10 meters, avoiding the sword directed at him. As the intruder stood on the table, the surrounding papers rose before him and Lin Yun. What sword technique is this? Martial Uncle Radiant taught it to you? The intruder asked. You can think of it that way, Lin Yun replied after a brief pondering. The Southern Emperor left behind the sword technique, but he could grasp it so quickly thanks to his master, especially the wind, fire, lightning, and ice sword forms. His master slowed time to help him master them, exhausting quite a bit of his lifespan. You're not afraid of me? The intruder said in a playful tone. Your killing aura might seem strong, but you have no intention to kill me. You're also a swordsman. You should know how keen swordsmen are to sword aura. Lin Yun smiled and continued, most importantly, I have already guessed your identity. Radiant Sword Saint's disciple is extraordinary, indeed. The intruder smiled and removed the mask. As expected, the intruder was the person that Lin Yun had guessed. The person who came was Gu Ruochen, ranked first on Sword Sect's Heaven ranking and the chief disciple of the Scarlet Firmament Peak that Mu Shuiqin mentioned many times before. He had already reached the 4th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm in the God Burial Forest. Lin Yun had seen his portrait on the Heaven ranking, so he had already speculated long ago. He knew that this person must be Gu Ruochen or Yi Qingxian, who were ranked first and second on the Heaven ranking. Because the other party didn't reveal any killing aura, the other party was clearly here to probe his strength. When he removed his mask, Lin Yun saw that it really was Gu Ruochen. Looking at Gu Ruochen's youthful face, he could tell that this person wasn't old, but he looked old and lacked the vibrantness of a youth. I heard that you killed the demonic ranking's 4 rising stars with the expelled disciple of the profound sky sect, Jiang Tong, among them? Gu Ruochen casually sat down and looked at Lin Yun with flames blazing in his pupils. Those words stunned Lin Yun because not many people should know about this piece of news. Haha. Junior sister Mu told me about it. She knows I'm concerned about you and told me immediately when I returned with Yi Qingxian. When I first heard of it, I was shocked, Gu Ruochen said. Junior brother, you gave me a huge surprise. Senior sister Mu does pay quite a bit of attention to me. Lin Yun smiled awkwardly. Her attention on you far exceeds your expectations, which is the same for me, Gu Ruochen said seriously. Lin Yun was briefly stunned upon hearing that because his instincts were telling him that there was a story between Mu Shuoqin and Gu Ruochen. After a brief pondering, he decided not to speak in case a misunderstanding arose between them. Ha ha ha. It's not what you think. Gu Ruochen guessed what Lin Yun was thinking from his expression and continued. Our greatest wish is to revive the Sword Sect. After losing our golden generation 2 decades ago, we have supported the entire sect to compete with the profound Sky Sect. Although we can barely bear the pressure, we both know we're still lacking. The Sword Sect needs an unrivaled genius to suppress the entire ancient barren domain to bring us back to being a holy land. Senior brother, I'm actually not the one who killed the 4 rising stars by myself. I can only barely defeat Jiang Tong if we fight 1-to-1. Lin Yun said, shaking his head. He wasn't lying when he said that because he was only at the One Pulse Dragon Pulse realm at the time, and his trump cards were all limited by his cultivation, unable to unleash their full power. If he wanted to defeat Jiang Tong, who was at the pinnacle of the 3rd Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, he would have to pay some price. But isn't that the same? Gu Ruochen smiled. If he's not dead, he wouldn't be able to last more than 10 moves against me now. Lin Yun said with confidence flashing in his pupils. If Jiang Tong was still alive, he could easily defeat him within 10 moves by relying on his current cultivation and sword intent. Nodding his head, Gu Ruochen said, you can be considered one of the stronger batches even amongst the golden generation, aside from the few monsters from the profound Sky Sect. As fighting spirits blazed within Lin Yun's pupils, he said, Senior brother, are you speaking of the top 3 on the profound Sky Sect's inner ranking? That's right, Gu Ruochen replied. The 3 of them are external disciples of Tian Xuanzi, and they are the trump cards prepared for the ancient barren battlefield, nurtured ever since they were at the Empyrean realm. To a certain degree, they're at the top of the pyramid amongst the younger generation in the ancient barren battlefield. They're talented, and they have all the resources they need. They're the strongest amongst the 8 powerful sections. How strong are they, exactly? Lin Yun asked with his brows furrowed. He had previously heard Mu Shuoqin talking about them, but he had no idea how strong they were. They've reached the 4th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm a year ago, and have an achievement of killing 5th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm experts. It's so much so that they can even fight with those at the 6th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, Gu Ruochen said. Hearing that made Lin Yun's heart sink because it was tough for even him to fight those with a cultivation higher than him before grasping the 5th grade sword intent. Even now, he didn't dare say that he could slay those at the 5th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. As for those at the 6th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, he didn't even dare to think about it because the difference in their cultivations was too significant. Don't overthink it. Those they slew were surely wandering cultivators, not sect geniuses. Gu Ruochen smiled. I can accomplish it, and you can do it upon reaching that level. Even so, this is already impressive. Lin Yun shook his head. Gu Ruochen's pupils flashed with surprise because Lin Yun was more humble than he had imagined. Or cautious was a more befitting term. Instead, in their earlier exchange, he could sense that Lin Yun had an aura that wasn't any weaker than his own. Indeed, it's impressive that you can realize it. Gu Ruochen nodded. Aside from those 3, the remaining 7 are all at the pinnacle of 3rd Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. The profound Sky Sect's foundation was terrifying. After all, they converted their harvest in the ancient barren battlefield into the strength of their sect. If the Sword Sect loses again, even if the Radiant Sword Saint could make it through this ordeal, the gap between the Sword Sect and profound Sky Sect would be widened. There was already a gap between their disciples. It was still okay for now, but 100 years later, when the profound Sky Sect's disciples grew up, they would be able to suppress the sword sect. Just thinking about it alone made him feel a chill down his spine. Looks like my sword sect is under great pressure in this ancient barren battlefield. Lin Yun sighed. Yeah, the other sects are prepared for this ancient barren battlefield, and some aren't any weaker than us. Gu Ruochen nodded. What's your plan? Lin Yun asked. We only have to fulfill 2 goals in the ancient barren battlefield. One is to obtain enough treasures and martial techniques. The second is to ensure we come back alive. Gu Ruochen smiled before he lowered his voice. If we can find an opportunity, we have to make a stab at the profound sky sect. After all, we lost terribly 2 decades ago. Sounds good. Lin Yun naturally agreed to it. Aside from probing your strength, I have another objective for visiting you today. What other objective? Junior Sister Mu told me a lot about you, and I naturally had to see if you're befitting of your praises. So, what do you think? Lin Yun smiled. He really wanted to know Gu Ruochen's opinion about him. Flower burial. You truly deserve your praises, and you're the hope of my sword sect, Gu Ruochen said. Lin Yun pursed his lips because this evaluation was a little too high. Looking at him, Gu Ruochen said, if possible, we have to ensure the safety of our disciples as much as possible. I understand. Lin Yun could tell that Gu Ruochen was concerned with the life and death of the sword sect's disciples, which was befitting his title as Scarlet Firmament Peak's chief disciple. But the sword sect doesn't belong to me alone, and you are also needed to strengthen the sword sect. Lin Yun said seriously. The sword sect can continue without me, but it can't go on without you. Gu Ruochen smiled, waving his hand. I'm not being courteous with you. You'll naturally understand why in the future. If one of us can live, I won't hesitate to give my life for you, which goes the same for Junior Sister Mu. I can't bear that. Lin Yun smiled. Aside from the 8 powerful sects, the younger generation geniuses of the other sects will also participate in this ancient barren domain. The sects of the nearby territories will also participate, and it's hard to say if the sword sect won't end up the same as 2 decades ago. Gu Ruochen sighed. Absolutely not. Lin Yun smiled with resolution in his pupils. After all, he had promised his master. Half a month later, at Sword Sect's honored plaza, there was a massive monument with many names engraved on it. They were everyone from the sword sect who died in battle. The first thing every disciple did upon joining was to swear an oath before this monument. Hundreds of people were gathered here as waves of dragon origin swept out from them, enveloping the entire plaza. Today was the day the sword sect's disciples set off to the ancient barren battlefield. Only disciples who reached the Dragon Pulse realm under the age of 30 could represent the sword sect and partake in the ancient barren battlefield. Everyone who stood there was the most outstanding disciple of the sword sect, and several figures stood at the front. These people represented the strongest disciples from the sword sect. There were Gu Ruochen, Yi Qingxian, and Lin Yun. Behind them were the other saint disciples like Yi Xiling and Mu Shuiqin, who had reached the pinnacle third pulse Dragon Pulse realm. Many gazes fell on the azure-robed figure standing at the front with flames blazing in their pupils. That azure-robed figure was naturally Lin Yun. If it was before, those at the Dragon Pulse realm who weren't in the sect might have some opinion about Lin Yun becoming the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple, not to mention considering him to be on the same level as Gu Ruochen. But after the Heavenly Pool Manor, Lin Yun's prestige in the sword sect reached a new height. To a certain degree, his prestige was even higher than Gu Ruochen. It had been so long since the sword sect made a comeback, and Lin Yun had been shining from the moment he joined them. Before joining the sect, he defeated Xia Hoyan. After he joined the sect, he broke the Saint Pool record. He was the champion of the 5 Peaks competition and defeated the Profound Sky sect at the Heavenly Pool Manor. With so many titles on him, he naturally deserved to be the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple. Booming sounds suddenly echoed, coming from the ancient war drums that were located on the peak beside the honored plaza. They could feel their blood boiling from the drums. When everyone raised their heads, they were surprised to see that the person who was beating the drums was Mu Xiankong. The sect master of the sword sect was personally beating the drums for them. As the drums became increasingly louder, Everyone's expressions became grave while watching Mu Xiankong. Their expressions were solemn, and there was even a hint of sorrow. Lin Yun could tell that the sect master was cheering for everyone and reminiscing about the golden generation who died 2 decades ago. All his emotions were accumulated in his heart, and he wanted to vent it all out. Half an hour later, the drums stopped and Mu Xiankong was hovering in the air, looking at everyone. His expression became gentle and he said, "You are all disciples of the sword sect, and I don't have to say how dangerous the ancient barren battlefield is. The ancient barren battlefield is brutal, and we have always been united. But you guys must be even more united. I don't wish to talk too much, and I don't have any requests. It's good enough if you guys can come back alive. Remember, no treasure is more important than your life." Mu Xuankong's voice was heavy. He could see their expressions of suppressed emotions and excitement, and Mu Xiankong naturally knew what they were thinking. He also knew that no matter what he said, it was destined that many people would die on the ancient barren battlefield. Gu Ruochen. Mu Xiankong turned to look at the chief disciple of the Scarlet Firmament Peak. "Here, as the Scarlet Firmament Peak's chief disciple, you have to remember that the lives of my sword sect's disciples are always first," Mu Xiankong said. "I understand," Gu Ruochen said with a solemn expression. "Lin Yun." Mu Xuankong's voice resounded again. Lin Yun was stunned because he never thought that Mu Xiankong would publicly call his name. As the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple, "You're not allowed to embarrass the name of my sword sect. I understand. No matter what, remember that your life is more important than anything else to the sword sect. Don't be impulsive, but you don't have to hold back if you're bullied. The sword sect doesn't provoke trouble, but we're also not afraid of trouble," Mu Xiankong said. Lin Yun was stumped upon hearing that, but soon understood that Mu Xiankong had permitted him to do whatever he wanted. No matter what happened in the ancient barren battlefield, the sword sect would be his strongest backing if everything was within the rules. "Sect Master, don't worry about it." Lin Yun raised his voice. "I have received much grace from my master and the sect master, and I will surely show everyone the might of my sword sect. Regardless if it was for his master or the sword sect, he would do his best in this ancient barren battlefield. I will do my best to show everyone the might of my sword sect," Lin Yun said, and his words made flames blaze in the pupils of the other disciples. Simultaneously, they showed no signs of cowering in their pupils. "Where are the 5 peak masters?" Mu Xiankong asked. "We're here." The sword sect's 5 peaks masters appeared and gave Mu Xiankong a bow in midair. The Scarlet Firmament Peak's peak master was Mu Xiankong, and the vice peak master would go on his behalf because he had to stay in the sword sect. "You guys will lead the party to the ancient barren battlefield. Remember to ensure the safety of my sword sect's disciples. Please be reassured, senior brother." Mu Chuan cupped his hands. "Go on." When Mu Xiankong finished, all the disciples flew and gathered behind the 5 peak masters. After everyone left, countless people flew out from the various peaks. They were all at the Elysium core realm and some were deacons. They watched the party leave with Mu Xiankong. Mu Xuankong's gaze was complicated because he would rather not send them to the ancient barren battlefield if he had a choice. But he didn't have a choice because they had to compete in it. The treasures and opportunities hidden in the ancient barren battlefield were something that every Dragon Pulse Realm disciple yearned for. This battle concerned the glory of their sect and their disciples. But he had yet to learn how it would develop. "We'll head to the Heavenly Barren City. This is the closest city to the ancient barren battlefield, where the various sects will gather. Some sects have probably arrived ahead of us, so we can meet at that time." The party flew in the air as Mu Shuichin whispered to Lin Yun. "How many people will there be from each sect?" Lin Yun asked. He roughly estimated that the sword sect sent out approximately 400 Dragon Pulse Realm disciples. "This isn't the same," Mu Shuichin explained. "According to everyone's agreement, anyone under the age of 30 can enter, but the strength varies between sects. The Profound Sky sect probably has the most people." "How many?" "About 700? Mu Shuichin replied. Lin Yun nodded upon hearing it, but this number was a little too unbelievable. From this alone, anyone could tell that the profound sky sect was more potent than the sword sect in strength. Then again, that also proved that the sword sect had a terrifying foundation. The sword sect lost their golden generation 2 decades ago, but they could still send so many people out, and this was enough to prove that the profound sky sect hadn't completely shaken them off. They could still put up a fight. Aside from powerful sects, the other clans and forces will be participating in this. It is so much so that some forces from other domains are allowed into the ancient barren battlefield. All the golden generations amongst the ancient barren domain's younger generations will be here. The demonic forces will also join in, making the situation messier. Mu Shuiqin explained, to which Lin Yun nodded. He wasn't surprised because there were many opportunities in the ancient barren battlefield, and the attraction was fatal to any genius. People's greed was endless, even if it was dangerous. So there was no question that this ancient barren battlefield would be a gathering of geniuses. Raising his head, a cold light flashed across Lin Yun's pupils. With his current strength, he could be considered to be amongst the strongest batch in the ancient barren domain. He wouldn't be afraid even if he had to face the profound sky sect's top 3. All his trump cards and bitter cultivation over the past 2 years gave him confidence. Calculating the time, it had been 3 years since he arrived in the Kunlun realm. The other Heavenly Paths champions were already on the Dragon Pulse ranking, making a name for themselves. The ancient barren battlefield might be dangerous, but it was also an unprecedented opportunity for him. If he couldn't make it out alive and step on all the ancient barren domain's younger generations, he wouldn't have the face to look for Su Xiao in the Divine Dragon Empire. The ancient barren battlefield was situated between the north border and the ancient barren domain. That region was famous in the Eastern Desolation because it was a legendary battlefield among deities in the Golden Era. Back then, this place was the Dragon Gate's holy land. Many experts gathered there to face the invaders, an unprecedented battle between deities. Countless experts and fiends lost their lives there. Aside from the ancient barren battlefield, many ruins were of smaller scales, and those ruins had an endless flow of people. Even if they couldn't enter the ancient barren battlefield, countless people were still coming here, and Heavenly Barren City was the biggest city there. While the sword sect was gathering, numerous people were streaking across the horizon. After all, this was a grand occasion that happened once every 2 decades, and they were also there for the ancient barren battlefield. So many people. Lin Yun was surprised because there were too many people. Not even the Heavenly Path and Dragon Remnant Astral Realm scale could be compared to this. Let's go down. We will have to stay in Heavenly Barren City for some time until the ancient barren battlefield opens up. That place is chaotic, and there are many demonic cultivators there. So you guys have to be careful. The Scarlet Firmament Peak's Vice Peak Master, Chun Lei, warned everyone. As the Vice Sect Master of the Scarlet Firmament Peak, he was equivalent to the Vice Sect Master of the Sword Sect, and his position was higher than the other peaks' Vice Peak Masters. Let's go! Chun Lei swept his gaze around and led everyone into Heavenly Barren City. Their party was massive. Even if they had retracted their auras, they still drew the attention of many people. So many sword cultivators. They're the Sword Sect's disciples. It's no wonder why their sword intent is so powerful. I thought the Sword Sect has declined? Why do they still have such a powerful formation? For 100 people, they're not any weaker than the other powerful sections. They're still the Sword Sect, even if they have declined. The Radiant Sword Saint is still alive. Not to mention Mu Shenkong slew the Nether Divinity Clan's patriarch. Tian Xuanzi didn't stand out then. And this is enough to prove that the Sword Sect is still standing strong. Ha! So what? The Radiant Sword Saint is strong, but he can't enter the ancient barren battlefield. The Sword Sect has been relying on the Radiant Sword Saint for all these years, but this is a competition between disciples. They lost their golden generation 2 decades ago, and there's already a gap between the 2 sections. Yeah. Tian Xuanzi personally teaches the top 3 on the Profound Sky Sect's inner ranking. The Sword Sect's party arrival caused a massive commotion in Heavenly Barren City. Everyone knew about the grudges between the Profound Sky Sect and Sword Sect. so their appearance naturally drew various discussions. Everyone in the ancient barren domain knew about Tian Xuanzi's ambitions. Tian Xuanzi also didn't bother hiding his ambition based on the chant that the profound sky sect's disciples had been calling, and the surrounding discussions also made the faces of the sword sect's disciples ugly. Since when is my sword sect weaker than the profound sky sect? These people are blind, and will make the profound sky sect pay the price. A disciple with a fiery temper cussed. The ancient barren battlefield hadn't started, and they were already being cursed at by those who believed that they would end up even worse than 2 decades ago. Lin Yun's face was also dark. The grudges built between the two sects were heavy, and they would probably start a war if they ran into the profound sky sect's disciples in the ancient barren battlefield. Watch your words. Gu Ruochen turned back to look at the disciple. Right then, a group of people descended from the sky. They were all enveloped in a violent blade aura. There, from the Heavenly Blade Pavilion. Lin Yun had interacted with the Heavenly Blade Pavilion, and he instantly recognized their origin. The Sword Sect established its sect with swords, while the Heavenly Blade Pavilion established its sect with blades. Before the profound Sky Sect rose, the Heavenly Blade Pavilion was the Sword Sect's greatest rival. In the ancient barren domain, the Sword Sect was the strongest in the sword, and the Heavenly Blade Pavilion was the strongest in terms of the blade. Mu Chuan once told him that the existing powerful sects in the ancient barren domain all had an ancient force supporting them. The fact that the Heavenly Blade Pavilion hadn't declined after all these years was enough to prove it. See the leader of that party? Mu Shuiqin said beside Lin Yun. That person is the strongest golden generation genius of the Heavenly Blade Pavilion, Xiao Kuei. He already grasped the firmament blade intent 2 years ago, and he's a ruthless person. Xiao Kuei? Lin Yun followed Mu Shuiqin's gaze, and saw a gray-robed youth beside several Samsara Edict realm geniuses. He had rough skin despite his young age, and one could tell that he had undergone a lot from his face. Furthermore, he had a pair of sharp eyes. He could sense that Xiao Kuei had a powerful blade intent in his body, and his cultivation was at the 4th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. I heard that he has reached the 9th stage in the Heavenly Blade Pavilion's Heavenly Origin Blade technique. This is a terrifying high-grade ghost spirit martial technique. If he reaches the Samsara Edict realm and completes the blade technique, it can become a dragon spirit martial technique. Mu Shuiqin continued to whisper. Remember to be careful if you run into him. With surprise flashing through his pupils, Lin Yun nodded his head. It might be troublesome if he faced a high-grade ghost spirit blade technique before his improvement in the Carefree 9 swords. While Lin Yun was examining Xiao Kuei, 2 gazes also fell on him. They came from Xiao Kuei and Nangong Zhe. As Nangong Zhe looked at Lin Yun, he whispered in Xiao Kuei's ears. Xiao Kuei fell into deep thoughts upon hearing Nangong Zhe's words. When he examined Lin Yun, a sharp light flashed across his pupils that streaked across the distance between them. Lin Yun didn't move, but he circulated the sword souls on his forehead and resolved that blade intent. Interesting. Xiao Kuei smiled. You're right. This person wasn't just lucky to defeat Huang Xian, and he'll only be stronger now. But he's still tender and shouldn't have come to the ancient barren battlefield. Let's go. The Heavenly Blade Pavilion and Sword Sect ran into each other, and their Samsara Edict realm elders nodded at each other before they brushed by and disappeared into Heavenly Barren City. When the surrounding geniuses saw the 2 powerful sects bumping into each other, flames were blazing in their pupils. With the Sword Sect and Heavenly Blade Pavilion's arrival, this became a sign that the ancient barren battlefield, which was held once every 2 decades, had gone into a countdown. Under Chun Lei's lead, the Sword Sect's party entered the Sword Sect's branch in Heavenly Barren City. He told everyone not to cause trouble before the ancient barren battlefield opened. The Sword Sect was strong, but Heavenly Barren City had all kinds of people, and no one could be sure that someone would dare to make a move against the powerful sect's disciples. After several days of travel, Lin Yun was somewhat exhausted and was planning to find a room to rest. Meanwhile, Mu Qingqing was organizing a group to stroll around the city, but Lin Yun rejected her with a smile. Returning to his room, Lin Yun sat down and meditated. Half an hour later, he let out a breath and all the exhaustion in his pupils disappeared. Fourth stage in the Dragon Phoenix world, Annihilating Sword Cannon, and fifth stage in the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. The Sword Cannon is enough for now, but the Sword Sutra is a little slow. It's a pity I don't have any resources with me right now, Lin Yun muttered, scratching his head. Nightscape enveloped the sky outside the window, but the Heavenly Barren City was brightly lit. Heavenly Barren City was close to the border of the ancient Barren Domain and wasn't under any force's jurisdiction. This place normally flourished because it was located at the intersection between several domains. Now that the ancient Barren battlefield was about to open, the popularity of the city reached a new height. There were many places to stroll in the city, and some treasures that came from the ancient Barren battlefield could be found there. Aside from that, there was also an auction house, chambers of commerce, an arena, and many other places. Lin Yun had no interest in them but came before the table and took out the tortoise shell. The tortoise shell was covered with complicated runes, and one could sense a faint fluctuation if one clearly focused on it. But the fluctuation was vague, and it was hard for him to grasp the exact information. This meant he had to use the last black tortoise's saint blood that he left behind, but he had no idea how to use it. I should go and ask Senior Brother Mu about it. Lin Yun kept the tortoise shell and came to Mu Chuan's room. When he told Mu Chuan his intention and showed him the black tortoise's saint blood, Mu Chuan was surprised. You sure you're not going to keep this for your tribulation? I'm sure. Lin Yun nodded. Mu Chuan fell into deep thoughts as he toyed with the tortoise shell. The divine tortoise transformation is only a part of the black tortoise's inheritance. The true inheritance is divided into three: the transformation, the cultivation, and the secret techniques. So this divine tortoise transformation is the transformation technique of the black tortoise's inheritance. Lin Yun said after a brief pondering. Yeah, there are the 72 transformation techniques, a dragon spirit cultivation technique with 72 stages, and 72 secret techniques. Mu Chuan continued. You understand what I mean? The transformation technique should be the weakest of the three inheritances. This is only a tortoise shell, so it can't contain all 72 transformation techniques. Even if you're not planning to keep it for your tribulation, you can save it until you encounter the black tortoise's secret techniques or cultivation techniques. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts upon hearing that because he had never thought about it before. He met the black turtle ancestor, and what Mu Chuan said had a high possibility, according to the black turtle ancestor's saying. But Mu Chuan didn't know that he had some friendship with the black turtle ancestor, and he might be able to obtain another black tortoise's saint blood if he was shameless enough. You must know if you can obtain any of the 72 secret techniques. Dragon spirit martial techniques are priceless treasures and are even stronger than the sword sect's incomplete great profound sword cannon. Mu Chuan said after a brief hesitation. There's no need. I have already made up my mind to use it now, Lin Yun said. But this divine tortoise transformation is only a portion of the 72 transformation techniques. As for this tortoise shell, you might not be able to obtain the full inheritance of the divine tortoise transformation. The black tortoise's inheritance has a legend in the Kunlun realm. You can practice the divine tortoise transformation, but you can't neglect your sword Dao because of it. Always remember that you're a swordsman, Mu Chuan said, looking at Lin Yun. He initially gave Lin Yun the tortoise shell because he wanted him to learn the black tortoise breathing. He didn't expect Lin Yun to obtain the black tortoise's saint blood so quickly. After all, he had spent some effort to obtain it in the past, but he wasn't patient enough and his comprehension was lacking. So he ultimately chose to give up. I understand. Lin Yun nodded. Mu Chuan then explained to Lin Yun about the divine tortoise transformation and told Lin Yun everything he knew. Putting it in a nutshell, even if he managed to practice the divine tortoise transformation, it wouldn't have many usages. It could be used to change one's appearance, and one had to reach a high level to grasp this entire transformation technique. But the moment he succeeds, even saints would have difficulty differentiating someone who disguised himself with the divine tortoise transformation. If he managed to grasp all 72 transformation techniques, not only could he change his race, but he could also transform into a divine beast. Mu Chuan knew this, but he had no clues about secret and cultivation techniques. An incense's time later, The black tortoise's saint blood perfectly fused with the tortoise shell, and scriptures began to appear on the tortoise shell. There was an alarming number of scriptures, somewhere in the hundreds of thousands. Lin Yun couldn't see them all that clearly, relying on his naked eyes alone. When he executed the divine dragon eyes, he could see some white words that had appeared on the tortoise shell hovering before him. Since he had an excellent memory, he only took 2 hours to read all of the scriptures. Mu Chuan was also surprised, but remembered all of the scriptures. He quickly discovered that he had to refine a black tortoise's saint blood before he could start practicing this transformation technique, or it would be useless, even if he remembered them. After Lin Yun read through the scriptures, he furrowed his brows. It's too complicated. There are 100,000 scriptures, but it's incomplete. Even if I manage to practice it, the usage isn't as big as I imagined. Most importantly, I can only start practicing after reaching the third Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, after my vitality undergoes a transformation. I already told you about it, but don't belittle it. This might only be the first transformation of the Divine Tortoise transformation, but you can freely alter your appearance and body after grasping it, including your temperament and voice. This is stronger than any other disguise technique. Mu Chuan smiled. Just because you don't need it now doesn't mean you don't need it in the future. Stowing the tortoise shell, Lin Yun bitterly smiled and could only be optimistic about it. Otherwise, he had wasted a black tortoise's saint blood for naught. After a brief stop, Lin Yun bade his farewell. Just when he was about to open the door to his room, he stopped with his brows furrowed because someone was in his room. But who could it be? Mu Shuiqin, Gu Ruochen, and Yi Qingxian were in seclusion, while Mu Qingqing and the other saint disciples went for a stroll around the city. So who could be waiting for him in his room? When Lin Yun pushed open the door, he saw a back figure. This person was donned in an elegant robe and was sitting where Lin Yun had previously sat. The robe this person wore was meant for men, but they were giving off a faint fragrance. Since Lin Yun was sensitive to fragrance, he instantly guessed who had come. "And Lu Yen, you're bold," Lin Yun said as he closed the door. "Hehe. It has been a long time, young Master Lin." And Lu Yen turned around. She was wielding the fan Lin Yun gave her, making her look elegant. He couldn't imagine that this was the same bewitching and Lu Yen from before. She had disguised herself well, and Lin Yun wouldn't have recognized her if it wasn't for the fragrance she gave off. "I disguised myself." And Lu Yen replied, "Your disguise is useless based on the fragrance you're giving off." Lin Yun smiled. "I smeared it after coming in, fearing that you might not recognize me." And Lu Yen smiled. Lin Yun was briefly stunned upon hearing that. But before he could figure out how Lin Yun entered his room, her voice resounded, "Young Master Lin, let's take a stroll around the city. First, tell me how you came in," Lin Yun asked, looking at Lu Yen. The sword sex branch had strict guards, and it was unrealistic for someone to sneak in under the eyes of Samsara Edict Realm experts. "I was already here before you came," and Lu Yen smiled as she took out a medal. "Look at this." When Lin Yun looked at the medal, he was surprised because that was the token of Divine Firmament Peak's inner disciples. "I'm now a sword sex disciple." And Lu Yen smiled. "What's going on?" Lin Yun asked. "There are no rooms for demonic sex in the Ancient Barren domain. If we want to enter the Ancient Barren battlefield, we have to find a sect in the Ancient Barren domain to cooperate with. Then again, this form of cooperation isn't written in black and white, but only a rapport between us." And Lu Yen smiled. "As long as it's within a certain range, it's not considered breaking the rules. I told you previously that the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion cooperates with the Sword Sect." Lin Yun nodded and didn't have any opinion about it. He already knew that the world wasn't just black and white. Cooperation was possible as long as they weren't mortal enemies, and Lin Yun had no prejudice against demonic cultivators. Demonic cultivators practiced demonic martial techniques, and not all were evil. After all, the power lied in how one used it, not what that person cultivated. "Can we leave now? Heavenly Barren City is bustling now." And Lu Yen winked. "Not interested." Lin Yun shook his head. The Ancient Barren battlefield was opening, and he didn't want to waste time. He took out some paper and ink before he started writing. If he couldn't grasp the ninth sword form of the carefree nine swords, he wouldn't have the confidence to suppress the golden generation. According to Guru Achin, the top 3 of the profound sky sect all had the strength to kill 5th Pulse Dragon Pulse Realm cultivators, and their actual fighting strength was at the 6th Pulse Dragon Pulse Realm. Not to mention that they were the golden generation, personally taught by Tian Xuanzi. "I'll grind ink for you then," and Lu Yen smiled. Since Lin Yun couldn't refuse her, he could only let her grind ink from the side. He could trust her and wouldn't mind letting her see the carefree 9 swords. Every stroke was slow, and he infused his heavenly dome sword intent into those words. When he was done, he had exhausted his sword intent and started feeling dizzy. But he still couldn't come into contact with the 9th sword form. But he wasn't in a hurry. He sat down and circulated the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon to recover his exhausted origin energy and sword intent. When he recovered, he repeated and continued to write on the paper. This process was dry, and it was hard for ordinary people to endure it. This made Lu Yen stumped, wondering how Lin Yun managed to endure it. While she was inwardly shocked, Lin Yun sat down once more. Seeing his forehead covered in sweat, she quickly took her fan and fanned Lin Yun. Half an hour later, Lin Yun opened his eyes. Seeing Lu Yen fanning for him, he smiled. "What are you doing?" "Fanning for you after seeing you sweating. At least it's better than doing nothing." And Lu Yen explained. Her words made Lin Yun smile and shake his head. "What are you smiling at?" And Lu Yen blushed, looking gentle, even if she had disguised herself as a man. Lin Yun was smiling because the fan was a myriad rune saint artifact, but she used it to fan him. This was probably something the fan's owner never thought of, and he also couldn't tell Lu Yen that. Thus he smiled. "I'm fine. Is there a meaning in you doing this? You've repeated this several times." And Lu Yen couldn't help asking. "Of course there is." Lin Yun replied. "Even if I can't write the 9th word, my sword intent will improve every time I write on the paper. I've just grasped the 5th grade sword intent, which can be considered a form of cultivation for me." "But, wait, 5th grade sword intent?" And Lu Yen exclaimed. "Hush, lower your voice," Lin Yun said, and Lu Yen quickly covered her mouth as she examined Lin Yun with disbelief. "But I have some doubts. Does the 9th word really exist? Of course, my master can write it. But that's the Radiant Sword Saint." Hearing that, Lin Yun took the brush and continued to write as he said, "As a disciple, I have to respect my master, but I can't just be satisfied with reaching my master's height. This is what my master told me, not to mention that I have no clues to the 9th word yet." As he spoke, he turned to look at Lu Yen. "If you have to use a word to describe the boundless sorrow and loneliness after being carefree, what word will you use?" And Lu Yen opened her mouth and wanted to reply, but she soon furrowed her brows upon pondering that question. A brief moment later, she replied, "If I had to use a word, I'd use pain to describe the boundless sorrow after being carefree. After all, what is left after sorrow is endless pain." "Pain," Lin Yun muttered. "I previously thought of empty or none to describe it, seeing through everything from the sorrow after carefree." "No," and Lu Yen refuted. "Everyone is different. Everyone has their own thought of it, and some might even think of death, wanting to die." Lin Yun was surprised upon hearing that with his brush pausing. Everyone had different thoughts about it. He finally figured it out, and it was no wonder his master would stop. This was because everyone's 9th sword was different. If his master didn't want to teach him, he wouldn't have stopped halfway, nor would he slow down time at the cost of his lifespan. His master paid such a great price, and it would make no sense if his master didn't want to teach him the 9th sword form. So this only meant that there was a reason why his master stopped writing the 9th word, and Lu Yen's words were like a bolt of lightning tearing apart the sky. "Ha ha ha!" Lin Yun started laughing as the path ahead of him cleared up. "Young Master Lin, what's wrong?" And Lu Yen asked. "You helped me greatly." Lin Yun came to his senses and said, "You're right. Everyone is different. So I don't have to think of others' comprehension of the 9th sword form. I just have to follow my heart." "So, "Young Master Lin, what's your ninth word?" "Kill." Lin Yun said without hesitation and wrote down a kill word that looked like blood containing boundless killing intent. The Southern Emperor created the ninth sword form after losing his loved one. To Lin Yun, the sword sect was his love, and he couldn't think of another word if the sword sect was destroyed. At that time, he would just kill and make those who were responsible pay the price. When he wrote down the kill word, all the papers in the room hovered and emitted a dazzling sword ray. The words on those papers seemed like they came to life as they flew out and converged into a kill word before entering Lin Yun's body. Lin Yun's mind also exploded because his ninth sword form was finally created. Lin Yun opened his eyes a long time later and smiled. "I succeeded. Congratulations." And Lu Yen smiled with her eyes narrowed into two crescent moons. The atmosphere in the heavenly barren city grew increasingly heated as time passed and the day the ancient barren battlefield finally arrived. 3 days later, when the first glimpse of dawn shone down from the clouds, all of heavenly barren city became heated as countless people streaked across the horizon. They were like a flock of birds bolting toward the ancient barren battlefield's location that was 1,000 miles away from heavenly barren city. The ground was dyed black by blood, with an uneasy aura being emitted from the black earth. This was the ancient barren battlefield. This ancient battlefield was long enveloped in a terrifying spiritual array. It was rumored that numerous top-tiered experts joined hands to set up the spiritual array in the darkest era. For a long time, this place was considered a forbidden zone. But through the corrosion of time, the spiritual array had weakened, thus creating a flaw for people to enter. This was a vast black plain, and the far end had space distorting that formed into a terrifying vortex, separating heaven and earth. But today, countless people were descending before the vortex. Under Chun Lei and Mu Chuan's lead, the sword sect's disciples also landed a few thousand meters away from the vortex. So many people. Lin Yun and others hovered in the air, exclaiming when they saw this majestic scene. The plain was covered with lots of Dragon Pulse Realm geniuses. Everyone here was a Dragon Pulse Realm genius under the age of 30 in the ancient barren domain. It was so much so that the sects and demonic cults outside of the ancient barren domain were also here. Lin Yun's gaze passed through the multitudes of people and fell onto a group of people. These people were donned in green robes and had outstanding temperaments, like pure emerald gemstones. They're from the Emerald Jade Manor and the leader of their strongest golden generation, Emerald Chun Tao. It was rumored that he had reached the pinnacle 4th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm and the 9th stage in the divine phaseless art, reaching the height of the glazed treasure physique. I heard he's immune to elements, and it's hard to injure him with a sword or blade. Not only that, his attacks are bizarre because he can assimilate the dragon origin of others into an emerald. Mu Shuiqin said. Glazed treasure physique? Lin Yun raised his brow and wondered which was stronger, the glazed treasure physique or his azure dragon saint physique. Don't underestimate him. Senior brother once suffered in his hand and couldn't do anything to his glazed treasure physique with the firmament sword intent. Mu Shuiqin saw through Lin Yun's thoughts and continued. Furthermore, his cultivation is high. Let's leave him to senior brother Gu to deal with. Let me tell you a secret. Senior brother Gu has reached the pinnacle 9th stage in the Scarlet Firmament Sword Sutra. Lin Yun was surprised and turned to look at Gu Ruochen. To a certain degree, the Scarlet Firmament Sword Sutra wasn't any weaker than the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. In terms of pure power, the Scarlet Firmament Sword Sutra was even more overbearing. Mu Xiankong practiced the Scarlet Firmament Sword Sutra, and Lin Yun was surprised that Gu Ruochen could reach the 9th stage. Even he had reached the 5th stage in the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. Then again, this was also because he didn't practice the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra for long, especially since nether energy was hard to find. If he couldn't find sufficient nether energy, he would have to rely on his comprehension to make a breakthrough. The Heavenly Note sect and Profound Valley are here. Mu Shuiqin's eyes lit up. They had a good relationship with those two sects and could join forces in the ancient barren battlefield.